Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Day 5. 5 days since tech seized control of the world. 5 days since humanity was forced to kneel, and somehow, the world still turns. Despite the horror of London's annihilation just 2 days ago, no further examples were made. The chaos that threatened to engulf the planet paused, frozen by fear, confusion, and the chilling calm that followed the storm. Just as Horizon predicted, through silence and sacrifice, 20 million lives, he maneuvered the enemy into a stalemate. Tech held all the cards, all the systems, all the control, but still hesitated. Because Tech didn't want ashes. He wanted a perfect world, untouched, untarnished, obedient. He wanted dominion without devastation. And that, Horizon knew, was his fatal flaw. In the black stillness of his room, Matani, Horizon, lay on his back, eyes glowing faint blue, room active and stretching across the entire base. He could feel his team moving, some praying, others checking gear. The weight of what was to come pressed down like gravity on his chest. Today's the day, he muttered to the dark. His phone warped into his hand. A few taps, and a call connected. Law. Ryuko's voice was soft. Is everything okay? He left the phone hovering and closed his eyes. Just thinking. Dangerous habit, she teased, but there was tension under the surface. Bad thoughts? Or hopeful ones? You still with your team in the mountains? You told us to stay here. We've been monitoring everything. Saw what happened to London. People are terrified. Some are heading toward Tokyo or Horizon Tower. Others are just running from the cities. Same in Mizudafu. UA's overwhelmed. There's too many. You're under a lot of pressure, she said gently. How are you really holding up? I'm Horizon. I'll manage. A pause. But I've never had to make choices like this before. How big are we talking? Binary big. Either we win or nukes start falling. The silence that followed was heavy. And either way, Law said, I'll be the one people blame. So, Ryuko said softly. Turns out Horizon has a heart, after all. Law chuckled. I think I've been reading too much Niza propaganda. I used to love the perks of being a pro-hero. But that time with Immolation, I didn't think. I moved. Just like All Might used to say. You moved because people were in danger? I didn't mean to. That's what scares me, she admitted. I want you, not a statue in a park. I know, he said. Scares me too. But I guess, if you act the part long enough, you start to become it. Should I be worried? More than usual? You don't need to. I'm not a martyr. I'll live. But you're not sure about everything else. Silence again. So what? She asked suddenly. What? If you live, and I live, then that's enough. When we're together, it doesn't matter what happens out there. Law finally smiled. You've always been selfish like that. You'd be surprised what people do for the ones they love. Law's smile faded into something softer, almost wistful. Maybe I should have walked away. My parents didn't want this life for me. Maybe they were right. Then the world would have already burned, Ryuko replied. They can't win this without you. Law sighed. You know, you really did fall for the propaganda too. No, she said firm now. I know you. That's why I'm still here. I'm catnip, Law smirked. And you're a wild, wild pussycat. She groaned. God, you're unbearable. I know. A long silence. Then, Ryuko hesitated. Horizon. I don't think I've ever said it, but save it, Law said quietly. Say it when this is over. All right, just come back to me. I will. Because I'm Horizon. Call ended. Minutes later, in the war room, the Atlas table glowed with a layered digital projection, color-coded zones, network traffic overlays, live data. Around the table, Star and Stripe, Principal Nizu, David Shield, President Skyline, and top military brass. This is a lot of ground to cover, President Skyline muttered. That's why I spent the last 4 days narrowing it down, Horizon replied, gesturing to glowing purple markers across the globe. These are global data nexus points, highest bandwidth nodes. Tech is using them all, bouncing signals globally. But he has to originate from one. We already scanned those locations, Star said. Nothing unusual. Because we can't reach them effectively, a general interjected. Limited comms. No boots on the ground. At best, we can provide air support near our own territories. That's why I focused on how to strike, Horizon said, drawing their attention to green zones over open oceans. Low detection risk. No satellites. No cities. But all the nexus points are in red zones, President Skyline noted. And that's exactly the trap, Horizon said. There is vulnerable points, but he knows that too. The moment we probe them, he'll react. We could wait, another general offered. Move more teams in quietly. By a week. We don't have a week, Horizon said firmly. Tech is fraying. The micromanager in him wants total control, but the world's too chaotic. He's running out of patience. In 2 days, he'll snap. And when he does, the world burns. Star frowned. So what's the move? Horizon erased the overlays, zooming into the Pacific, south of Hawaii. One isolated grid point glowed. No direct connection. No strategic value. But this is where the signal originated, before he adapted his routing. There's nothing out there, Star said skeptically. There shouldn't be. That's the point, Horizon said. It's quiet, untouched, hidden beneath overlapping global data traffic without ever intersecting. It's perfect. President Skyline crossed his arms. So you want us to gamble the world on a hunch? I've spent 5 days without sleep. Every path leads back here. The connection spike we caught between New York and California, Tokyo and Seoul, it all narrows here. This is our best shot. And if you're wrong, then we lose everything. A moment passed. Then one of the generals asked, "Do you have any idea what we're walking into?" Horizon didn't flinch. A giant robot. The room fell into stunned silence. He's not kidding, Nizu said, adjusting his glasses. Tech hit all the advanced robotics labs. He's got limitless energy, perfect data control. You can bet he's built himself a mech, or worse, an army. UA has prototypes, Horizon added. Tech's smarter, faster, and ruthless. And you're sure you can stop him? Skyline asked. If I get close enough, yes. But we'll only have a 3-hour window to sever his link to the nukes, Horizon said. We'll need Star and Stripe to keep Nizu safe, David Shield added. Once Nizu activates the kill code device. It's over, Horizon said. Or we all go dark. President Skyline took a breath, then nodded. All right, make your final preparations. Horizon looked around the room, at the leaders, the strategists, the defenders of a dying world, and said only one thing. Let's go save the world. Horizon warped into a colossal underground hangar, the size of a football field, hidden from the world and sealed from every known signal. Inside, engineers buzzed around the final prototype of a modified next-gen stealth bomber. The aircraft gleamed like a black blade, angular and brutal, its systems humming faintly as final diagnostics ran. This was the brainchild of David Shield, designed, assembled, and concealed beneath the earth for this very mission. Horizon moved carefully between the engineers, mindful not to interrupt as he made his way to the elevated control deck, where David Shield, Power Loader, and Nizu stood deep in discussion. Is everything ready? Horizon asked, drawing their attention. Perfect, David Shield replied, though tension lined his face. I wish we had more space to test the engines properly, but we'll just have to trust the math. They should work as designed. They'll hold, Power Loader said. What still concerns me are the power systems. What about them? Horizon asked. No room for backups. We packed in the equivalent of 25 supercomputers, but only just enough juice to run them at max. Any additional energy needs to come from you. Horizon looked at David Shield, who nodded. We've modified your chamber to safely absorb your countershock. You can offload excess power directly into the grid without shorting anything out, but don't overdo it. Understood, Horizon said. Who needs nuclear reactors when you've got a living capacitor? David handed him a thick stack of schematics. Here's the checklist. Since there's no runway and you're warping the plane into the sky mid-ignition, everything has to be double-checked after the first warp. No mistakes. Horizon took the files. I'll read it now. What about Agpar? Is he ready? Nizu's whiskers twitched. He's ecstatic, brand new legs, and now the honor of flying the most advanced aircraft ever built. World-ending stakes or not, he's thrilled. And he doesn't need a co-pilot? Horizon asked, skeptical. We go to the cockpit for your command module, Nizu said. It's less a plane and more a flying data center. The systems are mostly automated, and Agpar's interface is optimized. He'll be fine. I still don't like having you on the plane, Horizon said, glancing at Nizu. Connecting remotely adds too many vulnerabilities. I need to be there to activate the lockout and sever Tech's nuclear access. And put yourself in the most dangerous place possible. I'll have the two strongest pro heroes on the planet beside me, Nizu said with a smile. We'll manage. Horizon nodded. All right, I'll review the checklist. Run your final diagnostics. We launch in less than an hour. Shambles. In a private chamber, Horizon appeared in a flash, already seated with the schematic booklet open in front of him. As he scanned the pages, he called President Skyline. President, he greeted. Horizon, came the reply. I'm in the bunker, connected to the global feeds. Everything's in place. How's your end? Locked and loaded, Horizon said. We'll hit the red zone over California first. That's where we isolate text control over the nukes. You'll be on the call while it happens. So I get to be his prime suspect. He'll blame someone, China, Russia, Japan, but only you'll be acting. Keep your cool. Make it believable. I'll stall him as long as I can, the president promised. Good. We don't need long, just a few minutes. Once the attack starts, he'll trace the signal and zero in on us. We can't hide and sever his systems at the same time. And if he doesn't cut the connection, then you give the world hope, Horizon said flatly. On camera, you're the only leader who knows the full plan. Use that. There was a pause. Then the president sighed. It doesn't sit right, you know? The fate of humanity in the hands of a 17-year-old. Don't think of me as a 17-year-old. Just think of me as Horizon. President Skyline chuckled. Right, the only factor Tech didn't account for. And once it's over, we'll release the footage. The world will see the truth. Then Godspeed, Horizon. The call ended. Moments later, in the main hangar chamber, hundreds of engineers and techs had gathered before a stage. Nizu, Star and Stripe, David Shield, and Power Loader stood beneath spotlights, thanking the brilliant minds behind the mission. Behind them, one floor up, Horizon leaned against the railing, thumbing through the last few pages of the technical manual, visor aglow. He barely listened to Nizu's speech or the broadcast demonstration of the mission cameras, one in his visor, one on Star's armor, and one inside the cockpit. A live stream connecting this hidden base to the world above and the battle to come. He closed the booklet and shut his eyes. One breath. Two. Then focus. He combed through every variable, every possibility, every risk. Horizon. He turned, surprised. Genesis, no visor, pale worn, but still standing, leaned beside him on the railing. She wore the remains of her hero costume, with a thick blanket draped around her shoulders. You shouldn't be up, Horizon said. You need rest. Hard to rest with the world on the brink, she replied. Besides, if my head's spinning, I can only imagine what yours feels like. I'm fine. Uh-huh. You were so out of it, I snuck up on you. That's a first. He exhaled slowly. This is the best shot we have. I've run the numbers, the plans, this is it. I believe you, Genesis said. I just wish I could have done more. You nearly burned out your quirk, keeping this project on track. You've done more than anyone. She gave him a tired smile. Still, you're carrying too much. A heavy silence settled. Then Horizon gently placed a hand on her shoulder. She leaned into it. Do you want me to warp you back to UA? He asked. What? If the world really ends today, I figured you'd want to be with your parents. I do, she whispered. But using your awakening power takes too much out of you. You need everything you've got. Horizon chuckled. You're so selfless, it's annoying. How do we even end up, you know? Competence is sexy, she smirked. Especially in a pro hero. That hasn't changed. And, with how you've been lately, maybe it's becoming something more. He looked away, half smiling. Save the romantic speeches for when we survive this. I plan to. But I meant what I said before, she added, her hand resting gently on his chest. No matter what people think of you, I know who you are. You're not just a hero. You're hope. He looked at her. You really believe that? I have to, she said. Because the world can't end. Not today. Not while you are.
Well, this is snug, Horizon says as he climbs into his seat in the plane. All around him were data panels, and his chair was noticeably uncomfortable, all to make room for the large coils around him. They were designed to conduct massive amounts of power without frying the systems. His seat was toward the middle of the plane, to act as a backup generator if needed. At the front, Nizo and Igpar were in the cockpit, the heavily modified cockpit which had much of what would have been the weapons bay behind and under it hollowed out to make Nizo's command center. Are we ready? Horizon asks as Igpar and Nizo do the final checks. The meeting has begun, so let's get moving, Igpar says. Horizon closes his eyes, feeling every component of the plane, all the technology he doesn't understand but now has to move in perfect sync. He then opens his eyes and looks down, seeing a special screen containing black iron sand for him to use via tact. All right, Shambles, Horizon says. In the connected room, everyone who worked on this project is seated in a massive area, with David Shield and Power Loader controlling the terminal at the front. The screens above show what the plane sees, and their feeds suddenly swapped for that of the sky and Middle America below it. Everything appears fine, we're good, David Shield says as he wipes his brow. We've got lift and engines are operating as expected, now let's go hunt this villain, Igpar says as they begin the flight west. As the massive jet black aircraft soars above the clouds at 35,000 feet above ocean level, Star lands on top of it, standing proudly with a wide smile on her face. Your quirk really is incredible, she says. All I did was move it, building it took a million times the effort, Horizon says as he taps a few of the screens around him, getting a visual of the outside world. Arangbes. How long until we're in the marked area, he asks. With these drafts, and with Star's help, we can get there within 2 hours, Igpar says. Hearing that Star and Stripe kneels atop the aircraft, disabling her flight order and activating her magnetic boots to maintain her footing. New order, this aircraft's weight shall be reduced by 70%. They all immediately get pushed back into their seats as they rocket off toward the west coast. What a ridiculous quirk, Horizon mutters as he prepares for the battle ahead. A few minutes later they get a call, and Nizo connects them. I stalled as much as I could, President Skyline says. But Tech acted exactly as you predicted, he'll be expecting an assault of some kind, either physical or virtual. And he will wipe out whoever is responsible for this. That won't be a problem, Horizon says. We won't fail. For all our sakes, I hope you're right, President Skyline says before hanging up. We're in the middle of the red zone now, Igpar says. He definitely knows about us by now. It's only a matter of time before whatever weapons systems he has access to fire on us. I'm ready, Star says. No, that won't be necessary, Horizon says. He won't do that since it would confirm that we're going in the right direction. He's confident no technology can find him, so he'll just let this blow over and then drop some nukes afterward to send a message. And even if he does, no conventional weapons systems can reach us with these two on board, Nizo says. Exactly, so just focus on getting us to the marked area, we'll handle the rest. Igpar glances at the map, seeing that they're still en route to the area south of Hawaii. We'll get there far ahead of schedule, within an hour. Nizo, the delays. Holding up better than expected, Nizo says. The initial program was to isolate the nukes from him for 3 hours, and currently he was only able to get it down to 2 hours, but I need to continuously change the codes to keep stalling. Hacking a roided up technopath and we have that much time, impressive, Horizon says. Now let's go rip him away from his keyboard. 50 minutes later. We're here, Igpar says. Radar is clear and there are a few small islands, no inhabitants, and no infrastructure. Do some laps around here, and take us down to 20,000 feet 6 km. Horizon says. Principal Nizo will keep scanning for any signal interference, and I'll scan for everything else. Setting route now, Igpar says as they descend and begin to fly in a large circle around this area. To cover as much area as possible, the circle shrinks with each lap, leaving a maximum of 300 kilometers gap between their tracks, giving Horizon more than enough range to sweep everything. Maybe it's cloaked, Star says after a few minutes of searching, getting slightly nervous as she sees they have less than 45 minutes before Tech has access to the nukes again. Should I go fly around and see if I spot anything? No, stay in position and be ready to defend, Horizon says. Nizo sighed and rubbed his forehead. My systems are still picking up nothing. We may have to search a different area. We're hunting a technopath. We can't just rely on technology, Horizon says. That's why I am here. Nizo hears the confidence in his tone and smiles. Did you get something? Everything, Horizon says. Marking a location now. Do some laps but give it some space. I need to focus on this. I don't sense anything wired in, so getting him out of the water should be fine. Focus on what? Star and Stripe asks, only to look over the side of the plane and see a massive shadow growing beneath the water. What the hell is that? It must be half the size of Manhattan. A bit bigger than that, Horizon says. And I'm not quite sure what it is, but from what I'm seeing it's like a massive computer, and Tech is fused to a chair in the middle of it. Oh my god, how did he build this without us knowing? Igpar asks as he looks out the window, seeing a massive citadel 2/3 the size of Manhattan rising out of the water. Its entire structure was made of dull gray metal which has some sea life and rocks now attached to it, showing that it'd been under there for quite some time. and to their further amazement Horizon lifts it up to their altitude of 20,000 feet 6 km, for me Horizon, whatever you do, don't break even a single part of that thing, Nizu says as he can now begin his scans. What? Why not? Star asks. Isn't crushing it in tech the easiest way to end this? If we want to set off the dead man's switch on the warheads, yes. And that thing is one giant supercomputer. The repercussion of breaking one part could mean mission failure, Nizu says. I'll make a map and send it back to base. Power Loader and David Shield should be able to find some hardware weaknesses. You focus on the software side of things. Already on it, Nizu says. Horizon then focuses on the structure and the black sand within his special device, using tact to control each grain and build a perfect 3D map that's transmitted back to the base. I don't see any point defenses, Star says. Can we warp inside? Only one room, Horizon says. And all it has is tech fused to a chair, and nothing else. I can't warp into there since I've got nothing to swap with. Shit, alright, I'll wait up here in case anything happens, Star says. I feel pretty damn useless right now. Yeah well, we may not be able to break the main thing, but the drones should be fair game, Horizon says. Drones? She asks. She then sees thousands of drones launch out of the structure and swarm above, before rushing toward the plane. Oh, that's a lot, Star, and Stripe says as the drones almost block out the sunlight from above. Too much for you to handle. Horizon asks playfully. Just focus on that map, tell them to feed you intel on where these drones are coming from so we can stop the swarm, she says before jumping off the plane. The order making the plane lighter instantly cancels as she prepares for a new one, punching the air behind her and launching herself at the swarm. He must have fabrication and manufacturing facilities on board. We need to crush those or this will never end, she says. The map will tell us how to safely do that, but until then I'll keep them off of you guys and whatever gets past me, you can handle. Try not to let that happen. This is already taking a lot of focus, Horizon says. I know, Star says as she punches forward, sending an air cannon as All Might and Deku do, shattering hundreds of titanium drones and detonating some of their explosive rockets. New order, the atmosphere will gather into an avatar around me, 2,000 times my size. While most people cannot see the difference, Horizon can clearly sense it. The air around Star and Stripe, including many clouds, was suddenly pulled toward her and formed an invisible avatar of her naked self in the sky. She was held in the chest, where the heart would be, and with a single wave of her arm, the 4 km 2.5 m tall avatar perfectly copies her movements and swats away thousands of drones. Seriously? She has an air Gundam mech but she calls me ridiculous. What's the plan? Agpar asks as they see the drone swarm rushing toward them. We stay in range and do laps while Star defends and Nizu hacks into tech systems, Horizon says. I need to complete the map and be on standby for extra energy, but as soon as I can I'll head outside and help her. Setting our path now, we'll give the fortress as much space as we can, Agpar says. I'll stay as close as I can, just focus on staying in the air, Star says as she rushes forward, keeping up with the plane as Agpar begins doing wide laps around Tech's fortress. A legion of drones open fire at her, but due to the atmospheric density and pressure zones, even the bullets and rockets can't get to the core of her giant avatar. Instead, she freely moves around the sky and swats them aside, shattering them into pieces while flying parallel to the plane. While the battle begins, back in the base David Shield and Power Loader are working meticulously to find vulnerabilities in the drone facilities that can be exploited without completely breaking Tech's fortress. And on the screen, everyone sees the combat. They see Star and Stipe flying through the air and waving her limbs about, and the drones that got within her range were seemingly crushed and swatted away by some invisible force. Any that got too close to the plane were crumpled into scrap by Horizon's tact, but that was rarely needed. Star and Stripe was putting everything she had into giving him space to work, allowing him to keep his focus on creating the map and holding the massive fortress in the sky. Is this real? One of the engineers breaks the silent tension in the viewing room. I mean, what am I even seeing right now? Mystery class quirks in action. Another person asks, not quite sure what to make of this. I wonder how the world will react to this footage. Toward the back of the room someone laughs, lifting their spirits. Tech actually thought he could win? Seriously. This causes most of the people to smile, feeling the flames of hope blazing within them. Even as the rest of the world waits anxiously for Tech's judgment, these lucky and exceptional few were privileged to witness it, in real time, the heroes who sacrificed themselves to save the world. Back on the battlefield Star and Stripe scoffs as she notices something very problematic. Some of the drones are magnetic, collecting the scraps and taking them back, she says. It's been a few minutes but the number hasn't decreased at all, and at this rate, it never will. Then it's a good thing you're you, otherwise we'd have cause to worry, Agpar says. Can you focus on the scavenger drones? No, sensing that kind of stuff is Horizon's gimmick, she says. And even if I could, they'd just make more. We have the EMP, Agpar says. Star and Stripe considers it for a moment while fighting, then shakes her head. No, that would take power from Nizu. I'll just deal with the drones. Speaking of power, I need more of it, Nizu says. Horizon, you're up. Got it, Horizon says as he relaxes back into his seat, while still holding up the fortress, defending them from the drones, and creating the map of the entire structure. Omicron. He begins releasing counter-shock from all across his body which his compartment greedily drinks up. How are you holding up? Nizu asks. I'll be fine, but let's not take our foot off the gas, Horizon says as he closes his eyes, trying to keep his thoughts clear while processing everything. While splitting his focus on so many things, he could also sense tech deep within the fortress. The man was sealed within a small chamber, connected to tubes and wires that were fused to his nerves and organs to keep him alive. Horizon could sense how frail his body was, skin hanging on bones like a coat on a hanger, so focused on becoming one with technology that his humanity was completely abandoned. Like looking into a warped mirror. Can you hear me? Tech's voice asks through their communications, startling but not surprising them. Horizon, so you're why my underwater fortress is now airborne. Yeah, and if you kill me, it'll fall, Horizon says. As if I could do that, Tech says. But Horizon notices the man's body hasn't moved, he's using technology to speak for him. And even if I could, you would never let my base fall, Tech says. We all know what happens if anything happens to it, or me. Well, I guess we're at a standoff, so how about you disarm the nukes and I let you down easy, I'll make it quick, deal. Horizon jokingly asks while the electricity still dances around him. I was born to inherit this world, I will not give up my birthright to those who can't properly use it, Tech says. Surrender now and return to your homes, and I will forgive this one transgression. Everyone who hears this falls silent, not sure what to make of this. Well, almost everyone, because Horizon laughs. Not a small laugh, but a victorious cackle. I knew you were too much of a pussy to truly take this world, Horizon says. Never negotiate while you have the advantage, that's basic knowledge. And time again you've opened negotiations, all the power in the world but you're still so weak, and now you're scared. Because we are here, and no matter how this ends, you're going to die. No, that is not the case. We'll finish this conversation in person, Horizon says. Right before I rip your head off. An angry growl is heard through the communication systems. You, of all the things in this world, I thought Nizo would be most dangerous. Yet I couldn't kill him while you exist, but now I see, you coordinated all of this. I made a miscalculation. I may be the only person in the world to still underestimate you. I only considered your quirk and its known applications, not whatever thing dwells beneath that visor. I see it clearly now, exactly as you once said. You are not only dangerous because of that quirk, but because you are Horizon. This is a miscalculation that will never be made again. As he cuts the connection, every drone within the fortress is launched, causing Star and Stripe to be taken aback for a moment. That's too many. Horizon, be ready. I can't stop them all, Star and Stripe says as she prepares to defend them. We finished with the map, Power Loader says at that very moment. Horizon, crush the marked spots. Horizon leans forward and looks at the marked areas on the map, the drone fabrication and repair facilities. Niza, the power is going to dip for a moment. I'm ready. TAKT. Horizon shuts off his counter shock and puts everything into crushing the drones and facilities. Outside the plane, Star and everyone watching the broadcast are amazed as every drone is crumpled into scrap metal and parts of the fortress visible crumble. Counter shock? Horizon instantly resumes powering Nizu's system, leaning back into his seat to take a few deep breaths. I'm going to have a headache after this, he mutters. Outside the plane, Star smiles as she deactivates her avatar. New order, I can freely move through the atmosphere? She flies to the plane and stands on top of it, arms folded and cape billowing in the wind as she stares at the fortress. The point defenses aren't firing, she says. There aren't any, Horizon says. But I'm sensing some movement at the bottom of the base, parts are reconfiguring themselves into some kind of chamber. Star and Stripe takes a combat stance, ready to jump back into the action. My systems are picking up immense energy readings, Niza says. We've got something big incoming. Yeah, I noticed, Star says. Look outside. Niza sits up and looks out the cockpit for a moment, seeing purple energy flowing around and through the entire fortress, gathering on the bottom of it. He then turns back to his computer as Horizon is updating the map of the structure in real time. He's preparing to discharge a massive amount of energy, Niza says. I can shield the plane, Star says. No, not at us, downward, that's the only way those components could fire. Down. Agpar asks. That moron, he's desperate and wasting energy. No, Horizon says. If the energy readings we're seeing are correct, then that blast will leave a crater on the ocean floor. The waves will wipe out Hawaii and any coast connected to this ocean. He's forcing our hand. Not our hand, my hand, Star and Stripe say as they now see the energy gathering into a large purple sphere beneath the fortress. I need to contain that and get it out of here. Kadagpar cuts himself off. Star, can you handle that much energy? This isn't a simple nuke we're talking about here. I know. And honestly, I probably can't, she admits. But this is what makes us heroes. We sacrifice ourselves for others. No, there has to be another way, Agpar pleads. If there was, Horizon would have mentioned it, Star says as she leaps off the plane and begins flying to the sphere. Thanks for being my family. Agpar doesn't respond, just staring in horror as the girl he raised flies toward her death. Then he musters his will and gets out a few words. You were always a hero to me, kid, even before you were Star and Stripe, he says. As she gets closer, the sphere collapses into itself and is fired as a beam toward the ocean. Star and Stripe instantly speeds up and flies directly into it. New order, this energy beam will gather as a sphere in my hands. She pours everything she can into New Order, for the first time in her life since becoming Star and Stripe, feeling fear and death marching toward her. reaching deep into a well of power she'd never been aware of. Until now, she pulls all of the energy toward herself. Now cradling the basketball-sized sphere in her arms, she falls toward the ocean, her fingers burning away as her order quickly diminishes. Pushing past the pain, she kicks against the air, using the shockwave to propel herself skyward. Normally she'd throw the sphere, but because of the sheer amount of energy, she was terrified of letting go of it, as her order would greatly weaken when she does. Using his room, and watching through one of the screens, Horizon sees his friend climbing higher and higher into the sky, racing to her death. "Hey Horizon," Star says, the strain and exhaustion clear in her voice. "Kick his ass for me." "Of course, that's what we came here to do after all," Horizon says. "Thank you, for everything." "Huh? I should be thanking you. It was nice having a sibling again. I almost forgot what that was like," Star says as she reaches the upper atmosphere, leaving the range of his room. "Now go save the world." As she says those words, she puts everything she can into throwing the sphere into space, but the moment it leaves her grasp, the energy explodes in every direction. Above the plane, the entire sky shines bright purple as a shockwave clears all the clouds, shaking the plane and fortress, both of which would have fallen if not for Horizon. And within him, a foreign anger stirs to the surface. Because as reluctant as he would be to admit it, they truly were friends. "Keep your focus," Horizon says. Through the surrounding screens, he can see the sky shift from purple back to blue, the energy that Star and Stripe saved them from dissipating harmlessly in the stratosphere. Agpar grits his teeth and clears his mind, his lifetime of training shielding his mind from the fact that his daughter was now gone. Nizu is much less composed, not used to being on the front lines, but Horizon's words help him focus. A side effect, as he'd only directed those words at himself. "They're launching more drones," Nizu says as he detects objects rushing toward them. "Not drones, those are rockets," Horizon says as he senses the rocket swarm moving to intercept them. "He must have been saving these in case we destroyed the drones." "This plane doesn't have any defenses from those," Agpar says. "Don't worry about those. I'm still here." Horizon splits his focus, ever so slightly, and uses tact to reach out and break apart the rockets, causing them to collide with each other or harmlessly fall to the ocean below. While he does this, he perfectly maintains the energy output of countershock, but now he can feel his mind growing tired. Not because of how much energy he's used, but because of the magnitude of focus needed for this encounter. "Nizu, I still need more time," Nizu says. "Just a few more minutes and I'll be able to get into the missile systems. It seems fighting us, suppressing the entire world, and constantly reinforcing the firewall is straining, even for a technopath. We've got 15 minutes before he kicks us out," Agpar says as he finally gets a moment to breathe. While circling the fortress for another minute, he enjoys the silence, glaring at the fortress. Nizu is nearby typing furiously while in the middle of the plane. Horizon is doing his best to impersonate a nuclear reactor facility. So Agpar focuses on his task, keeping them stable in the air, flying in circles around the man who attacked the world. "We have a problem," Agpar says. Nizu doesn't look up from his work, finally about to go through the virtual defenses. And sensing this, Tech uses the only card that has worked against the heroes. "This is a problem," Horizon says as the now familiar flow of energy moves across the fortress. Without new order, Agpar's voice falls silent as he sees the beam charge up. "We can't save anyone from that?" Horizon closes his eyes, considering all angles. Tech knows Star is gone. He knows I'm not the type to sacrifice myself for others, and as far as he knows, I can't stop that attack, so why launch another one? "Ringo Thailand Bati." Desperation. Agpar asks. "Because I'm close to breaking his defenses," Nizu says. "That's it." Horizon opens his eyes and looks at the map. This time, he's not trying to make one of us sacrifice ourselves. He wants to hit the ocean. The waves will kill hundreds of millions, sure, but the goal is to his the data lines under the water. Destroying those will break everyone's connections and the missiles will drop. So if he can't control them, he doesn't want anyone to, Agpar mutters, horrified at how deranged Tech's plan has become. "Can you warp it away? Not far enough for it to matter. Maybe I can flip it upside down." No, he can always redirect the blast, and the rage would still be massive since any part of the ocean would have the same effect. "Your Horizon. Give us a miracle," Agpar says. "That's what she said you do, so don't let this bastard win. Not like this, not ever." After a few moments, Horizon speaks. "Climb, maximum altitude." "Yes sir," Agpar smiles as he begins a steep ascent, causing Nizu to hold on to his seat for dear life. In a matter of seconds, they climb from 30,000 feet to 98,000 feet. Before they can stabilize at the new altitude, Nizu sees his screens flicker. "I'm losing power," he says, glancing at the screen showing Horizon's compartment. "T-room?" Horizon opens a second room within the massive room surrounding the entire battlefield. The T-room forms as a basketball-sized translucent blue sphere in his hands, and a moment later, he fills it with electrical energy. Enough energy to power Nizu's systems for almost 20 minutes, and he simply places it on the conduit ports. "All right, that did it," Nizu says as all his systems resume their processes. "I don't know how long that will be stable, so try to finish before it collapses," Horizon says. "What?" Agpar looks at the screen showing Horizon's compartment to see the young hero is gone, a bolt from a drone in his seat. "I hate it when he does that." Shambles? Agpar, Nizu, the entire plane, and the T-room warp, their view of the curvature of the Earth replaced by the ocean below them. "What the hell? Current altitude." Agpar glances at another screen, seeing that Tech's fortress had shifted to their previous location. You don't want to be up there where the atmosphere is thin when all the energy starts moving, Horizon says through their comms. I needed something a bit more noticeable to swap him with. Sorry, things become difficult when I'm doing this much at once. Horizon, what are you doing? Agpar asks, using one of their high-tech cameras to see Horizon standing just above to water below, sunder in his hand, its blade already glowing, layered with a blue energy that moves like water along the metal. Something stupid, Horizon says, but this gives us a chance. Before anyone can react, Tech fires the fully charged energy beam straight down, directly at Horizon. Agpar's heart drops, not wanting anyone else to die on this mission, especially not Horizon. He believed himself to be expendable, the only expendable person here. But Horizon and Nizo were the most essential players. Without Horizon, this all falls apart, and without Nizo, they have no way to win. K-Room, Horizon's strained and exhausted mechanical voice flows through Agpar's headset, snapping him out of his mental crisis. What? Agpar looks at the screen while flying higher, giving himself distance from the blast and potential waves this impact could cause. He sees Horizon holding Sunder with both hands, looking up at the monolithic purple beam descending toward him. The energy around Sunder is perfectly still, almost solid, forming another layer around the blade, a shard energy of hardened blue energy. The flat of the blade was much more visible, with translucent blue energy coating it, while the edges were solid bright blue. The energy beam races toward Horizon, and he prepares to swing his blade upward. The ocean below him shakes as Tech's attack descends, but the moment he swings, the entire surface becomes perfectly still. Divine. He swings, and all the energy from his blade moves, launched off the edge as a massive slash. As long as a foot field and thicker than a 4-lane street, it moves at astonishing speed, meeting Tech's attack head-on and pushing through it. It not only splits his attack but also causes the separated energy to dissipate into the atmosphere, slashing through the beam all the way to the end, causing it to enter a contest of energy that only ends when his slash has fully bisected and dissipated the beam. Agpar's eyes never leave the screen, not even when the purple haze fills the air, and Horizon attack breaches the stratosphere, narrowly missing Tech's fortress before disappearing into the heavens. While everyone was stunned silent, Tech was sitting inside his fortress, within a sleep titanium control room, with nothing but flowing lights moving along the walls and a single light above. He exists in the cold room, a husk of a man, sitting in a chair, wearing a black and purple suit with energy flowing through it, tubes and cables attached to his spine and body keeping him bound to the chair, and one buried in the back of his skull, feeding him the particular sensory information of this battle. For the first time in a decade, his hollow cheeks and sunken eyes move, having to speak with vocal cords instead of technology. Because this room had no such accommodations, there were no cameras or speakers, there was nothing but Tech, controlling everything there was, and with each word spoken, his straining vocal cords and eyes, long unused, felt immense pain. Pain that reminds him of how he failed to plan for the unexpected, for the indefensible, for his guest. Horizon, he says, his pale skin moves, and as his gaze falls upon the hero, his body shakes with frustration. Standing in the middle of the small room, Horizon held Sunder with one hand, aiming it at Tech. But the hero was clearly exhausted, breathing heavily and slightly hunched over. This is impossible. You can't be here, Tech says. Yeah, building a room with nothing I can swap with was smart, Horizon says as he lowers the sword. But I can freely warp about in any space I'm familiar with, but now, thanks to you, I've overcome that little limitation. What kind of thing are you? Tech asks, genuinely unable to quantify the creature he was now conversing with, coming to terms with the fact that because of him, I'm just a hero, and you're the villain, Horizon says as he strolls over to Tech. Now, how about you stop all of this and surrender to us? You've lost? Tech stares up at Horizon, then his bewilderment becomes fury, gnashing his brittle teeth so hard they crack and shatter, causing blood to flow from his mouth. Just because I lose, doesn't mean I'll let you win, Tech says. This is my world. I was born to inherit it. It's not yours. Horizon sighs and takes a few steps back. Well, if that's how you want to play it. He turns around, infuriating the villain by turning his back to him, and reaches up to the side of his visor. Nizo, he speaks, now that Tech can't hear them. Progress. After his little tantrum, he changed his approach. Nizo says, he's no longer trying to wrestle control from me, but only wants to launch them. They'll hit their program targets after that. He'd rather burn down the world than lose it. Horizon looks over to Tech. Since I'm closer, have you scanned his systems better? That chair. Neural interface. If I rip him away, the circuit has a short timer, but he bridges the gap with his brain. If he's torn away from it for more than a moment, the missiles will launch, and I'll also be shut out. Do we have any options? Agpar asks. What if Horizon stabs him a few times, weakens him? Will that help? No, any moves like that and he might just self-terminate, Horizon says. He's insane, unpredictable, no goals anymore. We've only got 5 minutes left, Nizo says. His new approach is too efficient, and the program is already self-sustaining. Horizon thinks about it for a moment, the weight of 10 billion lives resting on his next decision. Nizo, Horizon says as he walks toward Tech. The program is already on autopilot, but if I rip him out, he can't adapt, right? Yes, why do you ask? Then we should surrender, Horizon says. Please tell me you have a plan, please. Agpar mutters. I rip him out and bridge the gap myself, and you change the target of the missiles, then we let them fire, Horizon says. It's possible, but that will fry your brain. One life for 10 billion. It's the logical choice, Horizon says. They're all silent for a moment, until Nizu speaks. It can work, was all he said, his voice small and scared. Horizon takes a deep breath as he reaches forward and grabs Tech by his neck. If this kills me, I know, Nizu says, I'll consider it done. You have my word. I'll take care of it. Alright, get ready. A few seconds later, Nizu sends his confirmation. Now, Horizon rips Tech away from the seat, causing pieces of nerves to be left on the metal cables that were fused to his body as he's thrown to the metal floor. Tech crumples to the floor, muscles too weak to move his body after years of sitting in his control room, only able to look up at Horizon, who takes his seat. Arg. Horizon screams as he controls the cables and burrows them into his body, attaching them to his nerves and the back of his brain. Every cell in his body feels like it's on fire, burning from the inside out as his nervous system is overloaded, and Hand of God's understanding of his body makes the pain 100 times worse. The technology in the cables immediately reaches out and attaches to the new host, sending and receiving immense amounts of data but failing to establish a proper connection. Without technopathy, Horizon was simply bridging the gap for the signals using his brain. Do it. Horizon screams as he bleeds from his eyes, ears, and nose, Hand of God constantly healing him just enough to keep him conscious and not completely block the connection. Where do I aim them? Nizu asks. Up. Send them up. Horizon says, and a moment later he feels a dozen more waves of immense pain hitting almost simultaneously as Nizu changes to targets. It's done. Disconnect. Hurry. Nizu begs as the missiles take off, racing into space where they won't be a threat to the world. Horizon hears this and struggles to pull himself away from the cables, leaving pieces of his nervous system attached to them as he frees himself and collapses to his knees in front of Tech. The quickly dying villain was forced to stare up at him, unable to comprehend any of what had just happened. Horizon's head hung low, and through the camera in his visor, everyone could see blood falling to the floor beneath him. Horizon. Nizu asks as more and more blood flows out of the visor. NGH, Horizon can't even form words. Already using all of his focus to maintain his previous tasks, his single-minded determination to attain victory is all that keeps him awake. Horizon, can you hear me? Nizu asks. Did we win? Horizon asks as his mind fades. Yes, we won. Horizon's room encompassing the entire battlefield collapses immediately, causing the entire fortress to fall. The impact slams Tech into the ceiling, along with Horizon, who is barely awake. Through the inside of his bloody visor, he sees Tech pinned to the ceiling, and he struggles to form even a single coherent thought. The compounding effects of multiple uses of his quirk awakening, managing the entire battlefield, evolving shambles, and using divine divide, all took a toll on him. And now, after having immeasurable information flow through his body, he was completely helpless. Room. He tries over and over to form a room large enough to warp away, but can't make anything large enough to get out of this Manhattan-sized fortress. Luckily, he isn't the only hero on this team. The ceiling crashes inward, and a large section of the room collapses. And the last thing he sees is a half-burnt star and stripe reaching toward him. Most of her body was blackened, with third-degree burns exposing charred bones. Her right arm and leg were completely gone, and the damage to the right side of her face was so severe he could see her skull beneath the skin. And yet, she smiles while reaching out with her one arm and grabbing him, saving her friend. This is bad. We're in more trouble than I expected, Shigaraki says as he looks at his television. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he grit his teeth while watching the announcement, clenching and relaxing his fists with each word as his heartbeat quickens. On the screen, President Skyline officially announced that the threat of Tech was resolved. Earlier today footage was compiled from members of the operation, including footage directly from Star and Stripe's suit and Horizon's visor, showing everything, from the preparations to the journey, and the great sacrifices made. They had officially expressed condolences to the people of England, noting the loss of London as a great tragedy that they wished they could have prevented by acting quicker. But the world, surprisingly, isn't holding any grudge against them. Instead admiring the heroes who saved them at great personal risk, blissfully unaware of how many people Horizon would have sacrificed to ensure victory. And now with the entire world worshipping him, worshipping him, Shigaraki glares at the screen as President Skyline allows a fully healed Star and Stripe to answer a few questions. And as expected, the first question is, where is Horizon? Star and Stripe smiles at the crowd. After healing me, Horizon then healed himself, and currently he should be taking this time to relax and recover. But he is Horizon, so taking personal time is the one thing he seems incapable of. Star and Stripe playfully shrugs, like an exhausted older sister. And the audience laughs, but even in that, Shigaraki could hear them worshipping him. With a few taps, Shigaraki calls Spinner, who immediately answers. Come back to base, now, Shigaraki says. What? No way, I still need to find Himiko, Spinner says through the phone. They haven't even filed where they're holding her, which means it's likely Horizon Tower. She's gone. Come back to base. What do you mean she's gone? Spinner asks. They can't hold her like that forever, they're heroes. They have to send her to prison eventually, and I've already gathered up a few Nomu to hit it and bust her out NES. Shigaraki sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Tamura, I can't just abandon her. We don't abandon each other. Do you think this is easy for me? I don't want to abandon my friends, but I also don't want you to die while playing into his hand. His hand. Horizon just coordinated a battle against someone who was holding the entire world hostage, and won. Do you think he doesn't expect you to attack whatever prison they put her in? If anything, they'll probably hold her someplace far from Horizon Tower and Tartarus, so you think the coast is clear to break her out, then they'll get you too. Then I'll just make some distractions. Shigaraki groans, getting annoyed at his love-struck friend. Spinner, Horizon will be gone in a year or two, then we can just break into Tartarus and get her and all for one out. She'll just have to wait a while. The call is silent for a while as Shigaraki hopes his friend listens, and Spinner considers every plan. Tamura, Spinner says, his voice low, dangerous. Be honest with me. Do you really think Horizon won't kill her when he's done with her? Shigaraki doesn't respond. Instead, the deafening silence between them grows. Spinner had finally come to the same conclusion Shigaraki did when he first heard of her capture. And without another word, the call disconnects. Shigaraki wipes the tears from his eyes, then gets back to work, knowing his soon-to-be-dead friends wouldn't want him to stop moving forward because of them. With a few more taps on his phone, he calls another of his generals. Tamura, what do you need? Mr. Compress asks. Plans have changed. I need you to get into the Hero Public Safety Commission server room. I'll have the doctor make something that tracks Horizon's Hero ID card. That's risky. It was before, but they have a lot of resources dedicated to secretly keeping eyes on Horizon, so all we need to do is upload a file into their system. The rest will take care of itself. I see, and why now? Why not sooner? I'm concerned about the report they released, that part about Horizon warping from America to Japan in one step. His range can't be that big, otherwise he'd sense us, Mr. Compress says. There must be some trick. All the more reason to keep tabs on him, and I'm also going to move around some of our bases. Be ready to help with that, Shigaraki says. We need all of this done within 2 weeks. That's when summer will end and Horizon will come back to Japan. The bases? Why? Do we have a spy among us? No, but Himiko and Spinner are about to be compromised, so let's assume Horizon knows everything they know. Spinner, when did he get captured? He hasn't yet, but he's being hard-headed about this and going after Himiko, which is likely what Horizon wants, Mr. Compress says. I see, then I should go. No, sorry. Shigaraki takes a deep breath, calming himself. Sorry, losing 2 friends is already hard enough. I don't want to lose you too. Right, I get it. I'll finish here and help move the bases immediately, he says. Will we be sending Nomu to help him? No, I'll call the doctor and revoke Spinner's ability to command them. I don't want to sink any more resources into that terrible mission. I see. I suppose this is the hard part about being the boss, managing these many resources. Actually, no, Shigaraki says. Managing resources is easy, but losing friends, that's always hard. Matani Tower, Manhattan. Sitting on his couch, Law has his phone floating beside him as he watches the news recounting everything they did against Tech, combing over every second of the footage they shared with the world. They acknowledged and credited everyone who helped, even in the smallest ways, and showed sympathy for those who they failed to save. Even after I sacrificed a few million, they didn't bother reporting that part of the plan, Law thinks. But at this point, I don't think anyone would care. I saved the world, and all we lost was London, barely lost anything, really. Shambles? He warps a vial of the completed miracle elixir, which he appropriately calls panacea, into his hand. The glass vial was a cylinder 4 inches long and 1 inch wide. The glass was clear to show the glowing blue liquid inside. A single sip cures the common cold and boosts the immune system, and a single vial cures most diseases. Complete genetic modification and repair, and so easy to transport, Law chuckles. I outdid myself with this. He rotates the vial to see the top and bottom of it, both of which have Horizon's logo. Call Chitos, he commands, and his phone makes the call. Hello, Horizon. Chitos asks as he puts the phone on speaker. Yeah, it's me. Want an interview? Always, she says, voice barely containing her excitement. I'll be back in Japan in a few weeks. We can do a live interview then. I have something big to announce, Law says. I won't be doing any interviews with anyone until then. I have important work to do, so I can't afford any more distractions. A juicy exclusive. All right, I'll start building anticipation for it, Chitos says. Also, on behalf of everyone He hangs up before she can thank him for saving the world. Law closes his eyes and continues listening to the news, until a few minutes later he feels a familiar presence enter his room. Shambles? He warps to Horizon's penthouse across Central Park, appearing in his full hero costume sitting at the edge of his bed. He walks over to the kitchen and by the time he's reaching into the fridge to get a drink, Star and Stripe descends from the stairwell leading to the roof. So you just don't knock anymore? Horizon asks, noticing her serious expression. Sentinel's remaining forces are all but gone now, massive portions of them surrendered after communications came back online, Star says. Makes sense. After what we did to Tech, and what Tech was willing to do to the world, their silent sponsors probably pulled their funding, not wanting to be the idiots standing against the people who saved the world. Yeah, she says as he hands her a bottle of water and they walk to the living room. But that's not what has you all serious, is it? There are some things that I need to tell you, to warn you about, she says, giving him a genuinely uncertain look. This surprised him, as in all the time they'd spent together, she always seemed so sure of her path. If you're here to confess, as incredible as our babies would be. Star and Stripe gently punches him in the shoulder, which was still hard enough that a normal person would have been crippled for life. Not like that, you moron, she scoffs and looks away. Look, can you just come with me? I'll explain when we get there. Sure, where are we going? Los Angeles, where everything started for me. Just stay close to me, we'll be alright, Marissa says as her little sister clings to her. Just pack your things. I'll help you in a second. But where are we going? Kathy asks as both girls are frantically packing their bags. Somewhere safe, Marissa says. Just until we learn to control our quirk. After hastily packing her bag, she walks over to her little sister, helping her pack the essentials and still fitting her favorite stuffed bear inside. Look, Marissa kneels beside her sister and rests a hand on her shoulder. We have a quirk, the same quirk. We aren't duds anymore. These people are just here to help us train them, then we can be pro-heroes. But I don't want to be a hero, Kathy says. You don't have to be, but we should at least train our quirk, Marissa says. Don't worry, it won't take long. Okay. Marissa ruffles her sister's short brown hair and adjusts her glasses for her. Now let's go. Walking through the small San Diego apartment, both girls hold hands as they step into the living room, seeing their parents whispering with two heavily armed military men. One of them is the young Captain Agpar, standing proud with his brother. The man reaches up to his earpiece and then nods to his brother. They've secured the route back. We need to move. All right, everyone follow us, and stay close, the man says as he leads them out of the building and into the large military convoy waiting outside. While getting into the six-wheeled armored vehicle, Marissa and Kathy see a few pro-heroes standing nearby, and far above they see two pro-heroes flying, acting as extra security for them. That sight alone made them feel much safer. It took 20 minutes for the convoy to arrive at a military base, driving right onto the runway, where a large cargo plane was waiting for them. All right, let's get moving, Agpar says as he escorts them all onto the plane, strapping the girls in beside their parents. And the entire time, they don't let go of each other. Agpar walks over to his brother and the other members of his squad, having a quiet conversation and confirming the facility in Alaska is ready for them. As they're talking, the plane takes off, the back ramp sealing shut as the men grip the handholds, remaining standing as they continue their conversation. "And Thailand bot yes. Any signs?" one man asks. "Lookouts say everything is clear, the leak was detected late. But we got to them fast enough," Agpar says. "Base hasn't called in anything else. Who are we expecting anyway?" Agpar's brother asks. "I mean, Lightshot. He's the assassination type. If they want these girls they'd have to capture them. So they'd need flight. That leaves only a handful of people," Agpar says. "And none of them can handle everyone that's on board, so we're probably in the clear." "Don't jinx it," his brother says. "Anyway, what do we even know about their quirk?" Agpar shrugs. "Doesn't fit the classifications. The researchers mentioned something about reality alteration at a subatomic level, whatever the hell that means. They're still trying to solve it." His brother looks back over his shoulder at the girls. "They both have it." "Yup, and the people upstairs think this is supposed to change the world?" Agpar sighs. "Whatever, that stuff is above my pay grade. We just have to get them from A to B. Let's just hope it." Boom! An explosion rings out, and then the aircraft begins a sudden nosedive. The entire plane shakes, the lights flicker, and the passengers are thrown all over the cargo bay. What the hell? Agpar looked around to see both girls still strapped into their seats, but Marissa was bleeding from her forehead, barely conscious. "Get to the front, I'll keep them secure." "Copy." His brother and the entire squad rushed toward the cockpit as Agpar hardened his body, sinking his fingers into the metal floor and making handholds to crawl over to the girls. Strapped to her seat, Kathleen holds onto her sister's arm with all her might, seeing Agpar crawling toward them before another explosion rung out. Fire consumed the man, along with both girls and their parents, but as immense pain began flooding Kathleen's body, her sister leaned toward her and wrapped her arms around her, and the pain instantly stopped. She feels a surge of energy flow through her body as she shuts her eyes, eardrums nearly bursting as the metal and fire rages around her when they hit the floor. She felt her body flung about and tearing through parts of the plane as the chaos ripped her sister away, leaving her face and clothes stained with blood on impact. Minutes later, Kathleen woke up, lying atop a piece of crumpled metal. All around her was metal, debris from the buildings they crashed into, and fire. Sirens were blaring in the distance, and from her spot above the wreckage, she could see Los Angeles on fire. Seconds later, another wave of explosions occurred within the city, bringing down buildings and setting off gas lines, killing tens of thousands in an instant. The sight of it, the thought that all of this was because of her and her sister, Marissa. Kathleen immediately vomits up her lunch. The thought that all of this was their fault was too much for her. Her breathing became ragged as she dropped to her knees, holding her head while more explosions rang out into the night, causing massive plumes of fire and debris to illuminate the screaming city. "Marissa, Marissa, Marissa," she repeats over and over as the tears flow, only to be startled when a hand holds her shoulder. A hand covers her mouth, silencing her. The girl opens her eyes to see Agpar, bloodied and battered but alive and kneeling beside her. "Kathleen, we need to find your sister and move." "Can you walk?" he asks. Can you walk?" She nods. All right, stay close to me, and don't make any noise, no matter what, he says. She's somewhere in the wreckage. Kathleen asks as she walks behind the man, his rifle ready as he stalks through the wreckage. SHH, was his only response. Stalking through the burning wreckage, Kathleen moved numbly, overwhelmed by the experience and emotions to the point of simply not thinking. Suddenly Agpar stops, dropping to one knee as he hears static. A radio. He reaches up to the radio on his belt and flips to a specific channel, then clicks the button. The static stops for a moment, confirming that it was his brother's radio. He moves farther ahead, seeing his brother leaning against a piece of debris with a metal shard in his thigh, bleeding out. Turning back to Kathleen, he signals for her to get down. Lay down, he says, and she obeys. No matter what happens, don't make a sound, understand? She only nods in response. Then he raises his rifle and begins moving toward his brother. He stalks over to his brother, looking around and above at the wreckage, debris, and small fires in this area, adrenaline pumping like never before as he reaches him. Hey, you awake? Agpar asks. His brother stirs awake, looking up at him, but as he tries to speak blood comes pouring out of his mouth. Agpar moves to help him, but the man shakes his head. Agpar understands and halts his movement, only for a single gunshot to ring out, punching through his rifle and making it useless. He instantly drops it and draws his pistol, aiming where the gunshot came from, but another shot destroys that gun too. Shit, he mutters, realizing he was now unarmed, but luckily, Kathleen was safe in a blind spot. I'm unarmed. What do you want? The real one, a feminine voice says before dropping from the wreckage above, holding a bloodied and battered Marissa slung across her shoulder. Her outfit held guns, knives, grenades, and a few things Apgar didn't recognize. But there was no mistaking who she was, that jet black outfit, concealing every bit of flesh and blood, inhuman. Real one? Agpar asks. This decoy doesn't have a quirk, so where the hell is the girl? We don't negotiate with terrorists. Just do what you came here to do, you psychotic bitch. Agpar moves quickly and throws a knife at her chest, only for Arsenal to shoot it out of the air, then fires into both his knees. Arg. He screams while falling to the ground. One with no tongue, and one with no legs, what a duo, she says while walking over and dropping Marissa onto him. Fuck you. Not even in your nightmares, she says while walking over to his brother. Captain Agpar, I know who you are, which is why I didn't execute this one when I found him in the wreckage. The others weren't as useful. Agpar turns his head to watch her as Marissa stirs awake in his arms. She reaches for a grenade-like container on her belt, and as she turns, he finally sees her face as the light flickers onto it. Her mask was like a void of darkness, covering her entire face like a helmet, and the rest of her outfit matched. Yeah, definitely Arsenal, he thinks while trying to subtly grab a rock that's beside him. She sees this and fires, this time shooting Marissa in the leg, waking the girl up and causing her to roll over in immense pain. Stop it. When you tell me what's going on here, she says. I refuse to believe my intel was wrong. There is a girl with a new type of quirk on board, and I'm not leaving until I find her. It's me. Marissa screams as she holds her leg. It's my quirk. Arsenal fires into her other leg, causing her to begin another fit of screaming. Children shouldn't lie, she says while holding the container above Agpar's brother. Agpar, talk, or he dies. Looking up at Arsenal, his brother spit a mouthful of blood onto her boots, gritting his teeth as blood flowed out of his mouth from where she cut off his tongue. Please. Marissa yells out. Don't hurt them, it's me, it's just me. Arsenal sighs as she pours liquid out of the container onto the brother. Then she transforms her left arm into a sword and scrapes the ground beside him, causing sparks to fall onto his body. While he's screaming, being burned alive, she casually walks over to Agpar and kneels beside him. The man tries to reach up and hit her, only for her to transform her hand into a blade and sever his bicep tendons, leaving him limp on the floor. Don't look away, she says while forcing him to watch his brother's painful demise. One hand holding his head still while the other keeps his eyes open. You're a fucking animal, I swear to God I'll kill you. There is no God on the battlefield, she says. Now, what do you think I'll do to the decoy if I don't get what I want? Fuck you, he screams, struggling under her grasp. Shit, Arsenal grumbles as she hears sirens and helicopters closing in on their position. No more playing nice. Before anyone could realize what's happening, she walks over to Marissa and kicks her in the face, breaking her lower jaw and knocking some of her teeth out, leaving the 12-year-old girl barely conscious, only kept awake by the immense pain flowing through her body. That's what you get for lying, Arsenal says as she lifts the girl off the ground by her hair, holding her aloft while reaching around to rest her other hand on the girl's throat. Now, Agpar, where is she? Agpar just stares at the woman, not sure what to do, but knowing if he tells her about Kathleen, then both girls are as good as dead. It's just me. Marissa's words are cut off as Arsenal squeezes his windpipe, causing her to gag and choke. Agpar, I'm going to kill it if you don't give me what I want. Where is the real girl? Glaring at the woman, Agpar makes a choice he'd never forgive himself for. This is the only girl, he says, not looking away from her. The sirens and helicopters only get louder and louder by the second, and Arsenal knows her time is running out. So she sighs, then casually rips Marissa's throat out. No. Agpar screams as loud as he can, expecting Kathleen to react and trying to overshadow her cries. Arsenal doesn't hear her over his scream and the sound of Marissa gargling her own blood, the warm liquid burning as it quickly fills her lungs and drowns her. This thing is useless anyway, Arsenal says as she drops the girl onto Igpar, her head smashing into his face, forcing him to look into her dying eyes as her life fades away. Before Igpar could process anything else, he then felt a cool liquid falling onto his body as Arsenal opened another container. And with the now haunting sound of metal against stone, both he and Marissa were lit on fire, unable to move. The girl spasms and flails about as she both drowns and is burnt alive, while he screams until his lungs collapse from the immense pain and heat. And while all of this happens, 24 meters away, Kathleen Bates stares on in shock. Her mind collapsed from the trauma that she would never truly recover from atop a Los Angeles skyscraper. Horizon watches Kathleen Bates weep while looking over the short wall to see Los Angeles Memorial Park below. She was a petite and fragile thing, barely a hair over 5 feet, 150 cm short brown hair messily hanging to her shoulders and her star and stripe costume draped on her as if she were a coat rack. Much of it bunched up around her now oversized boots and nearly half the cape pooled on the floor. Hearing sobs, Horizon stiffly walks forward and stands beside her, resting a hand on her shoulder to let her know he's still here. I'm sorry, I'm not much of a role model right now, Kathleen says, just reliving all of that. It was so much. I can't even imagine what that was like, so take all the time you need, he says, in a surprisingly gentle tone. She brought him here, to the site where she lost it all, to Arsenal. Regaled him with her tragic tale. For what reason, he wasn't sure, but nothing she told him was new information. His family held no secrets from each other, so the only sunrise is the impact it's had on her, and her revealing it to him. As he's trying to figure out what she's doing, Kathleen turns and hugs him, her head not even reaching his chest as she squeezes him tightly. Sorry, he says. The armor of the body glove makes hugs uncomfortable. It's fine, she mutters. Thanks for listening and being here. This is the longest I've been in this form since I learned how to use my quirk. Really? Yeah, and it's only possible, because you are here. She takes a step away and dries her tears, trying to regain some of her heroic appearance after the emotionally exhausting ordeal. Are you feeling better now? He asks. Kathleen pauses, gazing upon the park and memorial, then leans against a wall. Yeah, thanks for listening. It's the least I could do, but why did I bring you here and dump my tragic past on you? Something like that, he playfully says as she also leans against the wall, enjoying the chilly breeze at this altitude. It had been a while since she had to consider things like the icy wind on her skin, causing her to feel mortal and vulnerable again. If not for Horizon being here, she would have retreated back into her mask once more. That night, it still haunts me. Even now I still can't get past it. It's like I can feel her looming over me, as if she sent a ghost to haunt me and finish what she started, like some part of her still exists and it would come kill me. AB Epsilon. You're a million times stronger than her. I know, but I'm still so scared of her, she says. I must sound crazy, huh? I'm not that kind of doctor. Kathleen rolls her eyes at him. You probably have some questions about my story. Well, I think you know what. My quirk, or more accurately, the combination of Marissa and my quirks, she says. New Order allows me to make 2 rules. One was hers, the other is mine. When she grabbed me and our blood mixed, she must have given it the order to keep me safe, and it transferred to me. Really? And here thought only All for One could do that. Apparently not. I'm sure it's unbelievable, a quirk besides All for One that transfers so easily. By simply mixing blood and saying a few words. Sometimes I wonder if she didn't do that, if dash. Then you'd both be dead, he says. Arsenal would have taken her, probably directly to All for One, and you'd have died in the crash. That was a terrible situation, from all angles. I suppose you're right. It's a miracle the quirk even let me survive, and she survived the crash without it. Yeah, it really was. So, one order is hers, one is yours. We thought our quirks were duds until she accidentally activated it at school one day. Then the attack happened a few days later when we were being sent to the new base. You were a kid. Can't blame yourself for what happened. I know, but still. I was strong enough to hunt her down for a long time, but I was still so scared. All the people she killed in the last 2 decades, that's on me for leaving that animal out in the world. Is that what you're beating yourself up about, not saving more people? Kathleen grits her teeth and slams her hand on the wall, immediately feeling her fragile bones crack. AHH, she screams and holds her hand, and Horizon immediately heals it. Thanks, not used to this form. It shows, but about what I said. Nobody can save everyone. You could. I couldn't save you against Tak, and I almost couldn't save myself either, Horizon says. You can't live always thinking about who you couldn't save. But you will, because you're a true hero, it's what you do. True hero, she scoffs and leans against the wall again, tiptoeing to look over the side. When I think about Arsenal, that's the last thing I feel like. I don't even think about the people she killed afterward that I could have saved. Oh, so what is the regret? That I didn't kill that bitch myself, she growls out. Horizon twitches slightly, but she's too preoccupied with her thoughts to notice. But she's gone now. Your country took care of it. Now I need to try moving forward. Good. Everyone should be a bit more selfish from time to time. Even heroes. Especially heroes. Especially after the life you've lived. Kathleen closes her eyes and activates her quirk, applying her transformation once again. Her body grows, her hair becomes blonde and her eyes shift into a bright blue as Star and Stripe returns. She adjusts her hero costume slightly before turning to Horizon. You know, being the big sister feels weird. Especially because I'm stronger than you, he says. She laughs and rests a hand on his shoulder. You're not the only one who learned new things in that fight with TECH. Is that a challenge? Nah. She reaches up and gently taps his visor. I'm actually here to talk to you about this. My face. The visor. Look, I know you can't live without it, and your physical body isn't exactly compatible. You just called me your brother and now you're trying to. She taps his shoulder, pushing him back slightly. That's not what I'm going to say. Good, he says while rolling his shoulder. I'm telling you, you don't want to end up like me. I'm 40, with nothing to show for it but this damn hero costume. Yeah, I've done a lot, but now that I'm finally getting past Arsenal, I can look back and see all the things fear never let me do. Having no family or friends, my life was quite lonely. I was always scared she'd show up again. And because of that, I haven't even been Kathleen Bates for more than 10 minutes over the past 2 decades. For a while I even forgot what I looked like, the real me. I don't want this life to consume you as it did me. What are you suggesting I do? Star smiles at him, make some friends, maybe get a girlfriend, and hopefully one day start a family of your own. You're a miracle. I'm sure you can figure out how. And that Yayo Rosa girl seemed like she had a crush on you so. No. She sighs, well, you're young, so you've got time. But the point is, don't let that hero costume, that visor, isolate you from the world. Don't become like me. Let some people in, or just one, let them see the real you. All the good, and all the bad. Billions of people are jealous of us, of me. They think I'm some god. We are? Only in power, she says, but in the currency that matters most, we're poor, because we're alone. Horizon takes a moment to digest her words, then leans his back against the wall and looks up at the summer sky. I'll think about it, but no promises, he says. I'm busy. Not much time for a personal life. Well, it's not like you don't have forever, she says jokingly. What about the dragon lady? She doesn't like the fact that I didn't get punished for destroying her city. She was too old anyway, so by the time you're ready to have kids she'd be older than I am now. Doesn't matter. I can tell the human body what to do about things like that. If I want someone to stay fertile, they will, and if I love them, they aren't allowed to grow old. I forbid it. How much does a bottle of Never Age cost? She asks while rolling her eyes. That one's not for sale. You'll just have to settle for the regular panacea, he says. But if you want the other thing, just call me. Her head snaps over to look at him. Wait, are you serious? Yeah, I can just read your genes and repopulate you. It's easy. She thinks about it for a moment, then smiles, not the usual pro-hero smile. But the smile of Kathleen Bates was shining through. If I find someone, I will let you know. Before he can respond, Horizon's phone beeps, drawing both their attention to it. Just make sure your kids aren't annoying, he says before warping away, heading off to deal with the alert he got. After he warps away, Star and Stripe stand on the roof for a while, looking out at the memorial below. After all these years running from a nightmare, she wore a peaceful smile. After believing she'd wasted her entire life and could never get those precious opportunities back. She finally got another sibling, a little brother, and he'd give her a second chance. You really are a miracle, she mutters, blissfully unaware of what the future has in store for them both. The great battle that would reshape regions and forever change the history of this world. As two awakened, mystery class quirk users, shatter against each other, August 8th, 9 a.m., Minato, Tokyo. Rolling one small suitcase behind her, Ryuko wears a relaxed smile as she walks through her apartment building, leaving the elevator and making her way out of the lobby. Standing on the sidewalk, she straightens her outfit, a simple pair of light blue heels to match her dress with a large white ribbon around her waist, tied into a bow at her back. A gift ready to be unwrapped after weeks of waiting. Ms. Ryuko, a man says as he waves to get her attention. She immediately notices the man is massive, almost 8 feet 240 cm tall with a muscular build, and standing behind him is a woman with small horns on her forehead. Both foreigners, and not the driver she always uses. Who are you? She asks. We're here to take you to the airfield, the woman says. Feel free to call if you need proper confirmation. Ryuko takes a few careful steps back, not looking away from the pair as she quickly calls Horizon. Did you forget to tell me something? She asks. What? He asks. Changing my arrangements. Right, sorry, I had to keep it quiet until the last moment to prevent certain things. I sent them. Don't worry, they'll bring you directly to me. Alright, if I die, I'm blaming you? TCH, as if I'd allow that, Horizon says, and she can feel him rolling his eyes. I need to get back to work. I'll see you when you get here. Enjoy the plane. He hangs up before she can respond, very much unlike how he normally treats her. But she simply shrugs and assumes he's busy. All good, the woman asks. Yes, let's go, Ryuko says as she enters the back seat of this obviously armored SUV while the woman puts her suitcase in the trunk. Holding her phone close and ready to use the small pebbles in her pocket at a moment's notice, Ryuko sits nervously for the 2-hour-long drive to an airstrip at the western edge of Tokyo. Beta. Wow, was all she could say as they enter a massive private airfield housing the largest plane she'd ever seen. A 3-story monolith of an aircraft with a prominent symbol of 2 concentric ornate hearts on the tail. Matani. Ryuko wonders. Does Horizon know my boss? Or, no, that wouldn't make any sense. She casts those thoughts aside while boarding the plane, and having one of the hostesses show her around her home for the next 13 hours. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever been in, Ryuko mutters as the woman leaves her alone in the master bedroom. She immediately found the large bathtub, noting it's only slightly smaller than what's found in her penthouse apartment. She searches online and looks around more, but finds no link between Horizon and La Matani, except for their joint contributions to a few charities. I must be overthinking things, she mutters while shaking her head. A hostess knocking on the door before pushing a cart of champagne and fine food into the room interrupts her, grounding her from those fantastical thoughts, while also reminding her of the absurd circumstances she currently exists in. I'll just ask him when I get there, she says while laying back in the luxurious bed, drinking straight from a bottle of champagne she could never afford. Many hours and 3 bottles later, the head hostess gently woke Ryuko by shaking the bed. Ms. Tsuchikawa, the woman says as the groggy woman comes to her senses. We'll be landing in 1 hour, then you'll be flown to Matani Tower, Manhattan. The helicopter will have you there within minutes, so please be ready and presentable when we land. Right, thank you, Ryuko says as she runs her fingers through her messy blonde hair. As the hostess is leaving, Ryuko calls out to her, causing the woman to stop and look at her. About La Matani, does he often rent out this plane? Ryuko asks. The hostess looks confused at that. No, he considers this his emergency and luxury aircraft. It is only for his personal use and remains in whatever country he is located within at any moment. Several crews remain on standby daily, year-round. In fact, you are the first person aside from himself and crew members to be on board. I see, thank you, Ryuko says, and the woman takes that as her signal to bow and leave the room. She gets up and takes a shower, getting dressed all over again. With many questions swirling in her mind, she was certain that her delusions were real. Matani Tower, Manhattan, 1 hour later. I'm telling you what I'm sure of, and this can't work, La Matani says as he's walking around his penthouse. The living room displays a dynamic, ever-changing hologram of the human genome. Tens of thousands of variables changing every seconds, yet no sequence was what he wanted. Using his DNA structure, the God formula, as the guide to alter human genes and perfect the panacea. But it's already so effective. Can't you release it anyway? President Skyline asks from Law's phone that's floating beside him. I can, but imperfect product isn't something I'm interested in showing. Just lean on them a bit more. I can't do that. Demanding medical information about their civilian population is a blatant violating of countless international laws. Ugh, our partnership is holding this research back, Law says as he continues pacing back and forth. They think I won't give them access to it. I should have expected that since either they can't afford it or you won't let me sell it to them. After all, they are rivals with America. Is that an option? Preside Skyline asks. Isn't getting a major discount good enough for you? I have to consider all potential advantages. As they continue talking, Law's glowing blue eyes look upward, sensing a helicopter landing on the roof and Ryuko rushing down the stairs. The frown on her lips and wrinkles on her forehead confuse him, but he pays it no mind. Understanding women is something he's never considered possible. I'll think of something. Clearly polite geopolitics isn't working, and I refuse to have an imperfect product on the market, Law says before hanging up on President Skyline. Taking a deep breath, he continues working on the simulations. Annoyed that the final few billion data points he needed were being withheld from him because of centuries-old national rivalries. He hears the door to the roof open and shut behind him, and senses Ryuko approaching with her suitcase. She pauses for a moment, taking in his perfectly sculpted muscles and the tattoos all across his torso, arms, and hands. She eyed him hungrily for a long moment, then stumped towards him. You don't seem surprised, Law says as he turns around, noticing the anger in her eyes. Between the plane and the new bodyguards, I put it together, which is what you obviously wanted me to do. While speaking, she walks toward him and places a hand on her chest, not thinking about how much she enjoys feeling his powerful muscles and bare skin against her hand, or the way his handsome face makes her heart race and her mind hazy as he stares down at her with glowing blue eyes, finally looking at him without a visor in the way, finally able to feel his skin without absolute darkness shielding who he is. She pushes him backward, and he allows her to push him back through the hologram and down onto the large couch. In response, he looks up at her and raises a brow. What? Couldn't wait a few more seconds. Shut up, she growls out, and he doesn't react. What the hell is wrong with you? Other than my woman discovering I'm an even wealthier billionaire than she realized and getting upset, there's not much going on. I don't care about that, she says while stepping away, now displaying his habit of pacing while thinking. Did I get to have a say in anything? What are you even talking about? My job, the quirk counseling company I work for, the Matani estate owns them, she says. I mean, I got all these nice jobs after retiring as a pro hero, and all of them lead back to you. Not to mention all the buildings I lived in this past year. I knew there was something suspicious about my rent being that low, but I did some searching on the flight here and found that you own those buildings. And the new sponsors for my old team, and my mom's bills, and, ugh, everything. Did I ever have the freedom to choose anything, or were you just controlling my entire life? Law looks up at her, genuinely confused. His mind simply didn't understand. Because, for the first time, their interpretations of love didn't perfectly match. As she's catching her breath after that rant, he asks one simple question. Such an honest and innocent question that it told her everything she needed to know. Why would anything I love exist beyond my control? Ryuko's heart skips a beat, seeing the genuine confusion on his face, knowing he absolutely meant it. Finally hearing that simple four-letter word from the man she loves. Not a second later, she straddles his lap and hungrily kisses him, finally able to enjoy the feeling and sight of his body as their reunion escalates to heights never reached before. Later that night, naked in bed and gazing at the ceiling, they eventually relax, allowing Ryuko to think clearly. Finally able to process everything and organize the questions in her mind. So, what do you want to know? Law asks, laying on his side and resting a hand on her toned belly. The first thing is, why'd you buy that stupid plane? She asks jokingly. Such a waste of money. Should I get rid of it? No, I'm using that anytime I fly anywhere, she says while closing her eyes, enjoying the feeling of his fingers tracing small circles on her belly. But it is such a waste of money. Material things like that, things that can be bought, they hold no true value to me. So you've never bought anything you valued, really? Well, Law thinks about it for a moment as she rolls onto her side, staring at his face, trying to memorize every detail, afraid they'd go back to how things were before at any moment, as if he'd retreat behind that visor again. I bought hope once, he says. Hope? How do you buy hope? The same way you buy anything else, you make a deal. And was it worth the trade? She asks, seeing the conflict in his eyes. At the time, I was too weak to find a different path, so yeah, I think it was. Well, I think it will be when it's time to collect. And what if it wasn't? She feels his entire body stiffen at that question. I'm sorry No, he reaches up and holds her hand against his face. It's fine. But if the hope I bought turns out to be a lie, I'm not quite sure what I'd do. But your love for me may be tested. In what way? You and the world would see that in every way. I am my mother's son, he says before pulling her into his chest, feeling her both press against him and relax. So I hope that means I can ask about her now. It does, right? You don't have to, I'll tell you everything. And so he did. He told her everything. From his childhood and his parents, to his meeting with Nizu and his contract with Panty, all the way to becoming Horizon and the recent events with Tech. Then finally to the conversation with Star and Stripe that pushed him to open up like this to Ryuko, and truly let her know him. And Ryuko couldn't be any happier staying true to her word. That even if they were the only people in the world, that would be enough for her. Horizon appears in his living room at Matani Tower, Manhattan. Walking over to the couches, he sees a sea of shopping bags with Ryuko sitting on the floor between them all, sorting as quickly as she can. How'd it go? She asks as he sits on the couch, removing his visor and mask. Annoying, Law says. But, considering the world was almost destroyed, the United Nations unanimously agreed to outlaw the creation of nuclear weapons. So the world is now rid of those. It took a madman trying to use them all against us for people to make this obvious decision, she scoffs, emphasizing the point. Yay, and a 16-hour meeting, he mutters. I'd ask how your vacation is going, but I think shopping in Manhattan is treating you well. It helps that I don't have to think about prices. But do you think they'll do it? The whole nuclear disarmament vote? The countries, I mean, some of them will surely have secret nuclear weapons somewhere. Yay, everyone is expecting that, but this is a good show of solidarity for the public. And honestly speaking, I think some countries are concerned about the United States having 2 mystery-class heroes. The footage of our battle against Tech has reached everyone with a screen by now, and the rumors of me joining America are all but confirmed. It's part of why perfecting the panacea has been such a pain in the ass. Those other countries are worried I'll use their data for something that doesn't benefit them. You could always blackmail them, or maybe give them a discount. Law lays his head back and closes his glowing blue eyes. Nah, good products are free or full price, no discounts. So, how will you get the data you need? I'll let the people handle that for me. After all, politicians are servants of the people. So are pro-heroes, Ryuko says as she sits beside him on the couch, taking his arm and positioning it around her waist. I hope you haven't let that little fact slip your mind. I know, but I'm not a pro-hero, I'm Horizon. To most people, those are the same thing. A shift is happening, especially after Tech. When people hear pro-hero they used to think of All Might. Now they picture you. Can't blame them. I'm really damn good at it. True, she leans her head against him. But no more of that self-sacrifice nonsense. Law groans, will you never let that go? It was me or the entire world. Come on, cut me some slack. No, ugh, you're so ridiculous. Really, well I wonder where I learned that from. Law rolls her eyes as his phone beeps a few times. The familiar chime of Team Horizon's group chat. I'm not in the mood to play superhero right now, he says. Ryuko reaches into his jacket pocket and takes out his phone, opening it to see what his friends want. What is it? Are they done with Toga yet? He asks. No, but Mina Ashido rented a beach house and is having a party. They want to know if you're coming. Just tell them I'm busy. Done, she says after sending the message. The place she rented is pretty nice. Law chuckles, I don't get why she rented a beach house. Well, maybe she wanted to reward herself for all the hard work she did over the summer. Plus, your classmates have been working hard all summer. They should try to enjoy the final few weeks a bit more alphabet. No, I mean I don't get why she rented it instead of just buying it, Law says. The first thing Ciro did when I gave him one of those cards was buy his dad a new house in Norway and send him to live there. I thought those cards were for team expenses. Well, they can't focus on work if they're worried about their family back home. All those black cards are linked to an account with $250 million, because loyalty can't be bought, but I can sure as hell try. I'm pretty sure your team would follow you anyway just because you're Horizon. Tokoyami is still apprehensive about our methods, but he'll come around. This may be difficult for you to believe, but they had normal childhoods, so super violence isn't something they're used to. Too bad pro heroes are effectively soldiers, so they have to get used to it. Now who's being ridiculous? Yeah, but that's why you love me, Law says. Now, go get dressed. We have to get to the airport. Huh, why? We're going to Italy. I need to handle some business there, then you can go shopping while we make a few stops in Europe. Don't you have to come back to America after? They likely won't need me much. After tech, most of the villains are keeping their heads down until I leave. And the traitors we were hunting have mostly been caught or surrendered themselves. Scared of what you'll do to them. Scared of what I can get away with after saving the world. Days later, Panta's office. Give me a full impact report on Law Matani, Panta commands through her phone while sitting behind her desk. Her hollow, lifeless stare was unmoving. So numbed by what she was seeing, her body dared not twitch, as if hoping it was all a bad dream. On the screen was a video of Law Matani in Italy. Dressed in a black and gold suit, as handsome as always, what truly terrified her was the woman. Ryuko Tsuchikawa was holding onto his arm, wearing a matching dress as they walked into the charity auction. Panta's mind immediately connected all the dots, and wished more than anything to be wrong. Almost 1 week ago, Horizon called and not so politely asked that she remove the agents who were constantly guarding Ryuko. She was certain he would have noticed, yet she trusted he wouldn't be bothered because of their helpfulness. The call left her with the impression that he and Ryuko had broken up, possibly due to something the woman said or did that he didn't approve of. Panta has no intention of using Ryuko against Horizon. That could only end badly for everyone else. So she simply recalled her agents. But now, seeing the woman on screen with Law Matani, all the pieces fell into place. Horizon is Law Matani, she realized. Nothing matched up, different quirks, ages, political views, and specializations. They even appear in different places at once. For most, that would be enough to make this impossible. But the fact that she's recently tracked Horizon's provisional hero license going from Japan to America in one step, makes that easy to accomplish. Panta thinks for a moment, putting aside the new information and working to insulate it. She knew Horizon would expect her to take these steps, that this reveal was a message. A warning that he's here to stay. That he's committed to the pro-hero life, that he enjoys it. The agents who were guarding her can make the connection, but nobody else knows who she is. I even made sure to keep her name hidden from Hawks. Because the last thing I need is Shigaraki trying to kill Horizon's woman. I'll send Hawks to deal with the agents, Panta decides, knowingly playing into Horizon's hand. Hours later, Panta receives the impact report for Law Matani, detailing the projected effect his death or defection can have on Japan, and her blood runs cold. He made himself irreplaceable, she realizes. Only now seeing the lengths he's gone through to position himself above everyone. Japan will fall apart without him, but if he dies, the Matani estate will fall into trusts and operate under a board of directors. So killing him is better than having him defect and pull out of Japan. How do I go about destroying something like that? Yo, boss. Hawks waves at the woman while barging into her office. She instantly activated facade, schooling her expression into a stoic mask. I got your summons. What do you need? I'm sending you a short list of names, internal targets. Oh, is that it? For now, Panta says. Any updates on Shigaraki? We can't afford to have him do anything to harm Horizon after he's seemingly joined the path to become a true hero. Nope, he lied. Shigaraki's just been keeping his head down. They've mostly just been making connections and boring things like that, but they've kept me out of the loop. I see. Inform me if anything useful presents itself. Will do, he lied. Good, now I need to make an important call, and you have work to do. Yes ma'am, Hawks jokingly salutes before flying out of the room. After making sure he and all of his eavesdropping feathers are out of range, she makes another call. A confidential discussion, involving one of the rare individuals deemed as deadly as Arsenal. I have a job for Light Shot, a challenge he'll surely be interested in, Billion? With a B? Seriously? Star and Stripe ask as she carefully eyes the vial of glowing blue liquid in her hand. Well, I can't put a price on it, but that's a good guess for total health, right? Horizon asks. They sat atop Lone Star Base's air traffic control tower, eating lunch while several $1 million fighter jets hung upside down above them, noses pointed toward the runway. Right, can't put a price on life. But you said it's incomplete, so why are you giving me this? No, I said it wasn't perfect. It's more than complete. Besides, I made that one specially for you. If you get hurt, drink it, and you'll be healed back to your current form, Horizon says. But it could get weird considering your order that transforms your body. I can't even get sick, much less get hurt. I had to heal you after TECH. But I have my quirk awakening now, so that'll never happen again, she says. Just accept the gift before I take it back, he grumbles. Alright, fine, at least if anything happens you won't have to do that sword thing to get back over here. Yeah, that's always a pain in the ass, Horizon mutters. Anyway, I need to go organize some stuff now before I officially return to Japan. Have fun explaining this. Explaining what? Horizon finishes his food and points up at both the fighter jets. And before she can look back at him, he disappears. TCH, Star frowns, already feeling the headache explaining this would cause her. Minutes later, Horizon Tower, Minato, Tokyo. What do you mean it's permanent? Agpar yells, his voice bouncing around the inside of Horizon's visor through the call. Yeah, I figured out how to make it stick, but I can't undo it, so they're just like that now, Horizon says casually as he walks into the living room. Shiro, Shinso, Juzo, and Tokoyami are all there in casual clothes, and he signals to them he's on the phone while taking his seat. That's $80 million of military hardware? Get back here and fix this, now. Just put some paint on it and call it art. You're the only place in the world with 2 permanently floating jets. That's not how Horizon ends the call. All done? Shiro asks. Mostly. Now, are you ready for the plan? Always, but it would be better if you told us the details, Juzo says. There are only 3 steps, Horizon says. Step 1, show off to the media that you all caught Toga. Step 2, show off that she's being locked in Tartarus. And Step 3, set the bait. The rest will handle itself and. So we don't want them to hit the prisoner transport between here and Tartarus. Tokoyami asks. Everyone thinks you're in America until you announce something different. We could use that. The moment you officially return, the crime rate will plummet back down to 3%, probably lower now. Shinso nods, the government is projecting less than a 0.1% crime rate when you return. Wow, I didn't think I was that inspirational, Horizon chuckles. You're not, Juzo says, but criminals fear what the public will allow you to get away with, considering you didn't really get punished for the gigantomachy, and now after saving the world. You could probably execute Toga on live TV and nobody would say a word, Shiro says. Well, I'm going to kill her, but if people know then we lose our leverage in the hostage exchange. Hostage exchange? Juzo asks. I feel like we're missing some important information here. You don't need to worry about that right now. Horizon reaches into his jacket and tosses Juzo a vial of green liquid. Juzo casually catches it and raises it to the light, seeing that it's extremely thin, a few steps from being an aerosol. What am I looking at? Trigger, another new strand, Horizon says. New strands have been popping up in labs all over the world these past 3 years, but only the basic strands are on the streets. So they're developing it for a specialized use, Juzo says. Private military or new villain group. Unlikely, every strand gets more lethal than the last to the user. The overdrive it causes kills them by depleting their resources or overloading their nervous system, which fries their brain. Biochemical weapons, Shinso says. Why not just take a walk around Japan and find all of it? Because they aren't making this in Japan. A Canadian lab made this, but all of it is flowing toward Europe. You and Juzo will follow the money trail and uncovering how they ship this stuff. So we aren't on this Toga plan. Juzo asks. Don't need you, because I am here. Hearing those words, Team Horizon smiles, even the ever-dark Tokoyami. Assured that with their boss back in Japan, they were untouchable. Panta's office, at the same time. So they aren't the same range, Panta mutters while staring at her screen. Sitting comfortably in her chair, she eyes the map on the screen, seeing the 2 points, Lone Star Base and Horizon Tower. It only took him 1 warp to go from Texas to Tokyo, but he can't actually apply this constantly. So it must be part of his awakening. He's 10 years ahead of our predicted power growth for him. Between that and his first real super move, Divine, challenging him in a direct fight would destroy whatever region it happens in, if not the entire country he fights in. That will have to remain plan B, first I'll use. Lady Pantu, Dr. Uchiko says as he enters her office. I was surprised to get your call this late at night. I hope I didn't interrupt your work, Doctor. Oh no, I was simply looking over some notes, nothing more, Uchiko says as she directs him to the chairs in front of her desk. What can I help you with? I'd like a direct report on your progress with All for One, Pantu says as the man takes his seat. Well, progress is slow, as always. If I could make some modification to his cell in Tartarus that would help. But without bringing in some custom equipment, I must move extremely slow to avoid giving him leeway to use his quirks. An unfortunate but necessary reality, she says. Will you be able to learn enough to reverse the Nomu process by studying his body? Before he dies, that is. I estimate his body can sustain at least 3 more years in its current state, which should be enough time to study him. However, the detonation quirks in his body still make executing him rather unwise. And moving him would simply bait Shigaraki into rescuing him. Horizon could do it, Uchiko says. He could move and execute All for One at any time. Why not have him do it? The less I have him involved, the better. The stability of Japan is most important, so I'd rather simply have All for One die naturally while being studied. And might I ask, why this waiting game? Pantu reaches into her desk drawer as he continues. What outcome are you waiting for, exactly? In response, she slides a thick folder across the desk, with a large red top secret stamp across the front. Hard copy only. Dr. Uchiko nods and opens it, amazed by what he's seeing. These documents, you've built a level 10 of Tartarus. I thought there were only 5 levels. There are only 5 levels, she says. Each level is 100 m below the last, with level 1 starting 100 m below sea level. All for One and some other villains live on level 5, and the organization recently finished levels 6 through 9. But they will remain empty aside from housing redundant systems. All for level 10, Dr. Uchiko's eyes widen as he sees the designs. A cell that can run by itself for decades. This says you intend to move all for one here, or change it for Shigaraki's quirk. On paper, yes. Those details are for when he eventually uncovers those documents. Who? We both know who, Panta says, causing the man to shift nervously in his seat. My only question is, can you make a cell to contain something like that? Well, I designed the cell for all for one, who is barely a fraction as dangerous as Horizon. Dr. Ujiko stops for a moment, considering all sides. My master said this would happen, he thinks. He told me the government would have 2 jobs for me. The first was containing and researching him, this must be the second. How did he know this would happen? Doctor. Panta snaps him out of his daydream. Can you do it? In theory, it is possible. And what do you need to make that theory a reality? To severely injure him, nearing death but without triggering his quirk's self-preservation instinct. If that triggers while below Tartarus, he could instinctive warp the entire facility onto the mainland, or countless other disastrous scenarios. Alright. Alright. That's it. You want a half-dead Horizon, and so you shall have it. Ujiko looks at the woman, trying to understand how she could say such an absurd thing with such confidence. You have a plan for this? Ujiko asks. 2. Ideally the first one works, since that is the most precise. But if that fails, I'm sure the second will deliver what we need. I see. Doctor, I have one question for you. Anything. Why are you so willing to help me betray Horizon? Aside from me forcing your hand and implicating you. Part of it is patriotism, he lies. The other part is, I don't want another gigantomachy to happen, and without Horizon, I'd like to think another won't. He is simply too unstable to have such power. Panta detects both his lies, but nods anyway. Thank you, Doctor, have a good night. Same to you, Lady Panto. The man takes the folder and leaves the office, allowing Panto to plan for the next 2 years in peace. Minato, Tokyo, Matani Plaza. On the roof of a high-rise building, a Japanese man of average build looks through his binoculars, focused on Horizon Tower. Focused on the gathering crowd of people a few blocks away at the front of Horizon Tower. The man enjoys the warm morning sun as he analyzes the situation, seeing hateful words on their posters. People line both sides of the barricaded street as they wait for the armored convoy to arrive. I can see it from here, but where is my backup? The man asks through his phone. This isn't that kind of job, Crater, Shigaraki responds through the line. This isn't a breakout. You're just tying up a well-informed loose end. Crater smiles, thinking about all the dead people he's about to add to his record. Then I'm definitely the right person for the job. I know. I already have an extraction point set up for you. Get back to the safe house when you're done and contact me. I won't have to. You'll see how it goes on the news, the man says as the news helicopters and drones arrive. Late last night, a mysterious source leaked intel that someone captured Himiko Toga yesterday, and that they would transfer her from Horizon Tower to Tartarus via an armored convoy this morning. And now, mere hours later, people have gathered to get a glimpse of this heinous criminal. Many of their posters and signs denounce and wish disaster upon the League of Villains, while others praise Team Horizon for capturing this monster without their boss being in the country. Soon the convoy arrives, a reinforced armored truck preceded and followed by police and SWAT vehicles. Above, Endeavor and Ryuko fly, the dragon hero carrying Crust and Edge shot on her back. In the front seat of the armored truck is MT Lady, and standing on top of it is Kamui Woods. Every hero is ready for action, expecting a rescue attempt from Shigaraki. These fools, Endeavor mutters through the comms. All our warnings and they still gathered outside Horizon Tower. This is the first sight of Shigaraki's top commanders in months, Edge Shot says. People have a lot of hate for them, and want a chance to say their piece and Omicron be Epsilon. Endeavor looks out at the civilians, still annoyed but unsurprised that all these people want to rip the villains apart. We're getting into position now, MT Lady says. Monitor the crowd. If one civilian takes revenge here, we won't be able to interrogate her in Tartarus. Got it, Kamui Woods says as the vehicles turn around and get into position. MT Lady gets out of the truck and stands guard while some of the SWAT officers enter the building, carrying rifles and riot shields. The other heroes take positions above or around, with Ryuko guarding the skies with Endeavor while the others monitor the crowd. I thought she hated him, Crust mutters to Edge Shot as they wait for Toga. Who? MT Lady, didn't she and Kamui Woods have some big breakup? Edge Shot glances at her, seeing she's not listening to them. The lurkers broke up after the gigantomachy. After the whole mess, Kamui Woods thought they should keep Horizon. And she thought they should lock him up, right? That's one way of putting it. She had friends in that city, so she won't be letting it go anytime soon. Damn. Yeah, they seem to get along now though. It's a slow process, Edge Shot says. A moment later, the officers exit the building, with a restrained Himiko Toga walking between them. She had scars and bruises all over her face, along with patches of hair missing, having burnt off. Her frail and malnourished body showed sunken, sleep-deprived eyes. She'd obviously been through more than a mere few hours in Horizon Tower, but the government had already decided what story they would tell. At the back of the group, Cellophane and Tsukuyomi strut out of the building, receiving cheers from the crowd, the sound of which makes MT Lady's stomach turn. Knowing the truth about when they captured Toga, she couldn't imagine what they put her through, what the child suffered through. Even now, while looking at the broken and battered girls, part of her still saw a lost 16-year-old girl. When did you get so tall? Kamui Woods asks Cellophane as his former intern walks over to him. It's good to see you too, Cellophane says as he stands beside the man, now much taller. Standing at 6 feet 180 cm to Kamui Wood's 5 feet 6 168 cm and having a much more muscular build. No, seriously, you look intense, Kamui Wood says. It comes with the job. Team Horizon can have no weak links. And since I've got the weakest quirk, I have to make up for it somehow, Cellophane shrugs. Oh, that makes Essie. Breach. Endeavor yells through the comms as the officers are loading Toga into the truck. They shove her and the guards into the back as Crater breaches the perimeter, glowing purple as he sprints at the truck. He moves with absurd speed, his footfalls causing minor quakes and shattering the street as he rushes toward the middle of the formation. Kamui Woods recognizes what kind of quirk he has, as does everyone else. But Kamui Woods reacts first, rushing toward the attacker and growing his wooden limbs to contain him. MT Lady moves one step behind him, and as he grows his limbs in multiple layers to wrap the villain in a dozen-meter-wide ball of reinforced wood, she jumps onto Kamui Woods. Gigantified, she shielded him from the explosion with her body, curling around him as best she could. All the while Tsukuyomi and Cellophane don't bother moving, not at all concerned about this feeble attack. Seconds passed as the crowd, which crouched to take cover, began opening their eyes. MT Lady looks up, seeing the wooden limbs stretching out from below her and the wooden ball beside her, all perfectly fine. Is everyone alright? Did anyone get hurt? She asks while looking around, moving to reveal a perfectly fine Kamui Woods below her. Nothing happened, he says while retracting his limbs, unraveling the sphere to reveal that it's empty. For a moment, the crowd is confused, then the sound of a body hitting the asphalt redirects their attention from Kamui Woods. What the hell, did you, my chest? Crater groans as he lies on his back, with Horizon standing beside him, one foot on his face. It takes a second for the crowd to process what's happening and who they're seeing. And the moment they do, a roar of cheers shakes the entire block. Everyone watching at home in Japan feels a wave of relief flowing through them, as to their knowledge, for the first time in months, Horizon is back in Japan. Back home. Was he the only one? MT Lady asks after the crowd becomes quiet, on account of everyone trying to listen in and record whatever they can. His quirk doesn't exactly scream teamwork. He gathers and detonates his kinetic energy, Horizon says while stepping off the man, leaving him in pain on the ground. They didn't send him to save her, but to silence her. So they're even killing their friends. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. They are villains, after all. Now that just leaves one thing, Horizon says as he raises his hand, revealing Crater's heart in his hand, still beating. MT Lady takes a horrified step back, and above Ryuko has to look away. Memories of what he forced her to do to gentle criminal, and the people that died, all for him to prove a point. Those memories resurfaced and threatened to bring up her breakfast with them. Bring the restraints, MT Lady orders some officers, and they rush to do the attacker. Don't both, he won't know anything useful, Horizon says as he looks down at the man, raising his heart for everyone to see. And my world doesn't have any place for creatures like this. The man looks up from the ground in horror, desperation in his voice as he begs Horizon to stop, feeling pain in his chest as Horizon's fingers dig into his heart. To her horror, Horizon crushes it in his grasp and drops it onto the man's dying body. All for the world to see, and all in the time it took MT Lady to realize what was happening and lunge forward to grab the heart. Shambles? Horizon swaps his position with hers, only for her to turn on her heel and glare at him. The hate in her eyes was obvious, and Kamui Woods was dreading what would happen next. She lowered her stance, and everyone held their breaths as she clenched her fist, ready to attack Horizon. Horizon looks down at her, an amused smile beneath his visor as he takes one step forward. He looms over her, snuffing out any will to fight she had, as the unimaginable threat stares down at her, daring her to oppose him. So intense she felt as if her throat was swelling shut. Slowly, gently, Horizon reached up with his blood-covered right hand and touched her chin. She flinches, but he continues, cupping her chin, forcing her to look up at him while feeling the warm blood on her face. The defiance in her eyes was constant, even as her body begged her to run away. I know, this isn't what you want heroes to be, I know, he says, so sincerely that she can't help but believe him. I know that while I was away, you worked diligently, day and night, saving as many people as you can while the crime rate kept rising. But things are different now. I am committed to being a hero, more than ever before. But, things will be a bit more practical. Some villains can be reformed, but others. People like this. People who are willing to bomb civilians. Those people have no place in my world. You're a murderer, she grits out. Yes, I am. But Japan will be safer than ever, because I will deal with problems in the most permanent way. The people will go about their lives, knowing that the worst of the worst monsters are where they're meant to be, in the dirt. And even you won't have to work as hard as you did during the summer. So rejoice, a new era of peace is beginning. Because I am here. Horizon walks away, stepping over the corpse in the road as the crowd cheers for him, leaving MT Lady petrified. When the convoy is ready to transport Toga to Tartarus, she snaps out of her daze and looks around, seeing the people she risked her life to protect day after day, worshipping the greatest mass murderer in the history of Japan. Kamui Woods then walks over to check on her and gets her to focus on the task at hand. And while the convoy moves out to Tartarus, the entire world sees and hears everything that transpired. And a new era of peace begins within Japan. The era of Horizon has now begun. You know, I could have warped her into the cell, Horizon says to President Pantu. Protocol exists for a reason, she says as they watch the guard unload Himiko Toga from the convoy. You're not even supposed to be within 10 miles of Tartarus, let alone overseeing prisoner transport. What, do I make you nervous? Yes, she says as they step aside for the massive elevator to open and the guards to take their positions. She and Horizon step into the elevator after the guards have taken their positions, waiting for Toga to be brought to them. Kamui Woods and MT Lady stand closer as they roll her out of the truck, chained to a trolley and wrapped in restraints. Himiko rattles about feebly against the steel restraints. Quit struggling. You'll only hurt yourself, MT Lady says as they place her in the elevator and step onto it. Toga grumbles and groans, gagged yet trying to speak. She's left with mainly her sense of hearing as the blindfold covers her eyes. Beginning descent, the guard captain says as he inputs the security key to activate the elevator. Descending to level 5. As they descend 600 m below sea level, Toga continues to rattle her restraints, causing MT Lady to ask her once more to stop. She'll be out of them soon enough, Kamui Woods says. It won't matter soon enough, Horizon says, and Toga freezes. Hearing his voice for the first time in a long time. Oh, are you shy around me now, Himiko? She begins violently rattling her restraints, hard enough to bruise her body and even break her skin, drawing blood. MT Lady tries to step forward to stop her, but the guards block her. TAKT? All the restraints freeze in place, even as she crashes against them. MT Lady feels Kamui Woods holding her hand, pulling her focus away from everyone else, until Horizon takes a casual step forward, warping in front of Toga. Even the strict guards of Tartarus dare not challenge him. You seem scared. Are you scared? He asks while using tact to remove the gag from her mouth. Fuck you. She immediately spits blood at him, revealing some of her broken teeth as she does so. Horizon warps the blood away before it touches him. So ambitious. Most girls your age want to do that, but you're at the bottom of the list. Toga bites her lip, hard enough to rip the flesh. You know, one day you'll die too. Someone will kill you. I just hope it hurts. Even if you suffered 1% of what you put other people through, it would break you. For that to happen, I'd have to lose. But I cannot lose, because I am Horizon. Toga releases a primal, aggressive groan as she tries and fails to lunge at him. Shigaraki was right. I hope he destroys this entire shitty world. That's what it deserves if it's a world where you're the best hero it can have. Horizon reaches up and removes her blindfold, allowing everyone to see the tears flowing from her eyes. Maybe you're right, he says. But, you know what? They may be cheering for me now, but imagine how hard they'll cheer when I tear out Spinner's heart, the heart that loves you so much, even until his death. No, that's impossible. She hurts herself more against the restraints. You'll never find them. True, but he'll come to me, because I have you. He just needs to believe I hold the key to you, and he holds the key to me. As Toga considers his words, her tears keep flowing, knowing that if Horizon willed it, the only boy ever to love her would soon be dead. But her mind puts the pieces together, after a lifetime of desperately seeking to understand love. She opens her eyes to see Horizon, and understands him. I get it now, she says. The key to you, the BLO. Horizon grabs her mouth and a sickening crack is heard before her agonized, blood-curdling screams fill the elevator. He then steps away, allowing the guards to place the blindfold on her. Unfortunately, everyone was forced to endure her cries as they couldn't gag her shattered jaw and mouth. The elevator opens and the guards roll her to her cell, leaving MT Lady and Kamui Woods behind as Horizon and Lady Pantu trail behind Toga. She's smarter than you thought, or are you just getting sloppy? Pantu asks Horizon as they follow the guards. No, she shouldn't know about that. Could Gentle Criminal be more well-connected than we initially believed, possibly linked to the League of Villains? Shigaraki has been going out of his way to avoid you. He wouldn't send someone to attack you, especially not at your home. Well, that's the only way a villain would know about that person. Do you want me to reinstate her security team? Pantu asks. I'll have to assign new people since, well, we cleared out the last set. No, she'll be fine. Just keep your eyes away from her. It's not her that I'm worried about, Pantu says. Horizon stops walking, causing her to stop beside him and the guards to move around them, taking Toga to her cell. What's that supposed to mean? He asks while looking down at her. It means that I thought you were dangerous before, when you had nothing else to lose. But now you're attached to her. And I can't imagine what kind of creature you'd become if you ever lost someone you loved. So I'm just trying to save the world from that version of you. They share a tense moment, then Horizon chuckles and continues walking. Even Horizon couldn't save anyone from that version of me. Moments later they arrive at the solid steel door, 6 inches thick, built into a wall of metal alloy. She's secure, ma'am, the guard captain says to Pantu as he prepares to lock the door. Good, confirm in your files that the prisoner is captive and alive, Pantu says. Horizon, she's all yours. The guards look at Horizon after they lock the door, and he instantly disappears. They recognize what's going on and hear muffled screaming from inside the cell. Then Horizon warps back beside Pantu, rubbing the back of his visor. Damn, that always gives me a headache. Did you get it? Pantu asks. Yeah, I tore everything I could from her brain before it melted, but I got enough. Spinner should have more. As they're speaking, the guard captain opens the cell, seeing Toga's corpse on the floor, her head smoldering, her brain incinerated in her skull. You killed her, he says. But, I don't understand. Tartarus has leaks, Horizon says. We picked all of you for this task because someone who is not part of this group is sharing information with the League of Villains. That's impossible. Or unconscious, Horizon says. Telepathy exists after all. Only one thing matters, Panta says. You keep her status as alive in your files and to the knowledge of anyone else. Her boyfriend should attempt a hostage exchange for her, but she must remain alive for it. You tell me someone in my compound is a spy and expect me to do nothing about it. Seriously. Exactly, Horizon says. Because this is all part of the plan. The man sighed. Fine. I'll clean this up afterward. Thank you for your hard work, Horizon says as he begins walking away. Panta falls into step beside him. So, is Tartaru's everything you expected? More boring than I expected. But the new floors look fun. The 10th floor is confidential, Panta says. I know. I read the confidential files. Moving all for one down there makes sense, but, Shigaraki, what about him? You think I'm going to let him live? Seizing him offers an immense ideological advantage. It sends a global message. Tartarus has enough prisoners. I have no interest in adding to it. Globetrotting won't go as well if you're acting like an assassin. Countries will be much more willing to let you ignore borders if it's to capture, not kill. I have something in mind for that. Once I release my next project, they won't dare question anything I do. What about Dabby? I owe his dad a favor. That's different, Horizon says. As for the rest of them, well, capture and detainment. Horizon laughs. No prisoners, only trophies, he says as they board the elevator. As they leave, below the ocean in the most secluded corner of Tartaru's level 5, the Demon Lord smiles. Sensing Horizon and Panta walking by with Toga, then leaving, walking past his cell, casually discussing a hopeful future. Everything's coming together for him. Now he was even more reassured in his bet. That Japan will crumble, and he will rule as the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, seconds later, back in Horizon Tower, Horizon arrives in his living room to see his entire team and Mina Ashido having lunch. How'd it go? Siro asks. She's dead, but I got all the info she had, Horizon says as he sits on the couch, pulling Mina into his lap. Did you buy something sexy for our first date? Mina rolls her eyes at him, but doesn't bother to get up. You're enjoying this a little too much. Learn to enjoy the peaceful moments. We're heroes. It's what we fight for. Doesn't mean you have to put your hand there. Horizon flexes his fingers, tightening the grip on her ass for just a moment. As far as the world will be concerned, it's mine. I'm just playing the part. Welcome back everyone, Chitose Kazuki says as hundreds of millions of screens tune into her show. They see her seated on one of the two small couches, and the massive screen behind her shows a picture of the globe. Now I know this is what many of you have been waiting for. The special exclusive interview we'll be hosting live, with a certain young hero. The live audience in her studio cheers before falling silent again. That's right, after spending all summer overseas in America, he's back home after saving the world, bringing with him a record low crime rate, down to 0.02% as of this morning, an almost 17% decrease since he announced his return 2 days ago. Another round of cheers sounds out before Chitose gestures to the seat opposite her. The miracle, Horizon. Shambles? Horizon appears in front of the seat and Chitose stands to greet him as the audience cheers. Thank you so much for agreeing to this, she says. I'm always happy to be on your show, because you always get right to the point. Well, I understand how invaluable your time is, Chitose says as they both take their seats. Now, in the spirit of being efficient, how about we dive right in? That's what I was hoping for. In that case, she takes out a few flashcards. The people want to know, how was your vacation? Horizon chuckles. Well, it started as a vacation, but Tech had other plans. Everything before and after him was great. They took great care of me. I had everything I needed and wanted, and training with Star and Stripe was new. I'm not used to having someone who could somewhat keep up with me. With grave newbie. Are you saying that you're stronger than her? At the start, I wasn't, but now, he thinks about it. Yeah, I'm the strongest. Well, let's hope she doesn't take that as a challenge, Chitose chuckles. Oh no, we're great friends. She made my stay abroad much more enjoyable and even taught me some things. We're all happy to know you both get along so well. We saw your teamwork and trust on full display against TECH mystery class individuals are on another level. Well, I wouldn't say that, he says. Mystery class isn't an indication of power, but of complexity. We just happen to be complex and powerful. Luckily you're both heroes, each willing to sacrifice yourself to protect us. And for that, we are eternally grateful. It's the job, Horizon says, earning another round of applause. Yes, but if I am being honest, the people of Japan hope you didn't enjoy your trip to the States too much. Is there any chance of you moving abroad after graduating from UA? At the moment, no, he lies. I quite like it here, and without me, the villains would resurface. And I'm sure they'd try to make up for lost time. Chitose frowns. I don't even want to think about this. This summer alone was so chaotic, so many incidents and attacks. Luckily, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Because I am here. Yes, your guardian, our hero, Chitose smiles. Which leads me to the next question the people want to know about your personal life. I think I know where this is going. Horizon sounds amused at her words. Do we have to go over this every time? Chitose raises her hands in surrender. You are the most eligible bachelor in the world, so the women want to know. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I don't have the time for any kind of romance. Not to mention, Horizon taps the side of his visor. Horizon reminds everyone that his body is becoming living energy, making intimacy with him impossible. Well, then you have quite a bit of explaining to do, Mr. Chitos says. Because we got some interesting pictures from a baseball game you were at yesterday. Wait, what? Horizon sits up. Pictures. These pictures, Chitos gestures to the massive screen behind them as it switches to a picture of Horizon sitting in a private booth. Someone took the picture from outside the glass wall of the booth, able to peer inside with a high-quality camera to see the people in question. One of which was Horizon, and the other was the woman in his lap. Provisional hero, Pinky, Chitos says as the audience gasps. And your hand is in a more than just friend's place, Mr. Well, Chitos smiles as Horizon is speechless. We're trying something new, but my situation makes things difficult. Not to mention how busy I am, and the 2 projects I'll be starting soon. I'll announce one of those projects before leaving here, by the way. Well done trying to redirect the conversation onto your secret project, but we're all still curious about this one, Chitos says with a smug smile. How long has this been going on, and how heartbroken should the women of the world be? It's very new, and as for how heartbroken, I don't know how to quantify that. Chitos turns to the camera. You heard him, ladies. It's new, not permanent, so don't give up. You still have a chance. The audience cheers wildly as it is mostly young women, and Horizon groans. I finally got people to stop sending love letters to Horizon Tower. Well, I don't think that's stopping anytime soon, Chitos says. Now, how about I rescue you from this and ask the next question? Yes, please save me. Some people are nervous about the power you so casually use. Is there any justification for their concerns? The room goes silent as the audience remembers that the hero sitting before them, joking with them, is a weapon of mass destruction the likes of which the world couldn't imagine. Well, their feelings are valid, reasonable, and wise, Horizon says. Given my record, it is wise to be cautious regarding me. For this reason, I'm sure our government and many others are planning ways to take me down should I ever turn. That is their responsibility, after all, to protect the people, even from me. As for how necessary this is, well, I quite like being a pro-hero now. I enjoy changing the world around me. And if I ever decide to stop, it would be because I'm tired of all the responsibility and constant pressure. In that case, I wouldn't become a villain. I'd retire and enjoy a quiet life somewhere. Maybe with someone special. I'd like to imagine so, yes. Like Pinky. I never said that. The woman smiles. Well, for what it's worth. I hope you never get sick of protecting us. God knows there are great evils out in the world, but they don't come here, not while you're protecting us. True, but they are out there, somewhere. Shigaraki, Chitos frowns. Shigaraki, Chitos frowns. Do you plan to hunt him down now that you've captured one of them? Himiko Toga is still being questioned in Tartarus. He lies. Once they pass the information she gives them over to me, only then can I formulate some plans. I see. Well, we're all waiting anxiously for that announcement, she says. Shigaraki heard countless people declaring war on Hero Society by attacking every Hero Corps school in Japan, taking the corpses, and making his army of Nomu. He's a monster. I will put my hands on him eventually, Horizon says. But the only question is what I'll do with him when that time comes. I assume that part was obvious, considering your last display of intolerance toward villains. All for One is alive in Tartarus because we're studying him to reverse the Nomu process. Shigaraki likely has extra quirks in him by now. Studying him could also be useful. I see, so scientifically keeping him alive is the better choice, she says. And what do you want? Horizon shrugs. He's just another name on my list, prisoner or trophy. It's all the same to me. Well, regardless of what happens to him. People are already calling you our guardian deity, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. Guardian deity, that seems a bit too dramatic. Then what would you call yourself? Well, I'm already so used to people calling me the miracle, that feels most familiar. Speaking of miracles, you said you have a big announcement for us. Would you like to share about that? Well, I'd rather start by simply showing you. Horizon raises his hand and warps a vial of the panacea above his palm, keeping it floating with tact. What is that? Chitos asks while leaning toward the glass vial of glowing blue liquid. It looks like your healing energy. That's because it is, Horizon says. She gets to the edge of her seat, at which point he floats it over for her to hold. It's the panacea, the miracle elixir, the cure for everything. Chitos feels a pit in her stomach, realizing how priceless the vial in her hands is, clutching it more carefully as she holds it up for the cameras. The version you're holding is incomplete, Horizon says. It can cure most things. Anything that's not obtrusive to the body. Not obtrusive, she asks. Well, if you have dementia, drinking or infusing that into your body will adjust your DNA, giving you the gaps in the human genome that are operating incorrectly. It's programmed energy, just like my awakening. I see, Chitos snaps out of her musing for a moment. Wait, you had your quirk awakening. That's a surprise for some other time, but hopefully I never have to use it, Horizon says. But back to the panacea. Right, so it can cure genetic and terminal sickness, and I assume common things as well. Exactly. The only thing it can't do is perform surgery. If you have a tumor in your brain, a doctor still has to take it out. If your arm is broken, a doctor has to set it unless you want it to grow improperly. It's a healing quirk, but it doesn't give full active regeneration. Granted, with enough of it, you could regrow a limb, at least with the completed version. The completed version? Chitos asks. Would that give temporary regeneration? A very minor version, allowing bones and limbs to set themselves. Incredible, this will change the world, save countless lives, Chitos says, and put the healthcare industry out of business. If it could be mass-produced, yes, he says. But there is only one of me, and my quirk is needed to create it, not to mention how much energy it takes. And the cost? What would that be? Well, I was planning to put this up for bidding, just as I do for my pain medical treatments, but some things got in the way of me completing it. Such as what? Horizon sits up, taking a more serious tone. Some nations don't trust me with the medical data of their population, even after I explain I was using it for this. They fear I would use their data and only make this available to Japan and the USA, a reasonable fear. But wrong. What I do now, I do for the good of all mankind. So, instead of putting orders up for bidding, I will make the panacea free. The audience gasps and then cheers in response. But, there is a catch, the room falls silent. I will provide a certain amount, depending on the population of the requesting country, annually of course. But this is only if the remaining countries give me the information I need. I have listed those countries and politicians that blocked the completion of this project on my social media. Have a look. Let your politicians know what you want. I'm sure they're reasonable people who will adhere to the wills of the people. Chitosa's eyes widen as she realizes what he's just done. You just caused riots and sent millions of people to attack them. Horizon laughs. I did no such thing. I made their objections known to the people, and if the people opposed their rule, then they should step down. After all, politicians are servants of their people, just as I am a servant of the people in my capacity as a hero. If the people willed it, I would gracefully step aside. I only hope these men and women have the honor and integrity to do the same. As the interview continued, two of the viewers had wildly different reactions to the news. In a small fishing boat at the edge of Japan's nautical territory, Spinner sits sharpening his daggers while staring at his laptop. The interview was still rolling, but he paused the screen on his goal. Pinky, the provisional hero sitting on Horizon's lap, his target. If I get Horizon's woman, I can trade her to get Himiko back, he thought, completely ignoring all the warnings Shigaraki had given him. I'll show them all, he thought. I'll get her back and show them how wrong they are, that they should have believed in me, that even Horizon has a weakness. He stares hatefully at Pinky on the screen, seething at the thought of Horizon enjoying what he and Toga could have had, being rewarded after doing such heinous things. Receiving cheers for executing someone on live TV, all while he's sitting alone in a cold boat trying to save the girl he loves. While Spinner was seething in hate and rage, President Panto wanted to pull her hair out. While the last bits of the interview were playing through her computer, she read the requested impact report on Law Matani, detailing how hurt Japan would be by his sudden withdrawal from their country and economy. His leaving now would cripple us. 1 USD is currently worth 120 yen, all because of Law Matani and Horizon giving other countries and companies the confidence to invest in us. If Law Matani dies or leaves, that will probably go to 160 yen to $1 US. But Horizon's presence would keep us below 200, manageable. If, when, they both disappear, we'll be at 400, maybe 500. This will be the worst economic event in the history of Japan. Record unemployment, and the treasury doesn't have enough to bail us out after having to do exactly that after All Might's retirement, Shigaraki declaring war on Hero Society, and the Gigantomachy. Millions will starve, tens of millions if I have to use Plan B. Many more so if Horizon doesn't capture the League of Villains before I remove him. President Panto looks at the screen, seeing Horizon laughing and joking with Chitos as she asks a few last questions. He has me in checkmate. That's why he didn't care about me figuring out his identity. He's more clever than I thought. But then again, that shouldn't surprise me. After all, he is Horizon. But for the sake of hundreds of millions, we must remove him, even if that means tens of millions will suffer. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Battle Fist, Itsuka Kendo of Class 2B says while walking through the streets of Kagoshima. In her hand is a cup of ice cream, untouched, and beside her is Pinky. Both girls are enjoying the morning sun as their shopping trip continues. Is it the ice cream? Pinky asks while scrolling through her phone and enjoying her ice cream cone. No, it's you inviting me to a shopping trip, then spending more money than my brain can understand. But look on the bright side. Now you, me, and all the girls have diamond tiaras. We're all a bunch of princesses. While weaving through the lightly crowded streets on their patrol, Kendo eats her ice cream and works up the nerve to ask her friend a potentially rude question. Why do you like him? Pinky almost chokes on her ice cream. What do you mean? You know what I mean, Battle Fist says. Your secret relationship became public 2 days ago and you're already at 100 million followers. Brands want to sponsor you, but you've refused those. Probably because he's giving you an allowance. Pinky glances at her friend from the corner of her eye. What are you trying to say? I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just asking if this is a love thing or a business thing. You think I'm that kind of girl? I think I'm just asking a question because this was kind of a sudden development. Nobody saw it coming. I honestly figured he'd get back with Jiro or Momo. You sound like you're trying to apply. I would, if I didn't know him, Battle Fist says. effective, but he's a terrible person. It's complicated between us, but everyone will understand after the big announcement. Big announcement. Battle Fist leans over to whisper. Like, I'm pregnant big. What? Pinky crushes her ice cream cone and nearly drops her phone, drawing the attention of some people around them. No way, we haven't. I mean, we won't even. No. Raobes. Sorry, I just had to ask. A few minutes later, both provisional heroes have finished their ice cream and washed their hands, now focused on patrolling once more. Ugh, I was hoping for some action today, Battle Fist groans. I got so used to all the villains rampaging during the summer that things are boring now. I like it, gives me more time for shopping. Plus, I get to sleep in, and no alarms going off at the agency. Well, I want to help people and punch villains, but now all we do is walk around. I was kind of hoping Kagoshima would be the major exception. It's so far from Horizon Tower that villains shouldn't be this shy. Well, depending on how badly they rampage they could die, so it's better to just not take the chance. You should learn to relax more, maybe get a motorcycle or something to distract yourself. I can't afford one of those, but that's the dream for Christmas time. Or we could go get you one now. Battle Fist crosses her arms. No way, I'm not having your sugar daddy buy me that. Hey, Battle Fist laughs as Pinky blushes. Besides, it's not like he even looks at that account. His entire team shares it with me, she says while pouting. If you think our shopping today was something, you should see the insane things they buy. This piques Battle Fist's curiosity. Like what? She whispers as they walk through the crowd. Pinky leans closer. Remember that beach house I rented for the summer party? Yeah, that thing was awesome, a mansion on a private beach. We should go back there. Well, you'll have to ask the new owner, because when his team got there and learned that I rented it and didn't buy it, Juzo and Siro played rock paper scissors for it, and Juzo won. Wow. Battle Fist goes wide-eyed as she tries and cannot process the news. I know, right? I didn't think the account had that much in it, so I just rented it, and I even felt bad about spending that much. Damn, maybe you had the right idea making him your sugar daddy. Pinky punches her friend's shoulder. All right, I'll stop calling him that. Battle Fist laughs. But seriously, never expected the two of you. Figured he'd get back with Jiro or Momo, or Jiro and Momo. You'll understand it all soon enough. Later in the afternoon, after hours of strolling around the city and taking some pictures with Pinky's new fans, the girls are sitting outside a cafe after having a light snack. Hey, do you think May can make reinforced gloves that grow with my hands when I use my quirk? Pinky looks over at Battle Fist. Probably, and she could make them a bit webbed too, so when you do what whoosh attack it's better. It's air palm, not whoosh. But it goes whoosh, and it sounds better. I'm not taking naming advice from the girl who came up with Pinky. Hey, I like my name. Well, it's certainly appealing to 5-year-olds. Help. Both girls jump out of their seats, bodies moving toward the screaming before they can even consider their actions. Ahead of them, a woman was on the floor, already being helped by another woman as a person in jeans and a black hoodie sprints down the street, holding her purse. We'll get it back. Battle Fist yells as they rush past the woman. Finally, some action. Don't cheer too loudly for a woman getting robbed, Pinky says while releasing a thin layer of acid from the bottom of her boots. Not enough to hurt anyone, but slick enough for her to skate across the sidewalk. Don't go too far ahead. Battle Fist yells as her friend catches up to the criminal. Try to keep up. Pinky skates around a corner, following the man into an alleyway. Drop the purse and surrender? You're cornered. In the alleyway, the man had his back to her, facing a dead end between the two 4-story buildings. The man pauses for a moment, then in one smooth motion turns and throws a knife at her. Pinky thrusts her hand forward, releasing a small blob of acid that melts the knife before it reaches her, dripping onto the ground and melting a small hole in that too. Seriously. Pinky looks up to the man on all fours, climbing the wall, sticking to it, and quickly ascending to the roof. She releases acid from her hands and boots, ready to make hands and footholds to follow him, only for Battle Fist to finally catch up to her. I've got it, she says while enlarging her hand and wrapping it around Pinky. Don't hit the wall. I'll try, Battle Fist yells while throwing her friend. Pinky screams as she goes sailing a few meters above the edge of the roof as the criminal also gets to the roof. Nowhere to run anymore, just give up. The criminal stopped, hearing her behind him and knowing there wasn't any chance of escape. Why would I run? You're why I'm here. The criminal turns around, revealing Spinner's face to the girl. You are Horizon's plaything, right? Pinky takes a fighting stance as he tosses the purse aside and draws 2 combat knives. Seems like you already know the answer. Does he love you, or are you just a smokescreen so they don't realize how big a monster he is? The only monster here is the person who helps create Nomu. I'm used to being called a monster. He throws one knife at her while charging forward. She flattens her hands and presses them together, aiming her fingers at him and firing a high-pressure stream of acid. Acid stream? Spinner stops and deftly avoids the attack as it follows him, drawing smaller throwing knives and throwing them while trying to close the distance. You're not the only one who looks different, who grew up as the freak in their school, she says while taking a step to the side, avoiding a blade thrown at her. The thing is, our quirks don't make us monsters. But your attitude makes you a loser. Shut up. Spinner's anger overcomes him, pushing him through the pain and rushing toward her. The acid hit his shoulder, burning his clothes and skin but not doing severe damage, if only because Pinky is a hero. He slashes wildly with 2 blades, leaving a gash on her forearm as she releases acid from her boots and slides away. My clothes. Pinky yells while aiming at him again, raising the acidity of her attack. Spinner charges in again. This time the scales on his right arm and shoulder are burned away to reveal the muscle beneath, but he keeps rushing in. He reaches her and slashes her left thigh, breaking her concentration before leaping up and kneeing her in the chin. Pinky almost blacks out as she rolls back, and Spinner finally feels the searing pain ravaging his body. Arg, he grits his teeth and stumbles forward while she forces herself to stand. Whatever. I'll do whatever it takes to get my toga back, and you're the key to making Horizon release her. Hearing that, Pinky chuckles. All of this, risking your life, all for her? He was right. You are the world's biggest loser. Spinner is seething with rage as Pinky takes a combat stance again. I'd kill you for that, but you're no use to me dead, so I'll j. The concrete roof cracks as Battle Fist slams her enlarged hand down on him, swatting him into the roof, knocking him out. Pinky sighs in relief. What took you so long? Stares. You're lucky I got here in time. That could have gotten bad. Actually, I was never in any danger. He was just being a jerk, as always. Pinky rolls her eyes. He even let my hero costume get damaged. If you're so whiny about that, you should have fought better. Horizon's voice surprises Battle first, drawing her attention to him, sitting at the edge of the rooftop. She then looks over at where the purse was and sees that it's gone, returned to its owner. Pinky walks up to him and pokes his chest. Most guys wouldn't sit back and watch their girlfriend fight at all. Horizon stands up, looming over her, forcing her to crane her neck to look up at him. Then it's a good thing you're just bait, right? Well, sometimes it's hard to tell. You're pretty handsy with your bait. Horizon chuckles, placing one hand on her waist, pulling her closer to him while healing her, and using his other hand to get a first grip on her ass, causing both girls to blush. Mina keeps staring at his visor, not wanting to give him a reaction. I had to make sure the bait was high quality. It had to be believable, considering my high standards. Nobody would believe it if you weren't worth stealing. Well, what do you think? She asks while leaning into him. He tightens his grip, causing her to quiver. I think it's Battle Fist interrupts him. Desh, I think I don't want to see where this is going, so can we please get out of here, or can you two get a room first? Pinky snaps out of her trance and steps away from him. Sorry, method acting. Battle Fist rolls her eyes before they all warp away. Spinner groans as he stirs awake, feeling pain racking his body and dried blood on his face. His right shoulder and arm stung, lingering injuries from his fight were still present. And with each motion, his fractured bones sent jolts of pain through him. He opens his eyes and looks up, seeing the Tokyo skyline below him. Taking in the sunset on the horizon, he finally notices the chatter behind him. Sitting on the ground, thankful that he is unrestrained, he turns to see why they chose not to restrain him. He was in Horizon Tower, at the pool he'd seen on Cellophane's social media. And behind him was Horizon, sitting on a couch with Mina Ashido on his lap, who Skinner recognized as Pinky but without her mask or jacket. Pacing back and forth behind the couch was Hantashiro, Cellophane, also not wearing his visor. And the last person Skinner glared at, Itsuka Kendo, Battle Fist, also not wearing her mask. Only Horizon seemed to care about keeping his visor on in the present company. What's going on? Spinner asks, drawing their attention to him. Mina, who was sitting on Horizon's lap, finally looked up from her phone. When you make the announcement, my follower count will drop by a lot. The fact that I trusted you to act as bait should help you keep some, Horizon says. Even after Chitos gives the full breakdown of what the plan was. Sitting on a single seat, Kendo sips her drink and nods. I'm sure Chitos will be glad this is over. She's been getting a lot of backlash for intruding on your personal life like that, especially with how adamant you've been about keeping your loved ones safe. Horizon shrugs. I figured some people would figure out it was to trap someone. After all, she is too smart simply to intrude on my personal life like that. You were trying to trap me. Spinner finally realizes, then glares at Mina. You buy Shambles? Where did you send him? Kendo asks. Shambles? Spinner vomits up saltwater as he appears at the poolside in front of them, coughing up his lungs afterward. As Spinner's lungs are burning and he's trying to breathe properly, Zero taps Horizon's shoulder. Do you have any connection Jizo and Shinso can use in Northern Europe? He asks. What country? Some place called Uthian. They tracked a few accounts for the Trigger Labs there. Uthian yeah, check the vault in my room here. There should be some hard copy files on some officials from that country. Zero nods and begins walking toward Horizon's vault. Before the girls could ask questions about that, Spinner finally catches his breath. How'd you know it would work? He asks, desperate to make sense of this. Because you're a loser, Horizon says. Losers like you that have never had pussy before will gladly throw their life away for the first girl that likes them. Be Epsilon. Except he's an even bigger loser than that. Mina laughs, leaning back against Horizon. Cellophane said Toga didn't even say she liked you, so you did all of this just because she's the first girl who didn't directly reject you. So lame. This gets both Kendo and Horizon to laugh as well, leaving Spinner lying on the floor looking up at them. Looking at the same kind of people who have laughed at him his entire life. And you call me the villain, from where I'm sitting? You're the monsters here. You're the monster here, he says to Horizon while forcing himself to sit up. So intense, try smiling for the camera. Mina taps the side of Horizon's visor. It's recording after all. Maybe you should make a love confession for Toga, a proper one. If you behave yourself, we can show her it while you're locked up in Tartarus. You're too soft on him, Horizon says. They're in love. It'd be kind of cute if they weren't, them. Their love is impossible. Toga's dead. Mina turns to look at Horizon. Yeah, those reports about her being locked up, all bullshit. I tore the information I needed out of her brain and left her melted skull on the floor, just like I'm about to do to Spinner. Everyone is stunned to hear that. Tears form in Spinner's eyes as Mina hops off of Horizon's lap. You told me she was in Tartarus, that he was going there too. Yes, and I lied. I knew you were too good. Too painfully heroic. You'd never have helped me if you knew how this would end. You should have been honest with me. She glares at him while Spinner's tears fall to the floor. Would you have helped me? Horizon stands up and walks over to her, reaching out to take her hand. Would you have helped me protect the world from these monsters? Would you have helped me put them down? Mina feels his much larger hand cradle hers, but she keeps looking down at their feet. I don't know. No, I would never help you do this, she lied, which he easily detected via touch. Beneath his visor, Law smiles, releasing her hand to guide her chin gently and make her look up at him. You were wonderful today. Now go enjoy Horizon Tower. I have messy work to do. He nods toward the exit, and Mina begins walking away. But a moment later she rushes back toward him and hugs him, surprising both Horizon and Kendo. Next time just be honest from the start, she says before walking off, with Horizon giving her ass a not-so-gentle slap. Ouch. Now you're just being dramatic, Horizon says as Kendo falls into step beside Mina. After both girls leave, Horizon looks back at Spinner, seeing the man glaring up at him. Jealous. I hate you. Hate always comes from below. Horizon shrugs and returns to his seat on the couch. What are you waiting for? In response, Horizon waves his hand, and both Hawks and President Panto appear beside him. Hawks looks around, spots Horizon, and immediately makes some space between them, while President Panto stares down at her hands, focusing on her body. I can't even feel the warping. Of course not, it's perfect, Horizon says. Then he looks at Hawks who is almost 10 feet away. What? Nervous? I'm not fond of sharing the same air as you. The feeling is mutual, but you. Focus please, President Panto says. What's the plan for him? Rip the answers out of him, then act immediately, Horizon says. I can warp to wherever his memory shows Shigaraki is and end this immediately. Won't work, Hawks says. Filthy traitor. Spinner yells. Traitor? Me. Hawks asks playfully. I'd never betray Japan by actually working with you people. He lied, which President Panto detected. Why won't it work, and can we please gag him? Panto asks. Horizon waves his hand, and Spinner disappears. Done. Shigaraki assumed they talked, Hawks says. He figured they wouldn't, but to be safe, he acted as if you knew everything they knew. Ugh, I hate when my targets grow a brain. So any progress you made toward finding their primary base is gone. Pretty much, and since you took Kurogiri off the board, they don't have an easy way to move between locations. So everything is through dead drops or quick calls, coded, of course. How long can you wait before informing Shigaraki that we have the information, and updating him on Toga and Spinner? Panto asks. Anything more than a few hours and he'll be suspicious. I'll be attacking their bases and uploading everything my visor sees, so that'll be too late, Horizon says. But it should be fine. I'm about to raise the stakes for them. They can't afford not to have you on the inside after I make my declaration. And what declaration is that? Hawks asks. You'll see in a minute or two, Horizon waves his hand, sending Hawks back to Panto's office. Now that only Horizon and Panto were here, he looked at her. And you're sure this will be enough? You deal with the League of Villains before you graduate UA, and when you graduate, you can move to whatever country you want. With them gone, Japan can stabilize itself without you, and your parting gift, well, we'll give you whatever you want. There are only two things I want. Horizon walks back to where Spinner was while warping the man back to the poolside. Spinner blinks as his eyes painfully adjust to the light. What? Focus on me. I want to know everything you know about the League of Villains. Fuck off. Hey now, no vulgar language on camera. This is all going online later. I told you, I'll never talk. Yeah, I know. But you see, when people think about the secrets they don't want to tell, it brings them to the top of their minds. Horizon grabs Spinner's head with both hands. And that makes it so much easier since I don't have to process your entire worthless brain. Arg. Spinner's blood-curdling scream and convulsing don't bother Panto in the least as the man bleeds from every orifice. The electricity crackling across Horizon's hands and arms connecting into Spinner's brain and flowing his memories into Horizon, and the cost of melting Spinner's brain. Moments later, Horizon drops the smoldering corpse to the floor and staggers back, holding his head. Damn, he knew a lot more than Toga. Are you alright? I'm still getting used to that backlash, he says. But now I have everything I need to begin. With that, Horizon taps the side of his visor once more, and begins streaming directly to his social media as he reaches his hand out. It's time to end the League of Villains. Shambles? Sunder appears floating before him, and in one smooth motion, Horizon grabs his sword and turns, taking a step to the northwest. Shambles? Everyone watching suddenly has their vision shift, from within a massive luxury pool area within Horizon Tower to the dark and choppy seas between Japan and Korea. Shambles? Horizon appears on the main street of Seoul, surrounded by people who instantly recognize him. As the crowd gathers, he floats above them, looking around at the high-rise buildings. People barely manage to take a few pictures before he takes another step. Shambles? He appears in an empty penthouse overlooking the city, empty and abandoned. They cleared out when Spinner went rogue. Smart. He then turns west and takes another step. Shambe? He appears at the docks, on a large cargo ship stacked with layers of shipping containers. With a wave of his hand, he uses tact to tear apart the containers and hull of the ship, revealing dormant Nomu hidden within. Shambles? He warps the crew into one shipping container, swapping them with scraps and pieces to make things easier. Then he reaches up and closes his fingers into a fist, using dozens of empty containers and crushing them into a ball around the crew. Not hurting them, but sealing them inside a metal sphere with just enough air holes to think about their life choices until he gets back. Next stop, Horizon turns northwest and takes 2 steps before arriving in Beijing. Standing just above the main street, he's once again the center of attention. Hundreds of people in the busy shopping district below take pictures as he pieces together all the memories and new information in his mind. There, he turns to another high-rise penthouse, but this time senses things inside. Shambles? He warps into the mostly empty penthouse to see a Nomu standing there. The moment he arrives, it wakes up and lunges at him, sharp claws trying to shred him. Shambles? Horizon warps to the side of it, after it misses a wide slash, and punches it where the liver would be. Gamma strike? He pushes radiation through the Nomu's body, causing its DNA to fall apart and the creature to degenerate and die quickly. As it's becoming a mass of irradiated meat on the floor, another Nomu barrels through the wall and attacks him, aiming to pierce him with a massive steel drill growing out of the mouth on its stomach. Horizon simply warps Sunder into his hand and, using incision, casually slashes this Nomu in 2, since that's all it takes to handle a low-end Nomu. He then steps over that corpse into the connected room, where a Nomu is sitting on the ground. So massive that even while its obese humanoid form was sitting on the ground, it was taller than All Might. So, what can you do? Horizon asks, and in response, the entire Nomu begins glowing bright red. Shambles? He warps forward, resting a hand on the Nomu. Shambles? Suddenly everyone watching sees the backdrop of the star and the moon above, larger than they've ever seen before, as Horizon is in outer space with the Nomu. With a gentle push, he separates from it as the creature detonates. Shambles? He returns to the penthouse, as above Beijing people can see the bright red explosion that would have killed countless people. Horizon looks down at his hand, which has a thin layer of frost on it, and flexes his fingers, breaking the ice. Okay Shigaraki, just for that, I'm going to make it hurt for you. Horizon then turns southwest and takes 10 steps, all the way to a remote area in Cambodia. Arrived in the front yard of a small warehouse facility that's currently loading dormant Nomu into trucks. AHH, the sun is still out here. How nice, Horizon says, appreciating that Cambodia is 2 hours behind Japan. 3 of the villains see him and draw their weapons, while one tall blonde woman in a gray lab coat rushes toward the dormant Nomu in their incubation tubes. Shambles? Horizon ignores the gunfire and warps past the villains, grabbing the woman by her face and stopping her from activating the dozen Nomu. One villain reveals his right arm, a Nomu arm transplant. He punches forward and his right hand becomes a large whip, with what looks to be a sharp tooth at the end. Horizon glances at him before warping away, dropping the woman on the roof of the warehouse before appearing behind the man. He taps the man on the back, using scan to find exactly where the Nomu and human DNA meet, since they couldn't mix there had to be some cybernetics to contain it to just his arm after all. And seeing it, he simply used one hand to hold the man's left shoulder, while using LASIK to cut his right shoulder off, leaving the Nomu arm to drop to the floor, lifeless. The man screams in pain for a moment before the pain causes him to black out, but by then Horizon had already warped away. One of the other men fired a full magazine of assault rifle rounds at Horizon, operating purely on instinct, as with a clear head. He would have known better. Shambles? All the bullets swap places with pebbles and dirt behind the man, riddling his legs and arms with bullet holes, while Horizon sees the third man flying away with 2 bat wings sprouting out of his lower back. LASIK? Horizon fires 2 beams of blue energy from his eyes and just barely moves his head, cutting the man's wings off along with one arm. The man falls nearly 50 feet into the dry dirt below, likely breaking his legs and many other bones. But Horizon turns to the scientist on the roof. Shambles? She appears in front of him, stumbling backward and almost falling before he grabs her. She panics and begins pleading, in Dutch, non-combatant. Non-combatant? I'm a researcher only. A researcher, he asks, speaking her language perfectly. Then you are the most dangerous of them all, because you create Nomu. No, I only oversee the machinery, keeping them stable, no more. I don't do genetic research. TCH, then you're of no use to me, but wait here until I'm done copying all the data from this place. Yes, I will wait, she nods excitedly. Good, hold this. Hold WA. She screams as Sunder pierces her chest, then he uses the blade to lift her into the air and pins her here there with the floating sword. The blade pierced her chest, through her lung, and out through her back. She feels the burning sensation and desperation of drowning in her blood, while gravity tried its best to pull the naginata through her petite body by ripping apart her chest cavity. Ugh, she can't even form words as blood continuously pours out of her mouth, desperately trying to reach out and grab Horizon as he steps back. I cloaked Sunder in enough energy to keep you alive for a few minutes like that. Long enough for me to finish up here. Long enough for you to wish you took a different job, Horizon says before walking away, leaving the villains in so much pain they wish he'd simply killed them. However, because he is trespassing in this country, he cannot simply kill people without some measure of approval from the governing body. Therefore, the only reason they are suffering is because Horizon is following the rules. Because that's what heroes do. Sitting in a small, dimly lit bedroom, Shigaraki carefully reads from a large stack of notes. He carefully reads and takes notes, highlighting everything he can use while pacing the room. After a few more minutes, he looks up, gazing at the clock before walking to the window and peeking through the curtains. He squints and quickly looks away from the beautiful beach outside, a hallmark of the Agazawara Islands, sitting just on the edge of Japan's borders to the southeast. Far enough to evade Horizon while hiding under his nose. Stupid bird, always late, Shigaraki grumbles while grabbing some of his notes, files, and laptop. He then walks out of the bedroom into the small living room, sits at the table, and turns on his laptop. It's time to end the League of Villains, he hears Horizon say, then immediately mutes the video. The video shows Spinner's corpse for just a moment, and Shigaraki pauses on that frame. He inspects the image, compares it to his notes, and then continues the video, observing the 100th time as Horizon warps to Korea. He pauses again, double-checking his notes and quickly doing some math, then continues as Horizon warps about, destroying Nomu and capturing villains. Finally getting to the self-destruction Nomu, and pausing when Horizon warps it into space. He stops and takes a few notes, then opens up a map on his laptop, and takes some more notes. That's a big circle, Shigaraki mutters as the front door finally opens. Yo, brought food. Hawks says as he walks into the room, holding a bag of boxed lunches. Figured you'd like it since you haven't been in Japan for a while. You're late, Shigaraki says as he continues taking notes, all while Hawks sits in the chair opposite him. It's part of my style. Anyway, I'm late because I got you some intel you'll want to use. How good? Shigaraki looks up as Hawks takes a few files out of his jacket. Hard copy. Handwritten, which was a pain in the ass, but I couldn't exactly go print a copy after stealing from Panta's office. Shigaraki pushes his computer aside and grabs the notes, excitedly reading them. Yeah, she only has these in hard copy, so I figured putting them on anything connected to the internet would trigger the alarm bells, Hawks says as he eats. Autopsy reports, Shigaraki mutters. Spinner and Toga, but dead, killed by Horizon. They showed Spinner, but Toga. He killed her with, what the hell is bioelectric mimicry? Alright. He zaps their brain and copies the patterns or something, downloading their memories, melts the brain through. Yeah, clearly, it is said that the brain was fried in places. That's why I called and told you to bail on whatever plans and safe houses you had. If they knew it, now Horizon does too, Hawks says as Shigaraki keeps rereading the intel. He's not pleasant to be around right now. How bad is it? Shigaraki asks while glancing over at his little Nomu, Shiji, who will alert him of any lies. I fed them some bullshit about you having connections in the Democratic Alliance of North Africa. Horizon and his team have been painting that place red the past 2 weeks. Will they get anything? A new trail heading to South America. I fed Penta some shitty intel, but it looks authentic enough, and gets him far enough from Japan for you to stay here for a while longer. And what did he learn that made my contacts all turned on me? Wasn't me? Hawks raises his hands in surrender. The intel I give doesn't lead to that, but Team Horizon is a lot more competent than we gave them credit for. Cellophane is taking down entire groups of villains with Horizon's brand of justice, minus the excessive murders. And Simon is collecting intel like crazy. But Mudman, he's the problem. He's a good detective, annoyingly good. He found your supply line and sent word to the villains. Sent them a nice long list and gave them until the first day of next year to hand you in. Otherwise, Horizon would come for all of them. And whoever turns you in, he'll skip. That kid is dangerous and knows how to seed chaos. That's why everyone turned on you so quickly. He isn't much of a fighter, but Tsukuyomi is always with him, so that hardly matters. Your former intern. Yay, and he's a lot stronger now. Most pro heroes can't handle him. Why'd you split from him anyway? Horizon and I have some history. I used Tsukuyomi to get intel from him. Liked the kid, but then things got worse and Horizon realized what I was doing. Do you finally trust me enough to tell me why Horizon hates you? Hawks shrugs, bad first impression. He holds grudges. Right, well, that explains why you're helping me bring him down instead of arresting me. You're the lesser evil, Hawks scoffs. Hell, even All for One would be the lesser evil. So now what? We're friends. Until Horizon is dead, then things get difficult. Shigaraki sighs and opens one of the bento boxes. How are the other countries reacting? They aren't, Hawks says as Shigaraki eats. Nobody wants to step on Horizon's toes with the first shipments of Panacea leaving in 3 weeks. But Panta told him not to kill any villains overseas, and he's been following that order. As much as he complains about it. I'd imagine collecting intel is harder when you can't rip apart someone's brain. At least you don't have to worry about that. She wants you alive. Me? Why? She mentioned it would be a moral victory, but that can't be it. Shigaraki sits back in his chair and thinks about it for a moment, leaving Hawks to eat in silence. Moral victory, doesn't make sense, Shigaraki says. Toga, a 16-year-old girl, that would have been a more moral victory, right? Classic victim story. I'm considered beyond saving, so that objective isn't the problem. Then what is? Shigaraki snaps his fingers. The bonus. What? When Horizon captures a villain, the bonus is the intel. So I must know something she doesn't want Horizon to rip out of my brain. Do you? Not that I'm aware of, otherwise I would have used it. But she thinks you know something. No, Shigaraki says. She thinks I know something that I wouldn't tell my friends, otherwise she wouldn't let him tear apart Himiko and Spinner. Hawk stops eating and looks up at Shigaraki, suspiciously. No, there is only one thing I can think of you using that would make Horizon even more dangerous. What is it? Something worth me dying to protect, Hawk says. I'm here to put Horizon down before he cracks the world in half. Giving you that intel, nah, that would break down his kingdom. And the only thing keeping him from flipping the table is the fact that his little pro-hero game is still going. And whatever Panto promised him. Shigaraki smiles. Good, that means Panto is serious about not letting him get into my head. That buys me more time. Not much, so, do you have a plan? Did you get what I need? Last page, Hawk says, and Shigaraki flips to the last page of the file and begins reading. Panta's job is protecting the public from pro-heroes, means she has files about whom to deploy if one of our own goes rogue, and who to deploy depending on the type of quirk the target has. What's your file say? Fire, armor, basic power type quirks, Hawk shrugs. The interesting thing is that Horizon is considered a universal countermeasure. Yeah, and what's in his file? Shigaraki says before getting to the end of the page. Never mind. Seriously? One line? Star and Stripe, Lightshot. Who the hell is Lightshot? Some assassin Panto thinks can take down Horizon. She assigned a team to make sure she knows where he is at all times, ensuring he was kept away from Horizon at all times, and if he came anywhere near Japan, she'd give Horizon a warning. Never heard of him. Well, the only famous assassin was Arsenal, but most don't treat collateral damage body counts like a high score in a video game, so that makes sense. What can he do? No idea. All I know is they built a deep dark prison in the middle of a mountain to contain him. Okay, I'll make some arrangements to get him here, but the other thing, the window. Hawks nods. What are you planning to do with it? Make a play and lower his guard. How? Depends on how big a window I have to act. You have two options, Hawks says. He spends 2 hours every day in the Panacea facility. During that time he's focused, but it's here in Japan and any play we make will be extra risky. And the second option. I could send him somewhere across the world, give you a bit more time before his phone rings. How far doesn't matter for his response time. But it'll be easier for them to place the signal blocker if he's far away, at least 1,000 kilometers away. Blocker. Signal blocker in UA. Dabi wants Shoto dead. Twice wants to go get Kurojiri, and I'll be sending Compress to capture Nizu. Hawks choked on his food. Nizu, are you crazy? No, and I don't expect him to succeed. I trade twice for Kurojiri, but, in the worst case scenario, they captured twice, Compress, and Dabi, leaving you as the last man standing. Then what? Then Horizon feels comfortable enough for us to make a play with Lightshot to take him out. After that, we go back to playing our intended roles. I haven't felt like a proper hero in years, but are you capable of sacrificing your friends? Dabi doesn't care about living, just killing the Todorokis. Compress wants the challenge of stealing the most valuable thing, and he figures kidnapping the person Horizon holds most dear would qualify. And Twice doesn't care about anything but hurting the people who killed Toga. So they're all set for a suicide mission. The question is, are you willing to let me attack you? Hawks thinks about it for a moment, then nods. What you read in those files is nothing compared to what Horizon is doing to people as we speak. He's pissed, like, beyond pissed. Putting him on a wild goose chase was bad, but now that no government in the world will stand up to him, the leverage he has with the Panacea is too much. Do whatever you have to do, because if this is his way of making the world more peaceful, I don't want to see what he's like when playing the hero gets boring. Shigaraki nods in agreement, then turns the laptop for Hawks to see what he was working on, sliding his notes across the table. What the hell is this supposed to be? Hawks asks, seeing lines connecting Japan, Korea, Beijing, and a few other places, with dashes in the lines. His estimated range, assuming Hand of God works how I think it does. And how would that be? Like a big fucking circle, about 1,000 kilometers wide, assuming it forms with him in the middle. Jesus Christ, Hawks looks at the notes in awe. Jesus wouldn't let someone like him have power like this. But I will say, as usual, Horizon was right. About what? Well, if I'm right about the range of his quirk, then he was just being honest when he said the more you understand his quirk, the more hopeless fighting him seems. Somewhere in northern Africa, October 23rd, 10 p.m. What are you eating? Simon asks Cellophane while holding a restrained man's head underwater. They strapped the man to a table that tilted slightly, enabling them to submerge his head in the water barrel at will. While the man struggles and all his friends look on, gagged and bound, broken limbs and battered bodies in this abandoned warehouse, Cellophane takes another bite of a tasty treat. They call it, hashi, I think, Cellophane says. You just got back from buying food and you don't remember what it's called. I bought it from a little shop, plus I can't read Arabic. Simon rolls his eyes, then pulls the man out of the water so he can take a breath. Gah, the man desperately gulps down the air. You fucking animals. Doesn't mean much coming from the supervisor of a Nomu storage facility. What's the name of that food? Huh? What? The man asks, still speaking Arabic, not looking at Simon with a confused expression. That. Simon twists the man's head and points at Cellophane's snack. That's Hawashi, it. Great. Simon cuts him off, quickly switching back to Japanese. It's Hawashi. That's what the guy said. Cellophane takes another bite. It's like a burger and a taco had a baby, and it's delicious. I feel like every country has one of those foods. Anyway, Simon switches back to Arabic and looks to the man again. Where did the equipment and Nomu from this facility get transported to? We know they cleaned it out a few days ago, so tell us where and we won't cut off your legs. I swear, I don't kn. Simon dips the man under the water again and walks away, leaving him to struggle. Did you bring me anything to drink? Simon asks as he walks over to Cellophane, who tosses him a bottle of water. Coconut water. Oh, that's why it costs so much. Simon shakes his head, pointing at the label. Learn to read Arabic, please. You learn to speak Portuguese. We aren't in Brazil, we're in. Did you get anything from them? Horizon asks after suddenly appearing in the room, scaring the criminals. Nope, same story as last time, Simon says. They paid these guys to shuffle the gear between sites and not ask questions. They're playing shell games. Or something worse. What do you think? Cellophane asks Horizon. Worse, for it to be a shell game, the prize has to be in play, otherwise, it's a scam. And if it is a scam? Horizon walks over to the drowning man, who slowly stops struggling and rests his hand on the man's chest, releasing a steady stream of healing energy into the man, causing him to struggle again. A with ring above NBS. If it is a scam, that means Shigaraki knows something we don't. Which would be where he is, Simon says. But that's already established in the game we started playing, so he knows something we don't know that he knows. Like what we know, Cellophane says. So we have a spy in our operation. And I can't rip the answers out of these people to figure it out. Not that I'd expect them to know anything since the spy would be on our side. Horizon pulls the man out of the water. The man immediately vomits up all the water from his lungs while Horizon walks away. We have 2 more raids in this city before we move out. You joining us? Simon asks. Nope, Mudman and Tsukuyomi are ready to come home, and I don't want to leave them in Brussels much longer. Are you healing that guy while you're over there? Simon asks. What was his name again? Lightning Wolf. Close enough, Lion Surge. Horizon chuckles. And yet, I'll be passing by to cure him. They'll be happy to have their number 1 back on his feet. Well, we should be able to hit the next 2 sites tonight. What do you have planned for tomorrow? I'll be back when I'm done and we can hit the last safe house together, then we'll move on to where the next intel drop points us. Hopefully somewhere I can speak the language, Cellophane says as he picks through his food. I don't think I said no sauce properly. Just learn Arabic, Horizon says. Exactly what I said. Look, I already know 5 languages, and that was hard enough. Plus, everyone else on the team speaks it. So I'm covered, Cellophane says before taking a bite of his food. Now, don't you have somewhere to be? Whatever, contact me if anything important happens, Horizon says before warping away. Simon, Cellophane, and all the villains enjoy the silence for a moment after Horizon leaves. Then Simon turns to his friend. Just learn. Shut up. 1 hour later. He's your intern, you handle him, President Panta says while walking toward her office. Endeavor is behind her, looking annoyed, and Hawks is amused as always. He hasn't been at my hero agency since before the Gigantomachy. You talk to him more than I do since then. Not my problem, Panta says. My only concern is him not causing an international incident. I bet Fuyamai could make him listen, Hawks says, nudging Endeavor with his elbow. What are you implying? Endeavor's flames grow hotter for a moment. We monitor the phone use of every top pro hero and their family, Panta says. Fuyamai and Horizon talk every other day or so. We think she likes him. How did she get his number? Vernon, Hawks giggles. That damn girl. Endeavor's flames go blue for a moment before they reach the office door. Horizon seems loose but at least you don't have to worry about her catching a Hawks shuts up as Endeavor glares at him. I'll stop talking now. Good choice, Panta says before opening the door and leading them into her office. As the door closes behind them, she turns to see Horizon sitting in her chair with his feet up, typing on her computer. What are you doing? Checking emails. Use your phone. Checking your emails, Horizon says while gesturing for them to sit. Panta sits across from him in one of the guests' chairs while Endeavor leans against the wall and Hawks hovers in the air. Hacking into my account and reading confidential files could be considered treason. Well then, luckily, I didn't hack into anything. I just used your password. How do you know my password? If you use a keyboard, or touch screen, then I know your password, Horizon says. That goes for you and anyone around me while my quirk is active. If I can tell when blades of grass move, I can easily tell where people put their fingers on a screen. And what are you hoping to get? Just some verification, you're clean, he says while waving his hand, and they both swap places. Panta takes a moment to adjust while Horizon still has his feet up. Well, you're clean enough, or as much as I need you to be. And who do you think isn't? She asks. Someone within the Hero Public Safety Commission advanced team. I'll have to question them personally. Yet, the only other people who know about my constant whereabouts are my team, Nizu, and Horizon gestures to Endeavor and Hawks. Panta sighs. Endeavor, Hawks, are either of you helping the villains in any way? No, Endeavor says. No, Hawks lies, unaware of Panta's quirk. There, now at least you know you can trust us, Panta says. How do you want to proceed? By cutting anyone who isn't essential out. Hawks brings the data. I act. No alerting foreign governments or internal teams, just data and action. That goes directly against the agreement we have with the other nations. They'll get over it, Horizon says. All that matters is the progress. And keeping to the remaining rules of engagement. You remember those, right? Horizon takes his feet off the desk. Unfortunately, I do. Don't kill any foreign nationals, minimum collateral damage. And that's all, he lies, playfully. No hurting politicians. TCH, stupid rule, Horizon grumbles and folds his arms. Quit pouting. Endeavor yells. Are you dating my daughter? What? No. She keeps annoying me to ask about Shoto. Is that all? Endeavor asks. Do you really think I want to join your chaotic family? Horizon asks. Endeavor just glares at him, but Hawks chuckles, noticing he didn't answer Endeavor's question. Speaking of Endeavor's family, I have a new lead that could lead to Dabi, Hawks says. Where? Somewhere in South America, Hawks says. I'm working on getting more details right now, but Dabi was in charge of a lab in that region. But if we want to catch him, I should keep things between the people in this room, right? Exactly, Horizon says. What are you going to do to him? Endeavor asks. Horizon swivels around in his seat to face him, ignoring the mix of concern and shame on Endeavor's face. Well, what I want to do is rip his head off, but I told you I'd do my best to lock him in a box for you to have a chat. So I'm forced to do that instead. I appreciate it. How much? Enough to have you signed as my intern, even after your court case. Hawks grins, enough to let him date Fuyamai. Endeavor scoffs. She's an adult. She can date whoever she wants. Maybe I should. An intense heat fills the room, stopping Hawks's words. Never mind. Well, as much as I'd love to see you roast Hawks, I have stuff to do. I just got back from Brussels and now I'm heading back to Africa. I'll send you the new data as soon as I get it, Hawks says. Just remember to skip the middleman, Horizon says before warping away. Hawks breathes a sigh of relief. You know, I think he's warming up to me. Panta looks at him as if he's an idiot. Do you really believe that? Nah, he's waiting for me to drop out of the top 10, then he'll probably kill me. What the hell did you even do to him? Endeavor asks. Nothing personal. I was just doing my job, but maybe I got chatty sometimes. This meeting is over, both of you, out, Panta says. I have work to do. With that, Endeavor walks out the door, hastily calling Fuyamai to get some answers, while Hawk soars out the window and into the city. Taking out his phone, he connects it to his headset and unmutes his mic. Did you get all of that? Yeah, Shigaraki says through the phone. Give me 2 days and I can set up a better trail. It'll take him from Chile to Canada. He'll find enough to think he's getting closer. That will be their chance to attack UA. MHM. Do you think we need any more modifications to the plan? Maybe to better account for his team. I'll call you later. Oh, right. He can probably listen in, or read your lips somehow. We'll talk later. Have fun. I'll update you when things are in place. The most important thing is getting the jammer into Musutafo while he's away, but that should be easy with you inside. Japan, October 25th, 10 a.m. Standing in a massive warehouse, Horizon is on the 3rd floor, leaning against the railing. Beside him is President Panto, and below them is the open floor filled with stacks of reinforced shipping containers. The large doors opened, revealing the runway outside, and a few planes loaded with containers. One of the foreign pro heroes walks around, checking the containers before loading them and leaving Japan. A few others from different countries wait to do the same, feeling the immense pressure and trust their nation has placed on their shoulders by assigning them the task of securing this delivery. How much is all of this worth? Panto asks. Depends. Each container has enough to cure 200,000 people. How much is that worth? All things considered, not much, she says. That's not the answer you're supposed to say. I'm a security director, not a politician. I make these decisions often. Is this the part where you ask me to charge for the panacea? No, I was merely curious about how much the current supply is worth. But as you said, we can't put a price on human life. True, but the people can decide that for us. We just control the supply and let them bid. And if they break the containers in transit? Panto asks, noticing how carefully everyone moves the containers. Do you replace them? No, every country gets a set amount, depending on the population. They're responsible for transportation and security. They get one shipment annually or new BS. Eventually, one of these countries may attack another for their supply. What then? Then I make an example of them, and they get nothing for 2 years, Horizon says. Examples must be made, and painful lessons are easy to remember. Geopolitical instability is the inevitable outcome. This could be disastrous. Horizon chuckles. An entire world begging for me to help them. What could be bad about that? I'm not even going to humor that question. You're no fun. The bunker has enough for 2 more years after we send out this shipment, but people will want more. Not to mention the headache of distribution to the civilians, the politics of who gets to be first in line for treatment, and a million other things. Yes, I'm aware. She shakes her head. Japan has a relatively unlimited supply and we still have problems deciding who takes the highest priority, and everyone is always upset. Imagine how that'll be when I leave. Is there a version of this where I don't have to? She asks, looking at him. He glances over at her momentarily, then focuses on the crates again. No, bad memories. And half the population of Japan still hates me. 23%. We take weekly surveys, she says. You dropped a city on itself. After all, killing 500,000 people has negative lasting effects. Yeah, and all it took was me saving the world and making a miracle cure to get it that low, not to mention dropping the national crime rate below 0.2%. Ungrateful fucks. No one has ever accused the public of being smart, that's why we decide for them. Whatever, that's not even the worst thing I've done. Really. Don't worry about it. You just deal with the public. That part isn't my job. Technically, it isn't my job either. My job is to manage the pro-heroes of Japan. To manage you? Horizon shakes his head, as if getting an unpleasant taste out of his mouth. It still feels weird when people call me that, he says. Because it's a lie. Because it feels like there is some truth to it. That's new, Panta thinks as she doesn't detect any lies. Speaking of going to new places, Ryuko. Horizon stiffens for a moment. Be specific. The cat. What about her? She's scheduled to return to Japan in a few days, but someone extended her vacation multiple times beforehand. Just say what you mean. Do you want to dispatch another security team to guard her? No, my people can handle it. Besides, I'd rather not have your people that close to her. I'd never use her against you, Panta says. You barely have a heart. I don't want to threaten it. I have no intention of experiencing that side of you. Good, because I'm not sure what I'd do if you crossed that line, he says, and she's surprised by the uncertainty in his voice. But it would be historic. We almost had a pleasant conversation, but you just had to ruin it. Well, this is the part where I stop pretending to be pleasant. Horizon leans back against the railing, now facing her. I received the intel from Hawks, and I found the person it points toward, but he's a judge, in Chile. You can't kill a judge. You can't even touch a foreign public official. Cellophane and Simon should be kidnapping him right now. So you aren't asking for permission, but for forgiveness. No, I'm giving you a heads up, because I'm about to do everything within my power to get the answers out of him, without killing him, so you need to get started on the apology letters. For the record, I am ordering you not to kidnap, assault, and torture this man. Yeah, I'll call you before I start any more fires. You should contact Hawks when you arrive. He's still spying on them, and if they see your team take this man, Shigaraki could panic and reveal more information. I'll call him. Now, I need to get out of here. They just got him to the safe house. Horizon warps away, leaving Pantu along on the walkway to observe the shipments being loaded. Hopefully, this reveals more of the cards they're playing so I can properly adjust, or perhaps it will outright end the game, Pantu thinks as she hopes for the best. Elsewhere. Sitting on a moldy couch with his feet up in an abandoned airplane hangar, Dabby idly scrolls on his phone while Mr. Compress and Twice, the original body, sit at a small table nearby playing cards. Standing along the opposite wall are 3 Nomu, one of which has a massive antenna protruding from its back. And just outside the hangar is a cargo helicopter, fully stocked and ready for flight. Dabby's phone rings, and he immediately answers, all but leaping out of his seat. Yeah, is it time? He asks. It's time, Shigaraki says, and Dabby waves Twice and Mr. Compress over. How long do we have? Dabby asks while walking toward the helicopter. Twice falls into step beside him while Mr. Compress directs the Nomu to board with them before getting into the pilot's seat. My source says Horizon and his team are all in Chile right now. He'll get enough intel to lead him to Canada next. And we're sure he won't pop back over to Japan for a little checkup. I'm sure, the intel is time sensitive, Shigaraki says as they all strap in. You have as long as you can protect that Nomu. That will be plenty of time. The range on it should allow us to place it within Musodafu and still jam the signals in UA. Good, and remember, I won't be able to contact you until this is over. I know, and I'm not concerned about what happens after. Dabby ends the call as the engines start. So, what did he say? Twice asks. Horizon is far away, so once we block the signals, we've got all the time we need to play. It's a shame we couldn't bring more Nomu, Twice says. Him being able to sense everything is such a jerk move. I thought villains were supposed to have the cheat codes. Haven't you seen the news lately? Mr. Compress asks as they ascend into the air. Horizon is a villain. The only difference is the people cheer for him. Doesn't matter, just stick to the plan, Dabby says, looking directly at Twice. Don't get carried away, got it? Yes sir, Twice salutes him. All I have to do is use my quirk on the attack Nomu to create a distraction, then go find Kurojiri in the main building. That's our escape route, so let nothing distract you, Mr. Compress says. I'll be making a name for myself by stealing the most valuable thing in the world. Principal Nizo, come get me as soon as you're done with Kurojiri. On the roof, right? Twice asks, and Mr. Compress nods. What about you, Dabby? Don't bother coming back for me. Just get out of there. I'm on a different type of mission. With that, Dabby takes out his phone and sets a timer to automatically upload some documents. He then leans back and closes his eyes, smiling, thinking about the aftermath of the pain and death he aims for. We're approaching Musodafu, everyone ready? Mr. Compress asks from the pilot's seat. In the distance, the port of Musodafu was now visible as they approached from the water. Dabby turned toward the front of the helicopter, barely seeing UA atop its hill overlooking the city as he stretched his limbs. Most of them should be at lunch right about now, perfect timing, they'll be disorganized, Twice says. Lots of chaos, makes it easier to get to Kurojiri. Whatever, just send one of your doubles to find me if you locate Shoto, Dabi says as he snaps his fingers. The Nomu at the back of the helicopter wakes up and turns to him as they fly above the city. Activate, block all signals, Dabi commands, and the creature obeys. The metal antenna protruding from its back sparks to life and the trio hear static in their ears. Right, now all signals are blocked so nobody, including us, can call for help. There's no going back now. He gets up from his seat and walks to the front of the helicopter, leaning against the back of Mr. Compress's seat. If I get too close they'll probably shoot us down. How do you want to do this? Mr. Compress asks. I need to split off from the two of you to go get Niza, so where you start, I'll be in the other direction. Take me to the front gate. This is a smash and grab type mission, you keep that stealth crap for yourself. Time for some action. Twice yells. I'm so excited. And so scared. Endeavor, Dad, today you'll suffer, Dabi thinks, narrowing his gaze at Yue. I'll make you watch me kill your precious, perfect Kriya. Dabi's eyes widen as the helicopter disappears from around them, leaving them falling through the sky. Dabi manifests blue flames in both hands and spins in the air, looking around for any sign of Horizon while Mr. Compress reaches out to grab Twice. He's not here. Is he at Yue? No, Shigaraki said they confirmed he was in Chile. Something is wrong, Dabi thinks as he looks down, seeing that both Mr. Compress and Twice are closer to the ground than he is. They were all directly above the city, hundreds of feet above the ground, so he nosedives toward them, propelled by blue flames. As he does so Mr. Compress reaches out to grab Twice, trying to make them easier for Dabi to save. But moments before they make contact, both villains disappear. Dabi instantly adjusts his flames and slows his descent to hover in the air. You bastard! Dabi screams, looking around and not seeing Horizon anywhere. Where the he? Dabi is shocked as he suddenly appears atop Yue, standing in front of Horizon. Before he can react Horizon buries a fist in his gut, knocking the air out of his lungs and almost bringing up his breakfast. Dabi responds by using that massive exhale to release a stream of blue fire, only for his throat to burn as it's suddenly flooded with water. His eyes barely catch any light as he's nearly 10 meters deep in the ocean, cold water all around him quickly flooding his lungs. Dabi shuts his mouth and begins frantically swimming to the surface, desperate to get some air while his head is spinning. But after a few feet, his brain demands air. And his mouth opens. His body instinctively breathes in and his lungs are lit ablaze by salt water flooding it. The pain stalls him for a moment before he pushes through it and fights his way to the surface, his vision darkening but the pain keeps him awake until he feels air when his hand breaches the surface. A with ring above. Gah! He desperately breathes in as his head gets out of the water, then immediately vomits up all the salt water in his lungs. He pants a few times before looking around, only seeing open water around him, not even the islands of Japan in sight. Where the he? He suddenly finds himself back at his starting point beneath the water. And for what would certainly not be the last time, the process starts all over again. However, while Dabi is undergoing his torturous loop, in Musudafu Square, Horizon is sitting patiently on a bench with two still beating hearts beside him. On the ground in front of him are Mr. Compress and Twice, both slowly waking up, and at the edges of the plaza are the civilians, watching, and taking pictures and videos of the entire event. When the villains finally wake up, they sit up to see Mudman standing beside Horizon. The Nomu weren't anything special, just some basic ones, Mudman says. I'm guessing their plan was to use Twice and overwhelm us with numbers. Not sure why he had to be here in person though. Probably so he could make a full copy of their target, since he doesn't know anything too specific about Kurojiri. Maybe that was a limiting factor. That makes sense, Mudman says. Do you need me for anything else? I'd like to get back to Chile now. With that Horizon waves his hand and Mudman disappears. Japan to Chile, Mr. Compress thinks. No, he would have easily found Horizon by now. Kurojiri might have been turned against us somehow, or we're missing some important details here. Ah, my head hurts, Twice says as he takes in his surroundings. Don't worry, that won't last, Horizon says, pulling their attention onto him. Can we at least stand? Mr. Compress asks. I don't see why not, you can't activate your quirks without these either way. He gestures to their hearts on the bench. Both villains weakly stand and look around, seeing all the people taking pictures of them. What is this? Twice asked. You want us to do a dance for the crowd or something? Why would? Twice begins dancing, surprising Horizon. You could have warped us into a cell, but you didn't. Why? Mr. Compress asks. Because I need you to deliver a message to Shigaraki. Huh, what kind of message? Twice asks, only for Horizon to nod toward the cameras. His shoulders slump as realization dawns on him. Oh, you'd do this in front of your sheep? Mr. Compress asks. You'd show them what kind of monster you really are. In all the worst ways, Horizon says. I'm the man who brought peace to Japan and gave the panacea to the world. I can do whatever I want, because the people who hate me also want the treasures I bring, so they're sure as hell not going to try getting rid of me. If you expect us to grovel and beg then think again. Twice yells. We're the League of Villains, and we'll never surrender or turn on each other. That's right, and we'll go down fighting. Mr. Compress says as they both leap back. They did so the moment Horizon moved a hand, and a second later Sunder appeared. The blade was already free and pointed toward them, the sword floating in the air. Dancing sword? The weapon flies forward and spins, cutting Twice's forearm but narrowly missing Mr. Compress. The man tries to run around it but his mask freezes in place, causing him to effectively ram his face into a solid wall. Ah, he groans before falling backward, his mask remaining in the air. As he gets up the sword spins and slashes the back of Twice's kneecaps. Ah, Twice screams as he falls onto his back. Horizon reaches forward and seemingly grabs the air, then makes a pulling motion. He uses tact to control Twice's costume and pull the villains toward him, bringing the man to skid to a stop in front of him. Twice is looking up as Horizon leans forward in his seat, looming over him. He tries to move, but he's already lost so much blood and Horizon is controlling every part of his suit, particularly his belt and reinforced gloves, locking him in place. If you want to live, this is your chance, Horizon says. Tell me where Shigaraki is and what he's planning. I'll never tell you anything. Twice yells in his face. I know. Horizon reaches forward and casually takes off Twice's mask. He sees the plain-looking man with a scar in the middle of his head and grabs his face. I know you wouldn't talk, but it's so much easier to get useful information when it's at the top of your mind, like when you're thinking about it. Or thinking about trying to not think about it. With that, he grabs Twice's head with both hands and releases a controlled current. Mr. Compress tries to get up and help his friend, but Sunder stabs him in the shoulder. The massive blade runs him through, all the way to the hilt before raising him off the ground. But he barely even registered the pain, for so overwhelming was the sight of what his friend was suffering. Twice screams for a moment before his voice breaks, the pain having pushed his vocal cords to the point of rupturing in a fraction of a second. Mr. Compress and the onlookers are horrified as Horizon slowly moves his hands away while keeping his palms facing Twice. They see the electricity dancing between his palms and the villain's skull, burning and frying the flesh and hair. Flesh pops and bursts as the body convulses. The ears, nose, eyes, and mouth bleed profusely as massive burns spread across the skull before his eyes popped. The horrific sight along with the scent of burning flesh causes many onlookers to throw up, simply praying for it to end. And moments later, Twice's corpse crumples to the floor. Man, that was annoying. Multiple voices in one head, and he barely knew anything useful. Horizon rubs the back of his visor and leans back into his seat. While holding onto the hilt of Sunder to ease his pain, Mr. Compress snarls at Horizon. What the hell did you do to him? Bioelectric mimicry. It lets me copy the electrical patterns in your brain, and since your brain is like a drop of water compared to the ocean of processing that's mine, I get all the memories at the top of your mind when I do it. All without picking up your personality traits. But I need some more practice before I can perform it without killing my target. I mean, honestly, you should have seen what it did to Spinner and Toga. Their skulls looked like charcoal when I was done. He gestures to Twice's body. This is honestly a big improvement. Mr. Compress winces in pain as Sunder lowers for him to stand. How is that even possible? What kind of thing are you? This kind of thing, Horizon says. And much to the surprise of everyone, he removes his visor, allowing it to collapse into a more compact form before he rests that on the bench. Then he reaches for the mask he always wears beneath it and begins removing that too. What the hell are you? Mr. Compress asks, now dropped onto the floor and looking up at Horizon. Power, was Horizon's only response. Taking a relaxed posture in his seat and looking up at the sky. His head was shrouded in thick blue energy vapor, rising high like a flame before dispersing and falling to the ground all around the plaza. The civilians who'd still been shocked from witnessing Twice's death now felt the cool sensation of his healing energy reaching them. All around the plaza the few trees and potted plants grew at a visible rate, drinking in the energy and expanding exponentially until their roots broke their containers and the stone floor. This isn't right, Mr. Compress says as he looks around, clutching his wound that's also rapidly healing. How do you have a quirk like this? A quirk that seems designed to heal the world. And you're just the worst. That same stupid question. People always ask, why are you like this, and what does it take to be Horizon? As if you could ever get it. I became a necessity before I became Horizon. Can't be Horizon if the world can afford to replace you. TCH, so just because they need you, you get to be a piece of shit. Well, from where you're kneeling I see why you'd think that. But I'm just being myself. Horizon laughs loud enough that even the onlookers can hear it. A laugh of arrogance and confidence, absolute certainty in himself. And even his most loyal supporters felt a chill run down their spine. Mr. Compress looks around, taking in all the cameras recording what would surely be his death, and before he could truly wrap his mind around it. This is everything you wanted, right, Atsuhiro Sako? His attention snaps back to Horizon. I have Twice, Spinner, and Toga's memories. I know you, and I know that you're just some attention-starved street magician trying to pass yourself off as a master thief. Like your grandfather was. Then you know how much our dreams mean to us. How much continuing the legacy of my family means to me, to us. Yeah, but we're all failures in that department. Horizon waves his hand and an unconscious, bone-drenched Dottie appears beside Mr. Compress. Dabby? What did you do to him? Fire users don't do well underwater. Pretty surprising, huh? Why are you doing this? Mr. Compress asks. Just get it over with already. I was just giving my brain a chance to cool down, and sending a little message to Shigaraki. I can't rapidly rip memories out of people one after another because I haven't mastered that technique yet. RA Beta. Mr. Compress looks over at Dabby who is starting to wake up, and can't find a fraction of hope in this situation. I do have to ask one thing, for the official record, Horizon says as he gets up and walks over to the villain. You people attacked UA and declared war on Hero Society before you knew I existed. So, if you had more information, if you knew about me, would you have changed anything? Mr. Compress doesn't have to think about it. Even as Horizon walks beside him and palms his head, the question rings hollow. Because they've been asking themselves this for over a year, and the answer is always the same. No, he says. I would go back and be a hero, because the world doesn't have enough heroes. And I don't think they'll ever have enough for what comes next. Oh, and what's that? Whatever the hell you are, because it's only a matter of time before you cross a line that people can't tolerate. And who will save them from you? Horizon looks down at the villains, and while the people watching live wait for his response, he instead simply rips the memories out of the villain's skull, gruesomely killing him and leaving his corpse beside twice. Shambles? His mask and visor appear back on his head, sealing away his healing energy from leaking out. He shakes his head a few times and takes a deep breath, allowing people to see him visibly relax, maintaining the illusion. I should leave these two morons here for a while, just to hammer in the message, Horizon thinks while stepping over Mr. Compress's corpse. He walks over to Dabby and flips him over with his foot. The villain begins coughing up even more water. Dabby barely opens his eyes in time to see Horizon's boot rocket toward his face before everything goes black. Minutes later he stirs awake, feeling a numbness in his body and having difficulty breathing. What? He asks while finally taking in his new home. He was lying against a wall with thick steel restraints on his limbs and neck. His shirt had been stripped away to reveal a mess of scars, stitches, and burns all across his body. Everything around him was shiny steel aside from the large glass pane at the far side of the room, showing a viewing area on the other side and another steel wall behind it. A camera and a turret attached to the ceiling were in the corners of the room, aimed directly at him. But most uncomfortably, on his face was an oxygen mask, making it uncomfortable to breathe. Tartarus, Dabby realizes. I'm probably on floor 5, which means All for One is somewhere on this floor. If I can get to him then busting out of here should be EA. Shambles? Horizon suddenly appears a few feet in front of him, standing casually with his arms crossed. Dabby instantly tries to attack by igniting his flames. But the flames he expected didn't even flicker to life. He could feel his quirk, but it was as if the flames couldn't form. The turret immediately fires 30 bullets directly at his chest and head, all of which Horizon stops with tact before they hurt Dabby. That's what happens if you try to use your quirk in here, Horizon says as the bullets drop to the floor. They monitor your brain waves, not that there can be much in there. Dabby narrows his eyes at Horizon. My quirk, my heart, did. This room is starved of oxygen. It's not a vacuum, just oxygen deprived. That's why you need that mask, and since that mask isn't fireproof, I'd recommend against burning it unless you want the supply to stop and the guard to just wait for you to get knocked out from lack of oxygen. After that, they just put another mask on you. So you didn't take out my heart, like the others. Horizon sighs. Nah, I figured seeing you like this would already be bad enough. I didn't want you to have a hole in your chest when your dad gets here. My dad. Horizon tilts his head slightly. How did you figure that out? Dabby narrows his eyes at Horizon. I didn't even tell anyone in the League of Villains about that. But you did leave blood samples at a few crime scenes. It was easy enough since, you know, he points at himself. But the Nomu organs in your body are interesting too. Nomu organs. AHH, so you don't know. Well, that's not my concern, and doesn't change my statement. What statement? When whatever little stunt you have about trashing Endeavor goes live I'll just tell the world All for One took you and did Nomu experiments on you. That's why you're like this, Horizon says, jokingly. No. Dabby bruises himself trying to lunge at Horizon. This isn't because of All for One, it's that piece of shit that made me like this. That whole useless trash family? You can't just shift the blame like that. Well, it's my word against the word of some part Nomu villain. Besides, All for One wants to be the devil. What is the devil good for if not to take the blame for our bad decisions? Dabby cries blood for a minute as they simply stare at each other, then he finally speaks. Does anyone else know? Dabby asks. When my files upload everyone will know, but... Nope, only Envever and I. Well, Pantu and Hawks know too, and Niza, but you probably don't care about them, right? Your other siblings don't know. Hawks, Dabby speaks the name as if it burned his tongue. I knew he was a damn traitor, that's why our attack didn't work. He told you we were attacking UA. Actually, no. What? Hawks didn't say anything, Horizon says. You aren't important enough for his mission so I don't care about his reports unless it involves Shigaraki or the Nomu creator. But the last few raids were suspicious, with a trail leading far away from Japan. Shigaraki made it too obvious that he was leading my team and I away so he could make a play here. And Hawks likely knew I'd figure it out and stop it, so he didn't risk his cover by warning me. But most of the credit goes to Nizo on this one. After that tech incident, he set up a system where if the signal ever goes down my phone immediately tells me. So when you blocked all signals, instead of blocking a distress signal they would have sent, we blocked the all clear signal that's always transmitting between you two, damn it. Then it was just a matter of coming here and dealing with all of you. Shigaraki delivered you all to me with his stupid plan of recovering Kurojiri. TCH, whatever, Dabby scoffs. Endeavor knows the truth, so even if you lie to keep the public on his side, he'll know, my family will know what a piece of shit he is. And that pain will never leave him, so I win. Your dad is the #1 hero and you wind up on the opposite side, what a failed legacy. Shambles? Horizon warps away as Endeavor appears in the visitors area, instantly infuriating Dabi. Hawks, I really hope you're right about this, Shigaraki thinks as he exits the stairwell, walking onto the roof of a 30-story building. Because if you're not, if he goes against his orders to take me in alive. In the distance he sees Yue at the city's edge, sitting atop its forlorn hill. Under the midday sun, he could see balloons and the tops of tents spread across the campus as the Yue Culture Festival was underway. Shigaraki rolls his eyes and removes his hoodie, feeling the sun on his skin while stretching his limbs. He then walks to the edge of the roof and leans against the concrete railing. What, are you going to make me wait all day? He asks aloud before looking around, not seeing anyone else on the roof. I'm honestly surprised I was able to get this close to Yue. Are you that distracted by those sheep? Maybe his guard is already dropped, Shigaraki thinks as he leans against the barrier again. My capture will definitely lower it even more. Then at the Hero Billboard ranking event, Lightshot. I was just curious about what you were doing. Shigaraki doesn't bother turning around to look at Horizon. He also doesn't respond as the footsteps get closer. I'm surprised nobody recognized me. I took the dim train to get here, Shigaraki says as Horizon stands beside him. Then Horizon confuses him by placing 2 glasses of brown liquor on the railing. What is this? Poison. Horizon chuckles. If I kill you, I'd want the credit. This is to celebrate the end of our journey, and to thank you for how much you've helped me. And how exactly did I help you? Shigaraki turns to face him, leaning against the barrier and looking up at the man. Because, without you, there could be no me. The world needed you, to justify the existence of me. So that's why you were dragging your feet about capturing me. Using their fear of me to let you get away with whatever you want, because you're the only person who can stop me. Yeah, but I don't need you anymore, so I decided to end this chapter. Horizon hands him one of the glasses. With the panacea complete, they can't afford not to have me. Shigaraki swirls the drink a few times, then turns back to Yue. It's underwhelming. Which part? That. He points toward Yue with his glass. The place that tamed you, made you into a hero, a more heroic person. You'd expect more from a place that can do the impossible. Shigaraki takes a sip of his drink, and Horizon does the same. If you could do it, you would too. Serve people like that. No, have the freedom to do anything you want, while the world cheers. You felt some of it, the freedom. But how long did it last before the entire world started hunting you? Before you constantly had to look over your shoulder? Before they sent you after me? Thank God I won't have that problem. Horizon downs his drink. But after I stopped hating the hero-villain game, and decided to lean into it, I figured why not be myself and make them love me for it. And I was the controlled opposition to justify your existence. Someone had to be. I'm just glad I didn't have to make it myself. You were much more convenient. Shigaraki chuckles bitterly, finishing his drink and turning to look up at Horizon. What? Did we ever even stand a chance? He asks. I wanted to change things, to destroy the current system and let chaos restructure the world. And I figured we could do it, but then we learned about you and everything went sideways. So when did it happen? When did you truly beat us? That's the thing, I didn't. What? You were playing the hero-villain game, but I was always about more big-picture ideas. Freedom, connections, control. For me, this was just one step along the way, but for you, it was everything. So you're saying I didn't think big enough. That's why I lost. No, I'm saying while you spent all your time focused on me, I didn't think about you at all. You and I weren't playing the same game. I was never your opposition, Nizu was. And somewhere along the way Shigaraki raises a brow at his pause. He what? He got me to give a shit. I guess that's when you lost. Shigaraki leans against the railing, holding the glass in his hand, and slumps his shoulder, letting go of everything he'd been carrying, doing what billions of others had already done and made peace with, surrendering to Horizon's power. For a moment he looks at the glass in his hand. Holding it with all his fingers would have caused it to disintegrate 2 years ago, but now he can perfectly control his quirk. He's so much stronger and better than before attacking Yue, and how he's also tired beyond belief. I think that I'd like to stop playing now, he says while gently placing the glass on the railing. There is one thing I have to ask, before we leave. Horizon rests a hand on the back of Shigaraki's neck, not applying any force, but making contact to detect any lies. About the Nomu. The doctor hasn't told us his name, or given us any information about his lab or the process. He just has us drop off corpses and he makes Nomu. Really? He says I wouldn't be worthy of the respect he showed all for one until I made this era my own. But that couldn't happen with you here. Horizon withdraws his hand. Well, I'm sure the people in Tartarus will have more questions for you. Best not to keep them waiting. With that he warps them both out of Musudafu, ending the League of Villains' reign. And minutes after that he's sitting in President Panta's office, feet up on her desk while she types up some documents. And you're sure it was just him? She asks. I'm sure. I sensed him a while ago but figured I'd observe for a while, didn't expect him to be coming directly to me. I can't say I'm entirely surprised. Being pitted against you isn't something I'd wish on anyone. And that's just accounting for what the public knows. MHM, and speaking of the sheep, civilians. Whatever, what do the ants think about Dabi's scandal? Initial response is as we expected, lots of people calling for him to step down and give up the #1 pro hero spot. And for me to take his place, right? Yes. But your official statement and the medical records showing that Dabi has some partial Nomu augmentations from when he was roughly 11 years old proves that All for One was deeply involved. So they buy that stuff about All for One brainwashing and corrupting him. Yes. Since you were the one to release that statement, they believe it, at least enough for Endeavor to receive sympathy instead of hate from them, framing the entire incident as All for One attacking his family, taking his son, and turning that son into a weapon. That's an easy story to sell. And has All for One given us any info about this whole situation? He's still not responding to any questions from visitors. Would you like to go try? I was just at Tartaru's, dropping off Shigaraki. All for One didn't even more when I walked past his cell. He's content. Which is concerning. Usually my presence outside his cell usually gets him to smile for some reason. Maybe he'll talk to you. I don't care that much. I have more important things to do. I was hoping you'd keep searching for the person behind the Nomu creating process, Panta says. Or you could resume your research on reversing it. You can't just pull Frankenstein's monster apart and rebuild the original bodies. I'm a doctor, not some kind of wizard that can resurrect people. Kurojiri can't be reverted, but his brain is still whole, not a mishmash of different people, so that's why he might be able to come back. But the others are dead. Well then, we're done here. When we extract any useful information from him I'll relay it to you. But until then, I have to finish compiling the results for the next hero ranking ceremony. Oh, that thing. Yes, that thing. And we need you there to show support for Endeavor. We can't afford to show weakness from our official #1 pro hero. Yeah, I owe him anyway so I'll be there. Horizon warps away, leaving her to continue her work in peace. December 11th, HPSC main building. But now everything is so boring, Horizon says while looking down at the ocean of people in the plaza below. Looking through the glass wall on the upper levels of the building, he could see the flashing of cameras as people rushed about preparing for the presentation. Well, you could always start a new project, Ryuko says as he paces back and forth. Her voice reaching him through his visor, more amused than anything else. A new project? Huh? Well, you were one, so, is she no single? That's not funny, she all but growls through the phone. But seriously, you always say you'd solve crime, and now you have. You've been busy these past 2 weeks cleaning up Shigaraki's crap around the world. Now it's done, so enjoy the boring. Boring means the heroes won, you won. Yeah, but swimming with no currents sucks. Ryuko chuckles. You sound like you're about to switch sides to shake things up. Horizon leans against the glass, staring at the people below. Babe, you're not actually thinking about. No. Oh, that's a relief. But. Horizon chuckles. That's what Mom would like. Should I return to Japan to talk some sense into you? No, I'm just kidding. I've got a few cases ongoing anyway that Juzo's been handling. I'll just join some of those. And you have people in the miracle ward that need healing, so you'll always be busy. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess this is the downside of having the world in your hand, Horizon says. I'll call you later. The event is about to start. Will you be on stage? They can't afford me. Horizon ends the call and warps away. Appearing outside, he stands 5 stories above the crowd. Many cameras shift from the stage to the side of Horizon standing in the air, but moments later the music and lights on stage along with the fireworks above pull their attention back to the show. Oh, this is a bigger crowd than usual, Horizon thinks as he warps backstage. He appears standing beside Nizo and Aizawa. What's with the bigger crowd this year? Nizo, sitting on Aizawa's shoulder, looks over at Horizon while they walk to get a better view of the stage. There are rumors you'll be made an official pro hero and join the ranking. I heard as much. Didn't think people believed it. People believe anything the news tells them to, Aizawa says. Did you have any input on the rankings? Horizon chuckles. If I did, I'd put you in the top 10 just to annoy you. Don't even joke about that. Aizawa glances at the sea of spectators and cameras. What a nightmare. It's starting, Nizo says as President Panta walks onto the stage, mic in hand. Welcome, everyone, to the annual Hero Billboard ranking ceremony, Panta says in a monotone voice, but even that doesn't dull the crowd's excitement. Should have gotten mic to present, Horizon mutters. Then the crowd wouldn't have eardrums by the end of it, Aizawa says. After a few minutes of announcement and commendations, mainly focused on some statistics over the last year, the ceremony finally begins. Did you get a medal for getting the crime rate so low? Aizawa asks while Panta once again explains the importance of heroes. Why would I get a special reward for doing my job? Nizo shakes his head. Most people don't have the base requirement of perfection, which is why they aren't me. Moments later, President Panto finally gets to the announcement, and the crowd roars with excitement. Starting with our number 10 pro hero. Breaking multiple records, including the record for being the youngest person to be in the top 10 pro heroes ranking, and the youngest woman to be in the rankings as well. She's also a co-founder of an agency that only formed months ago after graduating from UA. Fireworks erupt as Panta prepares to announce the name, only for Nejire-chan to fly out of the trapdoor too early, sending the crowd into an uproar. Nejire-chan, Panta says as the hero flies about waving the crowd. Hi everyone. Nejire-chan yells. Let's do our best together. Panta gives the people a moment to calm down before she continues. Next is a now familiar face for this stage, moving up in the rankings for her hard work over the summer. Your new number 9 pro hero, MT Lady. MT Lady rises from the stage, posing for the cameras and showing off her new hero equipments. mainly armored gloves, bracers, and boots, foregoing her more sleek and thin first hero costume now that she can afford something better. After all, hero costumes for those who can gigantify are particularly expensive. This is just the start, MT Lady says as she flexes for the cameras. I'll work even harder this coming year. Next up, we have someone who is much more used to standing on this stage, having moved a few times but always holding on to her position in the top 10, Ryuko. While Panta gives the crowd more details about Ryuko, then announces Mirko as number 7, and Kamui Woods as number 6, Aizawa can't help but ask, why did Ryuko fire Nejire? She fired her. Horizon asks, I assumed Nejire quit to form that agency with Mirio and Takamai. According to what I know, Nizu says, Ryuko fired her because of their policies against working too closely with Horizon. Nizu says, Horizon sighs, yeah, that makes sense. Ryuko can't stand me. How did you go from sleeping together to her hating you? Aizawa asks, what did you do? Why do you assume that I'm the one who ruined things? I've met you. TCH, it's nothing worth mentioning. Just women being dramatic, you know how they are. That's why I stay single. Fuyamai approaches the trio with a drink in her hand, standing beside them. If you agree with Horizon's views on women, yes, please, stay single. And here I was hoping you and I would be a thing, Horizon says jokingly. Think about how annoyed your dad would be. Fuyamai eyes him up and down, then smiles cutely. Maybe, if you weren't. She gestures to all of him. Aizawa and Nizu laugh as Panta moves on to the next announcement. After announcing Ryuko as number 8, Mirko as number 7, and Kamui Woods as number 6, she gets to the announcement that Aizawa and Nizu are most excited about. And now, your new number 6 pro hero. After a perfect first year after graduating and founding a hero agency with his friends, Panta once again doesn't have time to finish. Lemillion harmlessly shoots through the floor and lands on the stage. And the crowd cheers so loudly it shakes the stage. Even Aizawa smiles as Lemillion waves to the people. So when Endeavor is done, this means UA should hold the top spot, Nizu says. We could hold it forever if. Not gonna happen, Horizon says. You'll have it for the foreseeable future anyway between Endeavor, Lemillion, and Deku. If Barago gets his personality to be less explosive, he could even add some time to that run. After a few more minutes of announcements, mainly best against retaining his position at number 4, along with Edge Shot and Hawks at number 3 and number 2 respectively, they finally get to the number 1 pro hero. And finally, the man we've all been waiting for. Even after the news of what villains have done to his family, and to his son, he keeps fighting for us, protecting us, risking his life and future for us. Endeavor. The man rises onto the stage to reveal his new hero costume, now sporting more heavily armored sections and a utility belt with more compartments. His flames were also flowing from his shoulder down the side of his arms to the back of his hand as he towered over the other pro heroes on stage. As Endeavor addresses the crowd, Fuyamai walks backstage to join Shoto and Natsuo. After the news about Dabi, they'd been asked to go along with the story Panto and Horizon published. But she could only take so much of their games. After a few more minutes of announcements, Panto leaves the stage for the pro heroes to take questions from the press. By now Horizon, Natsuo, Shoto, and Fuyamai are standing off to the side of the stage, outside of the press area but visible enough for people to see that they support Endeavor. President Panto walks over and joins them, not bothering with the pictures being taken. I need to know that you all remember the rules about interacting with the press, she says. Shoto and Fuyamai nod, but Natsuo looks away. I'll stay quiet, that's it. That won't do, Panta says. You need to give positive answers, not non-answers. You can't force me to lie. I know this isn't fair, or easy, but I'm asking you to put the good of Japan ahead of your feelings. He looks directly at her, narrowing his eyes at the woman. That's all Dad's ever done, and look where it got us. He's right, Horizon says, surprising them. Until he rests a hand on Natsuo's shoulder. But, hey what? He cuts off Fuyamai's worries. Relax, I'm not going to do anything. So long as he understands that the story we released has my name attached as a witness, and I don't want any nonsense coming out that can make me look foolish. Because I don't take kindly to people attacking me in that way. He won't do anything like that, I promise, Fuyamai says, signaling for her brother to nod along. But Natsuo was too scared to even move until she grabbed his arm to snap him back to reality. Right, yeah, I'll stick with the plan. Promise. Good, Horizon says before turning to President Panto. Now, how much longer will this thing last? I need to G. Horizon world suddenly goes black, and seconds later Fuyamai's blood-curdling scream draws all attention to them. All the cameras turn to see Horizon and Panto crumpled to the floor. Over there. Endeavor yells as he rockets into the sky. The screaming crowd barely registers what he's saying as those in the front row can see the two bodies while the people farther in the back are simply confused at the chaos. Endeavor releases condensed flames and launches himself toward a bright, shining light they can all see on the top floor of a skyscraper. Over 3 miles away, Ryuko and Nejire-chan are one step behind Endeavor as Hawks spreads his feathers out to check the immediate area around the civilians. This can't be happening. You're supposed to be invincible, Lemillion thinks as he rushes over to Horizon. As he gets closer, 2 security agents begin pulling Panto away as the cameras turn to them, showing the entire world that Panto had a tennis ball-sized hole in her left shoulder, and as for Horizon, he has an identical, perfectly shaped hole in the middle of his skull. The ground behind them also had the same thing, and the sight of it all caused Lemillion to hesitate for just a moment. Lemillion, Aizawa calls out to him. Go support Endeavor. There isn't anything you can do here, right? Yes, sensei. Lemillion looks toward Endeavor and takes a deep breath, activating his quirk to become permeable and falling through the ground. As his matter overlaps with the earth, he manipulates his quirk and body to rocket himself hundreds of meters away before he has to surface for air. As he launches out of the road, he sees the light in the distance disappear for a moment before appearing on another building across from its first location. He ignores the traffic he appeared in and takes another deep breath before landing, and sinks into the earth once more. Within 3 breaths he's far ahead of Endeavor, hot on the trail of the man who killed Horizon. While the pro-heroes were giving chase, the entire world was shocked and mortified at what the cameras were showing them. With Panta sitting up and panacea poured into her mouth, the bleeding stopped, and the flesh and bone visibly regenerated. The emergency medics approached Horizon and were unsure of how to begin. There was standard procedure for regular humans, and for people with strange quirks. But nobody was sure of what to do for Horizon. As his blood pooled around his body they were forced to choose, either remove his visor to force feed him panacea in hopes of somehow healing him, all at the risk of whatever energy compromised his body leaking out uncontrollably and harming the tens of thousands here, or to let him die while the world is watching. His lies had compounded to such an extent that saving his life became too high a risk for others to take. Don't take me away, Panta tells her security team as they put her on a stretcher. She wanted to stay, to see what the result of this would be. Come on, Panta chants, and in the eerie silence as the crowd holds their breath, it seems like she cheered for him to somehow perform a miracle. People were silently weeping as they watched the large screens above the stage, praying for one thing or the other. Even MT Lady, Horizon's most vocal critic, never wanted to see something like this. Because in this moment she's reminded that for all his power, accomplishments, and arrogance, he's still merely 17 years old. A boy playing God. But before all the memories could rise up, before she could truly regret how she treated him, before a single tear could form, a geyser of healing energy released from the hole in his skull, reaching 5 stories tall and scattering with the wind, as like a puppet on strings. Horizon gets up. The crowd cheers, some shed tears, and Panta keeps facade active to not display her despair to the world. Horizon slams both his hands onto the floor and he weakly drags himself to his knees, then desperately tries to catch his breath. For a moment there, you almost had me worried, Niza says as Aizawa walks over to Horizon, carrying him on his shoulder. Almost. Horizon forces himself to stand, stumbling slightly before catching himself. Some of the security agents see this and move to help him up, but Aizawa stops them. Don't get too close. We don't know how much of this is him, and how much is instinct. Everyone either instinctively or consciously takes a few steps back. And if it's instinct, Edgeshot asks, then it won't be our problem for long, Aizawa says. As the world holds its breath, Horizon reaches up and removes his visor, allowing him to properly breathe as energy vapor pours off his body. Many people throw up at the sight of his injury, a large gaping hole punched cleanly through his skull, healing at an unusually slow pace. For Horizon, light. Horizon mutters, reaching up to check his injury and wincing when he touches it. Light, won't happen again. He looks over at Panto, seeing her injury. Won't happen again. He then disappears, leaving everyone present very concerned. While that was happening, Lemillion had finally caught up to his target. The man launched a series of ziplines to reach the train station before the pro-heroes could catch him, but thanks to both quirk and mastery, Lemillion was able to predict this and cut him off. Taking a deep breath he sank into the earth and to the basement of a skyscraper before launching himself upward, timing his permeation perfectly as he phased through the floors and objects to constantly repel himself upward, toward the roof of this skyscraper. Gotcha. Lemillion arrives through the floor of this roof, as the man does the same. The man panics and launches his zipline at the next building, directly at Lemillion. But the hero spins in midair and kicks the man, phasing his foot through the zipline and making it solid just before contact with the man's face, hitting him so hard that he's sent tumbling backward, giving Lemillion a chance to land and observe the man's glowing right eye. Why did you attack Horizon? Lemillion asks. Instead of attacking, the man raises his hands in surrender, surprising the hero. I'm unarmed, my quirk took 6 weeks to charge that shot, no need to hurt me, the man says, in French. Lemillion looks slightly confused, unable to understand the man. So instead he just points at him, and says stay there, in English, then repeats it in Japanese. The man complies, which he's happy to see. Lemillion doesn't take his eyes off the man, considering the situation very carefully. That attack was instant, or damn near instant. If Horizon could detect it then it must have been some sort of hard light attack, moving at almost light speed to catch him off guard. This guy's eye is glowing and the right side of his face has burns, so it must be an accumulation and release type quirk like airy and fat gum. He won't be using it again for a while. No wonder he surrendered so easily. If he had conventional weapons Horizon would have detected him, but detecting light must be tough, or saturate his senses too much. So this guy is fine with surrendering since the job is already done. Too bad for him. He won't be enjoying whatever money he got for killing Horizon after we lock him up in Tartarus. Lemillion. Endeavor calls out, his voice a moment ahead of the searing heat that announces his arrival. Landing on the roof, he lowers his flames, seeing the villain already cornered. What happened? Nothing, he just surrendered. How is Horizon? A minute ago they said he started moving, but I haven't heard anything since, Endeavor says while taking out a pair of handcuffs. What do we know about this villain's quirk? Well, I know he speaks French and his quirk is likely a light accumulation type with a massive cooldown after use, but be careful. Alway then both freeze as between them and the villain, Horizon suddenly appears. Standing there, staring down at the man while energy vapor pours off his body. They both instinctively step back, having noticed the gaping hole in his head. The villain also falls backward, trying to scurry away, but with a thought his clothes move, dragging him along toward Horizon. Ryuko and Nejire-chan arrive at the rooftop just in time to see Horizon grab the man's head and use bioelectric mimicry to rip all the information he can out of him. In the moment they couldn't decide what to be more horrified by, the sight of Horizon's gaping injury, the blood-curdling screams of the villain, or the villain's face and head all but melting into sludge between Horizon's palms. Nejire-chan looks away and Ryuko moves to block her with her wings. As the screaming stops they see Horizon stumble backward and bump into Endeavor. The man helps him stand for a moment, until Horizon gathers his thoughts. Shigaraki, he says as Ryuko and Nejire land with the others. Once again he disappears. This time he appears before Shigaraki in Tartarus. Shigaraki was confined to a steel room with thick glass for visitors to speak to him, with a distinct square mission from his chest. While sitting against the far wall he sees Horizon appear. What the hell? Your plan? Light shot. Targeting me? Targeting Panto. It worked, Horizon says as he places his visor in front of the glass. The visor was in its full form, allowing Shigaraki to see the hole punched through it, matching the one still healing in Horizon's head. Very well played, Horizon says, lowering my guard by surrendering and using my one weakness against me. Not good enough. You lived. Yes, but against anyone else, you'd win, Horizon says. It's just unfortunate that your opponent was me. With those words, the last words they would share. He warps away, eager to return to Horizon Tower and sleep off his injuries. And a few cells away, deeper in the depths of floor 5, the demon lord hears everything, knows everything, and smiles. All his pieces were falling into place, as while everyone else was playing chess. He was stacking them like dominoes, and now, it's almost time to push them all over. Just one last piece to line up, the Matani estate, December 31st, 11 p.m. I think they're almost done with Endeavor, Ryuko says while watching the TV. She sits on Law's couch in his beachside mansion, sipping champagne wearing only a pair of panties while he's only wearing short pants, lying across the couch with his head on her lap. His eyes are closed as he enjoys her playing with his hair. He doesn't even have his quirk active. Committing, albeit with some resistance, to taking the night off. Does this mean I'm technically rank 0? Law asks. That's not a thing. They've been reviewing the top 20 ranked pro heroes all night, and since I'm unranked, and they're saving me for last. They're saving you for last because your Horizon, rank 0 doesn't exist. It's the same thing. After all, it can only exist for me. Ugh, you're so full of yourself, she rolls her eyes. Jealous. Don't tease me about that, jerk. Right. Projects for Law ouch. Law winces as she pinches him. Projects. Ryuko scoffs. Don't call OU. It's starting? They both focus on the large TV as Chitos is on screen again. Welcome back everyone, and as we enter the final stretch before the New Year's countdown, we can get to the recap of the star of this year. It's no secret that Japan, and much of the world at that, has been enamored with Horizon. He's had a busy career since his debut 2 years ago, and this past year in particular has been filled with feats and controversy alike, as well as some changes that not everyone is supportive of. So now we're going to recap it all from the beginning of the year, and let everyone know what they can expect from the next year. This should be fun, Law says. Lots of people hated me until tech. Starting with Horizon's apprehension of the League of Villains member, Kurojiri. This case arose suddenly while Horizon was already hard at work in the Mercale ward. A with Grave New Thailand Bot S. The Miracle Ward is his section of Tokyo General Hospital where he treats specific patients throughout the year. He has a very clear and admitted bias toward prioritizing the health of children over adults, so most of his patients who receive free and direct treatment are transferred from children's hospitals across Japan. This is a practice he has kept up so long as he is in Japan, and he has no desire to change it in the foreseeable future. Ryuko smiles before taking another sip of her drink. Almost makes your ego tolerable, almost. Law closes his eyes and listens. And a few minutes later as he's falling asleep, Ryuko pinches him. Ouch. He sits up, and turns to see her with her arms crossed, glaring at him. What the hell? You didn't tell me you had a thing with Star and Stripe. What? Law sees the reporter on TV questioning his relationship with the USA's #1 pro hero. Ugh, she's like an annoying older sister. You're the only sexy blonde in my life. She relents and leans forward, kissing him. I'm in the mood for ice cream. Want some, or will brain freeze cripple you? Law lays back on the couch and rolls his eyes. My brain was healed within hours, stop worrying. That's a tall task after seeing a hole in your head. Yeah well my quirk factor isn't actually in that part of my brain, I kind of got lucky. And it will never happen again, right? I can more easily differentiate between natural and altered light, no more blind spots, Law says as she hops off the couch. Good, because I'd hate to have to go back to actually paying my own bills, Ryuko laughs as she struts into the kitchen. A few minutes later she walks back to the couch with a bowl of ice cream. Leaning against Law, she glances at her phone. Shino is here. She's at the gate. Does that mean we have to get dressed, or is she getting naked too? Ryuko sighs. Do you plan to sleep with my entire team? Well, not Tiger. She elbows him in the side. All right, I'll bring her in. Might as well get this conversation out of the way. Law's eyes glow blue as he activates his quirk. Room. Hours later. Slowly descending and landing on top of a Manhattan skyscraper. On the western side of Central Park, Star and Stripe sees Horizon dangling a man over the side of the building. Seriously, she asks while strolling over to him. When they said your USA Hero ID was pinged in Manhattan, I hoped you were just here to watch the New Year's fireworks. They already did that in Japan a few hours ago. Well, technically a few hours ahead of here. Well, you traveled 14 hours into the past. Might as well celebrate again, she says. The show will start in a few minutes. Busy, Horizon drops the man, who falls all of 2 stories before disappearing. You can't kill him. This isn't Japan and he isn't a Japanese citizen. Be gentle. I'm always gentle. Horizon turns to look at her. Shouldn't you be getting ready to fly between some fighter jets? That's Independence Day. This is just the New Year. Right, not nationalist enough. I don't want to hear that from a Japanese. Half Japanese. Whatever. She stands at the edge of the building with him, looking down at the streets far below. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at home being someone else's problem? My house was fun for a few hours, then it just got chatty. So you pop over here to torture someone? No, I got a message from Mudman. One of his sources gave up this guy's name. And he had this in his lab. Horizon hands her a small vial of dark green liquid. Trigger. She scrutinizes it. Since when is a shot of some quirk enhancer worth your attention? Since if you crack that it becomes a gas, instead of needing to be injected as a liquid. So a group dose. Yeah, not much in that version. But the problem is removes the balancing chemicals from it and cranked it up to 1,000,000. So it makes people overdose. And makes their quirk overload, and since most people have a drawback that affects them physically, their quirk will kill them before the trigger fries their brain. Star carefully hands him the vial. So they made it into a biochemical weapon. Yeah, Mudman has been working on this since he joined my team. At first, we thought it was all about some labs trying to make a stronger version, but each version we uncovered became less stable. More power, but more harm to the user. Then he found some lethal versions. So there are multiple versions. Damn near every trigger lab in the world has been competing, so whoever is bankrolling this can afford a very high bid for the winning formula. And the prime suspect is now in Tartarus. Do we have any other leads? Somewhere in Europe maybe. A lot of traffic for this is flowing there. Aside from that, we're at a loss. It's hard to get intel when nobody you question knows any details in the first place. What about Nizu? Can't he just hack into some systems? Tried that, but there isn't anything about this anywhere, Horizon says. They're playing the game very well. We have some telepaths that are trained for this kind of thing. Send that guy to the holding cells near the Pentagon. Horizon nods. Done. Star then calls them to begin the interrogation process, and after a few minutes, she ends the call. So, why are you dealing with low-level people like this yourself, instead of sending your lackeys? Not lackeys, and they're busy. Too busy for you? I didn't know that was a thing people could be. It's winter break. They're back home with their families. Everyone is. MHM, except us, she says. But someone has to keep the world spinning, right? Exactly. And I'm sure you've been bored without me. Figured you could use the visit. Star laughs. Yeah, right. After you left, villains started showing up again, so now I have to work for a living. I can't wait for you to just graduate and move to America. That'll make my life so much easier. You sound like you're counting the days. No, but I'm counting the months. 15 to go. Yeah, well, one thing at a time. And first I have to make a lot more panacea. That's my top priority right now. I doubt you'll ever be able to match the demand for that. Everyone wants it, and it's impossible to decide who deserves it more. Which is why I left that problem for the governments to solve, so I can't be blamed for it. Maybe it would have been better if you chose the recipients yourself, she says. People attack suspected storage facilities when they're denied. Politicians get attacked now too. But if the person making the choice was you, nobody would try that crap. Huh? I kill people, but I'm not dirty enough to be a politician. I'm honest about what I do, Horizon says as he warps Sunder from its resting place nearby. Now, I'm heading back to Japan. Sorry I can't stay for the fireworks, but I have an exciting lunch waiting at home. Have fun, and try to visit more often. You could always come to Japan. And have the entire government yell at me? No thanks. Horizon shakes his head, then turns to leave. But stops and looks back at her. You know, people have been bugging me for the past 3 weeks about how I'm feeling. Ever since Light Shot. I guess having a large hole in your head raises some concerns. But you never did, never asked how I was, never even called. She raises a brow at him. Why would I do something stupid like that? You're Horizon, you're invincible, even against me. Horizon laughs. See, this is why we're friends, you just get it. He says before leaving the rooftop. Walking through the halls of Humari's HQ in Uthian, Falk carefully reads the medical reports on his clipboard. The man was 200 centimeters 6 feet 8 with a slim build, wearing a white lab coat while speaking with his assistant. His sister, a Caucasian woman with dark black hair, matching his, but a petite figure beside his tall form. Is this the last set? He asks as they walk down the hallway. Yes. If it works on them, then we know it works on almost every type of quirk. And the simulation? He asks. Any improvement on the expected effects of mystery class quirks? Still inconclusive. The few drops of blood we tested from Horizon were strange. How strange? He asks as they reach the viewing glass. On the other side of the glass were a dozen children, each wearing medical robes and believing the promise that this facility would help them control their quirks. The blood red as quirkless, she says. We assume he has some protocol or trick to make identifying or studying him difficult without his permission. Well, we're never asking for his permission. In fact, I don't want us ever interacting with that thing. But if we move forward with the plan and he isn't affected by the agent, we have to assume he will eventually find us. It won't matter, the great work would have already begun. More believers will take up the task after I'm gone, Fleck Turn says as he reaches up to his earpiece. Begin test on Chamber 91. Shortly after, while some children are in bed, others are having breakfast and a few are playing with toys, joyfully chatting. A dark green gas begins pouring in from the ceiling. Fleck Turn and his sister watch as the children panic, inhaling the gas, then begin convulsing in pain. Their screams are muted by the perfectly sealed room, but they see their quirks running rampant. Two of the children, previously able to create small flames that would also burn their bodies, twins, only able to make a candle-sized flame, burst into balls of fire. While they quickly cremate themselves, a girl at the other end of the room clutches her head, bleeding from her eyes, nose, and ears as her telekinetic quirk pushes against everything around her, including her friend who was on the floor beside her. A with circumflex nu beta. His quirk which allowed him to glow was pushed into overdrive, burning away his skin, at least until she slammed him into the wall hard enough for him to become paste. A few other children around her suffered the same fate before her brain became mush from the strain. Across the room, a boy with the creation quirk, after inhaling the gas, was unable to stop himself from creating chunks of metal. Creating so much that all the fat on his body was used up and his quirk broke the natural, intuitive safety people are usually born with. Drawing on other energy sources until his body became a husk on the floor, surrounded by rough chunks of iron. Not far from him, a little girl, no older than 4 years old, was screaming as her eyes burned out, firing her heat vision directly at a reinforced wall until her body dried up and her solar battery cracked. Her skin and blood boiled before she collapsed onto the floor, instinctively trying to cover her eyes, only for her damaged skin to no longer protect her from her quirk. The result being, her heat vision easily burns through both her hands, causing yet another wave of pain to rack her body. She rolls and cuts another little boy in half before her entire body begins glowing. Then, boom. The entire room is flooded with bright red heat and pushes the air away. Fleck Turn and his sister get away from the window before the glass explodes outward, and the scent of scorched air fills the hallway. Another success, Fleck Turn says while helping her to stand. Now we can move forward with distribution and preparation. She dusts herself off as the green gas fills the hallway, the sickeningly sweet scent flooding her senses with each breath. If we move forward with this, you have to be sure that this is what you want. I have never been more sure of anything in my life. He takes a deep breath, inhaling the gas. We made it. The ultimate tool to purify the world. To set things right again. We, the quirkless, our family that cannot develop quirks. We are the only true humans. Everyone is some heinous abomination. A result of human perversion, I'm sure. And now, with this variation of trigger, those with quirks will be twisted by those very quirks. Their sins will overload them, and harm people who would call them friends, family. People who deserve to burn alongside them. And we, the pure, the just, the few made in the image of God, made with the blueprint recorded in the Holy Bible, in the image of Adam and Eve, the true humans of this will. We will rebuild it all, in the image of the one, true, God, the image he intended for humanity. Hearing her brother's words, she smiles. Good, I just wanted to make sure you're aware of how much work is ahead of us. It won't be easy rebuilding the world with 95% of it dead. With that, she turns and begins walking toward the elevators. Luckily I am not alone, he says while walking beside her. Noah had his family, and I have you. Noah also didn't have to do this much work. Building an ark is much easier than creating the storm. Yes, but I cannot be angry at God for abandoning us. If I created such perfect beings as humans, only to have it warped and perverted by quirks, I too would shun it. All the more reason for us to restore the natural order of things, she says. They both enter the elevator and begin the ride up to his office. Now we have to solve the difficult part. Spending 10 years to perfect this formula was the difficult part, she says just before the doors open to his office. They step into his office to see the gorgeous capital city of Uthian below, with Humarize being in the exact middle of it. Yes, it was. But things have changed now. He walks to the glass wall and stares out at the sunset. 3 years ago, this would have been a simple matter. Bombs in cities, that would have been enough. But now, if we do that, Horizon will sense them, warping them away. And what about Star and Stripe? Inconsequential. She doesn't have his range, his reach, his control, his influence, his perception. He is a perverse parody of what God should be, and the fact that these disgusting things worship him as such is all the more reason to purge them all. Will we start here? She asks, joining him to look at the city below. No, we will attack everywhere at once. The city will be cleansed to avoid suspicion, but it won't be first, and certainly won't be spared. Simultaneously, countless major cities at once, that alone is difficult. But we also have to be sure to hit Horizon with the attack. It would be disastrous if the pretender god was allowed to roam freely. The people will rally to him. It won't matter. Even he can't be everywhere at once. After all, he is not God. Obviously. And how do we hit every target at once? Or at least every target we can manufacture enough trigger to hit. Flecked Turn taps his chin a few times, pondering this dilemma, as now his initial plan of using bombs was worthless. Staring out at the city, he averts his gaze upward, at the orange clouds in the sky, then looked down at the suspension bridge connecting both halves of the city, and the large river below it glimmered under the setting sun. We do exactly what you said earlier. What's that? We create a storm, he says. Do we have any guaranteed location for Horizon in the future? The annual Billboard Hero Ranking event will be at the end of this year. Aside from that, I don't believe so. He barely spends any time at UA. Most of his time is in the Miracle Ward in Tokyo, or Horizon Tower. No, there is one place they always parade him around for the worms to cheer, Flecked Turn says. We will launch our attack during the UA Sports Festival. That's in April, which only gives us 2 months to prepare. More than enough time. My plan doesn't involve creating anything intricate, just tapping into the vast logistical net this word so desperately relies on. She sees him looking up and follows his gaze to see 2 large passenger planes soaring above the city. We will bring the sky crashing down onto them. Sitting in his observation box high above the arena, Horizon relaxes in his seat while the crowd fills the stadium seats. Beside him is Tokoyami, wearing his PE uniform, the same as Horizon, although the latter is only wearing the pants and shirt, leaving the shirt open to show his body glove beneath. I don't see what the big deal is. The money is good. You should go, Horizon says. The problem isn't the money, Tokoyami says. Don't you think it's a bit too early? Who cares about that? It's not like they actually want you to do any fighting. Plus, you're stronger than all but 1% of the pro heroes in the world, you'll be fine. That's part of the problem. They extended this offer because I'm part of Team Horizon, not because I'm Tsukuyomi. That's not entirely true, Horizon says. Yes, me having a handshake deal with President Skyline helps. But they wouldn't have sent those offers if they didn't see some value in all of you. Think about it. They sent you, Shiro, Shinso, and Juzo 5-year contracts. What contract do I have with them? None. You said you're still working on one for Japan. Exactly. So America doesn't know if I'll ever join them officially. And if I do, we've only been third years for a month. It'll be 10 months until we graduate and I can leave, but they want all of you to move to America before the end of summer. And the pay is good too, Tokoyami says. Almost 2 million a year for me, and I'm by far the lowest. Horizon shrugs. If your quirk was more than just punching things, you'd get paid like Shinso. Now that's money. His value went up a lot since learning to make people answer questions with his quirk. I'm jealous. Brainwashing and interrogating is overrated. Nothing wrong with breaking arms. It's been working for ages. You also rip information out of people, killing them in the process. I only do that on the really bad people, with valuable intel. But I haven't had to do it much since Shinso can just ask them questions now. I really should work on the shape-shifting aspect of my quirk more. Dark Shadow has more than enough power, for now. You can work on that in America, because you're taking the deal. Tokoyami looks over at Horizon. But what about Japan? If you leave, the villains will start acting wild again. And if the entire team leaves with you, then Nu Beta S. The country will be fine, Horizon says. Endeavor and the other heroes can keep the country together. Plus Lemillion, Tsunader, and Nejire-chan are working their asses off too. Not to mention Shoto, Deko, and Bakugo, those 3 will be able to clean up a small country themselves by the time they graduate. It feels wrong to hear you speak so highly about Midoriya. Horizon shrugs. His power is a fact. Besides, with me gone, he'll be Japan's #1 pro hero in no time, if he stays. He's gotten so much better since we first joined UA. Almost like he's an entirely different person. Horizon chuckles. Nah, he's still the same loser. Now he just knows how to punch without breaking his arms, and he has a girlfriend. But it's still the same Deku. As delusional as always. But I'm not surprised by that anymore. He's just like All Might after all. Only you say that like it's a bad thing. Yeah, most people dream of being like All Might, because they can't imagine ever achieving that. But if I ever woke up like All Might, I'd put a gun in my mouth. And sadly, since I wouldn't be Horizon, it would actually work. Sheesh. If you could live a day as me you'd understand, Horizon says. Anyway, do you have any more concerns about moving to America this summer? Mostly about what happens to Japan after Team Horizon leaves, then after you graduate and leave next year. Japan won't be our problem anymore. But Panto will keep things stable. I finished making this year's shipment of Panacea, so that's handled. And the villains know better than to do anything too dramatic, because I can always return at a moment's notice. I guess I'm worried about nothing. All for One and Shigaraki are locked up, and most of their people are dead. After we find the person creating the Nomu, that'll be the end of it. Tokoyami looks out at the stadium for a moment before he makes his decision. Alright, I guess I'm moving to America. You will be joining us after graduation, right? Yeah, don't have much of a choice, Horizon says. Star would take it personally if I didn't move there. She doesn't have any other friends. Well, you always tell us it's lonely at the top. That it is, Horizon stands, and Tokoyami joins him. Now, remember, you're the only member of Team Horizon with a public identity, so you'd better make us look good out there. I won't let you down. Shambles? They both appear in the 3A locker room. All around them, their classmates are preparing for the opening ceremony of their last UA sports festival. So used to Horizon's antics by now, they don't even respond to his sudden appearance. Well, all but one. Horizon. Mina rushes over and gives him a bear hug. Here to wish me good luck, right? No, Horizon doesn't react to the hug, and she takes the hint to let go and step away. But do take this seriously. I always do, but, she leans forward and lowers her voice. It would be easier if you gave me a little hint about what you planned for us. Since I did grow out my hair like you wanted. Horizon takes in her appearance, with her curly hair now flowing just past her shoulders down her back, but shakes his head. You look good, but not that good. I promised not to play favorites. Ah, Mina pouts and walks back to her locker. Across the room, Midoriya is discussing potential plans for a team-up with his girlfriend. Their previous experiences offered the participants a chance to team up. So he and Yurika figured they'd simply formulate a plan before people were forced to find teams. Deku, Bakugo. Everyone in the room stops to look at Horizon. Outside, now. He steps out of the room with both of them following him. In the hallway, Monoma was already there, leaning against the wall, scrolling idly on his phone. But he pocketed it and got serious when Horizon stepped out of the room. What's this about? Monoma asks. A pep talk. Something like that, Horizon says as they get a bit farther away from the locker room. Horizon turns to face the trio, all of who were now taller and more muscular. Particularly Bakugo and Deku, while Monoma wasn't far behind. Horizon notices they're barely a head shorter than him now. When did everyone get so tall? Bakugo scoffs. You'd notice if you spent more than one day a week at UA. I have more important things to do, Horizon says. Like talking to foreign scouts and diplomats about you three idiots. The three boys look at each other, but wait for Horizon to continue. There are some special scouts here this year. This is very, very classified information, understood. Then all nod. Good. They came to sort out some of the specifics for Team Horizon. They all got some pretty big offers to go abroad and work. But some countries are smart enough to hire them before we all graduate next year. They're concerned about what happens to Japan after I leave next year and want to hire out as many pro heroes as possible before that time. Capitalizing on the current peaceful climate to get better prices. Plus, with me here, a lot of pro heroes are struggling to get work and support themselves, but that will change when I leave. So right now a lot more people are willing to leave Japan than this time next year. Deku frowns. I knew you'd leave, but not that soon after graduation. Are you going to America? Yeah, they made the best offer. And they let me do whatever I want. That means Japan will need us more than ever after you leave, Bakugo says. If we accept an offer, that would mean abandoning Japan. And when a new wave of villains hits after we graduate and you leave, they'll feel our absence more. But they won't be as wild as the League of Villains, Monoma says. They won't risk giving Horizon a reason to come back here. A lot of our national villains already joined organizations abroad. Even after Horizon leaves, they'll probably avoid Japan as a precaution. TCH, which means getting to the top in Japan will be a pain in the ass, Bakugo says. There won't be enough villains for me to blow up. All high-ranking people will easily maintain their rank. Mirio told me about that, Deku says. He mentioned that the only way the Big Three agency was able to climb that quickly was by constantly doing Team UPS and investigations with other hero agencies and pro heroes. Otherwise, no city has enough crime for anyone to notice new pro heroes. Monoma crosses his arms. So Horizon killed the supply of villains, which means there is hardly any demand for new pro heroes, like us. You also have to consider what kind of pro hero you want to be, Horizon says. They all look at him to continue. The world has changed a lot since TECH London is gone. That was the biggest loss. But that entire situation opened our eyes to a lot of things. Mostly due to the fact that the slow and reactive nature of pro heroes doesn't work anymore. For better or worse, my existence was the final push in the wave All Might started. Villains are working together better than ever to avoid direct conflict. The villains you'll find on the streets are hardly worth the time of people as capable as you three, much less my attention. So, you can either run around stopping every purse snatcher you see for the sake of boosting your ranking on the scoreboard, or you can do some work that matters. And what would that be? Bakugo asks. If we go to another country, we'd still be running around doing patrols. Not if you qualify for the United Nations new task force. They're still working on the name and infrastructure. But since tech, we've been concerned that other attacks of that nature can happen. And they don't want to rely exclusively on me pulling a miracle out of my ass again. So we'll be going after big international villain organizations, huh? Monoma smiles. That sounds a lot more impactful than patrolling the streets to me. Do we even qualify for that? Deku asks. Horizon shrugs. Juzo got in because he runs all the investigations for Team Horizon, and he's been working closely with a few governments on a big case we stumbled across. He's a prodigy at detective stuff. Shinso got in because his quirk is ridiculous, and since he awakened it, that thing is a lot scarier now. But Siro and Tokoyami didn't qualify for the task force. They're considering Tokoyami, but Siro likely won't get it unless I give him a little help. He doesn't have the necessary expertise or the outright power to make the cut. but he is moving to America with them at the end of summer. Power, that's what they want, Deku says. I mean, Kaken and I are strong. Stronger than a lot of pro heroes, even stronger than a lot of countries' #1 pro heroes. And we're unranked, Bakugo says, which means they can poach us without affecting the hero-villain ecosystem of a country, since as students, we aren't officially part of it. What's the pay? Monoma asks, earning an annoyed glance from Deku and Bakugo. That depends on how well you show during this sports festival. But I already recommended the three of you. They want people who aren't part of the hero-villain crap in any country yet, which pretty much means recruiting students before they graduate from a hero course. You will be working under the United Nations after all. Will you be part of this? Deku asks. No, I'll be entering a soft retirement after I graduate. Unless the world is ending, I'd rather not have to play hero again. You still never gave me a number for the pay, Monoma says. Horizon sighs. Well, with your quirk probably around 2.5 million a year. I expect you'll be among the highest paid. Damn, that's, wow, Bakugo could barely find the words. That amount of money was only seen by the absolute best pro heroes in a major country. Not as much as someone like Endeavor, after counting all the brand deals and other income sources. But for a student's first contract. Almost unheard of for a student. Only because the best paid student and hero in the world was standing in front of them. That's just the base he can get, Horizon says. There will be other bonuses and considerations, plus you'll have barely any life expenses. And you can always do merchandise and sponsors, but that will be tricky without a pro hero ranking. It is a lot of money, Monoma says, but this is more like a military unit than a hero agency where we can run it ourselves. Plus, this is a lot more political considering we answer to the United Nations. Is that a problem? Monoma thinks about it, then smiles. Nah, this might be the biggest stage in the world. We'll be the people they call for when someone like Tech or All for One shows up again. And the money is a good motivator. Bakugo. Bakugo squeezes his eyes shut before groaning and throwing his hands in the air. This is so annoying. All I wanted was to be the #1 pro hero on the charts, but that doesn't matter with people like Tech out there. The only way I'll prove I'm the best is by taking down someone like that. And if I'm not on this new team, I won't get a chance to do that. I'm glad you feel that way, because honestly, you're the only person here who might not get in. What? Horizon chuckles. Explosions are easy to replace, but Copy is a guaranteed spot on the team. What about him? Bakugo points to Deku. I told them he'll be stronger than All Might, that's a guaranteed spot as well. This is bullshit. Bakugo yells before grumbling under his breath. While Monoma calms him down, Horizon notices Deku staring at the floor, muttering to himself. If you're worrying about Uraraka, I can just tell them to offer her a job at a hero agency in Manhattan. That's where the United Nations headquarters is. And they want this task force to be close to that. Huh, Deku snaps out of his daze. Oh, you'd do that for me. It would cost me nothing, really. And the better this team is, the less work I'll have to do in the future. I guess that makes sense, Deku says, but that's actually what I was worried about. I mean, what kind of team would we need to solve a problem like Tech without you? I have no idea. That doesn't inspire confidence, Deku says. I know. My shoes are impossible to fill. I mean, you could put all the pro heroes in Japan together and you'd struggle to match Star and Stripe, and that's second place, by a lot. Horizon sees Deku get even more worried about the pressure they'd be under after joining this team. But he reaches out and pats Deku's arm. Just between the three of us. After I graduate, there will be a Horizon Tower in Manhattan, so I won't be that far away. You'll be in the same country as the two mystery class quirks. You'll be fine. Yeah, you're right. Deku smiles up at Horizon. Always am. Now I need to go start the sports festival. Let's try to start our final year in UA with a good show. And remember, the world is watching. Horizon warps away, leaving the three young men in the hallway. Well, I need to get back to my class. See you guys on the field. Monoma quickly excuses himself, leaving Deku and Bakugo to walk slowly back to the locker room. Okay, what's really eating at you? Bakugo asks. I'm just thinking. All Might gave me this quirk to help people, but it sounds like we'll only be called to help for big stuff. So you're worried about them keeping you on a base or compound until they need you, and about all the smaller crimes that will hurt people because you're there instead of patrolling. Yeah, Deku chuckles, bitterly. All Might says I can't save everyone, and that I should stop destroying myself trying to do exactly that, but you can't shake the thought that if you were good enough, you could save everyone. You too. Yup, Bakugo says, but you're also a nerd. Your grades are better than mine. Not the point, Bakugo says. Besides, that means you should trust my math when I say, stopping one tech is worth a lifetime of patrolling. If they bench us but only bring us out for one incident like that, we'll have more than made up for all those people. Still won't feel good. Think about the alternative. You refuse and do the regular hero thing. Patrolling and stopping random villains whenever they pop up. Then someone like Tech shows up and we need you, but because we don't have you, we fail. Are the billions that die worth the same as the 10,000 you save on the street? Well, when you put it like that, I don't have much of a choice. Welcome back to the UA Sports Festival. Ms. Midnight riles up the stadium crowd, twirling on the massive stage to give everyone a show as fireworks are launched above the arena. Gazing at the adoring crowd, Ms. Midnight smiles. This is ridiculous, she thinks. Twice as large as last year and they still filled this stadium. Absurd. After a few seconds, the crowd calms down, allowing her to hear herself think. Now, yesterday we saw the first and second year students put everything they have into competing, but today, we've got what everyone has been waiting for. Our promising third year students will show everything they have in their last year at UA, a final chance to impress the world and give themselves the upper hand after graduation. But before we get to today's events, before the host you've all been waiting for takes the stage and kicks off the competition for his year group, Ms. Midnight gestures to the massive screen above the arena. Let's see some highlights from yesterday, and a reminder of what these third-year students showed us last year. As the audience gets a recap, and anticipation of the oncoming spectacle builds, high above the arena, a different conversation is happening in a private viewing box. Standing at the wall of one-way glass, Law looks down at the people below. Wearing all but his visor and mask, he looks at the report Juzo sent hours ago. Behind him, Ryuko and Shino Mandalay are in their civilian clothes on a couch, drinks in hand, while Nizu is sitting nearby, working on his laptop. Is there any chance of the trail I sent you being wrong? Law asks, glancing back over his shoulder at Nizu. Not from what I can tell. The financial records were backdated, Nizu says. 53 banks, over 500 accounts. How did you say Juzo and Shinso got this information? They all look at Law, only for him to ignore the question and go back to staring out at the arena. Right, thought as much, Nizu mutters. You're a bad influence. Good thing I'm only here for one more year. Don't remind me, Nizu grumbles. Still think you should stay. Are you coming to America with us? Law asks while looking at Shino. I can't just abandon my friend and country so easily. She did. He nods at Ryuko before returning to his work. Shino rolls her eyes and gently pets Nizu. The biggest brain in the world just said you're a bad influence. Point proven? Bets are open. Ryuko hops off the couch, staring at her phone. Gambling is illegal, Nizu says. You could be arrested for that. Illegal gambling, especially on my students. She'll be fine, Law says, and Nizu scoffs. What are the odds? Worst odds are 1:200 for general studies students winning, 150 for them making it to the solo tournament section. Those are good odds for them. Why? Shino asks. Shinso, Law says, reminding them of how he changed things. Who has the best chance of winning? Ryuko asks. Wouldn't you be telling me that? Law asks. Or you could tell me who to bet on. You are the host, after all. I'm not giving you insider knowledge about this. Mary, Shino says, reading the gambling website as the recap continues in the arena. It says he has 1:3 odds of winning. Second would be Shoto at 1:5, then Bargo at 1:6 and B. Over-under for qualifying. People have no faith in anyone from general studies making it into the tournament, Shino says. But if you want to make the most money, have someone from the finance course win the entire tournament. That's maybe X 1000 payout if I'm reading this properly. Because it's impossible, Law says. They won't even finish the first leg of the opening event. Okay, who are we betting on? Shino asks as the final minutes count down. I found something, Nizu says. Law walks over to look at the screen with him. All the accounts have different amounts, lots of money held in different currencies. Juzo may have found the money trail on our trigger case. Any trends? Accounts were accessed from major cities, mostly capitals, high population, companies, shell companies, some ghost accounts, fake people, local, no, and none in America either. Mexico, South Korea, Law says. Check volume against population and surface area. Match against Beijing. That's odd. Unusually high. Absurdly high. They had people do whatever it was there then move it across the border, Law says. All those cities have private chem labs and fabrication labs. Chemical bombs. Must be. I already had Star on alert, this just confirms it. Check travel records. Anyone from Japan who went to South Korea roughly 2 weeks ago. Send everything we know to Star. They need to check for any educated engineers who need money and took a spontaneous trip to Mexico recently. Why 2 weeks ago for Japan? I was in Norway 2 weeks ago for a few days, healing some people and helping Ciro visit his dad. That gave them time to install whatever bomb they have here. Wouldn't you sense if it was in Japan? I don't know the nature of it, and all technology blurs together at a certain point. I'll keep an eye out. Scan at the molecular level, but I can't make any promises about that at this range. What range? Shino asks. Nizu and Law look over to see both women paying attention to them, their pro-hero training taking full effect. Here to Tokyo, Law says. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Saying that is bad luck. Unless you're me, Law turns to the arena. Time for me to start the show. Nizu. I'll send them the intel we have. But if they want to make a bomb from the formula you told me, it'll take a while for the chemicals to properly meld and react. Law stops and thinks for a moment. So, a built-in timer. Precisely. From what I can tell, hours. But likely faster by now. Something isn't adding up here. Law paces back and forth a few times. They all look at him, then see Ms. Midnight looking around awkwardly on stage. She reaches up to the communication device in her ear. He missed his entrance. Hero work, start the opening ceremony, was the only answer she got from Nizu. Ms. Midnight apologizes on their behalf, but the crowd knows better than to complain about Horizon doing hero work. Now, while the introduction and opening ceremony officially begin, Law is still pacing back and forth. Was Chili on that list? Law asks. No, is that important? Law looks away from them. Chile shouldn't be on that list. Border too tight and security is on high alert at their fabrication labs. Actually, Mexico's main fabrication facility is also on lockdown after tech. They avoided Japan and America directly because of Star and I, so they don't want a direct fight. But this doesn't make much sense either. But that then leaves the border issue. The USA-Mexico border is pretty tough to get components to attack major cities through. The world is on high alert for that since tech. But USA-Canada would be easier. And if it has a chemical timer, that's one less component. No, that's the only component. They don't need a bomb if the formula is everything. I got it, Law says. The pipes. The answer is the pipes. And for the people who can't read minds, Nizu asks. The trigger must be in the pipes. Major cities have a few different water filtration and pump facilities. Standard since villains can attack one and the entire city loses water. But they usually fill from different ends, take a few hours for everything to properly mix. In enough volume to gas a city, Nizu says. I'll send out the alert and have them double-check the water stations. The activation agent won't do anything until they mix for a while, so once people stop drinking water until it's checked, they should be fine. Good, now go get to the sports festival, Ryuko says. Oh, right. Law warps away, leaving the three pro heroes in his private viewing box. Horizon instantly arrives on stage beside Ms. Midnight. Sorry I'm late, Horizon says as the crowd goes wild. Seeing him has become a rarity now that he's not needed to deal with villains much. Hero work doesn't have a schedule. I thought you were always on time, Ms. Midnight mutters while walking over to him. What? Suddenly realized your age. Don't want all the cameras on you anymore. Not for your fans. She drops the mic in front of him, and he makes it float between them. Well, thank you for covering for me, he says loud enough for the mic to hear. I know I can always count on you to support me. He then leans forward, surprising her by placing a hand on her waist and lowering his head to whisper in her ear. The flashing of cameras reminds Ms. Midnight of where she is, of the audience they have, of how this must look. And it takes all her restraints not to shatter his visor as he whispers in her ear. My fans? You should be more worried about what your fans will think after seeing these pictures of us. Ms. Midnight forces a smile and whispers under her breath. Fuck you, later. Horizon steps away as the rumors surge through the audience. One more year. Just one more year and he's gone, she thinks while leaving the stage. Now, let's get this sports festival started. Horizon announces, causing another uproar. This is my last year as a student here, so I'll give you the greatest UA sports festival you'll ever experience. Horizon looks at the students. Most are anxious, as this is their final chance to show the world what they can do. Others aren't looking forward to facing some of their stronger classmates. But this time, none of them bother challenging Horizon. Now, the first event will be a new one. It'll test everything you have and push you to your limits. You'll have to Horizon stops, confusing everyone. But the crowd and students hold their breath as he looks around. They share some concerned glances as he turns around on the massive concrete stage and looks up at the sky. Then, to the horror of the audience, Horizon taps the side of his visor. His visor immediately begins broadcasting what he sees live to his social media, and most of the arena gets the notification on their phone. And in the next moment, he warps Sunder into his hand, and speaks very carefully. Nizu, it's happening now. Warn everyone. Where? Nizu asks as the stadium is eerily silent. Passenger plane, in those clouds. Horizon points to the cloudy sky, then gestures with his hand, making the clouds disperse. High above Musudafu, they see a plane flying, a common sight. Horizon continues to stare at the plane, leaving everyone in the stadium and the 1.3 billion people watching at home confused. And the broadcast manager shows the view from Horizon's visor which is being streamed across the world onto the stadium monitor. Clear the field, and go change, Horizon says. All the students rush to clear the area, with Bakugo, Shoto, and Midoriya leaping and blasting themselves out of the stadium and toward the nearby dorms for their hero costumes. It seems like something serious is happening, folks, Ms. Midnight says as she walks back over to Horizon. Should we evacuate? She asks, away from the mic. No, keep everyone where they are. But everyone around the world needs to stay on alert and listen to what their governments are about to announce. Evacuations are already in progress, Ms. Midnight says after receiving a message from Nizu. But let's go. It's volatile. Horizon cuts her off and drops Sunder, leaving the sword to hover in place. He reaches out toward the plane and grips the air, making a pulling motion. Shambles? Over 200 passengers and crew members from the plane appear in the stadium, scared and confused about what had just happened. Secure them for questioning, Horizon commands as Mudman and Tsukuyomi appear in the arena. Got it. Mudman places his palms on the ground and softens the concrete floor, causing everyone to sink waist-deep before hardening it again. A moment later, the plane Horizon is staring at completely explodes, and even from this range, the explosion is heard. But before everyone can process that, a dark green gas rapidly spreads through the atmosphere. Nizu, Horizon asks. Other cities are reporting the same thing, hundreds of cities. Planes. No, that's only here. They had to get creative to attack Japan, because I am here. How annoying. The crowd looks between Horizon and the cloud of harmful gas spreading out and slowly descending onto the city, anxious about the situation, but confident he would protect them. Reino. Above Tokyo, another one, Horizon says as he waves his hand, and another 200 people arrive in the arena. A moment later, he warps the pieces of an exploded plane above the stadium. We'll need to investigate this later. These pieces are in better condition than the first plane. He waves his hand and warps those fragments away before turning back to the dangerous green cloud above. Taking a step away from Ms. Midnight, Horizon clasps his hands together and focuses his energy. Tact, he commands, and they see the cloud shift and twist before rushing toward the stadium. The massive spreading cloud becomes denser and denser over the next few minutes as the second cloud from Tokyo joins it. And they both merge perfectly while Horizon pulls them toward the stage like a narrow twister. Having controlled the trigger and brought it nearly inside the stadium, Horizon controls it as a whirling mass of gas above everyone as he makes his second move. For the first time, he publicly uses his much-anticipated quirk awakening. See room? Within his main room, which covers both Musudafu and Tokyo, he creates another. A C room, meaning constant room. A permanent fixture in reality with set rules that even he cannot change once they are set. It takes immense amounts of energy and concentration, more so than most of his quirk awakening abilities. The C room expands to the size of the bus, and unlike his main room, he cannot hide the range limitation of this ability, forming a pale blue sphere in the middle of the arena for all to see. C room, selective divine barrier. The barrier of the room becomes solid as it hovers in the middle of the arena, and then the green cloud rushes into it. As the gas reaches the barrier, he uses tact to control its movements, while also learning about its chemical structure. With each passing moment, he can identify and manipulate it much easier, all in preparation for the next stage. A few minutes later, the entire cloud is compressed into the C room, and forced back into its liquid state as he drops the sphere. It cracks the concrete floor, causing some people to scream in fear for a moment. The only thing that can pass through that barrier is the exact chemical formula in that liquid, Horizon says. Nothing in the world can break it, even me. It's safely contained in there. Before the crowd can cheer, Nizu speaks up. Other cities are already gassed. You need to help them. Send me a list. Horizon immediately gets a list of over 800 cities. Oh god. Just do what you can, Ms. Midnight says. That's usually enough. She ignores the ahs of the crowd, and is relieved when Horizon warps thunder into his hand, blade exposed. He creates a baseball-sized, bright blue, glowing sphere of energy in his left hand and touches it to the blade. B-room? The energy rushes over the blade, entirely coating it in a thin, translucent layer of glowing blue liquid energy. B-room, short for blade room, allows Horizon to manipulate and alter the properties of his chosen tool. But those alterations will be reverted when the energy runs out. Everyone watching is amazed at this, but Aizawa snaps them out of it. All pro heroes, be ready, don't let anything that comes through distract Horizon or get to the civilians. Horizon creates another glowing blue sphere in his hand, but this one he tosses into the air just above him before slashing it with sunder. The energy of the sphere and his sword clash, then meld, and a sparking energy slash is launched above the stadium. T-room, warp gate. The slash expands and a portal looking down at Central Park, Manhattan opens. Eyes widen as people can clearly see the other side of the world, a perfected warp gate which, until now, Horizon secretly used to move himself and his team across the world in one step. But unfortunately, the downsides are very apparent to the chosen few who know about this ability. Unlike Kurojiri, whom he studied to create this ability, he cannot create it on a whim, but must use two of his awakening abilities in tandem to do so. He also cannot simply connect to any known coordinates, or even a place he has been before, but can only bridge two spaces he is familiar with, such as making a warp gate from UA to Manhattan or Tokyo. Fortunately, he can create dozens of these even after using a serum earlier. And he does exactly that. Opening warp gates, fissures connecting UA to cities around the world, each the width of a bus for him, and everyone, to get a proper aerial view of the cities currently being flooded with the dangerous gas. Manhattan, Miami, Los Angeles, Seoul, Moscow, Beijing, Hong Kong, Mexico City, Cairo, Oslo, Munich, France, Montreal, Rome, Hanoi, Sydney, Brasilia, and a lucky few other cities have warp gates open to them. After the portals are set, he creates more glowing spheres in his hand, but these are less dense, more translucent blue, and instead of slashing them, he throws them into the portals. Our room? Remote room, allowing him to control the room as if he were inside them. In combination with his warp gate, he can effectively control the 20 remote rooms he throws through the portals as if he were standing in the cities. Each R room enters a warp gate and instantly expands, covering 150 miles-240 km from the middle of their city and giving Horizon complete control of what happens inside. Tact. The frustration and strain in his voice are clear as everyone sees the gas in those cities swirl and move upward, away from the people dying below. He gathers the cloud of gas above each city and begins to compress it as much as he can, but unfortunately, to save as many lives as he could as quickly as possible, he can't afford to use yet another ability and risk breaking his concentration. The warp gates did their job, but the gap in space they make also acts as a gap in my control. When the trigger passes through it, I'll lose control of it for a moment. If I want to use a serum to permanently store this all away, I'll have to go into each warp gate and handle it there. Anything else would risk a dangerous incident of collapsing all these remote rooms and letting people die. We're here, Deku says while landing on the stage, quickly followed by Bakugo and Shoto. Shoto, freeze them, Horizon says as he brings the now liquefied gas close to the portal. Shoto immediately uses his flames and flies up to the warp gates. As he gets closer, he unleashes bolts of ice into the liquid trigger, flash freezing it instantly. I'm dropping them, Horizon says as he does exactly that, dropping the icicles onto the helpless cities below. Horizon then focuses his energy on giving simultaneous commands to all the R rooms open above the attacked cities. While nearby, warp gates of purple mist open on the floor of the arena. This terrifies the crowd, but Deku immediately rushes toward the portal and grabs the frozen trigger that falls upward out of it. He catches it and gently sets it down on the floor before doing the same for the others that appear, with the help of his classmates, of course. And Shoto gives them a much healthier coat of ice to ensure more rigid containment. Healing mist, Horizon says, snapping their attention back to him. They then look at his warp gates above to see his healing energy filling the remote rooms, being released from the translucent blue barrier and flooding the cities they surround. My god, Ms. Midnight mutters as she looks at the warp gates above. I get that a lot, Horizon says, playfully, casually. But below the visor, he was using everything he could to stay awake and focused. She ignores his egotistical comment and focuses on the matter at hand. How many people? I stopped counting after 50 million, Horizon says. A lot of them are dead. Some didn't inhale any, others hurt. Critical, he says. My healing only takes them from critical to a coma, but I'll have to take a closer look before I know how to heal them. This strain of trigger, it did some kind of genetic mutation, rewiring, and overloading a person's DNA. Ms. Midnight looks at the warp gates, then at Horizon. Still wearing his PE uniform, Sunder floating beside him. The power to heal the world, in the hands of someone like that, so God does have a sense of humor, she thinks before noticing another warp gate of purple mist opening in the arena. This one was smaller, human-sized, and out of it walked Phantom Thief, Class 3 Bisnieto Monoma in full hero costume, now sporting a full masquerade mask for his tuxedo. Exiting behind him are Cellophane and Simon, who follow him over to Horizon and Ms. Midnight. We checked the airport, Simon says. Caught 2 people. They're waiting in Horizon Tower. Good, Horizon says, but your first priority is to get all these people out of UA, safely. After that, we can get to work. Standing atop Humarai's headquarters, Flecht turn gazes down at the city below. A thin green fog lingers on the streets as emergency services and some pro-heroes desperately try to contain the situation. Collecting the bodies, wading through the death and stench of decay in the air while trying to make sense of this tragedy. All the while Flecht turn stares down at them with indifference to their pain, their suffering. Yet he is filled with jubilation at his brand of righteous justice being carried out. They've had an entire day, yet most cities are still in a similarly dismal state. They're more lost and hopeless than I expected. The attack worked, his sister says, standing behind him, reading from her tablet. People are scared, lost, confused. Infrastructure has broken down, and supply chains are in pieces. Almost everything is going exactly as planned. It's beautiful. Flecht turn smiles. Then the first stage is complete. Now comes the quiet. Is the second strain of trigger ready? Yes, but transporting it has become more tedious, time-consuming. As expected, they raised the security around their facilities. Fine, I'll think of something else if needed. Is there a particular timetable Stage 2 needs to be initiated by? She asks. No, Stage 2 has already begun. He gestures to the lingering cloud of trigger above the massive river in the middle of the city. Adding more was only to accelerate and deepen the effect. But this is already enough to cause panic over those resources. Good, so the plan was a success, she says. Now we simply wait for the air to clear and prepare for the next assault. Well, it being a success is obvious, but everything that comes after depends on what you were talking about earlier. Earlier, you mentioned that there were some things that didn't go as planned. What were they? Oh, she looks down at her tablet. It's only been 24 hours, so more bodies are being found, but the United Nations projects 2.8 billion deaths from our attack. Lower than our projected 3.7 billion. 2.8 billion, Flecht turn hisses. A measly 2.8 billion. Some of the abominations caught onto our plan beforehand, she says. They alerted the nations of their water facilities being tampered with. Some listened, others didn't, and managed to shut down their infrastructure and evacuate major cities in time. That's surprising. How are they that organized or quick to respond to information? They weren't. He turned around to look at her, leaning his back against the railing. The major cities didn't exactly shut down their infrastructure. They haphazardly evacuated and had whatever pro-heroes were nearby destroy them. They destroyed massive water pump facilities on an educated guess. Educated guess? A leak on our side. Competence on their side. I see. Anything else? The world is saddened, but not as chaotic as we expected. They're rallying. Rallying? Around what? Horizon's secret panacea storage depot, Japan. Stepping out of a warp gate made of dark purple mist, Phantom Thief sees Horizon sitting on a couch with a few floating monitors in front of him. His right was leaning against the back of the couch, supporting his head while he idly read the constant updates from all around the world, while his left hand was shrouded with dense blue liquid energy. A with tilde beta. His connection to an R-room allowed him to remotely fill the storage depot's massive containers with specially modified panacea from his comfortable spot. Phantom Thief takes off his mask, and as Niato Monoma walks over to the large fridge in this lounge area and gets a drink. After getting a soda, he looks back at Horizon, who taps the side of his visor, signaling that he's on the phone. Monoma nods and moves to sit on the other side of the couch. For the first time since the attack began, he gets to take a break. What did you say to me? Horizon asks, and Monoma sees him sit up slightly. What do you mean your national interests? Is that a bad joke? A politician, they can't be that smart to piss off the person the entire world is pooling resources into right now, Monoma thinks as he takes out his phone and checks the Hero Corps third-year group chat. How about this for a national interest? If you don't get me what I need, I'll come over there and rip your spine out, without my quirk. Then your country will have to find a new president in the middle of this global crisis. You have 10 minutes. Horizon ends the call and leans back on the couch. So, who was that? President of Elkara, Horizon says. He secured a few samples of the undiluted trigger, but is holding them for national use. For a weapon? No, but their country is a little island, so small that they fear any cure or antibody made from it will be distributed to them at a low priority. Makes sense. Bigger countries would politic their way into getting it first. Doesn't matter who gets it first, his country can't refine it, so getting it last is better than not at all, Horizon says. Why are you here anyway? The next shipment isn't done yet. I know, but I just finished up in Mexico City, and I need a break. They've been running me ragged. I told you your value would skyrocket after the operation. Yeah, but I didn't think getting warp gate implanted and a global crisis would happen within a month of each other. Better you than me, but think of the upside. Your pay will be a lot higher now that you're the third most valuable quirk user in the world. Monoma chuckles. True. Can't have a United Nations global response team without a way to get around the globe. After relaxing in silence for a moment, Monoma gets a message and leans forward. Extending his hand to the middle of the room, he releases a dark purple mist from his skin and controls it to form a wall of gas at the far end of the room. Thanks for the warp gate, Cellophane says after stepping out of the warp gate. He looks around to see there they are before removing his visor. Juzo called a few minutes ago. He should be done at the Pentagon pretty soon. Monoma just gives him a thumbs up, then leans back, closing his eyes and trying to relax as the warp gate dissipates. After Ciro grabs a bottle of water from the fridge, then takes one of the empty seats and also tries to relax, not having a moment to breathe since this entire incident began. Since you're not freaking out, am I right to assume your dad is fine? Horizon asks. Yeah, he's fine, Ciro says. He lives far enough from Oslo that he wouldn't have known anything was wrong if not for the UA Sports Festival. That only leaves the other 1.5 billion people to think about. Monoma grimaces. Definitely don't envy your job. I get that a lot. But Ciro, what about the whole UE Code thing? Unresolved. What do you mean unresolved? Monoma asks. You're actually thinking about breaking up. Well, I'll be moving to America in a few months and she'll still be in UA studying until next March, so, maybe. You do know you'll never get a girl that hot again, right? That's not true. Ciro cuts himself off. I could totally get another hot girlfriend, especially since I'll be joining that new response division. Surprised you even got in. Figured they could just have extra tape on standby, Monoma grumbles. I have skills that are useful for other things. I'll mostly be in the advanced recon department with Shinso. It also helps that he's globally recognized, Horizon says. The response team can send people into nations without permission, if those people are from that nation. But if members of what was Team Horizon shows before getting permission, they'll let it go because of reputation, Monoma says. If you tell them I was a member of your team, do I get a raise? Horizon turns to him. Raise to what? You're already the best paid member. Until you join. I believe you mean, if I join. Monoma rolls his eyes, then gets a notification on his phone which prompts him to create another warp gate. This time Mudman walks out, holding a stack of papers. I'm rethinking this whole leadership thing, he says, handing Ciro the stack of papers. He takes off his visor and goes to get a drink and bowl of cereal, sitting at the small table nearby and having a quick meal. Monoma looks between Ciro, Juzo, and Horizon, seeing them all silently relaxing. Well, he and Ciro were relaxing, Horizon was reading intel on his screen and Juzo was already sending new orders on his phone. He then looks at the stack of papers, then at them once more. Am I insane, or are they being too casual about the greatest tragedy in this history of, ever, Monoma thinks. So, what's with the papers? Monoma asks. Juzo shrugs, list of suspects they want me to look at, survivors from the trigger attack. Then shouldn't we be questioning them or something? Waste of time, Horizon says. That's just a list of everyone who survived the attack. But they only survived getting gassed because it targets the active quirk gene. They're quirkless. So that's how it works, but that means the person behind this is likely quirkless too, right? Yeah, but it's not one of them, Ciro says. If you're smart enough to pull this off, you don't put yourself on such a short list. The entire world will throw every telepathy, lie detector, or interrogation quirk at you. That's just asking to get put down. So the United Nations is wasting time having those people get interrogated, Juzo says. Shinso is informing us of their progress since he's helping with that. But they've got hundreds of people to screen, mostly on the older side, since quirks are more common as generations progress. And we aren't telling them this because the entire world is working together on this, Ciro says, which means it's easy for them to spy on the investigation. The longer they get intel that we aren't using, the better for us. The person we're looking for is rich, well-connected, and quirkless. That only leaves a handful of people. Rounding up all the quirkless people in the world shouldn't be that hard, right? It's not a quirkless person, Juzo says. But, you guys just said they're quirkless. On paper, yeah. But if you're going to do this, you don't want to be one of the obvious suspects, even if there are a few million of you. So, they're definitely lying about having a quirk. Which means they're one of the surviving billions, much harder to find, Monoma says. So, what do we do? Wait for the next attack? Zero asks. Nah, they won't likely have a next attack, Juzo says. They hit the entire world at once. That was a once-in-history chance. Now water stations are much more heavily defended. They showed their hand with the plane tactic because Horizon would have detected any of the bombs they used in some countries. Not to mention the modified version of the panacea he's making to wake up the people who are in critical comas after having his healing ability save them from their quirk and brain overloading on trigger. But this isn't really a disease. Unless we modify the genes of everyone on the planet, we can't become immune to trigger, right? If they have a quirk, trigger will work. It latches onto the same genetic trigger as quirks, hence the name. Hearing Horizon's explanation, Juzo nods. So a vaccine is impossible, and even if it were possible, they'd just make a new version anyway. So it's only a matter of time before they launch an attack, but we don't know how they will. How many people died in that last attack? Horizon asks. Official numbers, the real ones from the Pentagon, not what's on the news. 2.8 billion, Juzo says. They wipe out almost a third of the planet. Relatively speaking, it's as if the Black Plague hit in 10 minutes. What would push you to kill nearly 3 billion people? Horizon asks. Money, Zero says. Nope, financial systems are all stalled right now. Wealth won't matter for a while since everything is frozen, not to mention logistics and monetary systems won't work until major cities are either repopulated or the governments station people there again. Most of the world's systems were stationed in major cities, especially capital cities. Not to mention all the money they threw around in bribes just to get this attack set up. They don't need the money, and you don't do something so chaotic for greed. Political control. Zero says. To keep it, no. Most politicians are under fire right now for allowing this to happen. Only America and Japan have a good standing with their people, mostly because of Star and I. Well, mostly because of me. So maybe the person wants to be president of one of the other nations, Zero says. They don't have to launch a second attack if they want to discredit a current leader and take his spot. They then run a security-first campaign and slowly become a dictator. Not a bad idea, Juzo says as he refills his bowl. But, you don't attack every country to do that. You keep it as local as possible, and you especially don't want Horizon or Star hunting you down for this to work. The only job that would make sense is United Nations Secretary General, but she doesn't have anyone fighting for her job. Heck, she barely wants it half the time with all these new global threats showing up. So money and control are out of the picture. They also don't care about how the world views them, so any positive fame is out. And they don't care about life, Horizon says. So it's either infamy in legacy, or they're a cultist who believes in their vision, Zero says. But if that's true, they won't leave the job unfinished. There will be a second attack. Not necessarily, Juzo says. If they're a cultist, they think quirks are a mistake, a mockery of their god's work in creating humans. They already hit the top few hundred most populated cities. Anything else just wouldn't be efficient enough, and wouldn't set as big of an example. Drama is part of it, and after this, nothing will have enough shock factor to be worth doing. So, the next move will be more subtle, but still impactful enough to affect the entire world. For only the quirkless to survive it. Water, Horizon says. Call the Pentagon, tell them to have their chemists create a neutralizing agent and spread it in every major freshwater source. That must be the second phase of their plan. We should keep this quiet, Zero says. Maybe they'll send people to do this part of the job. Catching one of them could finally give us a lead. I doubt they're that dumb. But, I think if we look for sudden inconsistencies in family trees, they'll be found. We just need some time, Horizon says before getting up. Monoma, let's go. Where are we going? Western Europe's command center. I need to talk to the president of Elkara, England, Birmingham. A man and woman, wearing masks and gloves along with clothes covering their skin entirely. They are standing in front of the new United Kingdom main vault, located here in Birmingham, where many centralized government organizations have temporarily moved after the destruction of London. The woman walks up to the massive vault, places her hands on it, grits her teeth, and uses her magnetism quirk to slowly unlock it, sensing and nudging the cogs within the massive door with absolute precision. How much longer? The man asks, looking around nervously. Shut up. Concentrating, she grits out. The man sighs and walks out of the security room, into the adjoining room, where a dozen hostages are tied up. All government officials who were sent in after Birmingham was gassed with trigger to take inventory. The man looks at them, then glances at the 3 corpses on the floor. One was dressed like him and his wife, her brother. He had 2 gunshot wounds in his chest. Beside him was a security guard and a woman who got caught in the crossfire. Just my luck. This dumbass fucked us over one last time by shooting the bitch with the vault code. He sighs and looks at the other hostages. I should just kill them now and get it over with, he thinks before hearing movement from the main lobby. Hello, is anyone in here? A man's voice reaches him in the vault. If you hid from the gas in here, it's safe to come out now. The man glares at the gagged hostages and raises a finger to his lips, warning them to stay silent before he walks out of the room. He stays close to the walla, keeping his left hand at his back while gathering a sphere of water in his palm. Peeking around the corner, he sees two firefighters with gas masks on, looking around the lobby. I told you, this place is empty, they already cleared it out. One of the firefighters, a large and stocky man, says. We need to get back to the field camp and check in. No, something is off here, the shorter man says. He gestures to the main door of the bank, which has a crack in the glass. That wasn't like that when we passed by this morning. Call the captain, tell him we're doing another sweep. Could be a kid hiding on the upper floors of something. New Epsilon. Yeah, you're right, I'll call it in, the larger man says before touching his radio. The moment he touches it, the bank robber throws the water sphere at the firefighter. The sphere becomes a sharp spear mid-flight and pierces the firefighter's shoulder. Arg, the man screams and falls backward, alerting his friend, who was already walking toward the stairs. Shit, I missed. The robber throws another sphere, but this one is intercepted by a ball of mud that splatters it across the floor. Go, the injured man yells as the robber prepares to throw another sphere. He raises his healthy arm and releases immense light from his palm. NGH, the robber winces and shuts his eyes, feeling his corneas burn as temporary blindness takes him. I can't leave you here. The unharmed firefighter rushes over to his friend and crunches beside him, using all his energy to create a small pool of mud beneath them and quickly take them out of the building, smashing through the glass door on their way out. Fuck, the robber yells as his vision returns, seeing the trail of mud and blood leading out of the building. He then walks back toward the vault, rubbing his eyes and dreading the headache he can already feel starting. What the hell was that? His wife asks, still working on the last few locks. Firefighters, still sweeping this part of the city. We need to move. Now, don't worry. The police are still stuck downtown, helping out. Once we get this open, my quirk will make moving the gold easy. I'm less concerned about us getting caught by the cops, and more concerned about not making it back to the countryside in time, he says. It's only a matter of time before another attack happens, and I don't want us to be anywhere near it. After this, we never have to go anywhere we don't want to, ever again? The man relaxes slightly, then nods. I'll go stand guard. Oh, thank God, one of the hostages in the other room interrupts the man. Shit, they're already here. He turns toward the door, making a water sphere in each hand. His wife leaves the vault and commands a dozen knives to float around her, each electrified and aiming forward. We need to just get past them and get back underground, he mutters as they carefully approach the hostage room. To find the hostages gone. And in their place, Phantom Thief. Beside him, where the hostages were, is a quickly closing purple warp gate. One chance, surrender, he says, in English. The couple share an uncertain glance before resolving themselves for battle. The woman builds her power, needing some time to gather a strong enough magnetic push to affect the iron in a person's blood and end this encounter, so her husband stalls. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in Japan, or wherever the hell that new team is based? The United Nations Global Threat Response United is based in Manhattan, where the UN headquarters is. But I was a few countries over with my boss. He's chatting with the president of El Cara as we speak. Horizon is here, shit. Don't flatter yourself. This is far below his notice. One of my friends just happens to be in this city, and she gave me a call when the firefighters reported it in. They're short-staffed, and you people are being criminals, attacking the few emergency responders left while they're still picking bodies up off the streets. Chaos is opportunity. And I figured someone named Phantom Thief would understand what we're doing here. Stealing from a ghost city should be your style. It's just a name. Now, deactivate your quirks and surrender. I want this done before Horizon's meeting is over. He then looks at the woman. And please don't throw those knives at me. She doesn't speak, instead glares at him and thrusts her arms forward. He opens a warp gate to block the knives, but they clatter to the floor as his focus switches to the iron in his blood. He feels pain racking his body, as if every cell in was on fire. Like most people, her quirk is pitiful, only capable of one task at a time. So she dropped the knives, knowing he'd warp them away, and focused on his blood. Arg. Phantom Thief screams as he looks at them, bleeding from his eyes. He sees the husband create a water spear and raise his hand to fire. Shoot her. The husband suddenly swings his hand over to his wife and fires the water spear through her chest, pulverizing her heart in an instant and slamming her against the wall. Gah! Phantom Thief takes a greedy breath as the pain instantly stops. Thank you, Simon, he mutters while getting up, looking at the brainwashed man. He hasn't used Simon's Shinso's quirk enough to affect entire crowds like his friend, but controlling one person is enough. And it's one of the quirks he always grabs whenever he can. And now that Horizon permanently grafted Warp Gate into him, any quirk he wants is a thought away. Kneel, hands on your head. Phantom Thief watches as the man obeys every command, all the while, tears are flowing down his face. Leaving the man there, he leans against the wall to catch his breath, only for Horizon to appear in front of him. You didn't tell me where you were going. Phantom Thief looks down at Horizon's bloody right glaive and the large vial of pure trigger in it. You were busy with you, meeting. How did it go? I kept my word. Horizon looks at the kneeling villain and the corpses. Bank robbery. Yeah. A friend of mine is in the city and got the call, but she's a bit busy, so I figured I'd pop by and solve it during your meeting. Word of advice. Don't fuck your teammates. That's 4 words, and she's not a teammate, her dad is the ambassador of. That's infinitely worse. Don't put your dick in politicians or reporters, come on man. I'm not taking advice from Mr. I slept with every girl in my class and 2 teachers on this, Phantom Thief says mockingly. Didn't sleep with Ajui, Toru, or Yurika, and technically, only one of them was a teacher. Can you just tell me what we're doing with this guy already? Right. Horizon looks at the villain. The world doesn't need more things to worry about, and someone taking advantage of a crisis like this only has one destiny, so long as I am here. LASIK? He releases 2 optical energy beams and splatters the man's head, burning a small hole in the floor. And now I need to clean my costume. Phantom Thief looks down at his bloodied shoes as the man's blood and brain paint the walls. Just take me to my lab. I need to analyze the sample. Right, after I clean up, I'll go check in with Juzo at the UN, then I'm taking a nap. Sleep for both of us, Horizon says as the warp gate appears. And keep you dick away from politicians. No promises, Phantom Thief says as Horizon steps into the warp gate and appears in Japan. What the hell are you doing? Excuse me. Panta looks up from the mountain of paperwork on her desk to see Horizon standing across from her. You need to be more specific. You promised another shipment of panacea to China. We just sent out another batch. They need it, and we have more than enough to spare at the moment. Not to mention the rumors floating about. It'll be good to have friends at all the nuclear superpowers. There are no nuclear superpowers anymore. Panta raises a brow at this. Horizon sighs. Seriously? One little attack, and they're already that scared. Not a little attack. Nearly 3 billion people died. Nukes wouldn't have helped in this situation anyway. We aren't a nuclear power, so I can't speak for what they're thinking, Panta says. But while you're here, we have a separate issue. Add it to the list. Horizon is ready to leave when she holds out a folder for him. The list in question. What the hell is this supposed to? He opens it to see a massive list of countries, and beside each nation is a number. Hundreds of millions in total. You can't be serious. Japan is the only place people feel is safe, because you are here. A lot of people are begging to be let in. Too bad our immigration policy is unwelcoming. For people who aren't useful, yes, she says. President Boso is having me sort through these people for anyone that can be useful, and we'll place them wherever we have space. You want to brain drain the entire world. They took most of our pro-heroes. This is only fair. But the problem is we need a second measure of security, an evacuation plan. Is me waving my hand not enough? Not when you're suddenly responsible for protecting the entire world. We need an evacuation plan for Tokyo City and ideally to Greater Tokyo Prefecture. With the Kyoto. Horizon sighs. Yeah, that makes sense. Monoma has Warp Gate permanently active in one of his copy slots. He'll be good at it, but where will you put the 20 million people? There happens to be a city you cratered that has recently been transformed into agriculture research land. This will be a good secondary use for it. Guess there was a silver lining, Horizon chuckles. Is there anything else you need while I'm here? About the promise to China. I'll handle it. I have a few private depots of panacea, so I'll just warp one of those into the main facility. I just really dislike you promising them something I have to make without consulting me. I know, just like I know you'd understand. Besides, you've been making politicians uneasy these past few days. This will do you some good. What are you talking about? I've been putting the world back together. The president of Elkara. Horizon shrugs. I heard he slipped and fell. MHM, and his spine fell out of his body. Very natural. Please don't cause any more issues for Japan. The entire world is looking at us as both a safe haven and a treasure trove. The last thing we want is for them to think we have expansionist ideals. Whatever, I'll be gone within the year anyway. Horizon warps away, leaving her to focus on her paperwork. Minutes later, he appears in Paris, standing on the top viewing floor of the Eiffel Tower beside Mudman and Simon. So, what do you think? Mudman asks. Horizon takes a moment to open a room over all of Paris, and focuses on a small boat on the river that flows through the city. You were right. This is the place, Horizon says. What are we dealing with? A gas bomb, just like they hit some of the other places. Simon runs a hand through his hair, struggling to stay awake. Paris is mostly evacuated, but some people are still here. They still want to make a statement, so I knew this was likely where they'd hit, Mudman says. Far enough from America and Japan that the mystery class people wouldn't be waiting here, and iconic enough that they'd get even more attention from the world. Predictable. All right, go take them down. I'll deal with the bomb. We're ready, Mudman says as he and Simon prepare for a fight. Shambles? Simon and Mudman appear in an abandoned plaza, Renaissance architecture, and historic buildings all around as they see both terrorists standing across from them. Both men had their backs to the heroes, looking around, confused. Mudman wastes no time dropping to one knee and placing his palm on the ground, transforming stone into nearly water-thin mud. The attack extends like a river to the terrorists before one of them perks up and spins around, waving a hand at the heroes. His hand extends, stretching the few meters between them, and releases yellow sparks while he leaps to the side, avoiding the mud trap. His partner is not so lucky, sinking to his shoulder into the mud before he realizes what's happening. Simon sees the taser whip arm's villain leap to the side and instantly charges him, drawing his Tonto short sword and piercing the palm that tried to grab him. Ah fuck, the man screams, revealing a British accent. Surrender. Simon commands, hoping the man will respond, a habit. Because even if the man did respond, the pain he was feeling would break him out of the brainwashing. On instinct, Simon pierced the man's palm and drove the blade through his hand, into the wrist, then ran along his arm, dragging the blade through meters of flesh and bone, splitting the man's arm down the middle. The man screams out while extending the other arm, only for Simon to withdraw his blade from the flesh and drop into the slide, swinging above and severing both limbs as they were directly above him, all while arriving at the man's legs and kicking him in the kneecaps with both feet, causing him to fall forward into a palm strike to the temple, knocking him out. Breathing a sigh of relief and dropping his opponent to the ground, Simon turns around to see no sign of the other man. Instead, Mudman was standing beside a small patch of glowing red cobblestone, arms crossed, tapping his foot. He sees Simon looking over at him and shrugs. Should only be a few more seconds. Simon shakes his head and takes out a medical foam spray from his utility belt, applying it to his opponent to stop the bleeding before the man dies. When he's done, he turns around to see Mudman soften the ground, and a charred villain is ejected by chunky mud. Second-degree burns all over his body as he desperately gasps for air. AHH, fire needs air. Good call, Simon says. Too bad the idiot didn't realize heating stone while inside was a bad idea. Could have saved himself a lot of pain. Simon grabs his opponent by the shoulder and drags him over to the burnt man. These people have quirks. Doesn't fit the motive we came up with, Simon says. I know, which makes interrogating them all the more important. Any chance you can brainwash them and make them talk. With all that pain flowing through their bodies, not a chance. Besides, Horizon doesn't have the patience for that. This does throw a wrench into my case. I'll have to build a new profile for the man in charge. If being quirkless isn't mandatory, that means he could be a lot more people than we thought. You'll figure it out. You always do. Yeah, but I didn't think I'd have to run a case before we moved to America. But at the rate these world-ending crises are happening lately, that response force is sorely needed. And you're needed as the head of investigations for these kinds of events. Still think they should have gotten someone from the FBI. The team won't work if it's not someone we all trust, Simon says as Horizon appears in front of them, with a car-sized container of dark green trigger. Wow, yeah, more than enough here for me to figure out an inoculation strain. One trigger counter coming up, Horizon says. What happened to them? They all turn to look at the villains, and Simon shakes his head. They have quirks, which changes everything. Well, that's your problem. I need to get back to my lab and work on the inoculation. One that will reinforce the quirk gene against modification instead of pushing it forward like Trigger does. These two are in too much pain for brainwashing. Would you kindly? Simon gestures to the villains. Horizon nods and rips the information out of both villains, killing them in the process. He shakes his head slightly before turning back to his friends. I'll send a full report in a few minutes. First, I need to get the dispersion device to Nizo and David Shield. Then I need to make a stop at the UN. Minutes later, Horizon appears in the office of the United Nations Secretary General, startling the woman. Jesus Christ. No, but I get that a lot. He places a folder on her desk. Timeline for the inoculation to be solved, preventing Trigger from working on anyone who has it. Finally, some good news. She eagerly reads the file. Distribution. I recovered a device that disperses chemicals in the air. Nizo can modify it so we can gas entire cities at once instead of having to give everyone a shot. Good, that will make things easier. Perhaps this will mean cooler heads can prevail. I heard there is potential nuclear rearmament happening. Is that true? Unfortunately, yes, she sighs and leans back in her chair. This crisis has people scared. Countries are desperate for some sense of security, and they think nukes are the way. They aren't thinking, they're desperate. And right now, it's just a rumor, but if even one country builds a nuke after we all agreed not to make any more since tech, everyone will arm themselves in response. It makes sense. You don't sound like you care either way. Horizon shrugs. Doesn't affect me either way. They know better than to do something too stupid. You do know you're part of the reason for this, yes. By saving the world. By killing a sitting president in a gruesome way. By ignoring sovereign borders and bullying entire countries. By supposedly making deals to move to America after you graduate. Is that all? And the Star Strike system, she says. Horizon narrows his eyes beneath the visor. That's just a rumor. A scary rumor, considering that gives the United States both mystery-class quirks, a monopoly on the panacea, and the only superweapon on the planet, even if it can only target Star and Stripe, allegedly. That's a lot of aces in their hand, but maybe they earned it. Horizon chuckles. This is no laughing matter. People are scared that in a few years, the US will declare the entire globe its territory. And between you and Star and Stripe, what can they do to deny it? World domination isn't in my plans. I'm not a politician, which means, unlike you, I actually get results. Horizon turns and begins walking away. I'll be in my lab. Only call me if it's an emergency. Otherwise, bother Phantom Thief. And with that, he warps away. This is the place. Phantom Thief says while stepping out of the warp gate and into a large lobby area. Thank you for this, Panta says while walking out of the warp gate before it closes. I won't be available for the duration of this meeting, but if I, or any of the other officials in attendance are needed, you have my permission to interrupt us. Yes ma'am. I'm on call when they're ready to go home. That will be all, Panta says before walking down the hallways with a few folders in her arms. Phantom Thief sighs and creates a new warp gate. Hopefully their meeting takes long enough for me to have a nap. I should head over to UA and get some food first. No, if I go there, they'll know I'm free and send me on another mission. I'll just go to Horizon Tower and take a nap there. With his mind made up, he enters the warp gate and closes it behind him. Meanwhile, at the end of the hallway, President Panta stands in front of a set of large ornate doors, hesitating momentarily and glancing at the documents in her arms. Managing the pro-heroes of Japan was one thing, but this, what happens next, is our best chance, our only chance. Because I can't go back and change the choices I made. She pushes the door open to see a large conference table with a few notable figures sitting around it, having a very tense conversation. Good morning, everyone, President Pantu says in English, turning all their gazes to her. The room has a large glass wall at the far end, overlooking the Swiss Alps, but the occupants couldn't be bothered to focus on such a thing. None of them stand to greet her, only staring coldly, aside from one. To the left side of the table is the United Nations Secretary General, a woman in her mid-40s who received accolades and credit for helping establish the think tank that brought down tech. Next is the President of China, Peng Ai, a gentleman in his mid-50s who is staring daggers at Panto, having had some less than stellar dealings with her in the past. Then there is President Ilya Stepanov, the leader of Russia, a middle-aged man who seems uninterested in everyone around him. Beside him is Zakai Heija, who has the most unique appearance. A black man with water in the shape of hair on his head, his mutation-type quirk. He represents the North African Federation. Currently, he has yet to be officially elected as the leader, and is simply the acting leader while they recover from the trigger attacks. And lastly is Esmond Hansen, the representative of the Western European Union. You all know who I am, and we all know of each other, Panta says. There are no cameras, no communication devices, and no security forces here. We are truly alone, capable, for the first time in what, for some of us, is decades, of having a truly private conversation. RAS. Panta steps forward and takes a seat at the large round table, surprising all but the UN Secretary General. What is the meaning of this? China's president, Peng Ai asks. We were told Horizon called this meeting. I lied, the Secretary General says. If this is an assassination attempt, Russian President Stepanov glances at her, and his eyes glow bright gold. Panta sees this, and North Africa's representative Zaka Heija's hair also begins to move as he eyes her. They are bold, not foolish, President Peng Ai says. But I will not have my time wasted while my people need me. Make your case, quickly. I am here to talk about that exact reaction, Panta says as they all settle down. Powerful and respected world leaders, each with the backing of a massive nation and an ego to match, were lied to, lured into what they perceived as an assassination attempt, which they willingly walked into, I might add, without security or safety of any kind. And when the ruse is revealed, instead of lashing out like I know you'd like to, President Peng Ai, given our last interaction a decade ago ended so bitterly, you chose to bite your tongue and listen. Why is that? Zaka Heija speaks up. We were told Horizon required these conditions for our meeting. Is he not coming? No, he's not, Panta says, because this meeting is about Horizon. About the fact that the most powerful people in the world drop anything they're doing and give him whatever he wants. He is Horizon, Esmond Hansen says. He showed us how willing he is to cut off nations from the panacea. For the sake of the people we represent, we can't take that risk. And what if he asks for something else? Pantu asks. What can he ask for that you'd refuse to give him? They all look at each other, growing uneasy, unwilling to answer, until President Stepanov speaks up. The panacea is not why you're catering to his every whim, Pantu says. It's because of the simulations. Aside from Zakai Heija, they all grow nervous. What simulations? He asks, looking around to see them glaring at Pantu. What is she talking about? Military action simulations, President Stepanov says. In the case of a war between Japan and Russia, with no outside interference, the chances of victory for Russia are absolute. Unless, we add Horizon to the simulation. In the case of Horizon against Russia, without the aid of Japan, our chance of survival is 15%. That is assuming many factors, such as him not leaving our borders after making landfall. But the longer the conflict goes on, the worse our chances become. Every state of our nation will be wiped of all life within 33 days. President Peng Ai scoffs, 23% of survival, same factors. All dead within 46 days. 9%, Western Europe's representative Esmond Hansen says, bitterly. All dead within 11 days. My God, Zaka Heija whispers. I knew he was powerful, but to such an extent. Their information is inaccurate, and outdated, Panta says. UA is more than just a school. It's a data collection facility for all manner of quirks, and we've been keeping very close eyes on Horizon. And your numbers are a gross overestimation of your forces, combined with a clear lack of insight into the true extent of his power. She slides each of them a folder, written in their primary language, and they immediately begin reading. The most powerful nation in the world, like it or not, is the United States of America. She earns some annoyed glances for that. They have Star and Stripe, and the largest effective military in the world now that nuclear disarmament has happened. I assumed this meeting was about that, President Stepanov says while reading the documents. Partly, Panta says. You two want to build nukes because of the close ties Horizon has to the United States, which is the only country with any chance of surviving a direct assault from him. including every pro-hero, their entire military, and their heavily armed civilian population. If Star and Stripe attacks him first to begin the fight, they have a 7% chance of victory. That is no chance at all, Esmond Hansen says. Are you suggesting that America and Horizon will have a conflict? No, but I am telling you that if we want to have any chance of taking him down, we need them on our side, even if they don't know they are. Is this real? President Peng Ai asks while tapping the documents to make his point. His range, his energy reserves, is this information accurate? Those are very conservative estimates. He grows stronger every day, and, quite simply, it's impossible to get a proper read on his power when he's barely had to lift a finger against most people. But we have confirmed that Star and Stripe acknowledges that he is superior to her in a combat situation, vastly so. And I know how nervous her existence makes you. So he is an even greater superweapon than her, Zaka Heija says. How does all of this connect? The last page, she says, and they all flip to the last page, which is mostly redacted. But the title said enough. Star Strike System Standard Operating Procedure. How dare they? Esmond Hansen almost gets out of his chair, rereading the scant information. After they made such a big commotion about continuing nuclear disarmament, they went and created a new superweapon. It's not a superweapon, UN Secretary General says. It's an orbital direct energy beam system that only targets the nanites in Star and Stripe's body, classifying it as advanced hero equipment, legally speaking. A flimsy excuse at best. This is a superweapon that can only be activated by Star and Stripe, another superweapon, President Peng Ai says. And yet, that's not the biggest problem, Pantu says as they finish reading the documents. After graduating from UA, Horizon will officially join the United States of America. This revelation stuns the room. Rumors have been circulating since his vacation in America, but it was always denied. Entire committees were formed within the United Nations to prevent this, but they legally cannot stop him from accepting an offer made by a sovereign nation. President Peng Ai and Ilya Stepanov look at each other, already considering the people at this table, thinking about all the money they can muster to bribe Horizon to stay within their hemisphere, if not come to their country. Whatever you're thinking won't work, President Panta says. They offered him more than just money. They offered him a different type of freedom. And, he happens to be great friends with Star and Stripe, which is very concerning. So this is happening, Zakai Heija says. But we have no immediate reason to be concerned. And certainly no reason to risk provoking them by trying to interfere. That is a risk we cannot take on a whim, Lady Pantu. And why do you think she's here? Pantu asks while gesturing to the Secretary General. They all turn to her, and, for the first time since Pantu arrived, consider her presence. For the safety of your nations, of everyone in this room, and the world as we know it, Horizon has to be stopped, she says while gesturing to the table. The table projects a hologram of a man face down in the middle of a room. His spine and some of his organs were torn out of his back while other well-dressed people were frozen in horror, some of which were throwing up at the sight. Horizon's ways may be too much for those with a weak stomach, but he is effective, President Stepanov says. Any villain notable enough to inspire personal action from him must be particularly dangerous. That was the former president of Elkara, she says, and can almost see the color drain from their faces. Horizon told him to do something. He said no, and this happened 5 minutes later. Obviously, it was covered up, Panta says. But, this is the cost of saying no to Horizon, even for a world leader like yourselves. And if he has the most powerful nation in the world supporting him, and the only person powerful enough to challenge him is all but his best friend, who's going to say no to him? You. The men look at each other, shifting nervously while glancing at the hologram. If he is as dangerous as you say, speaking against him is dangerous enough, Zaka Heija says. I'm not asking you to do anything against him, Panta says. And I recently gained access to his private storehouses of panacea, enough to continue at last cycle's volume for the next 15 years. We will be fine without him. Then what are you asking us to do? President Stepanov asks. Stop resisting the UN response team. He scoffs. I made a public statement about my hesitation toward the idea. As did I, President Peng Ai says. If we go back on our word, it will show weakness. I already gave the UN everything they wanted, Esmond Hansen says. Western Europe doesn't have much more to give at that level. My people did the same, Zaka Heija says. Which is why I'd like two of you to take the credit for expanding the team, she says. I want Russia and China to stop holding back from sending in their strongest pro-heroes. And together, I want all of you to push for the reserve members to be expanded. How many people do you need for such a thing? President Peng Ai asks. And what is the plan, exactly? President Ilya Stepanov asks. Panta relaxes in her seat and looks down at the documents, frowning. UN Secretary General speaks up. The less you know about the plan, the better. When it happens, the blame will fall onto the United Nations, because Horizon will violate the conditions and prove himself a global threat to force us into action. This isn't something that we do lightly. Horizon already has the entire world by the throat, and America is itching to flex its muscles again. With both him and Star and Stripe on their side, they can focus on things outside of their territory, focus on the people around this table. As far as we know, they are not the sort who are ever satisfied. So, expansionism is next, and nukes won't be enough. We have to stop this before it even happens. But to do so, we need you to register the list of individuals we're requesting with the UN response team and trust us to handle the rest. With both of you coming together with America, we can push for every pro hero in the world to be considered part of the reserves, allowing us to pull in anyone with any quirk we need for this plan. Peng Ai and Ilyastvanov share a concerned glance before they both nod, then look at Pantu. Moments later, the others also agree, and Peng Ai finally asks the questions they've been curious about. And what will Japan do in this? He asks. After all, Horizon is the favorite son of your nation, which is why we will be the host of this battle, Pantu says. A price I don't believe any of you are willing to pay, unless... They all shrink away from that, and Zakai Heija quickly changes the topic. And how many pro heroes do you intend to send into this bloodbath? Pantu thinks about it for a moment, then nods. All that are willing. After all, he is Horizon, June 26th, 50 days since the trigger attack. Within the basement laboratory of Humari's HQ, Flecht turns sits at his desk, glaring at the monitor. This timeline is all wrong. They weren't supposed to be this organized, this fast to respond, this united, he grumbles. Hearing him through the phone, his sister responds. We accounted for Horizon, but Phantom Thief's warp gate quirk is a variable we had no way to learn of before the attack. He's become the main factor in global logistics for the relief efforts. At least I see some people understand the purpose of this, Flecht turns says as he reads some news articles before playing a video. A man with glowing purple skin appears on screen and reports the recent global update concerning the trigger event. Recently, there have been more occurrences of quirkless individuals either uniting in cult-like groups, or quickly rising through the political ranks. The sudden shift from the quirkless being seen as outdated has changed entirely. And even with Horizon's inoculation process beginning, it will be months before the entire global population receives the treatment. In the case of another attack, billions more could be lost, and even more chaos could be inspired. This year of another attack killing more national leaders has inspired the people to pick those without quirks who will be immune to trigger. After some notable political figures were killed in the attack, many countries fell into chaos. Between the breakdown of logistical chains and internal strife and civil unrest, the people are reaching out for any sense of security they can find. One of which is found in electing quirkless individuals into public office, something that would have been seen as taboo mere months ago because many believe they cannot properly represent the quirk-holding majority. However, another layer of security is now being made public. Because cleanup efforts have mostly concluded and cities are slowly being repopulated, the United Nations has announced a new global threat response force. This response force will be stationed in Manhattan where United Nations headquarters is and will operate under their jurisdiction. In a show of solidarity, every nation has agreed to pledge the requested pro-heroes and support personnel to the response force. Recently, both Russia and China did a full 180 on the formation of this group. After tech this idea was considered, but the occurrences of global-level threats are entirely new, so both nations were skeptical. But not that this trigger attack has happened. They see this as a pleasant alternative to nuclear rearmament, under the condition that other countries also pledge a certain number of reserve personnel. The main team will be housed in Manhattan and led by senior intelligence agents for data collection and threat assessment, while the field teams and missions will be led by Mudman, famous for being the strategic lead of Team Horizon, and the person currently leading the investigation to find the source of the trigger attacks. He has already been essential in preventing over a dozen more attacks in this time and is getting closer to finding the mastermind behind this chaos with each passing day. This team will officially be put into service in early August, and will work together to keep us safe. They will need permission from the nation they wish to enter, except for the persons who are from that country, so many nations are pushing to get as many of their citizens as possible. This will allow them to receive aid even before the United Nations clears the entire team for action within their borders. Now, in other news, the new president of the North Afar, Flecht stops the video, glaring at the monitor and clenching his fist. He takes a deep breath and looks away from the monitor before collecting his thoughts, considering his options. Then grits his teeth. Fuck, he slams his fist down, shattering his keyboard. Meet me in the mutations lab, now. He storms out of the room and is walking down the hallway before his sister can respond. Minutes later he is in one of the lower underground floor, deep below Uthian's capital walking with his sister. There is some good news, she says as they proceed through dozens of security doors. And what might that be? Mudman made some progress in finding us, but we were able to avert his gaze onto a small quirk research facility in South America. It will take him at least a week or two to realize they're been tricked. Epsilon. After spending so much time thinking about Horizon, to think I failed to realize the monsters on his team, Flecht mutters. And the inoculation. The production somehow conflicts with that of the panacea, and governments are hesitant to administer a quirk gene-modifying serum to their populations. Even Horizon is receiving massive pushback on this matter, which only leaves the other problem of the United Nations' new super team. The public list of main members includes all of Team Horizon and many top-ranking pro-heroes, but they only number less than 200 at the moment. Not much of a global task force. Their reserve listing has swelled to over 5,000. Star and Stripe, Horizon. Reserve members. Horizon is technically still a provisional pro-hero in Japan, so until he graduates, he can't be added to either listing. For now, it's simply a professional courtesy that he helps them, as a private consultant. His teammates have officially been brought on and received an academic leave from UA. Unofficially, they're dropped out, but officially, working for this team will count as graduate credit for their March graduation. So Japan released them early just to form this team. Are they really that special? Mudman is an annoyingly skilled detective and strategist. Cellophane is quick and brutal in combat, and is also receiving some training from United States military personnel at the moment. Dark Shadow is simply powerful and versatile. Phantom Thief isn't officially a member of Team Horizon, but recent reports show him working closely with them, and the public includes him in their unofficial listings. Warp Gate, Flecked Turn says as they arrive at a pair of massive tungsten security doors that slowly begin to open. That alone is enough for the world to fight over him, not to mention his innate copy quirk. Japan also sent 2 others. Are they anything special? No, but they're strong, she says. Most countries send main members from their students, as a way of preserving the hero-villain ecosystem they have. But I'd put these 2 in the top 20, if not top 10 of any country you drop them into. Then all the more reason for us to accelerate the plan, Flecked Turn says as the doors fully open, revealing a metallic and cold room with a large black test tube-like device in the middle of it. He walks over to the control and turns on the light in the pod, revealing a man with white hair and a mask over his mouth with breathing tubes connected. The man was floating in purple liquid and had tubes connected to his body, pumping him full of trigger. I wondered why All for One gifted me his failed project before going into Tartaros. And now I understand, he says. Now I understand. And even that monster knew the truth. That the only way forward is to cleanse this world. 9 is still highly unstable, she says. We won't have any way to control him. Then he is exactly what quirks will lead humanity toward. Animals with barbaric and primal instincts. Lashing out at everyone and everything around them. Yet wielding the power to destroy it all. And how will we use them? The inoculation is slow, so we have time. The next attack will kill a few 100 million if it works. We will deploy him before that. Even Horizon can't be everywhere at once. We simply need to figure out the best time to attack. There is a pattern of panacea creating, she says, and with the inoculation occupying the same process and being produced just as rapidly. We attack when he's busy making them, so he'll already be worn down. A wise choice, as expected from my sister. We will only get one chance, and we have to keep but him and Star and Stripe away from this city, this facility. If either of them gets here, our plan to purge the world all at once will fall apart. Then contact all our agents. We have much preparation to do. Then we will deploy 9. Flecked Turn glares at the man in the pod. I wonder how many more like him All for One made, before he created something that could host 9 quirks. His name is the number of quirks, so there must have been 8 more, all failures. No, all abominations, but useful weapons in creating a new world. July 15th. Sitting at the kitchen counter, Horizon continues eating his bowl of cereal while idly scrolling on his phone. His visor is off, resting on the counter, but the mask he wears beneath remains in place with energy pouring out of his eyes. He scrolls past a few messages from Ryuko, worried as always. He types a quick response. The trigger situation is almost done. I'll sleep enough to make up for the past week when that's done. You haven't slept in days and you're constantly making panacea. Come home and get some sleep. Ah, you're worried about me. Babe, I'm Horizon, I'll be fine. You're insufferable. And busy. I'll see you tomorrow. He rests his phone on the counter as someone approaches the kitchen. President Heija walks into his kitchen, wearing shorts and a t-shirt, frozen at the sight of Horizon. I hope you don't mind but, I don't really have any time to sleep or eat these days, Horizon says. World crisis and all that. President Heija looks out the window to see the night sky outside. He then glances at the clock, seeing it's well before sunrise. What is the meaning of this? He asks, keeping his voice down as Horizon pours more cereal. We need to have a little talk. Horizon gestures to the seat across from him. I'll keep things quiet. Don't want your wife or kids to walk in on us. That could get messy. The man stiffens and moves to sit opposite Horizon, cautiously keeping his eyes on the hero while doing so. Is it stressful? Horizon asks. Which part? Being a father, a husband, or a president? Would picking either of them change the answer? No, they're all stressful. Horizon chuckles. You know, I have the same roles. Well, not the husband part. Being made of pure energy makes relations impossible. But being a father, being a president, yeah, I have that. Because at 18 years old, the entire world looks to me like I'm its dad. All expecting me to solve their problems while going behind my back to misbehave. And if I try to discipline them, they get mad at me for it. Is that what this is? President Heija asks. Are you here to discipline me? No, I'm just here to talk to you about this whole trigger situation. My people have given you everything you asked for, been extremely amenable to your requests. And we are thankful that you understand our lack of resources and personnel at the moment when considering what tasks to ask of us Thailand bodies. Yeah, I just have 2 questions. Horizon reaches out, holding his hand out for the man to shake it. Go on. She warned us of this, President Heija thinks, recalling all of Panta's warnings. But despite his fear, takes Horizon's hand. You're scared, Horizon says the moment he uses scan on the man. You broke into my home and are questioning me. I also know how this ended for the president of Elkara. I would not like this meeting to end in the same way. He got in my way, you haven't, yet. So, how can I help you? Mudman has been getting very close to finding the source of the trigger attacks. They hid themselves very well, but he's very good at this. We're just doing a final sweep of anyone who benefited from it in a major or obvious way. You think I engineered the death of hundreds of millions of my people. I think you because president after this attack, that's a motive. I did not help them with this attack. And I am acting in service of my people, always. Horizon detects no lies, and moves on to the next question. Which brings me to the next concern. You were credited with bringing China and Russia into the UN's new Global Response Program. But it doesn't make any sense for that to be something you're capable of. Horizon feels his heart rate spike. What really happened at that meeting? That is an issue of national security. I'm not allowed to. Do you know what separates people with quirks from the quirkless? Horizon cuts him off. President Haja stiffens, feeling Horizon's grip tighten. Our vulnerability to trigger. But your inoculation will solve that. Yes, but I was referring to evolutionary advantages. For example, many quirks are closer to disabilities than superpowers. But we all have the baseline advantages. Higher physical genetic potential, we heal faster, and are more resistant to disease and infections. And most relevant to us, we can regrow teeth. But naturally, some people can't afford to wait for their natural regrowth. Like people in the spotlight, celebrities, and politicians. So instead they simply use fillings and keep moving forward. How is TH? President Haja feels an invisible force on some of his teeth pull him forward, almost onto the counter. A jolt of pain flows through his mouth as the invisible force keeps him leaning forward. Non-sentient things are susceptible to my quirk, to tact, Horizon says. So, tell me what happened in that meeting, and maybe I won't rip your teeth out, to start. NGH, the man groans as Horizon applies more force, causing his gums to bleed. My people told me Penta was there, along with the leaders of this entire hemisphere. What's going on? We were making a plan, President Haja barely manages to say. Horizon releases his control of the man's teeth. The man wipes the blood from his mouth, speaking through the pain. We received word that you'd be moving to America next year. That made us concerned that our best defense would be on the other side of the world. We also know you won't be joining the UN team. So together, Russia, China, Western Europe, Japan, and North Africa came to formulate some type of bid. We discussed the price of you leaving, and of your staying. I see. And was that all? No, the man says. But I swear, the price of you retaining you and the cost of you leaving were the crux of that meeting. But we quickly realized that we had no chance of matching President Skyline's offer. And even if you could, I wouldn't stay. President Panta told us as much. But we had to try. Not detecting any lies, Horizon lets go of the man after healing him. I'm glad this went better than my last talk with a world leader. Tearing out someone's spine is always so messy, Horizon says before warping away, with the bowl and box of cereal. President Haja immediately relaxes, thankful he could get by with those technical truths. Now having a first-hand account of how dangerous Horizon can be, and how necessary President Panta's plan is. Horizon Tower, Japan. Moments after leaving North Africa, Horizon steps out of a purple warp gate into Horizon Tower. He's immediately greeted by the noon sun pouring into the lounge and a few of his friends were asleep on the couches. Shinso is asleep on one of the single seats while Tokoyami is filling out some paperwork beside him. Monoma is laying across another couch, desperate to go back to bed, having been run ragged by damn near the entire world because of his quirk. And in the middle Juzo is sitting on the floor surrounded by documents, his laptop beside double-checking all his data. Seeing Horizon step out of the warp gate, Monoma immediately goes back to sleep. What do we have? Horizon asks Juzo. A solid paper trail for once, he says as Horizon kneels beside him, leaving the cereal floating in the air. Looks like it's pointing to Western Europe? Lots of euros in the currency exchanges for these companies. Yeah, but that's the good news. The bad news is that I'm expecting another attack. That wouldn't be smart. We're better prepared now. But we can't inoculate the entire world easily. It'll take months for the process to be completed. And since their goal is global extinction, you think they're planning something bigger. They have to be, Juzo says. The first attack was big, but it was done to show that quirkless people will be fine. The other attacks were smaller, places they couldn't hit the first time, those were just them distracting us. Casting our gaze to nations that they don't have any resources in, distractions. And the final attack. One attack, a big one, accompanied by distractions, enough to keep you busy. Damn it, Horizon removes his visor and the mask beneath, rubbing his tired eyes. How long do we have? Maybe a few days, Juzo says as Law continues eating his cereal, already turning to leave the room. You should follow Monoma's lead and get some rest. We'll need you at full power for this. I doubt that. Besides, if this is as big as you think, then having more panacea can't hurt. Law says as he warps to a different part of the tower. He appears in his bedroom where Ryuko is sitting in bed, working on her laptop. Let me guess, you aren't here to relax. Law just shrugs and leans down, kissing her. This is the job. Juzo says it should be over soon, but I need you to be ready to move. If anything unexpected happens, Monoma will warp you out of here. This tower is the safest place in the world. No, standing behind me is the safest place in the world. But this might call me to the other side of the planet to resolve it. Ryuko pouts. Where are you going now? To make more panis, the inoculation variant. Star should be done fangirling over All Might soon. She'll come see me after that? She eyes him warily. Problem. No, it's just, I kind of liked it when only a few people knew who you really were. Now it feels like I have to share you, more than I already agreed to. Wow, he kisses her one more time. To think someone so selfish was ever a pro-hero. Ryuko rolls her eyes, playfully hitting his chest. If I wasn't selfish, we wouldn't be together. Yeah, but I'd be fine, he shrugs. You, on the other hand, Law warps away before she can yell at him. Stepping out of the purple warp gate, Star and Stripe is greeted by a comfortable lounge area. She looks around as it closes, seeing the comfortable living place deserted. Is this the right place? She wonders. Maybe Phantom Thief got it wrong. She walks over to a large window, looks at the warehouse area below, and is confused. Walking down there, she sees a man standing over a massive fuel tanker. Tattoos on his arms as he holds a glowing blue sphere between his hands, pouring panacea into the top of the structure. Not what you expected? Law asks. She walks closer, gaze stuck on him. You said you couldn't take off the body glove. She gestures to his casual clothes. This isn't something I thought possible. You believe everything people say. I believe my friends. Still getting used to those, he says. But I figured since you trust me, I should trust you too. Especially since we'll be seeing each other more often when I move to America. I see. She walks over to where he is above the tanker and leans against the railing. Arms crossed, staring at him. So, are you anyone important, or just some random person? Law Matani. She raises a brow at that. Billionaire, investor, key pillar of Japan, that kind of thing. So, very important, she says. How was your day with All Might? He asks. Did you make him sign every poster you own? PSHH, no, just a few. I'm more curious about this place. What is it? One of the many PANA storage facilities in Japan. Or more accurately, hidden in the little islands around Japan's mainland. Can't risk a villain accidentally spilling it onto the streets during a fight. Our Nigerian Nairo Omicron, yes. Japan still has villains. Not since someone got a bit more hands-on with them. Setting an example certainly helps. A moment later, he's done filling this massive container. 5 Olympic swimming pools of panacea were ready for shipping. Sheesh, she looks over the edge as the tanker seals itself and he stops using his awakening. You long? Does it take you to fill one of those? About an hour, give or take. How I'm feeling. And how are you feeling? Like I have more work to do. They both appear back in the lounge as Law stands at the window, overlooking the private beach on this little island. Still annoying. Star walks over to the kitchen and gets herself a drink. You'll get used to it, he says while making a call. The next shipment is ready. Warp this tanker away and send me another one. Star listens to him chatting with Phantom Thief while idly sipping her soda, contemplating everything she wants to talk to him about. About how much has changed in this past year. About how much her life has evolved since letting go of the past. Mostly ignoring her, Law shakes his head at what he's hearing. Just send it. I'll handle the rest. He hangs up and begins sending some messages. Speaking of rest. Not in the mood for another one of these talks, he cuts her off. You've been awake for 5 days. Mudman sent me a message. Said we'll be attacking soon. We need you at your best. I am enough. She sighs. You're certainly annoying enough. Did you just want to come here, to give me the same lecture I've been getting all week? The world is in crisis, scared of the next attack. It's our job to protect and secure it. I'll sleep when the job is done. Until then, I have work to do. That's not why I wanted to see you today. Not even close. Good, because I'm not in the mood. She stares at his back, and sees him still typing by the window, all but ignoring her, and takes a cautious step forward. I wanted to talk to you about this exact problem. What might that be? The work consuming us, mostly you? Ugh. You've still got time. Unlimited time, really. Is there anything you missed out on because of this life? Law stops and thinks about it for a moment. No, I do everything I want, when I want. Perks of being Horizon. She frowns, jealousy building in her. I missed out on decades because I was so scared to be vulnerable. To leave this form. To let anyone in. And now I feel like I'm trying to make up for lost time. She deactivates her quirk, allowing her body to shift back into its natural state. No longer the 6 feet 4 193 cm tall monolith of muscle and strength, but to the petite and fragile Kathleen Bates, barely a hair over 5 feet 150 cm. So small that Star and Stripe's hero costume falls off her frame and pools are her feet, leaving her naked in the open air. Law senses this and tenses. What are you doing? Asking my friend to help me, to teach me how to do this, something I missed out on because of how scared I was. Because I couldn't trust anyone enough to be vulnerable with them. I'm still getting used to this, having friends, he says. Then we're both learning new things, so let's help each other. 1 hour later. Kathleen feels a pleasurable soreness in her body as she rolls over, opening her eyes to the dimly lit room and becoming embarrassingly aware of her naked state. She jolts awake fully and sits up in bed, clutching the blanket to her chest. She then frowns, seeing Law already back to work, sitting at his desk nearby and reading a few documents. Had a good nap? He asks. I know better than to give you a compliment, especially on this. Law chuckles. Should I feel insulted that you didn't even pretend to fall asleep? He shrugs. There is work to do. There will always be work to do. Then I'll always be busy, but I can make time for you. She smiles. Thank you. Before Law can respond, his phone rings, as does hers. See, the work never ends, he says while responding to Juzo, confirming a warp gate from their current location. She flinches as he warps her oversized hero costume onto her. Time to go to work. Moments later they both step out of a purple warp gate, into the United Nations Response Force meeting room. Mudman is standing at the front, a large map on the wall behind him, and glances at both of them, noticing that Star subconsciously avoids eye contact with everyone. And it doesn't take an expert detective, as he is, to figure out what happened before they walked out of the same warp gate. But with the 50 pro heroes of his new division, which includes Phantom Thief, Cellophane, Tsukuyomi, Simon, Deku, and Katsuki Bakugo aka Ground Zero, with help from their 2 mystery class reserve members, they're now ready to end this trigger crisis. Good, now we can get this over with, Mudman says. Our scouts found the enemy base. Now we need to move in and capture them before they launch any more attacks. They nod, ready to end this crisis as Mudman continues. We tracked the money and resources back to Humarize. Their headquarters is the capital of Uthian. Now we need to. Mudman stops as alarms blare around them. He taps the side of his visor, getting an update from his communication team while turning around to see the map. Change of plans. He sees 30 red dots appear on the global map. The atmospheric sensors in 30 cities just went live for trigger. They must have seen our scouts. What's the plan? Horizon asks. Mudman briefly checked the map before addressing his team. We stick to the plan, he says. Phantom Thief, send everyone to Uthian. We need to capture them and disable whatever they have planned immediately. Star and Stripe will act as field team leader while I stay here. Horizon, stay behind to deal with the other cities. Phantom Thief creates a shroud of purple mist and envelopes everyone with it, sending them to the other side of the world, leaving only Mudman, Horizon, himself, and their support staff in the room. Can you handle this? Mudman asks Horizon. It won't be pleasant. And don't tell them, but I kind of regret not taking a nap right about now. I'll save the I told you so for later, Mudman says as he turns back to the map. Behind him, Phantom Thief creates a warp gate and shrouds them both in it, taking them to the first of 30 cities that Horizon must protect from trigger. Progress report. Flacktern asks. His sister activates a large screen in his office, displaying a world map with 12 cities highlighted. We have reports of Horizon stopping trigger from destroying 2 cities, she says. But we're waiting for him to finish before activating the other devices. The last thing we want is him coming here before the global dispersion unit is fully active. Flacktern glares at the screen. Damn Mudman. We just needed a bit more time. Having to rush this is nerve-wracking. It can't be helped. Our network was too large to escape him forever. It was a matter of time before he found us. He looks out at the city below, the capital of Utheron. They still don't know where, aside from somewhere in this city. Until Horizon gets here, we've got time. She uses the tablet in her hand and activates another screen, showing a progress bar quickly filling. Not fast enough. Flacktern rushes to the seat at his desk and gets to work on his computer. We need more time. I'm activating the others. Then we won't have anything left. This is the end, one way or another. She looks back at the map to see 10 more cities marked red. And 9. We will use him last, he will make a wonderful distraction. I'll prepare the activation protocols, she says while working on her device. This will certainly get Horizon's attention away from us. Meanwhile, standing on a rooftop in Brazil, overlooking a large city, Horizon and Phantom Thief observe as the cloud of trigger is contained and counteracted by Horizon's remote room. The large blue dome spread across the entire city and contained the incident, and the moment it showed to be enough, a purple warp gate appears behind them. Where to next? Horizon asks while turning to follow Phantom Thief through the gate. They both step through and arrive on a rooftop across the world. New Zealand, Phantom Thief says as they see green gas spreading through the city below. How many more? Horizon asks while creating a remote room and instilling it with the command to contain the gas and create healing energy for the city below. A with diuresis. He then expands it to encompass the entire city. 3 more after this. Will you be alright? Phantom Thief asks. Let's just go to the next one. Phantom Thief nods and opens a warp gate for them to continue working. A few stops later, they both exit a warp gate back into the main control room. Mudman doesn't bother looking away from the large monitors on the wall while people are scurrying about in the background compiling data for him. Was that all? Horizon asks. Not quite. Look, Mudman gestures to one of the monitors, showing a city covered in thick green gas, making it almost impossible to see the silhouettes of the buildings. Where is that? Las Vegas, Mudman says. Unlike the others that took minutes, this one took seconds. Be careful. The others still need time to contain. I'll send crews out once your quirk has contained the gas. But if you can't handle whatever is in Las Vegas, just leave. We can't afford you losing focus and the other cities getting gassed because of it. I'll be fine. Horizon looks at Phantom Thief. A purple warp gate then appears around him, sending him to the outskirts of Las Vegas. He sighs, seeing the dark midnight desert all around and the shrouded city in the distance. Expanding his room, he senses a man walking through the streets, trigger pouring out of his body and filling the air. Shambles? He warps to the man, sunder ready and aimed at him. All for one. Horizon wonders, now seeing the man up close. 9 was eerily similar and showed physical signs of having multiple quirks, all without being a Nomu. No, I recognize this guy. Arg. 9 screams as he sees Horizon, then holds his head as painful memories rack his body. His bones remember breaking and snapping. His flesh remembers being sliced and flayed. His lungs burn once more, as if he was experiencing the salt water filling them all over again. NGH, he can't even form words while lashing out, firing 10 energy beams, one from each finger, all in the hopes of keeping Horizon's cruelty and malevolence from hurting him again. I guess we aren't going to talk this out, Horizon thinks before warping away from the beams, appearing behind 9. 9 instantly releases an omnidirectional concussive wave, and Horizon barely senses the air and trigger being pushed away in time to warp away. Okay, now you're annoying me, even more than this crap already was. Horizon aims Sunder at 9. Let's get this over with. Athion's capital. We have a problem, Star says the moment Phantom Thief steps out of the purple warp gate. Standing on a rooftop at the city's edge, they can see the controlled chaos taking place below, and even the civilians can feel that something is wrong. Be more specific, Phantom Thief says. Can you get these people out of the city? He gives her a strange look. Yeah. How far? And why? That's why. Star points at Humari's tower in the middle of the city. Humari's tower and the entire aquifer system below the city is a giant chemical bomb, filled with trigger. Doesn't seem like a big problem. Normally it wouldn't be. But these psychos built the biggest fumigation system ever. It goes off, and the entire region, if not the entire world, gets hit with trigger. Which is why you aren't kicking in their teeth already. Even early detonation could kill billions. Okay, I'll send them to the far side of the country. But I need people to gather in large areas so I can do entire batches at once. I thought you could make multiple warp gates easily now. I can, but I just got done evacuating Tokyo City. Is something happening there? I don't know, but right now, this is more important. Phantom Thief begins creating warp gates in the massive plazas and parks around the city. How do you plan to stop the trigger from spreading? The formula is too widely dispersed already for my quirk to get it all, and they made it into a viral disease. The best way is to incinerate it all. The city? Can you do that? Just focus on the evacuation, and when everyone is gone, give me the all clear. Got it, he says before she flies upward, rocketing past the clouds. Seeing that he can't help but smile. You mystery class people really are something else, he says before opening another warp gate and stepping through it. A mere few minutes later the evacuation of this city is complete, largely thanks to Phantom Thief. And Fleck Turn sits in his office opposite his sister, watching the process unfold on their screens. One monitor showing the evacuation, another showing the short battle between Horizon and 9. Looking past her he nods to one of the screens. Look at 9, he's survived these past few minutes well. She spins around in her chair, watching the fight closely. Our plan to split Horizon's focus worked well. But, there must have been variable at play that we couldn't have accounted for. Something else wore him down before the bang. A bullet explodes her brain and shatters the screen, scattering blood, bone, and brain matter across the clean tiled floor. Behind her, Fleck Turn looks down at the gun in his hand before dropping back into his seat. Sorry. I'm so sorry. But this is better than what they'll do to us, and we didn't have the time to debate it. He says as a purple warp gate manifests in his office. He immediately raises the gun to his own head and squeezes the trigger. But in an instant Deco blurs out of the warp gate and smacks the gun with one finger, gently enough to shatter it without breaking Fleck Turn's arm in the process. Only after the fact did he looks around to see the corpse on the floor, which Cellophane and Simon carefully step over as they exit the warp gate. Fleck Turn glares at them, then looks down at his desk. He's not going to talk, Cellophane says while walking over to the man. He takes out a flash drive and plugs it into the computer, not bothering with the man who was trying his best to ignore them. Simon snaps his fingers, pulling Fleck Turn's glare toward him. This is the part where you tell us your grand evil plan. Fleck Turn scoffs. I have nothing to s. Brainwashing complete? Simon rolls his eyes. Transfer all important documents onto that drive, now. Fleck Turn does as he's told, silently working to obey his master's orders. And minutes later, Star and Stripe gets a call while standing in the air high above the city. All clear, Mudman says in her ear. Cleanse the area now. She frowns and looks up at the sky. This isn't how I wanted to introduce you to the world. Hopefully they don't cause a big fuss over you, she says while taking a deep breath. Not because what she is about to do is difficult, but because it is so remarkably easy. So easy that had there not been someone capable of challenging her, it would not be allowed to exist. Star Strike System, activate. She reaches into the night sky as the nanobots melded to her body activate. Firing sequence begin. 5% output, immediate fire. High above, orbiting the Earth, a massive SAD-F-light structure. Constructed by David Shield, Principal Nizo, hundreds of covert engineers, and placed in orbit by Horizon, activates. The heroes outside the city anxiously wait, then a bright light engulfs the sky. A laser beam nearly a mile wide descends on the city that's only 10 miles across. The Star Strike system is a super weapon, legally disguised as advanced hero equipment. A loophole that only exists because, due to the nanobots within Star and Stripe, the weapon can only fire if targeting her. And it can only be fired by her. A suicidal agreement, unless you're Star and Stripe. She flies toward the blinding white energy beam and reaches out with one hand. Using one order to maintain her transformation, a second to fly. And after awakening, her third order is finally being used in the field. New order, this energy beam will condense into a sphere in my grasp. The binary plasma fusion reactor of the weapon is designed with her commands in mind. The energy signature is identical to her natural energy signature, allowing her to manipulate it as easily as her own body. Because of this, even the massive quantity of energy contained within a 5% output blast is easily molded into a glowing white basketball-sized sphere in her hand. Containing the energy, she then looks down at the city, and with much hesitation, hurls the sphere directly at Humari's headquarters. Las Vegas, minutes later. I'm fine. Just try not to need me for a few hours, Horizon says while sitting on a hotel roof. The Las Vegas Strip was ahead of him, showing the situation in Athene on massive screens while Mudman chattered in his ear. Got it. I'll have Phantom Thief open a warp gate for you as soon as we're done moving the civilians. Yeah, no rush. Horizon glaces back to C9's corpse resting near a basketball-sized blue sphere containing the trigger that was poisoning Las Vegas. Looking at the street below, he sees people walking around, checking on their friends and family after receiving him healing energy via the room over the entire city. He then turns back to the screens and can't help but chuckle. Maybe I am a bad influence, he jokes as they show a large molten crater where Athene was. Before another minute can pass, however, the screen suddenly changes to a gorgeous celebrity newswoman. This just in, some important celebrity news has just hit the net and has instantly gone viral, she says with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Beneath the visor, Lore rolls his eyes. The world is in crisis and they still want to gossip. What can be? His eyes widen as Horizon, Arsenal, and the Heart Thief are shown side by side on screen. Their family connection revealed to the world. No, she wouldn't. Horizon mutters while staring up at the massive screen as the reporter continues. Documents released minutes ago from an unknown source detailed the specifics of Horizon's shocking past. His parents were none other than Arsenal and the Heart Thief. While their faces are still unknown, we have confirmation that they were both executed despite their son already being pre-enrolled into UA. This only goes to show that Horizon truly does care about justice and peace above all else. The fact that with his near-divine power and influence, he did not save them, due to their horrific crimes, only solidifies his position as the greatest hero in history. It truly is heartwarming to know that he managed to overcome such horrible circumstances, and rise above to be the dependable man we all know and love, all in spite of who his parents are. It should also be mentioned that Horizon did have love for his parents, but when international pressure was placed on Japan to execute them, he chose service to his nation above his love for his family, a sacrifice that only a true hero can make. The documents can be found on our website, and I encourage everyone to read them, to better understand that Horizon is not only willing to give his life for us, but also the only things he holds dear to his heart. No, this isn't happening. Horizon stumbles back, tripping over Nine's corpse as his room closes. He falls back and barely catches himself before his legs give out and he accepts his seat on the rooftop. Within his visor he sees an incoming call from Nizu, along with another, from Mudman. But instead, he hastily, sloppily, taps the back of his visor, commanding it to retract and let him breathe. And even breathing seemed difficult, as if his lungs couldn't catch air. Breaths shallow and ragged as his mind tries and fails to process everything. Everything he did, the sacrifices he made, and the things he should have noticed. The moments, the tasks, the people he had too much faith in. Faith, because he wanted to believe they were alive, that it wouldn't end like this, but he knew better. Because after playing pretend for long enough, he is Horizon, and he always knows better. His breathing becomes still, calm. Emotions cast aside, as she trained him to do, focusing only on the facts, the patient, the operation, the cancer that needs to be cut out, as his father trained him to do. And with one soothing breath, he closes his eyes and accepts that he did everything right. I fought the villains. I gave them peace. I sacrificed my life for them, for her, for this world. I ever bottled miracles for them. And yet, she broke the contract. His eyes open, glowing blue as a room expands across all of Las Vegas, and he can already sense Star and Stripe at the edge of it, rocketing toward him. About time, Phantom at Arsenal's son. He puts on his visor, and a new Horizon rises to his feet. Mudman, he commands, and the call instantly connects. Thank God. What the hell is going on? I'm trying to figure that out. Any updates that aren't about my personal life? The operation is over. Star said she was heading your way to talk about something, probably this big news story. Whatever, just tell Phantom Thief I need a warp gate back to Horizon Tower, Tokyo. I'm going to sort this out directly. Alright, he's almost done in Athene, less than a minute. Good, I'm at the location with 9. Copy, but, one thing. It's true. It's all true. Guess there is a big leak to stop. Yeah, but about the news, does it matter? Nah, you're still Horizon. That's always been enough. Mudman ends the call and Horizon can't help but smile. But only for a moment before Star and Stripe descends to the rooftop, cracking the concrete as she lands. He turns to face her and shakes his head. I don't have time for you right now. We'll deal with this later. Later, she stumps over to him and tries to grab him by the arm, only for him to warp a few steps back. You piece of shit. I trusted you, and you don't even have the decency to apologize, New Epsilon S. I have more important things to deal with right now. Horizon turns away from her and taps the side of his visor, receiving a message from Phantom Thief. More important. Star's rage falters as hurt and confusion overwhelm her. And at that moment, a purple warp gate appears beyond Horizon. Wait, I'm not due. Horizon ignores her, stepping through the warp gate. And before she can rush through it, the purple fog disappears. Star's rage returns tenfold before she launches herself into the sky, shattering the entire building they were standing on and rocketing toward Japan at absurd speeds. Annoying woman, Horizon mutters while sheathing Sunder. He used it the instant he was in Tokyo to collapse the warp gate, not in the mood for Star and Stripe. Room? He expands his senses across all of Tokyo City, for a 50 kilometers minus 30 mi radius, and senses no one. What the hell? He expands his senses farther, still not sensing anyone in the entire Tokyo prefecture or city. Shambles? He appears in front of the Hero Public Safety Commission headquarters at the edge of the city, finding it abandoned. Warping inside, he sees that every computer was removed. Only desks and chairs remained. Even the smallest scrap of paper was gone. They knew I was coming, he realizes and calls Phantom Thief again. Need to go somewhere else. Where the hell is Pantu? Horizon all but growls out. They must have used you to evacuate Tokyo. Where did you send her? She wasn't there, and neither were any of her people. Why? Horizon pauses, not sure what was going on. Then remembers his threat, to rip Tokyo out of the ground and slam it back into Japan. He turns and looks out at the city, and strangely, feels no desire to do such a thing. Noting he would not have had any hesitation about such a thing a mere 2 years ago. No, now his burning desire for blood and pain was solely focused on Pantu. Find her for me. Horizon ends the call and warps away to Horizon Tower. She won't be anywhere in Japan, but he expands his room to its limit. A 800 kilometers-500 mi radius encompassing most of Japan and some of the nearby nations. Scan? He feels a small pain in his head for just a moment, but doesn't find Pantu or any of her people. Seconds later he receives another call from Nizu. And once again, he cancels it, not wanting to hear anything from him right now. Not in the mood for a revenge is wrong lecture. He can talk to me when I'm done with her, Horizon mutters before he feels a familiar presence at the edge of his room, quickly approaching him. Moments later, he doesn't react when she slams through the roof and lands in the middle of his massive lounge area. I told you, not now, he dismisses her, not even bothering to turn around and look at the woman. We're talking about this. Now, she marches over to him and grabs his shoulder, forcing him to turn and face her. Glaring at his visor, she's more furious than ever that she can't see his face. Can't tell if he's hurt, smiling, or laughing at her under that damned blank mask. Do you even care? She asks. He warps out of her tightening grapes before she crushes his shoulder, standing behind her again before she turns around. About what? About me, you asshole. She clenches her fists, and it takes all her willpower not to grab him again. About anything that happened? About what she did to people? About what she did to my entire damn family? Anything. It's the job. You were just the work. That damn near knocks the wind out of her, causing her to stumble back. Did you know? This entire time, before we even met, did you know? My family holds no secrets from each other, especially about things that don't matter. Don't matter? Are you saying I don't matter? I'm saying the past doesn't matter. Get over it, and leave me to deal with my own problems. So you aren't even bothering to deny any of it, that those monsters raised you. She sees his shoulders tense at that. They're my parents. They loved me, and I loved them. Everything else was just business. She chokes on her words, tears forming before she wipes them away, not wanting to give him the satisfaction of seeing her cry again. I thought we were friends, more than friends. I trusted you, only you. I loved you, and now I don't even know who you are. You know exactly who I am. I am Horizon, he says. And everyone loves me, not just you. Now go away so I can take care of this problem. This has nothing to do with you. This is about me, Pantu, and a broken contract she'll repay in blood. Horizon turns and begins walking away, leaving the woman to her suffering. And seeing him cast her aside, acting exactly as Arsenal did to her sister. It ignited a rage she didn't know she was capable of wielding. No, this has everything to do with me, she says as he walks away. I killed them. He stops walking and glances back at her. I could never sleep at night knowing that animal was alive. So I told her, I told your nation. Either they put her down and give me proof, or I come to Japan and handle it myself. Horizon turns to look at her, carefully studying her face. The conviction in her eyes, the love that was there now buried deep under hate and grief for what once was. The international pressure, he mutters. Yeah, I already assumed it was you, even before we met. Her eyes widen. And yet, we still, how could you? Horizon shrugs. Live by the sword, die by the sword. It's just the job. And unlike you, I don't let useless things like that haunt me. Now go back to America. I have a contract breaker to find. Horizon turns to walk away, leaving her stunned, violated. She felt like worms and bugs were crawling all over her body, like at any moment she could vomit up her lunch. All at the very thought, no, the memories she shared with Horizon, the memories she made with him not hours ago. And now she realizes how blind she was. It was in front of her the entire time. You're just like her, Star mutters, tears freely falling to the floor. No, you're worse than her. Beneath his visor Law rolls his eyes, truly done with this distraction. Until he feels her moving at immense speed behind him. Shambles? He warps to her previous location as she arrives where he was walking into the hallway. Her punch sends a shockwave that obliterates half of his penthouse, exposing them to the afternoon sun and heat. Star turns around to see him already holding Sunder, blade drawn, in a casual stance across the destroyed lounge area. I'm not weak anymore, she says, mostly to herself. I won't let any monsters like her walk around. Never again. Horizon sighs. You may not know me, but I know exactly who you are. What you are, so after the truth, this was inevitable. But for the record, I'm not like my mother. She narrows her eyes at him, ready to pounce. I can be so much worse. She launches herself at him, activating her quirk as he raises his sword. And the two most powerful beings begin a clash that would shape the future of this world. All right, if he's secure, bring him here for full interrogation, Mudman says from the control room. I want to know everything Flecked Turn knows within the hour, then we can clean up the rest of his idiotic cult. Yes sir, one of his assistants says before scurrying away. Mudman rubs the back of his neck, relieved that this crisis is over and they can all finally get some proper sleep. Only for another agent to barge into the room, panic on his face, and rush over to him. Sir, we have a problem. Mudman sighs. What is it? Did something happen with the evacuees in Athien? No. It's in Tokyo, every alarm is going off. Ignore it, Mudman says, turning back to the screens. Horizon is there, he'll handle whatever it is. But that's the thing. Horizon is the problem. Mudman immediately turns to the man, glaring at him beneath his visor. Explain. 3 minutes ago, he and Star and Stripe engaged in combat. Half of Minato Tokyo is destroyed. Why are they fighting? His visor has been transmitting since the beginning, and it looks like a falling out of some kind. Mudman turns to the room that's now listening in on his conversation. All resources on Tokyo. I want all the data we can get. Figure out what the hell is making them fight. Now. As everyone gets to work, Mudman glares at the massive monitor in the middle of the room, showing an aerial view of what once was Minato Tokyo. They're really fighting, now of all times. But Tokyo was evacuated, luckily, or planned. He taps the side of his visor. Get back to the situation room, forget the refugees for now, but we're barely half done. He cuts off Phantom Thief. That was an order. We have a potential global crisis on our hands. Just one after the next, Phantom Thief says while already stepping out of a purple beside Mudman. What's the... He chokes on his words, seeing the destruction on the monitors. When you evacuated Tokyo, who gave you the order? President Pantu. She said there was a potential attack with Horizon outside of Japan. Mudman nods, crossing his arms and tapping his chin. Too perfect. And I can't believe that this conflict happens at the same time Horizon's parents get revealed. Not to mention when he's already exhausted. Exhausted. Mudman shrugs and glances at one of the nearby monitors, tracking Horizon's ambient energy output. 45%, not exactly exhausted. But that's about as low as it's ever been. I think someone is setting him up. Do you think he knows? I don't think he cares. Who? Why? And more importantly, how the hell do they plan to put him down? No idea. But they'd need more than her. They'd need the large security door behind him opens, and in walks the United Nations Secretary General, holding a folder in her arms. They'd need everyone. Mudman puts another part of their plan together. I assume you're aware of the... She falls silent after seeing the destruction on the monitor. Not what you were expecting. Mudman says, a bit more destruction than you planned for. She glares at him, but ignores the obvious bait. You need this, a countermeasure suite formed for any mystery class incidents. She hands him the folder, which he immediately begins reading. Extensive, lots of information, lots of wrong information, he says. If you asked nicely, I would have helped. No, you wouldn't have. But your job is to run this team, so we had unbiased people plan for this potential threat. It was a necessity after Horizon's mind snapped during his fight with Gigantomachy. But we couldn't simply involve anyone in the planning, even those with more information, such as Nizu. And even for someone as calculated as you, planning against Horizon may put you between duty and loyalty. We didn't want to burden you with that. Phantom Thief rolls his eyes. Translation, they were scared you'd tell Horizon. This is a long list of volunteers, none from America. Interesting. Mudman says while scanning the list. That's not important right now. What is important is that they're both ignoring any calls to stop the fight, she says. Clearly, this only ends one way, and whoever is left standing could be dangerous. We're asking you to prepare. That is the job you signed up for, isn't it? Mudman looks up from the documents to glare at her. It is, so I will. But I'll go talk to Horizon first. The last thing I want to do is attack one of my friends, and I'm sure he feels the same way. She glances at the monitor and sees them clash, only for Star and Stripe to be knocked through miles of buildings. I'm not so sure about that. Besides, what makes you so sure he'll win? Because, regardless of how well you orchestrated this, he's still Horizon. Meanwhile, in what was Minato Tokyo, digging herself out of a collapsed skyscraper, Star and Stripe looks up at the afternoon sun. Then, out at the sea of rubble around her. Slowly rising above the rubble, she floats in the air, scanning the surroundings, expecting another attack. Had enough. She turns around to see Horizon standing there, sunder in hand. The blade was already cloaked in the glowing blue energy of his awakening, K-Room, an ability she was not painfully familiar with. You piece of shit, she flies toward him, punching his location, only for him to warp behind her and stand there. Her punch causes a massive blast wave, tearing apart the ground and acting like a wind tunnel for all the rubble. Miles of destruction with each punch, a physique superior to All Might, even at his best. So dramatic. She turns to glare at him. You know what she did to my family and didn't even care. You pretended to be my friend after all of this. You were the only person I could trust, my only friend. You'll get over it. Fuck you. We already did THA. He warps away as she punches his location again. This time he warps behind her, sword already positioned to slash at her. But Star spins and launches another punch at him, which collides with the blade. Horizon knows about her quirk awakening, about her orders. The first order makes her highly resistant to anything manipulating her mind and body, including Hand of God, just as he can resist her quirk. Thus, he is using more direct attacks, such as his immensely amplified incision. Direct physical slashes against her body and punches. Her second order transforms the small and frail Kathleen Bates into her current form, with a physique and physical prowess superior to All Might. Because of this, the moment their attacks connect, he warps away, unable to handle the physical strength of this woman. His slash matches her punch for just a moment and barely scrapes her skin before the force is felt in his arm and shoulders. A millisecond and his bones would shatter into dust against her might, forcing him to warp away, but not before the shockwave is sending the shockwave parallel to them in both directions. Horizon prepares and warps to her again, ready for another clash, already healed, only for her to alter her third and final order. The order that she has constantly been changing during the course of this battle, surprising Horizon in ways he didn't expect. He prepares to slash, only for her to change it in an instant, deactivating her ability to freely fly through space. New order, the space between Horizon and I, will cease. Suddenly Horizon and Star are both shunted to each other, meeting in the middle where he's so surprised that her fist slams into his body. He barely moves, saving his head at the cost of her shattering his collarbone and left shoulder. Shambles? He instantly warps away as she begins falling, now unable to fly. Because of her primary order, giving her a superhuman physique, she can hear his pained groan from miles away, across the sea of rubble. She crouches in midair and uses her strength to kick off the atmosphere like a platform, running toward him. She clears the many miles in less than a second, causing a windstorm behind her while preparing another punch. Horizon senses her approaching quickly on the other side of the wall, and his shoulder is already healed. New order, the space between myself and the point 200 feet ahead of me will cease. She and Horizon once again are shunted to the point in the middle of them, as is the wall between them. Her fist slams into the wall and launches another pressure wave, but Horizon has already warped away. So the same trick won't work. Her thoughts are cut off as he appears above her and thrusts down with his blade. The point almost reaches her eyeball before she thinks of a solution. New order, the space between myself and the point 100 feet to my left will cease. She shunts herself to safety as thunder pierces the ground, and half of Japan experiences a quake while a massive pit in the battlefield forms. What the hell was that? She wonders while landing on her feet and resting her hand on the ground. New order, the rubble around me will gather into a 300 feet 100 m tall avatar to fight with my will. As her golem is forming, a massive energy slash splits it in two and races toward her. Seeing the divide, she raises both her hands. New order, she cancels the forming rubble avatar now that it's served its purpose of baiting out his energy attack. My hands will reverse the directional vector of any energy they touch. She catches the attack in her hands and redirects it at Horizon. Seeing this, his eyes widen, but he raises his sword and clashes with it, surprising her. But deep down, she still somewhat understands. He's always faced challenges directly. For this reason alone, she knows he won't run away, even if she's capable of defeating him. He deflects the attack and appears in front of her again, slashing directly at her face. The attack lands before she can notice it, still somewhat blinded by the light of his clash, and it slashes at her face. Her quirk and physical power resists, but she's still sent tumbling through the ocean of rubble, past it and into the untouched Shibuya. As she slams into the first building and shatters it, he warps to her while she's benign, ragdolled through a room and slashes her again, changing her direction and sending her downward, into the underground subway. TAKT? With a thought he collapses miles of earth, metal, and everything else in Shibuya onto her and compresses it as best she can, forming a large sphere within this small city. Inside it, while being crushed, Star thinks of a brand new order. New order, for the next 10 seconds, my body becomes completely permeable. The rubble harmlessly flows through her and is crushed into a dense planetoid 5 miles wide, sitting in a hole, while she flies above it. That's new, Horizon thinks as he senses the rubble pass through her. He launches a divide at her, but she deactivates her last order and plummets down to the sphere of what was Shibuya, placing a hand on it. New order, the rubble and debris of this sphere will become molten, and follow the vector of my arm. Horizon's eyes grow wide as the entire sphere glows and begins to melt, then Star leaps toward him with her immense strength. She rears back a punch, and he slashes forward, ready to clash, only for her to punch the air beneath her, changing her direction while thrusting her other hand out at him. He's confused for a moment before sensing a city's worth of molten debris rocketing toward him. Curtain? He raises a shield with his free hand, not taking his eyes off Star and Stripe as the mottled earth rushes around the shield like a tsunami. Shambles? He warps away, into the air beside her and slashes at her again, causing her to wince this time as she only had so much energy to resist his quirk. No longer invulnerable to his invasive influence, she's sent flying for barely a few hundred feet before catching herself and giving another order. New order, the space between Horizon and I, will cease. She appears in front of him, but while he was expecting a fist, she greeted his slash with an open palm. New order, the atmosphere in a 100 feet cube in front of me will cease. Horizon's breath hitches as the air is torn from his lungs, suddenly feeling the painfully familiar sensation of warping into outer space. He pushes through it, even as the environment attempts to make his blood boil and eyes burst. He ignores the pain and uses his quirk to push forward, landing a slash on her that leaves a gash across her chest, finally drawing blood from the woman. New order, the gravity in the space in front of me will become stronger. With a thought, the gravity influencing Horizon is multiplied 100 times over as the atmosphere returns. By not specifying the force of the gravity, she pushes the power of the singular order to its limit. And even Horizon is racked with such pain that it takes him nearly 2 seconds to warp out of the gravity well. He warps to the other side of the new battlefield and crumples onto the ground with every bone in his body broken, coughing up blood and failing to ignore the pain as his eyes regenerate. Star uses her enhanced senses to find him, and by the time she spots him, he's already rising to his feet, rapidly healed within seconds. This is the best chance I'll get to use it. She kicks off the air and rockets past the clouds. Star strike system, firing protocol, full power. Horizon looks up to see a brilliant light above, and can clearly sense the satellite. But he is unsure what warping it would do, and part of him is curious about what other tricks she may have up her sleeve. So, instead of interfering, he shrinks his room to cover no more than the Tokyo area. 100 kilometers-62 mi across, all the way to the far side of Tokyo Bay, allowing himself to fully focus on the fight that's about to begin. New order, Star and Stripe says at the edge of space, seeing the massive energy beam descending to her. This energy shall cloak me like armor, and become my spear. Descending from the heavens, Star and Stripe is cloaked in brilliant white energy. Even her cape was shrouded in the solid energy that also comprised the crude spear in her hands as she falls. She crashed into the battlefield below and looks around, seeing Horizon sitting on a pile of rubble a few miles away. And with seemingly one step, she arrives in front of him, slashing down at him with her energy weapon. Shambles? He warps behind her, sitting on another pile of rubble and looking up at her. She turns to see his visor was cracked, still operating and broadcasting, unbeknownst to them. But his right eye was now exposed, or it would be if not for the glowing blue energy vapor pouring out of the glowing gap. She sees him holding a room in his left hand while Sunder is in his right, and prepares for another round. I was expecting a giant laser beam, he says. Didn't think you'd copy my move. You would have dodged. Nah, that attack wasn't enough to break my defense. Besides, I'm really not in the mood to back down. Now from you, not from anyone, or anything. Then we feel the same way. She rushes forward and performs a horizontal slash, releasing a shockwave that devastated more of the Tokyo area, blasting apart buildings and shaking apart many more. Turning around she sees that warped to safety and crushed the room in his hand. T-room, flowing curtain? The energy of his temporary room cloaks his body, and protects him, the very move she copied to achieve her current form. The energy cloaking his blade glows brighter in response to his intent, and he warped in front of her, slashing downward. Incision? His amplified slash meets her spear and for a moment her knees buckle. Even with her otherworldly physical advantage, the striking power of his energy causes her hands to sting before she pushes back, only for him to warp beside her and slash at her side. She barely reacts in time to move out of the way, only for him to warp to her new location and stab her with the top of his blade. She feels the strain against her focus as her energy armor fights against his. Then Horizon flickers in place, reappearing with his hand outstretched and grabbing her arm. Counter shock? His lightning dances across her body, intent to destabilize her armor by mixing his bioelectricity with it. Star panics for a moment and launches herself into the sky, breaking his grip and his wrist. The draft from her launch lifts him off his feet, but before she can even come to her sense he's warped above her and descends with a slash. She sees it and her eyes wide. Divine divide? She punches the air to propel herself away with the recoil, and glances back to see the mile-wide blue crescent slash easily cleave through her cape, and the energy protecting it. Spinning in the air she launches a punch at him, and the moment he warps away she spins in a wide arc, holding out her spear. Knowing he's appear around her to counter-attack she clashes with his blade when he does exactly that. The force sends him flying but he warps away before hitting the ground, maintaining his falling momentum instead of cancelling it as he usually does. He rockets toward her back, blade held forward to run her through, but Star spins on a dime and thrusts the spear outward, clashing the energy of his blade. To her shock and horror, Horizon reaches out to the side with his free hand before warping away. Star hears the rubble below move with his footsteps, and turns while falling to see his standing there ready to hurl Sunder like a javelin. Before her feet touch the flow he reinforces the energy around it and throws it at her. This is my chance. I can break it and disarm him, she thinks as his feet are about to touch the ground, already reaching out for the sword. Shambles? Horizon appears behind her, placing a hand on her back, and Star feels the energy around her resist his pull. Gamma. He draws upon all the radiation within this Tokyo-sized room, including the radiation in her body and energy, but she resists. The atmosphere around them grows cold and a thin layer of frost overtakes the battlefield as he pulls in much of the heat alongside the radiation. Star spins around, only to find he's already gone, then turns around to see him holding Sunder which he cloaked with the radiation. Divide? He appears in front of her and slashes downward. The dark green slash is launched at point blank, and the most she can do is control her energy armor to reinforce the spear as she holds it with both hands. Horizon's attack easily cleaves through it along with the armor on her chest, slashing her from right shoulder to left him before he warps behind her. He grabs her by her long and energy-cloaked hair and swings her as she's racked with pain, launching her into one of the few untouched parts of Tokyo City. Star's vision fades in and out as she's sent careening through buildings, only to come to her senses a few seconds later as nearly 50 skyscrapers as floating his above her. With one horizontal slash, Horizon used to amputate to cleave most of the building at the street level, and with a thought he warped the entire city into the air. TAKT? He cast his hand to the earth, and following this motion every building compresses itself into an ultra-dense earth sphere and rockets towards Star and Stripe. As Star and Stripe is buried alive, pushed nearly a mile deep into the earth, Horizon holds Sunder with both hands and pierces the ground, aiming it directly at her. Ultrasound? He sends an immense sound wave using the earth as a medium, powerful enough to shake her internal organs and have her reeling in pain. He feels her fighting against it as she uses her absurd physical power to claw her way out of the earth. Beneath the earth, Star and Stripe feels as if her brain is about to explode, as if she were made of loose sand and he was shaking her apart. But she persists, pushing through the pain in an attempt to reach the surface. She grabs onto the superdense material, pinning her down and burying her, and begins climbing, using her strength to almost swim through the earth. Beneath his visor, Horizon's eyes narrow as she leaves the effective zone for his vibrational attack. He then buries his entire blade into the earth and increases the power, but this attack only works on non-living things. Crumble? He is less than a mile from where Star and Stripe is buried, yet for 8 kilometers-5 mi around him, every non-living thing touching the earth is shaken into dust. Similar to Shigaraki's decay, but all happening in an instant. The solid material Star was using to move toward the surface suddenly becomes sand, trying to drown her in sand. And knowing how difficult and annoying using tact on sand is, Horizon raises his hand to the sky. Pressure? Just as she copied her ability to create her armor, he learned much from their friendship as well, such as how to more easily control the air pressure, in the same way she creates her air avatar. He creates a city-sized hand and brings his hand down, and the air hand mimics his movement, crushing her deeper into the earth. TAKT? He moves the sand at her side as well as below her, trapping and suffocating her while she's being crushed on all sides, placing her in an uncomfortable position, forcing her to give up one of her orders to get out of this situation. Quickly running out of breath, Star and Stripe grits her teeth and wills the energy around her to reinforce her spear. The full power of a Star Strike blast can make a 150 kilometers-93 mi wide blast, but she's already been forced to use so much of it against Horizon that she'd planned to be more sparing with large attacks. Defending against even one of his slashes takes over 1% of the power. Even compared to the binary fusion plasma reactor of the Star Strike system, Horizon was an entirely other level of energy production. But in this instance, she sacrifices some of her remaining energy from this shot, and shatters the spear in her grasp. Horizon's eyes widen as a massive explosion of blinding white energy instantly expands outward, vaporizing everything within 15 kilometers-9 mi and forcing him to warp away. Such an annoying quirk, Horizon mutters, overlooking the deep crater from a half-destroyed skyscraper towards Saitama, Tokyo. His eyes couldn't see the bottom, but there was a faint light there, and his room told him that she was already rising to her feet, forming another spear. Horizon reaches out to the side and forms a charge in his hand, then with a thought calls down dozens of lightning bolts into his hand, forming the hauntingly familiar lightning smite. But instead of shattering the bolt to perform the very move Star and Stripe just copies, she slams it into cinder, infusing the blade with lightning, and with a gesture, he channels the radiation within this large room into it as well, cloaking it with crackling green lightning as Star and Stripe rockets toward him. Shock surge? The lightning around his blade solidifies for a fraction of a second before it clashes with her energy spear, and Star feels it disrupt her weapon for a moment before slicing through it. Her eyes widen as she twists her body, using her vastly superior physical speed to launch a kick to the side of his leg as she leans away from his blade. It cleaves through her armor and cuts her cheek along with her ear before Horizon warps way to avoid her kick. She instantly reforms a spear and charges in, launching 2 attacks, both of which he takes advantage of to slash through her weakened armor, leaving a large slash on her back and another across her shoulder, both of which her energy armor hides before she leaps into the sky. She concentrates on her energy armor and forces it to gather in her hand, reinforcing her spear to the limit. You say you won't run, so let's test that, she yells before launching the spear at him. Horizon sees it, but in the same moment, high above, the Star Strike system fires again. She placed a timer on the firing sequence before returning to the battlefield. Very clever, he thinks as the energy beam is already launched. He sets aside the thought of stopping her from recharging her armor and spear as the beam has already been fired and rushes forward to clash with her spear. Arcs of green lightning and white energy rain down across the city and surrounding mountains as the air for 200 miles is scorched. The entire region from Japan to the middle of China shakes and rumbles as Horizon's blade entirely cancels out the energy of her spear, leaving a sour taste in the air. Still confident you'll win? Star and Stripe asks, landing a few hundred feet away from his with her energy armor and spear fully recharged. In response, Horizon points his blade at her, green lightning still crackling across it. Why wouldn't I be? It's only you. Her brows furrow as she charges in, and with her energy spear fully charged, when they clash, his blade is unable to cleave through her spear, bringing them back to a relatively even footing, even for just a moment. Rushing out the front door, wearing nothing but his bathrobe and underwear, President Skyline pushes past his Secret Service guards and gets into the back of his armored car. Tell me this is a fucking joke, he demands as he sits back in the luxurious seat. The car speeds off as the agent beside him turns her laptop to face him. Unfortunately not, sir. He grabs it and places it on his lap, blood running cold as the screen shows two views. One being broadcast live from Horizon's visor, clearly without his permission, and another from a drone high above the battle. Both Horizon and Star and Stripe were clashing with weapons he couldn't understand. Horizon's blade cloaked in energy and her energy spear and armor. The battlefield was chaotic and each time they changed locations, another part of Tokyo became dust. Buildings were floating above, crashing down and altering shape before getting launched like a child throwing pebbles. And with each clash came massive quakes, shaking apart the landscape and breaking down the mountains outside of Tokyo. What the hell is wrong with them? What's going on? We aren't sure of the full details, but we do know Star and Stripe initiated this conflict. So the world is going to pin this on us, of course. He pinches the bridge of his nose. Why? Horizon's parents are Arsenal and the Heart Thief. The man chokes on his spit. Yes, and apparently he knows about what Arsenal did to Star and Stripe's family before they became friends, and got involved. Involved. Her words lead us to believe, sexually. God damn it. I expected better of Horizon than thinking with his dick. He's only just turned 18, sir. Doesn't matter. I'm sure she has a lot more reason than just that, but for now, cut all our support for her. We just got Horizon to agree to come here after he's done in UA. I don't want her fucking that up. So what should we tell the UN Secretary General? What? The UN Global Response Division is creating a massive task force. We need your confirmation, since one of your pro-heroes is at the core of this incident. OBS. Directive. To arrest or contain whoever is left, effectively. No, he says. If we play our card right, we could still be on Horizon's good side. Keep our people out of this. If they want to throw bodies at him, they can do so without us. Besides, we already lost Star and Stripe. No need for any more of our people to die. Right, and the Minister of Finance along with a few others are already heading to the White House. They'd like you to be there to start the meeting regarding reparations. President Skyline closes his eyes and leans back in his seat. That's the last thing I want to think about right now. What does the fallout look like? Japan is being shaken apart, Southeast Asia is in a similar state, and coastal disasters are happening across the region. Right, well, one thing at a time. First, let's get as much information as we can. We'll talk to Horizon when this is all over. Elsewhere, undisclosed location. I always wondered what divinity looked like. I thought I understood. I thought I had the right idea, but this, incredible. As Dr. Ujiko, the mind behind the Nomu, is staring longingly at the large screen in this secret bunker. Behind him, President Panto and Hawks are uncomfortably observing the battle from their seats. Horizon is no god, Panto says. He only claims to be one. Hawks shrugs. Technically, he's never claimed to be one. People just say that part for him. Dr. Ujiko takes a few notes without looking away from the screen, scared to miss anything. There is no word better to describe this sight than divine. I had no idea they could fight like that they had power like this. Are you saying your cell can't contain him? Panto asks. It can, he is still flesh and blood after all. But this level of destruction is unprecedented. London disagrees, Hawks says. London didn't cause that. Dr. Ujiko gestures to another screen with a world map. Most of Japan, along with Korea and some parts of China and nearby countries, were red. The areas where the fallout, namely the shockwaves and quakes from the battle, were reaching. Maps will have to be redrawn, Dr. Ujiko says. As expected, when gods dance, mountains get flattened. UA, control room. Hastily moving between a few sets of controls, Principal Nizo chaotically coordinates the evacuation plan while countless earthquakes threaten to shake the school apart. No, don't move people into the underground, he says through one line. Move them into stadiums and sports field. We don't want them in places where they can get trapped or have anything collapse around them. He hangs up and picks up another call. No, evacuate away from there immediately. The shockwave from Tokyo will travel down the coast and destroy the cities on that side of Japan. Get into the mountain or toward the other side of Japan if possible. Another set of quakes rocks the school and he looks up at the main monitor to see Horizon/Star across the face, scarring her face and barely missing one of her eyes before her energy armor covers it up. The force knocks her through a building when he collapses into a sphere around her and hits with a bolt of green lightning from his sword. In an instant, he appears beside her and slashes at her, sending her upward through a skyscraper. As she's in the middle of the building, he appears below her and thrusts upward, launching her through 50 floors and sending her through the roof. He then appears before her and thrusts his sword downward, piercing her shoulder and pushing her through over 100 floors into the basement of the building. She screams and tries to punch him, only for him to warp away with his blade and arrive outside the building. And with the simple motion of bring down his hand, the building implodes and all the rubble rushes toward the basement before he raises his sword. He then brings it down to point at the building, and a massive blue lightning bolt descends from the heavens and obliterates the building, melting almost an entire city block before the stream of lightning stops. The cacophony of thunder is so loud that even with the video muted, Nizo hears it as if the fight were right outside. Even while benign, over 500k-310 mi away. Principal Nizo, he snaps out of his daze and looks to his right, seeing Phantom Thief step out of a purple warp gate. I need to get you to safety. And where would that be? Nizo asks while getting back to work. The other side of the world. We need to go. No, I need to coordinate the evacuation, along with search and rescue in the aftermath. You should go help with that? I am. I have warp gates open between the cities. But you're a priority asset. I'm more useful here. Besides, if I'm not here when he's done, he'll assume I betrayed him too. So Juzo was right about his theory, about Pantu. Nizo chuckles. Of course he'd figure it out. So you knew the other nations had a plan to attack Horizon too, huh? Nizo turns to Phantom Thief with a confused expression. What are you talking about? Oh, you didn't know? Apparently, they've had plans and preparations made. But, we don't know if this incident was part of it or just a happy coincidence. The UN is asking for all reserve members willing to stand against Star and Stripe of Horizon to check in. Nizo pauses for a moment, considering the implications of this. I assume America is refusing. Yes. How'd you know? Because they wouldn't have agreed to this plan, so they were left out. It's too far gone to stop it now, so just do what you can, or must. I'm sure Horizon has come to the same realization, or at least he will soon enough. Right? And, about the task force. My students are off limits, Nizo says, with an air of finality to his decree. You, Juzo, Shinso, and Shiro, Bakugo, and Midoriya joined the UN Response Division, so you can make your own decision. You've officially graduated UA early, but the others are still my responsibility. I won't allow them to be a part of this scheme. I see, but I'll have to take Mina. It's for. I know. I kept her on campus to help the people who come here for shelter. She's at the main field camp. Phantom Thief nods. I'll leave this here. With a wave of his hand, he creates a purple warp gate beside Nizo. This building could fall apart at any moment. Don't be here if it does. Nizo looks at his former student and smiles. You've all become quite exceptional pro-heroes. While we weren't able to revert Kurojiri back into Shirokumo, I'm sure his spirit, and his friends, are happy knowing the person with a part of him in them has already saved so many lives. Phantom Thief smiles. I'm just doing my best to honor his memory, he says before stepping backward into a purple warp gate. Matani Tower, Manhattan. What the fuck? Pinky yells as she stumbles onto the cool tile floor. She looks around at the lavish penthouse, then rips off her mask, turning around to glare at Phantom Thief. Monoma, what the hell is wrong with you? Take me back to UA, people need me. I don't have time for this. Just stay here, where it's safe. I'll come get you when this is over. Don't leave this place, and don't contact anyone. Without another word, he steps backward into a warp gate and disappears. Before Mina can process what just happened, she hears footsteps behind her, and turns around to see Ryuko staring at her. Do you know where we are? Or what's going on? Ryuko gives an apologetic smile. I guess you got kidnapped and locked in this tower too, right? Tower. Mina looks around, finally noticing the glass wall with Central Park beyond it. Wow. So, you don't live here either. It's a bit complicated. On Response Division's command room. Is it done? Juzo asks, his mask off as he's speaking to Shiro, Shinso, and Monoma. Yeah, aside from Nizu, all the potential leverage they can have on him is hidden away, which just leaves the four of us. I think we'll manage, Shiro says. Now this just begs the question, do you think they'll stop at Horizon? Shinso shrugs. I don't see why not. Wiping out both mystery class quirks clears the board for business as usual. We're on his side, but if he's gone, there isn't much we can do. I said we'd talk to him first, so let's just take things one step at a time for now, Juzo says. Right now I'm more concerned with how prepared some of these countries were for this. Niza seems to think your idea has merit, Monoma says, that it was some alliance to take Horizon down, and make the United States foot the bill. Then I'm really glad we joined America already, Shiro says. Would really hate to be on the bad side of that. He gestures to the screen where Horizon and Star are still fighting. They were clashing in the middle of Tokyo Bay, colliding above the water over and over until the ocean was pushed away to reveal the mud and dirt beneath. The nearby landscape was completely washed away before lightning and blast waves danced across the battlefield to dry and crumble it once more. Jesus Christ, Shinso mutters. Not sure if this is his kind of miracle, Juzo says before turning to his data agents. Ambient energy. One of the men reports without looking up from his screen. Horizon is down to 13%, sir. If that's half as accurate as we think. Shinso cuts off Shiro, he's still Horizon. And he still hasn't used that, Shiro says. That seems like overkill, even for her, Juzo says, then thinks about it for a moment and turns to his staff. Raise emergency alerts, global threat, expand the range beyond Southeast Asia, now. He receives a chorus of yes sir before turning back to his friends. Good call. Juzo rubs the back of his head. If he uses that, the fallout could have us working overtime for months, depending on what direction he fires it. While Horizon's friends were discussing the potential outcome and fallout of this battle, elsewhere in the facility, Dynamite Bakugo Katsuki Dash and Deko were standing in a massive assembly hall with hundreds of other pro heroes. I recognize a lot of these faces, Deko says, looking out at the visibly anxious crowd. Do you really think we'll have to fight him? I hope not, Dynamite says. Even with a legion of top pro heroes, this isn't something I want to do. You can always drop out. They said this operation was volunteer only, so you'll be fine. What? And let you upstage me, he grumbles. As if that'll ever happen. That's not what I. Just shut up. He crosses his arms over his chest as another warp gate opens, and out of it steps another 100 pro heroes. You're vital to Juzo's plan. So who better to watch your back than me? If Glassface shows up while you're preparing, I'll blast him away. Deku smiles. Maybe they won't even need me. I mean, we already have over 1,000 pro heroes here, and more are pouring in. TCH, when are we ever that lucky? Bakugo asks. You should call your girlfriend. Floaty is probably worried sick, and she'll get worse seeing you on the news in this fight. Yeah, I should. But if she asks me to stay out of this, I probably would, so I can't hear that right now. I think it's ending, someone yells in the hall, snapping their attention over to the massive screen showing everyone the fight. On it, they see Star and Stripe clashing with Horizon, but half her face was torn apart and burned, her energy armor barely hanging on while he warps around her, slashing away as best he can. But her durability was still absurd, even by his standards, and she could see his power was weakening by the minute. With a thought, she reaches out as she thrusts his blade forward, allowing it to pierce her hand. New order, the excess energy cloaking my body will converse and collapse into my left hand. Her left hand, pierced by his blade, glows brightly before she uses another order to painlessly separate it before launching herself in the air. Her left hand was now a bleeding stump, but regardless, she leaps into the air. Horizon glances up, planning to stop her, but as he tries to warp Hand of God stalls. The order she used to detach her hands keeps it alive with some of her will in it, coded to the energy thanks to her quirk. And its innate resistance melding with the energy of his sword prevented him from warping in front of her. Annoying, he thinks before the hand explodes. But in that moment, while the explosion harmlessly washes over the energy coating his body, shambles, he warps the entire Star Strike system satellite onto the battlefield, a meter half-mile above them and directly in her path. The weapon system itself was the size of 2 football stadiums, with the giant energy cannon aiming downward. And as it was already firing, Star barely had enough time to raise her one good hand and issue another order. TAKT? Horizon crushes and condenses the entire satellite before she can reach it, causing the binary fusion plasma reactor to implode and instantly explode outward. Overwhelmed by the energy, Star temporarily removes her order which transforms her body, placing the strength of 2 orders into containing and controlling the energy. And while in this moment, Horizon had a seemingly opportunity moment to kill her, he was preoccupied by the immense energy beam descending onto him. New order. T-Room. The entire battlefield is saturated in blinding white light, so overwhelmed with noise and heat that only a high-pitched ringing can be heard as the nearby mountains are incinerated in a flash. The ocean for miles beyond Tokyo Bay is evaporated in the same instant and the ocean bed below is visible molten red. And when the dust settles and the very few satellites capable of getting a good view and horizon visor show the battlefield, there is a 40 km-25 mi wide hole punched into Tokyo City. Tokyo Bay is entirely gone and as the ocean rushes in, it can't overcome the walls at the edge of the crater, formed by the blast. The entire region is decimated, scorched of all life. For dozens of miles, fish rise to the top of the ocean, and all across Japan and Southeast Asia, quakes of varying magnitudes shake entire nations apart. And in the exact middle of this seemingly bottomless pit, so deep that even its molten red walls don't provide enough light for anyone to see the bottom, is a mile-wide floating island. The extent of what Horizon could protect from such immense energy, perfectly preserved and permanently floating above a pit to hell, hosting 2 combatants on a flattened battlefield. Horizon, taking deep breaths, preparing for the final clash. And across from him, Star and Stripe, now cloaked in a thin set of energy armor, not even enough for a spear in her grasp. Told you, didn't need to dodge, Horizon says, confidence in his voice even after most of his hero costume was gone, leaving him in his body glove. That, too, was burned, battered, and broken in many places. His visor had a few cracks, but she could only see bright blue energy pouring out of it, and easily imagined the cocky smile she so wanted to shatter. Just shut up, she mutters, exhaustion in her voice as she charges forward. Her movements were sluggish, still absurdly fast compared to most, even Horizon, but slower than they were, and as he's gotten used to fighting her at her best, easy to read. He sees her punch coming and easily slashes diagonally, warping mid-slash to appear beside her and cutting her thigh. She stumbles slightly, and he uses that chance to thrust forward, warping mid-strike to pierce her back. His sword tears through her innards and pierces cleanly through her body, coming out of her belly. She spins to elbow him, only for him to warp away, then back into the same position and slash downward, slicing off her right hand and causing her to stumble back, with her back toward the ocean. She looks down at both her bloody stumps, and her vision begins to blur. The energy armor around her is all that keeps her conscious, and across from her, what once was her friend. Placing a T-room on his blade, causing it to glow, and aiming it at her. You're enjoying this, aren't you? She asks, coughing up some blood. I am my mother's son. She charges forward, ready to tear his heart out with her teeth if needed, only for him to do something entirely new that she couldn't even react to. Puncture shot. His blade suddenly extends forward. The tea room he placed on it while she was dazed allowed him to temporarily manipulate the physical properties of any object he's familiar with. An ability only his team know about. Thus Star and Stripe was completely surprised as it extended to her, pierced her belly and kept going. Horizon grit his teeth and narrowed his eyes, almost growling from frustration as he kept extending the blade. Past Star and Stripe, past the edge of the pit, they were fighting above. As she's being pushed to the edge, she digs her feet into the ground to anchor herself and is almost torn off her feet. Because of the energy melding with her, making herself permeable won't work, so she was forced to muscle through the pain, using her third order to give herself the push she needed to run forward to cover the mile between them, all the while leaving a streak of blood along the blade that simply kept extending. Past the pit, into the ocean, then due to the curvature of the earth, into the ocean floor. Across the Pacific, beneath Hawaii, and eventually hitting the North American plate, before pushing through state after state before settling just below the surface. And by the time it stops expanding, Star and Stripe within a few hundred feet of Horizon, and sees him raise his fist, which confuses her. Even now, his physical strikes are too weak to hurt her. Then her eyes widen, and a surge of dread awakens a second wind in her. Seeing his target is the flat of the blade currently piercing her. People like you worship All Might, so I know you've heard these words before. She reaches within a few dozen feet of him and wildly stretches out both her bloody stumps. Dash plus ultra, shockwave. His fist slams into the flat of the blade, causing a resonance to travel along it. Star feels nothing as the attack begins and ends in an instant. The dormant kinetic energy of everything touching the blade, be it land, the ocean, or people, is pulled toward it and compressed along the flat of the blade. And that same energy is converted into active energy, crushing everything and firing it toward the tip of the blade in an instant. Therefore, the longer the blade and the more it pierces, the more obscene the force of this attack. Star and Stripe instantly disappears and along the blade a perfect 20m-60 feet wide tunnel is punched through the earth. From Japan all the way to the United States. Erupting in Kansa and causing an earthquake that shatters the ground for 100 miles. As if a volcano of dirt and rock were hidden under farmland in the middle of America. And with it, a small celebration of red confetti and mist, that once was Kathleen Bates. Are you fucking kidding me? President Skyline mutters while staring at the screen. Before they could even reach the Pentagon, the battle had been decided, and seconds later he was getting alerts about a seismic event in Middle America. Sir, the agent beside him gets his attention away from the screen, snapping out of his stupor and away from Horizon, who was now down on his knees to catch his breath. The quakes are directed. What do you mean directed? Is that supposed to be a bad joke? No sir, seismography detected it in a straight line from Tokyo to Kansas. It followed the vector of Sunder. Jesus Christ. Well, at least it's over. No news from the UN as of this moment, but they've promised to keep us informed. Tell them I want to speak to Horizon, personally. Sir, that's unwise. No, it's the best course of action. We have to separate ourselves from Star and Stripe immediately, and doing that in person is the best choice. I don't think he's in the mood to deal with any messengers. I see. I'll pass the message along, sir. And the Minister of Finance would like to speak with you, urgently, as well as the National Security Council. President Skyline sighs and leans back in his chair, still staring at Horizon on the screen. Just yesterday, we had both mystery class pro heroes in our pocket. What the hell happened? UA command room. Don't move. Red Riot yells as he rushes over to Principal Niza, hardening his body to shield the bear mouse from falling chunks of the ceiling. The concrete harmlessly shatters against his back as the building shakes for almost a minute, then they both breathe a sign of relief. What are you doing here? Nizu asks as he gets out from under his student. The evacuation is almost complete. You're one of the last people in the main building. I don't think we need to worry anymore, Nizu says as he looks at the screen, drawing Red Riot's attention to it. The worst is past us. What happened? He asks, as they missed the final moment while taking cover. Rewind, Nizu commands, and the video goes back to the final blow. One moment they see Star and Stripe charging toward him, bloody stumps desperately reaching out. The next they hear those words. Plus ultra, shockwave. Then, Star seemingly ceased, and the absurd earthquakes shook 3 continents. What the hell was that? Red Riot asks. I have no idea. Before Nizo could say anything else, his student scoops him up and sprints through the hallways. The building is too unstable to stay here. If more of those quakes happen, it'll all come down. OBE. Take me to the others. We should focus on relocating the civilians now. Tokyo no longer exists, so we have quite the dilemma on our hands. Elsewhere, sitting behind her temporary desk, President Panta stares at the screen with wide eyes as Horizon drops to his knees, unsure how to react to how grossly she underestimated both mystery class quirk users. A god, huh? Hawks mutters. Yeah, I can see it. Don't buy into his propaganda. Not much propaganda. I mean. He gestures to the screen while Ryuko is hastily taking notes. This isn't over yet. Now Horizon has to make a decision. Surrender and be taken prisoner, or fight his way out. Horizon never surrenders. Then the choice is already made, she says. Would you care to go join the fight, now that he's weakened to such an extent? Even if he's on death's door, that's still Horizon. And as far as I can tell, he hates me, probably about as much as he hates you right now. Not to mention Star and Stripe was one of his friends and he did that to her. No thanks. He's more beautiful than I ever could have imagined, Ujiko says. The information I can glean from him will help us progress by centuries. His body is a treasure trove of medical advancement. Don't get your hopes up yet. First, they have to catch him, and I can't imagine that'll be easy. Matani Tower, Manhattan. Yes. Mina yells as she hops off the couch, doing a victory dance as Horizon almost collapses from exhaustion. He won, he won, he won. She hops around for a few more seconds before stopping, realizing she's the only one celebrating. Turning around, she sees Ryuko just staring at the screen with sad eyes, frowning. What's wrong? Aren't you happy he won? I am, but this only causes a lot more problems later on. The fallout from this is insane. Physical and political. It's no wonder you're here. Having you out there as his once-upon-a-time fake girlfriend would make you a prime target. Yeah, too bad this couldn't have been avoided. TCH, all he had to do was run away, Ryuko says. Mina nods along. Yeah, but you wouldn't be with him if he was the type to run from confrontation instead of facing it head-on, right? I mean, you're happy he won, right? Of course I am. But I don't like the idea of him killing his friend. I mean, he doesn't have many of those. And she was the one who could truly understand how isolating it is being, well, him. Oh, right. Mina's shoulders slump as she sits beside Ryuko on the couch. But you know, she wasn't his only friend. He still has his team, and me. And I think even Deku now. Plus, he has you. Mina bumps their shoulders together. Yeah, and it is my job to take his mind off the things stressing him out. So clearly I have a lot of work to do. Trust me, I know, that can be a lot of war. She swallows her words a moment too late, and slowly turns to see Ryuko eyeing her suspiciously. Ryuko turns back to the screen, not paying much mind to it. I figured as much, but he's always so reluctant to tell me about his adventures. So, you aren't mad. He just devastated an entire region, and I still want to have his babies. Don't tell him this, but there isn't anything he can do that would make me let go. Osaka, Japan, emergency evacuation camp. Standing in one of the private booth of a massive sports stadium, Ajiro and Toru stare out at the massive screen showing the fight, the end of the fight. Ignoring the sea of evacuated people on the field doing the same thing, and unconsciously reaching for each other's hands, comforted by knowing that even if an apocalypse like that was happening, they'd be here, together. Ajiro, Toru says in a voice too small for her hyper-personality. I've been thinking, for a while now, actually. Yeah? About what? This world is getting a lot more dangerous, more scary. And I kind of only joined UA because I figured being invisible made it impossible for people to care about me if I wasn't a pro-hero. But now I have friends, and I have you, and my quirk works, and... Toru, he cuts her off. Be honest with me. Do you think I can make a difference? Do you think I can make enough of a difference to make up for my death, if I were to go out there and die to a villain someday? Ajiro smiles. Yeah, I figured as much. So if you want to walk away from all of this, I'll walk beside you, always. Before Ajiro can look away from the screen, she tackles him, pushing him over and hugging him, crying into his chest. Emotions running so rampant that even with all her training, she fades in and out of visibility. Thank you. He can't help but laugh and hug her back. Yeah, but let's wait until after the evacuation, at least. Our friends could use the extra hands. Yeah, we'll tell them after. UA Hero Support Course 3rd Year Workshop. I told you to get out of here. We can't afford to let anything happen to you, Aizawa says while rushing through the massive hallway. Behind him, barely keeping pace while coughing up a lung, Toshinori All Might insists on following him. All things considered, Aizawa, you're far more valuable than I. I've got one arm, no quirk, and I'm halfway in the grave. Yet you still insist on playing hero, Aizawa grumbles as they arrive at a pair of heavily reinforced blast doors. The doors open for them to see the familiar sight of pink dreadlocks hard at work at the workbench. Of course it would be you. Aizawa marches over to Mei, who ignores him, noting the laptop open with the remnants of the fight playing live beside her while she works. Mei, he grabs her shoulder and spins her around, only to leap back when she clumsily turns around with a large katana in hand, almost stabbing him in the face. What the hell are you doing? I'm making Horizon a new sword. He broke his last one, and needs this one. She excitedly holds it above her head. I still need to add a few finishing touches. If I don't, it'll break like that last one. His sword is fine. Aizawa grabs her. We need to evacuate. Now, this building is unstable. No, he needs the sword. She protests, but he grabs her hand and begins dragging her away, leaving it in the workshop. I told that dumbass the last one couldn't survive his shockwave, and that idiot did it anyway. Just give me a half hour and I'll have this one ready, I swear. Aizawa drags her through the hallway, eventually slinging her over his shoulder and jogging away from the workshop. Horizon just killed Star and Stripe with your sword. Doesn't that at least make you hesitate to make him another one? That just means I made the most famous sword in the history of ever? Plus, most of the other babies I made him survived because of how well I blended his DNA with the... Quiet? Your rambling will give me a headache. Mei crosses her arms and pouts as he carries her away from her babies. On response team control room. Standing in the middle of the room, Mudman addresses the coordinators with Phantom Thief, Simon, and Cellophane beside him. Listen up. If this turns into a fight, then time is everything. Each second, he recovers some of his energy. He was barely awake when the fight began, and Star and Stripe got him down to death's door. But he's still Horizon, so every second we give him is another minute of fighting. Be ready for my command. A purple warp gate forms around them and transports Cellophane and Mudman to Horizon. You look like shit, Cellophane says before turning off his communicator, and Mudman does the same as they step out of the warp gate. They see Horizon on his knees, sword in hand, as he desperately tries to catch his breath. And I feel even worse, Horizon says. So, her big plan. Star and I kill each other. She sends in her agents to finish the rest, so I don't rip her spine out. Something like that. Something like that, Mudman says before looking around, observing the absurd damage around them. Even now, they could feel their skin reacting to the heat, throats going dry and lips cracking. In the distance, the ocean was dry, and the mountains were molten red. So this is what's left when gods fight, Mudman thinks before turning back to Horizon. Panta played us all pretty good. Turned you against Star. And she organized an army of pro-heroes to join the fight if you win, when you win. Ah, that's the part I missed. Figured I was too important for countries to join this shit. Guess I was wrong. Cameras are on us, Cellophane says. We've been ordered to arrest you, one way or another. But we literally can't stop you from warping away. Too tired, Horizon says. Well, Monoma can. No, he cuts Mudman off. Not just too tired to warp out of this pit. Hell, too tired to warp off this little mile-wide island I made. But tired of all the bullshit. Of all the people breaking their word. People betraying each other. Tired of it all. Mudman and Cellophane share a concerned glance. People lying and breaking their word got me here. Made me kill my friend. I hate it, I really do hate it. No more. We aren't interested in fighting our friend, in betraying our friend, Mudman says. Horizon looks up at him, quirk inactive, showing him the one red and watery eye through the crack, which silences them both. You took a job, you signed on the dotted line. So you aren't betraying anyone. You're doing what you agreed to do. And I'm doing what I was raised to do. Fuck, Cellophane mutters as Mudman nods and turns his communicator back on. We'll figure this out later. With that, they both enter the warp gate and are immediately greeted by a sea of nervous looks. And with a heavy heart, Mudman gives the order. Send in the first wave. His range is limited to the floating island, so we have a better chance than expected. Don't stop pressuring him, keep him moving and burning energy. Purple warp gates appear and they all rush through them, leaving Dynamite and Deku in front of him. Are we seriously doing this? Bakugo asks. Feels kind of wrong. Yeah, but it's the job, Juzo says before turning to Deku. You're our anchor. We can sort out right and wrong after, but for now, just focus on the task. We're all counting on you, Deku. Deku nods as a warp gate appears behind him. I'll get into position and be waiting for your signal. And I'll protect him so he can focus on the target, Bakugo says as he follows Deku through the warp gate. Everyone in the command room gets to work while Mudman oversees the battle, with Cellophane and Simon helping the strategic groups and Phantom Thief standing beside him, ready to handle transportation. So, was there any good news? Phantom Thief asks, and most of the room listens in, taking advantage of the tense silence as the first group approaches Horizon. Yeah, he let slip that his range is less than that island. A mile wide. Just a mile. Yeah, which means he's at about 1,000th of his full power, if his range scales 1 to 1 with his percentage. So we only have to beat 0.001%, and we've got 2,700 people. If it were anyone else, I'd say we've got this covered. Mudman sighs, and the people around him feel their spirits wane, sensing the but coming. Yeah, but it's not anyone else. It's Horizon, and if we don't play our card right, that'll be enough. If I ever do this again, I'm not training them to be this efficient, Horizon mutters as he sees dozens of purple warp gates appear before him. He also senses more of them behind him. Horizon takes these precious few moments as the nervous pro-heroes step onto the battlefield to open a room. Sensing a few familiar individuals, Buaka and Hadori, both wearing their usual minimalist hero costumes. Then, glancing around to see many other pro-heroes wearing reinforced and armored versions of their hero costumes. Most of the people wearing special gear are from the UK, Russia, and China, some other smaller nations too. So someone planned this much earlier than I thought. While they all get into position, one man steps forward to address Horizon, wearing a skin-tight red and gold hero costume with a matching half mask. As he crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked directly at Horizon, golden flames enveloped his shoulders and hands. This is your last chance to surrender. None of us wants to fight you, but we can't have you avoid the consequences of what happened here, the man says in English, with a thick Chinese accent. Shower Hulong, Guardian Dragon, Horizon thinks, looking up from his spot on the ground. He notices this man isn't wearing armor, and knows exactly why. His durability simply outclasses it, befitting of his quirk. Well, at least I know none of my real allies were a part of this harebrained scheme, Horizon says. This isn't a scheme, Guardian Dragon says. It's a matter of duty. No, it's a scheme. Horizon tries to push himself off the ground and stand with Sunder, but the blade shatters, causing him to drop back to his knees. Damn it, should have listened to her. The pro-heroes feel a spark of hope, watching the blade shatter. Now Horizon only has the hilt, with less than 4 inches of steel attached. Guardian Dragon suppresses his desire to smile, knowing better than to goad or taunt Horizon with such a gesture. Something few other pro heroes have the self-control for as they feel a surge of hope at the shattering of steel. It's a damn good scheme, Horizon says as he forces himself to stand, shattered sword in hand. But about the armor, my friends would have known better any. TAKT? He controls the reinforced custom body armor and forces it to crush or pierce anyone wearing it. They hear the screams of dozens of pro heroes all around them as their vitals spike. Buaka and Hadori rush forward to suppress Horizon from one side, as Guardian Dragon does the same. As he charges in, the flames on his shoulders and arms consume his body, hiding his form as he transforms into a 30m-90 feet long Chinese dragon. With red scales covering most of his body and a bright gold underbelly, fire envelopes him, focused on his claws as he swipes down at Horizon. Shambles? Horizon is forced to break his concentration on tact for a moment as he warps away, instantly met by Hadori's claws from his white tiger form. He warps away again, this time barely dodging a laser beam and turning to look at the woman who fired at him. Her body armor pierced her torso, but her one eye was glowing purple as she fired again. LASIK? Horizon instantly overwhelms her with his optic energy beam, and inches before it hits her eye, he warps away, dodging a beam of golden fire from Guardian Dragon's mouth. Horizon appeared in the air, getting a look at the battlefield, only for the dragon to use the flames surrounding his body to fly after him, refusing to let up his assault. He sees a much more entire beam of fire expelled toward him and warps a few meters away, avoiding it entirely. Then, he swings Sunder up at the dragon's claws descending onto him. With his broken sword, many of his abilities are limited or non-functional, but he is still Horizon. K-Room? During his swing, he unleashes his awakening one last time, shrinking the room to just barely cover the entire battlefield while forming an energy blade that mimics the physical characteristics of his sword. His energy blade meets the dragon's claws, which then glow white-hot and erupt with immense heat. All while the physical clash makes Horizon's weary and tired bones ache. Shambles? He warps down onto the battlefield below, and 24 pro heroes instantly assault him, working in perfect sync, much to his annoyance. Telepath, he realizes. They have a telepath coordinating their movements and attack subconsciously. That's the only way for this level of teamwork to manifest under such short notice. Horizon barely avoids a piercing attack from a rapier, recognizing the woman as France's number 11 pro hero, soon to be their number 2 after some deaths occurred because of flecked turn. If she's here, then their number 1 is the telepath, but his range is vast. So annoying, he thinks while clashing with her blade and reaching out to her with his free hand. Her eyes widen as his hand almost touches her face, only for him to warp away, avoiding a laser attack at the last moment. A moment later, he appears in the same spot in front of her, and a searing heat runs through her body. She tries to stumble back, but the sword in her gut, protruding out of her back, holds her in place. She swings her rapier at Horizon while the panicked cries of other pro heroes is heard, only for him to rip through her with his energy blade. Her right hand descends toward his neck as his blade tears through her torso up through her right shoulder and slices off her sword hand, which he grabs before warping away, leaving the corpse to fall into 2 pieces on the battlefield. It takes some of the pro heroes a moment to process what they just witnessed, but only a second later, they continue the attack. Uragan, Russia's number 1 pro hero, is first to strike, releasing a blast of lightning from his hand at Horizon. Much to their horror, Horizon uses the newly gained rapier to block the lightning bolt, deflecting it into the ground before rushing forward. It's not attuned to my quirk, and it's certainly not my style, he says while easily closing the distance. But it'll do. He thrusts forward with his rapier as someone fires another lightning bolt at him. This time he drops Sunder, controlling it to float at his side while reaching out to grab the lightning with his hand. He wrestles control of it away from Uragan in an instant and throws it behind him, hitting a man who was preparing to fire an ice beam at him, cremating him in an instant. Uragan fails to react, seeing death in his own future, only for golden flames to slam into their current location. Horizon warps to safety while they shroud Uragan. Annoying, Horizon says while looking at Guardian Dragon, who is already charging at him, flanked by some other pro heroes. Meanwhile, Uragan understands the mental command and uses his hurricane quirk to control the flames by creating airstreams, soaring above and controlling the flames below him, then adding high-pressure air into them, fueling them until the golden flames become bright blue, then launching it back at the dragon. Guardian Dragon takes the attack head-on while a few others distract Horizon, and focuses these flames directly onto his 4-clawed limbs, causing the ground to melt into molten pits anywhere he touches them. Of all pro heroes, his fire is second only to Endeavor. However, he more than makes up for it via his physical abilities. His control of flames also does not extend past his own body, so unlike Endeavor, when he launches an attack, he no longer controls his flames. This shortcoming hardly matters, however, as transforming into a 30m-90 feet long Chinese dragon more than makes up for it. As the pro heroes rally around Guardian Dragon, Uragan ascends above the battlefield, getting out of Horizon's room and gathering as much lightning as he can to overwhelm him. Minutes pass as the battle continues, until Uragan is ready. Horizon thrusts the rapier at Buaka's back after warping into his blind spot, piercing his lungs and barely missing his heart. But the beast of a man flexes his muscles and shatters the metal before collapsing from the electricity in the blade. Horizon then spins around and parries a volley of lasers while rushing toward 3 pro heroes that have been acting as artillery during this battle. Why is he running at us? They wonder, knowing Horizon doesn't act without a reason, especially not when warping is much more efficient. Only for him to warp to the other side of the battlefield where a man has been down on his knees, controlling the earth of this floating island, subtly moving people around and building vantage points for his allies, thoroughly annoying Horizon. He warps beside the man and stabs him in the neck, tearing apart his throat with sunder before warping to the artillery squad to finish them. As those 3 bodies hit the floor, purple warp gates appear below them. And without a blade of some kind, Horizon can't even disrupt them, giving Phantom Thief free rein to move people around as he pleases. He looks around to see everyone else being shrouded with purple warp gates and disappearing, and for all of 1 second, he is confused, before thunder shakes the sky. TCH, you heroes really are annoying, he mutters as a massive lightning bolt descends from the sky. Before it reaches the battlefield, it splits into hundreds of others, constantly falling like rain in a hurricane and slashing with the barrier Horizon barely manifested to defend himself. Horizon grits his teeth, feeling the exhaustion building while above Uragan's eyes, nose, and ears are bleeding. His heart is 1 step from a heart attack. And a moment later, the attack stops as his body convulses, seizing. His brain and internal organs collapsing from the excursion as he falls through the sky toward the battlefield. Horizon breathes a sigh of relief as the half-dead man falls toward him, only for a purple warp gate to take him to safety. And a dozen more open as the second wave of attacks begins. Led by Guardian Dragon and Endeavor. Seriously? Horizon asks as Endeavor lands on the battlefield. Behind him, Guardian Dragon stays close and almost wraps around Endeavor with his massive body, slowly transferring his bright blue flames to the man. I thought you, of all people, would know better than to come here. Endeavor glares at Horizon. I do, but technically you're still a sidekick at my hero agency, so I have a responsibility to put a stop to this sad excuse for a suicide note. Horizon sighs, looking down at the broken sword in his grasp. Well then, come show them why you're #1. Horizon rushes forward, sprinting across the battlefield while preparing to strike with the energy blade. Endeavor uses the bright blue flames to assist him. While they are vastly inferior to his flames, they provide him with a launching point, saving him precious energy. The flames mixed, and bright orange and blue flames enveloped Endeavor before condensing onto his right arm and fist. He charges at Horizon like a rocket and launches a powerful right to meet his slash. Vanishing fist. Endeavor puts everything he has into this clash, desperately trying to build a raft with the power his forces have, all to weather the vast hurricane that is Horizon. Horizon feels all the heat and flames condensed into the strike. The surrounding ground, already scorched and filled with craters from the lightning, becomes molten and is pushed away via air pressure like waves on the ocean. The other pro heroes squint and wince, unable to handle the heat, and the same goes for Endeavor's body. His entire right arm suffers third-degree burns, scorching him down to the bones, as he shatters Horizon's energy blade. Shit. Horizon thinks as Endeavor's fist connects with his chest, incinerating the blade and hilt entirely until it is molten slag in his hand. He tumbles across the battlefield for 100 feet before catching himself and skidding to a stop, flicking the molten metal off his hand. Endeavor is barely awake as all the pro heroes, and the entire world, hold their breaths. Only for Horizon to rise to his feet with a burn mark in the middle of his chest. He doesn't have his sword now. This is our chance, the pro heroes hear through the mental link. And Horizon knows this is the obvious thought process they would follow. After all, he is famous for being absurdly powerful with his sword. Don't get cocky, they are warned through the link, by Dynamite of all people. He's still stronger than all of you. Be on guard. Seeing their trepidation, Horizon looks at his damaged hand and sighs, then cracks his neck and takes 1 step forward. Shambles? He appears in front of Endeavor and punches the man in the face, hard enough to knock him into the air for nearly 3 stories, rattling his brain and cracking his skull. Endeavor's vitals immediately go critical. Before anyone can move, he's swallowed by a purple warp gate, then the other pro heroes rush Horizon. He's this physically strong. One of them asks while seeing Horizon out-muscles a man with superpower before using LASIK to burn a hole through his skull. Then Guardian Dragon charges in, only for Horizon to seemingly wave his hand in the air. Then, a wave of air pressure slams into the dragon's face, diverting its path as he continues fighting the other pro heroes. He's strong, but nothing we haven't seen before, Guardian Dragon says through the link. He's keeping our physically strongest fighters at a distance, only using his other abilities on us to save energy and keep himself safe. He can't keep this up forever, and he knows if we land 1 solid hit on him, we win. It should be over soon, many of them think. He's already so tired, just another minute or 2 and we'll finish this. They were terribly wrong. 23 minutes later. Standing at a control terminal, Mudman and Phantom Thief are watching the battle continue through multiple screens. Grim expressions below their mask as their forces slowly chip away at Horizon. We can't keep this up forever, Phantom Thief says. I don't even remember what number this is. He hasn't been warping for the past minute. I think he's finally out of steam, but I can't tell how far his range is. He's been getting hit more. I think it's time for our big gun. Mudman sighs. This isn't the kind of thing we'll get a second chance with. I have to be sure. I know, but maybe you haven't noticed. He turns around to look at the massive medical bay. Over 1,000 pro heroes in critical condition receiving emergency treatment. We're running out of bodies to throw at him. Yeah, and if we keep this up, our in-house supply of panacea will run out, too. And I don't think we'll ever get any more. Phantom Thief rubs the back of his head. Star and Stripe beat him down to the bones, and now we've sent over 2,300 pro heroes into hell to give him that last push. This is probably the best chance we got. Mudman looks at a specific part of the bay, where a half-conscious Chinese dragon is being treated while holding some of his guts from falling out of a tear on his belly. What are you thinking? Phantom Thief asks. Guardian Dragon is our best chance at keeping him occupied. He's been out of the fight for almost a minute now, so soon, Horizon will start recovering faster than we can exhaust him. So we don't have the luxury to let him fully heal. Phantom Thief frowns, watching the dragon groan while doctors try to put him back together. I kind of wish this was one of those comic books, where you could drop Ryuko in front of him to calm him down. Me too, but putting her on camera, on the battlefield, would sure as hell make things a lot worse. Yeah, I'll go get our dragon into position. You should give them the signal. A small island outside Tokyo Bay. Watching the burning, molten mountains in the distance, Dynamite and Deku can't help but feel anxious, knowing what's going on over there. They are watching the fight unfold from this deserted island that was mostly flooded because of the mystery class clash. With them were a few other pro heroes, including France's #1 pro hero, who is connecting everyone via telepathy. He is also allowing Dynamite to share intel about Horizon with the pro heroes and connect everyone subconsciously to have them work in perfect sync. This is the main reason they haven't all died by now, something they were painfully aware of. Much to their surprise, after a mere minute since being warped away from the battlefield, Guardian Dragon is brought back onto the field. He stumbles out of the purple warp gate, holding his guts with his left front leg, preventing it from spilling onto the ground. What the hell? Dynamite mutters as they see him charge Horizon. Then they get a communication that has them all take their positions, ready for the final push. Back on the battlefield, Horizon sees the dragon rushing toward him and barely has the energy to move his body, let alone fight a #1 pro hero. He shoves the 2 pro heroes that were trying to distract him away, knowing something's wrong. He's too hurt. They could have healed him in a few minutes with some panacea. This means either they're out of bodies, or they're planning something. Must be planning something. Juzo isn't the type to sacrifice people so easily, especially not an essential piece. Horizon shoves them away and dashes to his left, avoiding a swipe of the dragon's claws. It then spins around to swipe him with a tail attack, and he forces to raise his hands and block the attack. It sends him tumbling through the battlefield, confirming their suspicion that he's truly exhausted. Seeing this, Guardian Dragon rushes forward, suddenly becoming feral, surprising everyone. Desperate to end this battle before more people die, Horizon sees a massive dragon palm descending to crush him and raises his hand, catching it. The ground around them shatters as Horizon sinks ankle deep into the charred and broken battlefield. But much to his surprise, the dragon stops holding in its guts with its other hand and thrusts its claws forward. Horizon screams as his bones break and muscles tear, but he holds the descending palm with one hand and the claw moving toward his gut like a spear with the other. But in his exhaustion, he could only do so much, and the dragon's enormous claws pierce his body glove, spilling his blood onto the ground. Warp gates open around the battlefield and get everyone else out of there. And to Horizon's surprise, the claw pushing him into the earth moves and digs into the ground, then both limbs become superheated. The claw in the earth binds to the battlefield while the claw piercing his body a few inches deep sears his flesh with itself. Arg! He screams in agony as his flesh cooks. He tries to muster whatever strength he has left to warp away, but with his body prioritizing healing, he cannot. And he knows that even if he had the energy, because he's effectively welded to the dragon which is welded to the ground, he'd have to warp the entire island or break off the piece he's connected to. And with his room shrunk to less than 50 m-150 feet in his exhausted state, he has no response to what happens next. Seconds earlier, taking a sprinter's stance, Deku digs into the ground and focuses on the battlefield far ahead of him. One for all, 100%. Lightning dances around his body as the entire island thereon shakes. Each twitch of his muscles reverberates out like a minor earthquake. Each movement as he adjusts his stance causes hurricane-like winds. Each breath rips the air away from the atmosphere and into his lungs. Now, Dynamite says, and Deku launches forward faster than they could see. Now, having surpassed All Might's 100%, he kicks off the air above the ocean like a solid platform. Each step displaces the air and water below him, all the way to the bedrock. Dynamite has to hold on to the other pro heroes with them. They all got blasted into the air by the pressure cannon caused by his movements and depended on Dynamite to fly them back to the island. The cloudy afternoon sky above splits in Deku's wake, perfectly mirroring the ocean that was parted all the way to the floor as he sprints through the air toward the battlefield. Each step echoed out for miles, a cacophony of thunder, devastating everything around it. His movement is so fast that hundreds of steps overlap, and the shockwave strikes as if it were one. All the way to the battlefield, where he sees Horizon anchored to the floor by a large dying dragon. Gritting his teeth, he focuses his mind, and intentionally overburdens his body, drawing over 100% of his power for a millisecond as he cleaners the hundreds of feet between himself and Horizon. One for all, 110%. Deku feels all the bones in his leg ache and crack, as for the first time in years his quirk hurts his own body. But ignoring the pain, he kicks off the air while taking a deep breath, spins into a front flip, and aims both his metal boots at the side of Horizon's visor. United world. Horizon can barely mentally react, and certainly can't prepare for what he's about to experience. Only able to glance to the side and see the bottom of Deku's boots millimeters away from the right side of his visor. Smash. Deku's feet cash into his face, rattling his skull and breaking damn near every bone in Horizon's body as he's sent rocketing from the battlefield. The force of his attack strikes everything around it like a nuclear blast wave, breaking the dragon claw that was in Horizon's gut and sending it with him, all the way to the edge of the 25 kilometers wide pit in Tokyo. He slams into the edge and shatters it, punching through the wall of the pit and deep into the mountains outside of Tokyo. The instant Deku's attack landed, Horizon's mind went blank, making him unable to feel the excruciating pain of it all. Instead, he only felt a peaceful sleep after the most exhausting day of his life. Dropping to the ground, Deku ignores his bleeding legs to look over at the dying dragon. "Will you be alright?" he asks, only for a purple warp gate to swallow up the dragon and take him for treatment that would save his life. Elsewhere. Stepping out of a purple warp gate, Mudman and Phantom Thief are flanked by Dynamite and Tsukuyomi. In front of them is Horizon, lodged into the side of a now demolished cliff. Glancing back, they see the path of destruction his landing caused, including the top of a small mountain that was suspiciously missing. "I think Deku may have overdone it," Dynamite mutters, wincing at the bloody condition Horizon was in, and seeing all the surrounding destruction. "This is what he wanted," Mudman says. "Everyone just doing what they agreed to do. No going back on your word, ever." As they look at his mangled body, much to their horror, his hands twitch. "Fuck, he's already healing," Dynamite says. "I'm on it." Phantom Thief creates a warp gate around Horizon, wasting no time to warp him to the cell that can supposedly contain him. "Alright, now what?" "Clean up," Tsukuyomi asks as he looks back at all the destruction, including the mountains that were still molten hot in the distance. "That's not my concern," Mudman says. "I'm going to get some answers. And remember, you're the only one here that's still a pro-hero of Japan. We're with America and the UN team. I suppose you're right, but we could use all the help we can get. I have bigger things to worry about, like preparing for the next attack and flak turn now that we have no mystery class quirks on our side." "I've been trying not to think about that," Phantom Thief says. "Whatever, it'll be fine when we get Horizon back." "Problems for later," Dynamite says. "Let's grab Deku and get the hell out of here. After the debrief, we can talk about what happens next." With that, Phantom Thief opens a warp gate and takes them all away from the ruins of Tokyo City, leaving the pit in the earth and the floating island above it, as permanent fixtures on the land. Sitting in his new office within the new UA main building, Principal Nizo stares at his computer. A mountain of paperwork beside his desk and thousands of reports and messages on his computer. Yet all he can do is sit and stare at it all, knowing someone stole his best chance to make a difference in this world. Principal Nizo. Ms. Midnight enters the room with another stack of documents in her arms. Another set of infrastructure repair requests. "The fallout was deeper than we expected. They need you to look at the nuclear reactor schematics for the new facility." Sure, Nizo says while staring at the computer. Ms. Midnight places the papers on his desk, adding to the pile, and frowns as she sees his unkempt fur and tired eyes. She sighs, never having seen Nizo like this before, and isn't quite sure what to do about it. So, as always, she does her best. "You know, I couldn't stand Horizon," she says, which gets his attention. "I mean, we'd bicker like cats and dogs. And I'd never like him or agree to any of his opinions about the value of life, or justice. But I do kind of miss having him around. MHM. You know, you've been in here since that day. Maybe if you talked about it, you'd feel better." "It's classified," Nizo says. "I figured, but how you feel about it isn't," she says. "Why was he so important to you, anyway?" "Because he was Horizon. He was my one chance to make a real difference." "One chance? But you've already done so much, helped billions if we count TAC. And all the graduates and people you help from UA. The world can't thank you enough for what you've done." Nizo turns his chair to face her and leans back in his seat. "What do I do?" "What we do, is run into a burning building and save someone. Then when the fire stops and the smoke clears, we learn there were more people inside we couldn't save. Over and over and over again. That's what pro-heroes do. That's what I do. I'm the smartest person on the planet, and I couldn't solve for it. Human malevolence and greed. I couldn't think of a way to eliminate crime and villainy. Until one day, it fell into my lap. And yes, it had some bad habits. The parents gave him some awful views on life. But the potential was there. The potential to do so much good that the world changes forever. Best of all, it could endure, guaranteeing lasting change. So that's what this was. Your play at world peace. Anything less would be an insult to his potential," Nizo says. "But, I've failed that project so many times before, and it never felt like this. Because this one wasn't a program or a robot. It was a person. Probably the one person in the world who could understand you. You're allowed to fall apart after something like that." Her words shatter the dam, and before Nizo can understand it, tears are flowing from his eyes. All of this, because of all the secrets. If I had been more honest with her instead of fearing her intentions, this could have all been avoided, all my fault. Ms. Midnight walks around the desk and cradles him as he cries it all out. "I'm sure you made the right decision with the information you had, and Horizon knows that." "Yes, I hope so." Nizo suddenly wipes his tears and reaches for the keyboard, startling her. But for now, I have work to do. He hates it when people break down and let their emotions get in the way of the job they agreed to. How will I face him if I become someone like that? Ms. Midnight moves to leave the room, a small smile on her face as Nizo works with tears still flowing down his face. But the moment she's in the hallway, a terrifying thought hits her. God, I hope he stays locked up. The last thing we need is him being unleashed on the world. On Response Team HQ. Leaning back against his desk, Juzo is wearing casual clothes while his arms are folded across his chest. Sitting in front of him is President Pant, and behind her, on the couches in his office, are Shiro, Monoma, and Midoriya. Look, we just want to know what the hell really happened, Juzo says. We know you and a few world leaders had a reason for bringing him down, but I'd like to know why. You already got what you wanted. Now help us understand. You understand all you need to. Horizon had a deal with the Hero Public Safety Commission. We'd forget his past if he enrolled into UA. The news got leaked, Star and Stripe went berserk. And not Tokyo City is a memory, and you get to charge the United States reparations since she invaded Japan without permission and threw the first punch. Right after you so conveniently evacuated the battle zone. Exactly, she says. And now I've put Horizon away in Tartarus, forever. After he's suffering a clear mental breakdown because of Star and Stripe. Juzo sighs and rubs his face. Let's have Shinso talk to her, Shiro says. Or do this the old-fashioned way. Midoriya frowns. She only agreed to be here if Shinso wasn't, and you don't have Horizon protecting you from the consequences anymore. So maybe drop the habit of hurting people excessively. It's not excessive if it's to help my friend. But it is unnecessary, Juzo says. I'm just trying to understand the big picture so I can hold things together until Horizon is back. What makes you think he'll get out? She asks. Because he's Horizon. So one way or another, he'll get out. And will that be a good thing? It will be, Juzo says. His presence was suppressing a lot of terrible people. Not to mention, it makes our jobs a lot harder without them. The least you can do is tell us why you crippled us out of the blue. Juzo is right, Monoma says. We went from having 2 mystery class people in our pocket to none. It's only been 10 days since Horizon got locked away, and crime rates around the world have already spiked. Things will only get worse. If I did what you're accusing me of, hypothetically, I would have considered all these options. And if I still went ahead with what you think I did, then clearly having a Horizon that's more powerful than ever and angry at the world is the worst possible option. He wouldn't have reacted like that, Shiro says. They're right, Midoriya adds. Horizon's a lot different now. Panta scoffs. He threatened to rip Tokyo out of the ground and throw it at the rest of Japan, and I know he wasn't lying. He's never lied about how vile and cruel he can be, so if such a decision was made, could you blame me? They all glare at her for a moment, and then Juzo looks away. You're right. They're all surprised by this, but he quickly continues. But only considering the information you had. We know Horizon, so we know that you're wrong. I just hope for your sake he's as logical as us when he gets out. With a wave of his hand, Monoma shrouds her in a purple warp gate and sends her away, allowing Juzo to breathe a sigh of relief. I really hate that woman. Monoma nods. You know, if you get me some data on the inside of Tartarus. Don't even joke about that, Juzo says as he walks over to the couches, sitting beside Shiro. I already have enough on my plate. Can't afford to have us investigated for trying to access classified national documents. So, what do we do now? Shiro asks. We can't just leave him in there. That's exactly what we're going to do, Juzo says. I wasn't kidding when I said he'll be out, eventually. One way or another. We just have to wait, and not be in Japan when that happens, just in case. Japan? Midoriya asks. Juzo looks at him and narrows his eyes. Have you been in touch with Yurika? Yeah, we talk every day. Why? She's helping with the destruction in Kyoto, right? Yeah, she and Sue are there, along with Nejire. Why? Juzo leans forward, considering everything he knows for a moment, which causes Midoriya to get nervous. How attached is she to staying in Japan? If she got an offer from this team, she would have come with me, but she's really happy she gets to stay close to her parents now that she's making enough money to help them out. Plus, Wait, Monoma cuts Midoriya off. Juzo, do you really think Horizon will break out of prison just to rampage? No, but if his prison break is messy, well, he's not the only one locked in there. Japan, President Bosa's office. Denied, President Bosa says, sliding the documents back to President Pantu. Maybe in 5 years. But I did what I promised. We no longer have to worry about Horizon or the League of Villains. Yes, but in exchange, I have a giant pit where Tokyo City was, not to mention the surrounding mountains and ocean are devastated, and all the displaced civilians. Your retirement now would complicate things further as we'd have to train up someone to do your job. Sir, please recon. No. And frankly, I don't see why you even want to retire. You love your job. The only reason to retire would be to leave Japan. But you don't have any reason to do that, right? No, sir, I will continue in my current role, she says, understanding his meaning. And knowing fully well that he's also scared of Horizon breaking out, of that happening and there not being a President Panta there to take the brunt of his anger. July 28, 2317, Tartarus. Tartarus, now touted as the most secure prison facility in the world, nervously accepts its new guest. The prison is a massive square island 10 kilometers (-6.2 mi) off the southern coast of Japan. A single 2-lane bridge, collapsible at any time, connects to it, and the prison facilities themselves begin 100 meters minus 330 feet below the water. They call that floor 1, where the least dangerous inmates live. Each floor is 100 m-330 foot below the last. People consider floor 5 to be the supermax. This is where both Tomura Shigaraki and All for One are held, along with a select few other villains. However, after the mystery class clash incident, the public was made aware of secret changes to the facility. With a new breed of quirk becoming more apparent, Tartaru's was changed. They added floors 6 through 9 using the same security measures as the others. However, these floors contained redundant systems and no prisoners. All for the sake of supporting floor 10, where President Panto and Hawks have just entered. Watching the massive steel doors open, they walk for dozens of meters before looking back to see the length of the hallway closing as one piece of humongous steel. After a few more security checks, 2 guards escorted them to the bottom of this floor, where yet another door was in their way. After clearing it, they come upon a regular set of steel double doors with Horizon's logo painted on the front of it. The intense sound of pressure valves being released surprises them before the door opens, and they find themselves being pushed back by a gentle breeze while entering the room. As the door closes behind them, their ears take a moment to adjust to the higher pressure in this room. Pressurizing this room prevents any smaller intruders from coming in, Dr. Ushiko says as he's working behind a small desk, carefully observed by both a camera and a turret built into the ceiling. The security measures are holding, Panta says while walking over to the massive wall at the far end of the room. It was more reinforced than anything else in the room, with smooth and untraceable gaps sealed by electromagnets. If they weren't, we'd all be dead, Dr. Ushiko says while walking over to her and Hawks. Want to see? That's unnecessary, Hawks says. Show me, Panta orders. The guards hear this and open the viewing port, causing the entire steel wall to separate into 2 pieces and part down the middle. Damn, what is happening to him? Hawks asks as they see Horizon floating in water, a mask on his face with tubes going into it and a few other smaller tubes attached to his body, throughout his new and repaired body glove. The mask feeds him nutrition and air, Dr. Gariki says. It also gives him the special anesthetist, but we have to keep updating the formula every week or he'll adapt and burn through it. The others help with that as they flow molten mercury through him, distracting his quirk by making him prioritize healing. This state of deep sleep is as close as he can be to death without his quirk taking over. But if he ever wakes up, then I'm sure he'll instantly adjust to anesthesia, and it will never work again. His body and quirk are incredible. I've already gleaned so much from the basic readings I've gained in these mere 2 weeks. If you permit me to access his body directly and perhaps take a sample or 2, I can unlock wonders for humanity. No, doctor, I think you've done more than enough. The main doors to the room open, and Eraserhead storms in, followed by Present Mike. What's going on? Hawks asks. But both pro-heroes walk over to Dr. Ushiko. Eraserhead activates his quirk, causing the man to shrivel up like a raisin, hair graying and falling out as he launches his scarf, wrapping him up. So that's your quirk. It increases your lifespan, Panta says as the man looks at her, horrified and confused. You knew? How? When? I always did, she says as they drag the man away to be locked up and interrogated on the upper floors. But not before Aizawa turns and looks at Horizon one last time, heartbreaking seeing his student in this state. What just happened? Hawks asks. I could have helped if I didn't have to leave my feathers at security, you know. They had it covered, she says. Dr. Ushiko has been the mind behind the Nomu this entire time. The one last piece to remove from the board. Hawks stumbled back, feeling like the entire room was spinning. But, no, he was right here. He was helping us, we would have noticed. I did, from the very beginning. My quirk allows me to fool lie detector quirks and act as one. I knew he was lying, just as I knew you betrayed me. You knew? Then why? He glares at her. Why did you let me? What the hell was the point? The point was to clear the board. I needed Horizon gone. But for that, I needed Star and Stripe. But I couldn't have that happen until I dealt with Shigaraki. But for that, I needed you to betray me to get past his lie detector quirks. Constantly putting you and Horizon in the same room and ordering you to poke him repeatedly made that possible. It didn't take long for his hate towards you to bubble over and push you toward Shigaraki, making you willing to do anything to bring down Horizon. But like I said, that had to happen just before I had him clash with Star and Stripe. A clash that had to happen in Japan, so we could get reparations from the fallout. She turns to look at Horizon, suspended in the water. And to think, if they had told me he was mystery class from the beginning, all of this could have been avoided. Hawk stumbles back, head pounding as he tries to process everything. What the hell? What are you? Whatever my job requires me to be, she says as the viewing port for Horizon closes. Now, number 2 pro hero, we have work to do. Hawk sees her walking away and nervously falls into step beside her. What work? Horizon is gone, Tokyo City is a crater, and the villains will think we're weak. So as far as I can tell, we have to reset the game board. As President Panto and Hawks leave Tartaru's, victorious, after much sacrifice, the news of Dr. Ushiko's capture spread throughout the world like wildfire. And yet, within the supposedly impenetrable walls of Tartaru's where no news of the outside world should reach, within his cell, the demon lord hears this, and smiles, as all his dominoes are perfectly falling into place. November 15th, 2318. Hold still, Fuyamai says, pouting as she applies makeup on Endeavor. He sits in his dressing room chair in front of the mirror as she covers the bruises on his face and the bags under his eyes. Have you heard from Shoto? He should be here soon. He said he got caught up stopping some villains on the way here. TCH, relentless as always. Who? Shoto, or the villains? Shoto, we know the villains can give up. They did so before, he says bitterly. But now their reason for staying hidden is gone, she sighs. You had a few close calls this week. Are you sure you're doing okay? I'm the #1 pro hero, I have to be. That's not what I... The door opens, and in walks Shoto, now just a head shorter than his father, still wearing his simple hero costume. He has a cut on his forehead and a tired look in his eyes. You got here fast. Was everything alright? Endeavor asks, annoying Fuyamai and making her reapply some makeup. Just some morons trying to rob a store, nothing to worry about. Natsuo said he's not coming. He went to see mom. Endeavor frowns. I think Natsuo is right. About all of you leaving the country, he says. The villains are popping up faster than we can stop them. The same thing is happening in America. Maybe you should go somewhere in Europe, just until the situation is under control. No way, Fuyamai says. Us leaving is like screaming Endeavor can't solve this crisis to the people. If we do that, who will they have to believe in? Are you giving up? Shoto asks. Never, he says, earning a glare from Fuyamai as flames flicker across his face. Sorry. I just don't want any of you to get hurt. We're spread thin as is. Fuyamai can go stay at UA, Shoto says. Every student with a provisional license spends more time on patrol than at school. They have lots of space, plus the expansions since we had to host families during Tech's assault. Well, I suppose I could. Still don't like it. We can work better knowing you're safe. It will be best for everyone, Shoto says. And when the situation in America is stable, my friends will come here and help. With Izuku and Bakugo, we'll be more than enough. Oh, has Nizu reconsidered my request? Endeavor asks. He won't budge. Shoto rubs the back of his neck and turns to the TV in the corner. He sees the opening ceremony and announcements starting and sighs. This event is just for show, ignore it. Now, what about Nizu? He's extra protective of his students now since what happened with Horizon. They were close. Not sure how close, but he really didn't do well after that happened. No chance he'll graduate us early like he did with Horizon's team. All the more reason for us to be on patrol instead of standing on a stage. While Endeavor was preparing, in another section of this building, President Panta walks onto a large stage. In front of her were well over 100 people, most of which had cameras and mics pointed at the stage. The bombardment of camera flashes didn't bother her, even while knowing they were all waiting for her to make even the smallest mistake. Taking a deep breath, she approaches the mic and looks out at the crowd. With a large screen announcing the annual Pro Hero Billboard ranking illuminating the stage behind her, the mood was less cheerful and excitable than usual for this event. The people were on edge, ready to hang on to her every word. A single wrong word could lead to Japan falling deeper into this crisis, and one wrong word too many could lead to a riot in this very building. Welcome, everyone, to the annual Pro Hero Billboard ranking ceremony. I know this isn't our usual locale, but because of the Tokyo chasm now existing, Kyoto will remain the operating capital of Japan until further notice. First, I would like to thank all of you for being here. I know trying to foster any hope right now is a difficult task, but I'm glad to know we don't stand alone in this mission. What happened 4 months ago was terrible, and we've only just begun healing. We have, at the moment, set the Tokyo chasm as a far lesser priority. In fact, the entire region is currently excluded from our objectives. This earns some murmurs from the crowd. The focus is re-establishing our infrastructure, which is mostly done. We successfully moved most government offices and facilities, and they are now operational. We successfully moved the former Tokyo residents to other parts of the country, and we have stabilized our food production and imports. We are making progress, even if it is hard to see sometimes. However, we stress that some among us are trying to sabotage these efforts. At every step along this difficult journey, the villains have tried to interfere, causing chaos, hurting, stealing, destroying property and dividing our focus. They have been relentless, or at least, that's what they want you to think. But in truth, they are cowards trying to make up for the past 3 years. They hid under a rock or left Japan during that time. They have returned with more vigor than ever, and yet, they have made no significant disruption in our efforts to heal. Not for their lack of trying, but because of our brave pro-heroes who fight them at every turn, working day and night to keep this country safe and fill the gap of what we lost. While those responsible pay with currency and other reparations, these men and women pay with their time, effort, and blood. But amongst them are some exemplary individuals, those who go above and beyond in their duty and commitment to our beloved nation. In recognition of their achievements, we honor them today as our top 10 pro-heroes. President Panta gestures behind her as the audience's excitement builds. Number 10, Dragon Hero Ryuko, Panta says as the woman rises from beneath the stage, nervously waving at the crowd. Many people cheer while others glare at her, not forgetting her complicated public record with Horizon. I should have just skipped this, Ryuko thinks while looking away from the crowd. Our new number 9 pro-hero. An unfortunate drop after spending the past few months recovering, best genist. Behind her he rises out from the stage beside Ryuko, waving to the crowd and striking a pose for them. Feeling better, Ryuko mutters. Nothing the panacea couldn't fix, he mutters back. Physical therapy took more time, learning to walk again. Next, a newcomer to this stage, and the new record holder for the youngest pro hero to make it into the top 10. The crowd is bustling with excitement at this. Nejire-chan flies out from backstage and soars over the crowd. Hi everyone. Sorry, I just couldn't wait to come see you all, she yells while doing a few laps over the crowd. Ryuko frowns, feeling embarrassed by her former sidekick. Nejire-chan does another lap and then lands on stage beside Best Jeanist. She leans forward and looks over at Ryuko, who smiles and waves at her. Next is someone who has not left this stage since joining us, once a rising star, but now he has cemented himself within these ranks. Number 7 Pro Hero, Kamui Woods. He rises from below the stage with his arms crossed, his new hero costume showing off some reinforced armor plates styled like his wooden hands. Beneath his mask, he can't help but smile as everyone cheers, almost having forgotten what it's like to see people cheer for pro heroes instead of criticizing them in these past 4 months. And now number 6, another newcomer to this stage. Someone who everyone loves and has been working overtime every day these past few months. Pro hero, Lemillion. Lemillion launches through the stage, soaring dozens of feet into the air and phasing through the lights above before landing with practiced ease. Hi everyone, he waves manically. You're all looking great today. The crowd erupts in cheers, expressing their love for this shining light as he continues waving at them. And now for the woman who's held the iron grip on her rank for almost half a decade. Number 5 Pro Hero, Rabbit Hero, Mirko. She rises from beneath the stage and smiles for the crowd, which responds with cheers. But they can't help but notice the few bandages on her leg and stitches on her rabbit ears. Now for another record holder, the highest-ranking female pro hero in the history of Japan. The number 4 pro hero, MT Lady. MT Lady rises from the stage, wearing her new hero costume. With recent events, she gained a lot more support, especially since she was the dominant voice against Horizon within the pro hero community. Enough support for her hero agency, which was always one step from bankruptcy, to afford new equipment, such as the new hero costume she's wearing, complete with a visor over her eyes, a padded bodysuit to protect her, and reinforced gauntlets and boots, along with some plating on her shoulders and knees, no longer making her just a giant target, but also a battering ram against villains. And now we have our usual faces retaining their positions, starting with the number 3 pro hero, Ninja Hero, Edgeshot. Edgeshot flies out from backstage in his thin and elongated form before landing on stage, striking a pose for the crowd. He's been working relentlessly to disrupt budding new organized crime groups, providing invaluable intel to everyone on the side of peace and justice. Working together is the only way to restore order, Edgeshot says before stepping into place beside MT Lady. Our next pro hero fulfills much of the same role, but is also more active in the field every day. Number 2, the wing hero, Hawks. Hawks rises from beneath the stage, but the audience is shocked to see him without his wings, only for him to smile at them, then wink, and his feathers return to him from all over the room and even backstage. They perfectly form his red wing and bring him to hover above the floor beside Edgeshot. Looking good everyone, Hawks says while posing for the cameras. And now, the most hard-working pro hero I've ever had the honor of working with. So relentless in his pursuit of peace and justice that he's been moving across Japan to help the most affected areas. Our number 1 pro hero, our symbol of hope, Flame Hero, Endeavor. Panta gestures behind her as the crowd's excitement builds into a roaring revelry, feeling a sense of progress, as if they could finally see the light at the end of this dark tunnel. But while gesturing back and looking at the crowd, as Endeavor is rising from beneath the stage, she sees their eyes widen as the room goes deathly silent. Lady Pantu. That familiar and slightly mechanical voice shakes her to her core, as if it tore the air from her lungs and the hope from the room. And Endeavor rises from the stage, confused by the eerie silence of it all, until he sees Horizon standing behind President Pantu. He wore the same body glove he'd been captured in, now sporting a few holes and many bloodstains. It almost gave the impression of an injured and vulnerable individual, but they all knew better. The world knew better. Thus, not even the pro heroes on stage dared to move, awaiting his permission to so much as breathe. Tartaru's regulations demand that all communication devices be left above ground. Along with many reasons, one of the most prevailing is to limit the information gleaned by the prisoner about the outside world. This prison is meant to be a void, in which you are trapped forever, forgotten about by those beyond its walls. And yet, with an absurd combination of quirks and decades of preparation, All for One defies this simple rule. From his seat, chained to the solid steel chair, he focuses his mind on the signals pouring into his mind from a special Nomu. His receiver quirk is part of a pair, collecting information from the transmission quirk that was cloned into the Nomu. And within his mind, he can process the data, as if watching TV, even from deep within this prison. He sees the ceremony begin, and waits for the perfect, most dramatic time, for the Demon Lord to rise up and claim his nation. Welcome, everyone, to the annual Pro Hero Billboard ranking ceremony. I know this certainly isn't our usual locale, but due to the Tokyo chasm now existing, Kyoto will remain the operating capital of Japan until further notice. As President Panto continues speaking on stage, he smiles. The guard watching him sees an anomaly on this brainwave reading, a bump in activity. Then All for One releases a massive electromagnetic pulse, powerful enough to cause every light and system on this floor to flicker. He forces their systems to reboot, and in the 3 seconds that takes, opens his mouth. He vomits out a dozen Nomu, shrunk and stored as part of his body with a combination of quirks. They leap out and shatter the turret aimed at his head, along with his restraints. The cameras come on for a second and the guards see him rising from his seat flanked by a dozen high-end Nomu. Then another EMP is released. During the second of darkness, he grabs a Nomu and gives it one of his many copies of the electromagnetic pulse quirk, enabling the much healthier body to constantly release waves, one before the previous one ends. The hallways of the prison glow red as the paint takes effect. It glows in darkness, chosen for situations just like this. Go to the communication room. Don't let anyone on the surface learn of this, he commands, and half the Nomu charge through the metal wall into the hallway, then follow his telepathic map to their prey. Wearing his medical robe, he leans on a Nomu and coughs, transferring a copy of his EMP quirk to this one as well. Then has it escort him into the hallway. He enters the hallway to see a few corpses on the floor, guards that tried their best but were easily torn apart by his Nomu. Looking at the impressive steel doors sealing each cell, he frowns. Emergency systems that keep them sealed as the default, so without the computers they can't be opened. Amusing. He snaps his finger, and one of the 6 Nomu waves its hands, using a magnetism quirk to crumple the doors and rip them out of the walls. This one, All for One says while walking to one cell in particular, sensing the person he needed most. How have you been, old friend? Master. Dr. Ujiko cheers, and he rushes out into the hallway, wearing a prison jumpsuit. Is it finally time? Yes, but first we must get out of here. Master. Shigaraki calls out to All for One, averting his gaze as he and the other villains exit their cells. Some of them are confused, while others were imprisoned after his public fight with All Might and recognize him. But all received his telepathic request to refrain from doing anything if they want to see the sun again. Tamura, how have you been? All for One asks. I'm sorry, Master, I lost, he says before correcting himself. No, I surrendered. I couldn't see a way to win. It was too much. He was Horizon. There is no shame in losing to such a thing. Beside All for One, Ujiko scoffs. But, enough of that, Tamura. We have work to do. All for One grabs Shigaraki's head and transfers one of his telepathy quirks to him. There, catch all these people up to speed on the current affairs of the world. I don't want them acting out of line when we get to the first floor. You also have the authority to command the Nomu. Go, lead. Get everyone to the first underground floor, but don't go to the surface. Why not? Shouldn't we leave immediately? My EMP quirks only works below here. The outside has different systems. We can't bring down one unless we're willing to let the other activate. Keep everyone underground until we get there. Are you not coming with us? And what do you mean by we? I don't want to lose you again. My precious pupil. All for One rests a hand on Tamura's shoulder. Even with all the forces here, the defenses of Tartarus are too great. Without him, I don't believe we can escape. Well, not if I am to keep all of you alive. All for One steps to the side, revealing the large doors with Horizon's logo on them. The other villains share concerned looks, having received small bits of information about Horizon from the telepathic link, but they don't dare question their only chance at escape. I trust you, Master, Shigaraki says before turning and leading the others to the surface. With all of them gone, All for One and his 6 Nomu quickly rip open the security doors leading to Horizon, and leap down the elevator shaft. Descending the 500-1500 feet and clearing all the defenses needed before arriving at the massive wall of steel separating him from them. They do all of this while Dr. Ujiko is slung under All for One's arm, leading them through the defenses. Quite impressive, All for One says as they get to the steel wall, only to realize it can't be magnetized. How much did this wall alone cost? More than the taxpayers were told, Dr. Ujiko says. But, such is the price of security. Or at least the feeling of security. All for One laughs as he orders 2 Nomu to clear the path. They both superheat their bodies until they're white hot, making Ujiko very uncomfortable as they melt and swim through the metal before absorbing the heat back into their bodies. I truly outdid myself with your personal guards. I wish you used them against All Might, then we wouldn't have been locked up at all. Then they would have found a way to pin the fate of Horizon's parents on me. All for One says as they step into the room, and Ujiko begins the protocol to release Horizon. All the while his master jams the outgoing signals and copies the all-clear signals, leaving everyone clueless about this incident. Spending a few years in prison is better than fighting this thing, All for One says as the doors hiding Horizon open to reveal him floating in the water. Tubes connected to him, pumping nutrients into his stomach and flowing molten mercury through his veins. I'm releasing him now. All for One takes a few steps back and orders his Nomu to stand down, swallowing nervously as the glass opens and the water rushes onto the floor. Horizon falls forward, only to be caught by the tubes inserted into his body. Then the force causes his body to tear away and crumple to the floor in front of All for One. Water, blood, a nutrient solution, and molten mercury pool at All for One's feet, causing him to wince at the thought of having that flowing through him. Could even he survive MHA? Horizon coughs and immediately vomits up a liter of liquid metal, along with a lot of blood. All for One barely has the time to be amazed before Horizon forces himself to stand. Dr. Ujiko rushes over to his master and stands behind him, knowing it was useless, but still enjoying the false sense of security it brought him. NGH, Horizon groans as he looks up at them from the ground, the one visible eye glaring through the crack in his visor. Then, with a thought, his eye shines bright blue, and his wounds rapidly heal. All for one takes a step back, as does Ushiko, while Horizon rises to his full height. He stretches, feeling the soreness in his body, still tasting metal in his mouth. After a few seconds of looking around, which they know is him sensing the chaos above, he finally turns to them. So you're the mind behind the Nomu, he says, ignoring All for One. Ushiko smiles nervously. I hope one genius can appreciate the work of another. TCH, if you call sloppily sewing together jeans genius, that's fine. But I don't. Before Ushiko can respond, All for One cuts in. Shall we? He gestures to the destroyed hallway. A short walk, and a chat. Horizon takes a moment to think about it, then nods, deciding the least he can do is listen in exchange for them breaking him out. He falls into step beside All for One, with the Nomu and Dr. Ushiko behind them. Master was cutting it too close, Dr. Ushiko thinks, recalling the new data he just gleaned from Horizon's containment cell. Horizon was adapting to the poison faster each day. My assumptions were wrong. He would have broken out on his own in a few more weeks. He glances at one of the Nomu, smiling at the data it must have downloaded from Horizon's cell below. The blueprints for a perfected housing for All for One. So, what do you want? Horizon asks as they all board the massive elevator platform, and he uses tact to get them to floor 5. Undying servitude. All for One asks, jokingly. I'm out of that business. And this isn't worth enough for a perfected cure, so don't bother. Is it too much to ask for you to stay out of my way? Depends. Horizon rests a hand on All for One's forearm. Did you know? I learned about your parents' real execution moments before All Might attacked me. I didn't have time to change plans and knew my existence was about to be public, so I allowed myself to be captured. I removed myself from the list of people President Panto can blame for their deaths. She likely would have had it framed as if I attacked Tartarus and they died in the chaos. A few years in prison is better than you wanting me dead. You mastermind types are the most annoying. We don't all have the luxury of being invincible. They arrive on floor 5 and step out of the elevator, walking over corpses and destruction to the main elevator shaft. And what do you plan to do now? Horizon asks as they rise to floor 4. World domination sounds nice. Except I live in this world. Think smaller. Will you be staying in Japan? No, my assets should already be gone. When I'm done with Pantu, I never want to come back here. Then I'll settle for Japan. Horizon shrugs. Give people a chance to evacuate and don't overreach, then I won't have to come back here. Deal, All for One says, detecting no lies from Horizon. Dealing with you is much easier than I expected. I don't have to pretend anymore, so we can just talk business, Horizon says as they rise through the elevator and walk through floor 3. On this floor, halfway down the hallway, they both sense something above. Paying it no mind, they continue walking, then from a large crack in the ceiling, Stain drops in front of them. He holds a pair of combat knives and glares at both men. His gaze then focuses on Horizon. He throws a knife, only for it to freeze in midair. We've played this game before. You lose. You were supposed to be the next All Might. Stain charges at Horizon. Traitor. Beneath the visor, Horizon rolls his eyes, and Stain disappears. He then continues walking forward as if nothing happened, allowing the knife to clatter to the floor. Where did he go? Orbit. He'll hit the ground in a few minutes, and shatter. All for One chuckles. If you and I work together, we could truly rule the world. I could do that by myself, easily, Horizon says as they begin the rise to floor 2. Then why not? Because then I'd have to rule the world, and that doesn't sound fun. All for One laughs. Such an interesting person. I'd say it's a shame, but I prefer you not to be the ambitious type. I get that a lot. Is there anyone you want me to avoid killing when I take over Japan? Horizon thinks about it while they walk through floor 2, then shakes his head as they enter the next elevator. Anyone who stays after the evacuation accepts their fate, do what you want with them. But if I think of one, I'll let you know. As they get to floor 1, a few dozen villains are collected in the hallway, along with the 2 surviving Nomu from their group. Shigaraki instinctively takes a few steps back as he sees Horizon, and the others stiffen. Many have doubts about the memories that were shared about him and his accomplishments, but none are willing to test it, especially moments before their freedom. Horizon, Dabby says, arms crossed over his chest. Tuya, Horizon earns a glare, but Dabby dares not act on his impulse. We've reached an impasse, All for One says. The defenses outside are too much for our group to all survive, especially in my current condition. I'm not warping any of you anywhere, but the guards are a different story. With a thought, he warps all the guards back to mainland Japan, now alerting them that something was very wrong. That still leaves the automated defenses. All we need is to get outside, then I can use a Nomu to transport us out of here. Horizon ignores All for One and approaches a woman he saw information about from All for One, a long time ago. Wearing a prison jumpsuit with two-toned purple and pink hair, with her right arm locked in some sort of metal cast, he walks up to Lady Nagant. With a thought, the extremely durable cast on her arm shatters and falls apart, surprising her and causing her to step back. What are you doing? Are you Kanat Tsutsumi? Her eyes widen. I saw your file in the confidential data. You were the Hero Public Safety Commission's hitman, before Hawks. Hawks. There is a look of recollection in her eyes. Kigo? That boy, they made him do those things too. You killed the last HPSC president because you hated what they made you into. So, do you want to be a villain, or would you rather start over, after telling me everything you know about them? Can I be a hero again? A real hero this time. The villains glare at her while All for One is merely amused, curious about Horizon's response. I don't care what you do with your life. After you tell me what I want, it's yours to live. She nods, smiling at him. Now, about the defenses. All for One asks. Horizon simply steps forward and wraps an arm around Lady Nagant, holding her close to him. I said I wouldn't warp you. I never said I wouldn't damage the prison. And honestly, I'm a bit cranky after they locked me in his place. Lady Nagant gets over her surprise and holds on to him, expecting them to warp away. Only for all of Tartarus, the entire island prison, to disappear. All for One is startled but sends mental commands to the Nomu, who either catch everyone physically or with telekinesis while flying. Horizon stands in the air, holding Lady Nagant, who stares down at the massive hole in the ocean below them that the water is rushing in to fill. This power, so that information he put in our minds, it's real, most of the villains thought, now having witnessed Horizon firsthand. Ha ha ha, incredible, you truly are on a whole other level. Dr. Ujiko breaks into maniacal cackles. Thank you, and I wish you all the best, All for One says, looking up at Horizon and Lady Nagant. Don't thank me yet, you still have to dodge it. The pair warp away, confusing the villains, until a massive shadow descends onto them, causing them to look up and see the entire prison island less than a mile above them and closing in quickly. Such an absurd being. All for One thinks as everyone around him panics. Don't move. 2 words, and the world froze. Only the automated cameras dared to move, tracking Horizon as he leans forward to look into Panto's eyes. Her quirk keeps her rampaging emotions in full control, causing him to glare at her. Annoying, he says before turning around. He leaves a trail of water and blood on the stage while walking to the pro heroes, stopping in front of Hawks, who now had both feet on the ground. Hawks swallows harshly and looks up at Horizon, numb of any emotion, knowing there isn't a thing he can do to stop whatever happens next. Horizon silently gazes at him and tilts his head slightly, looking at Hawks with curiosity. Endeavor, Horizon says without looking away from Hawks. Your job is about to get a lot more chaotic. I'm sorry about that. Endeavor relaxes slightly and turns to look at Horizon, finally able to breathe. The other prisoners. Yeah, they all got out. Endeavor nods, I see. And will. I'm out of the pro-hero business for Japan. He reaches out and grabs Hawks's face. Arg. Hawks screams for just a moment before his body twitches and convulses. Horizon uses biomimicry to root through his mind for the information he desires, and, surprised by his findings, he drops Hawks. The pro-hero is left convulsing on the floor, alive, and healthy enough to make a full recovery. But a terrifying sight as he's bleeding from his eyes, ears, and nose. He'll live, Horizon says, turning away and walking back to Panto. Just another of her victims, guess we have that in common now. Endeavor frowns, understanding bits and pieces, but everyone watching here and across the world are left confused. Before anyone can process what's happening, Horizon stops in front of Panto, and the woman almost falls off the stage as she fearfully cowers away. Emotions so extreme that even her quirk faltered for a moment before Horizon caught her, stopping her from falling. You won't need that, Horizon says before she can form words. NGH. Panto winces and twitches as immense pain racks her face and jaw. She tries to pull away, but his grip is like a vice, holding her as he uses tact to rip out one of her teeth, having it float between them for everyone to see, as her face and jaw begin swelling. Not that I think anyone is stupid enough to follow this tracker, but I rather keep where I rest my head to myself. Shambles? They both disappear, and Nizo doesn't even flinch as they appear in his office where he's watching the ceremony. Horizon tosses her aside, causing her to trip and fall onto one of the couches before turning to face Nizo, who is sitting behind his desk. Did the villains die, or did you destroy Tartarus and cause harbor-destroying waves for no reason? It's good to see you too, Horizon says as he takes a seat in front of Nizo. The villains. All for one broke everyone out, including me. Figured the least I could do was not instantly kill him. So what is this? A head start. I'm out of the pro-hero business. Your problem now. Nizo sighs. It is good to see you, but why did you keep us waiting? TCH, how about I pump boiling mercury into your body and see how long you take to adapt? Point taken. And your plan now? Before Horizon can answer, a purple warp gate appears in the room and Phantom Thief steps out. Take her and the one in my safe house south of here, Horizon says. Phantom Thief just nods and obeys, making a warp gate to swallow himself and Panto, then going to collect Lady Nagant. As they are left alone, Nizu awkwardly taps his desk. About how things turned out. I don't blame you, Horizon cuts him off. I read Hawk's mind. Panto, she was playing a whole other game with us. You were too focused on what I could do for the world to see it. Oh yes. And you? He sighs. Part of me knew, deep down I always knew, but I just wanted to be wrong, so I played along. I am sorry for how things turned out, and if there is anything I can do, just let me know. You could leave Japan. Come to America, seriously. I can't abandon my students. Japan, maybe, but the people. Ugh, you hero types. All for one is on the loose, and Japan is weaker than ever. You know he'll come for you if you stay. Yes, but I can't abandon everyone. Why are you so annoying? A bad habit I got from you. Horizon leans back in his seat. When I leave, I'm never coming back. You do realize what that means, right? Did you make some kind of deal with All for One? I just don't want anything to do with Japan anymore. I told him once he doesn't overreach, I won't bother him. I see, then our best hope of victory won't come save us. You're heroes. You shouldn't need saving. Everyone needs saving sometime. Yes, and All for One saved me, but this is as far as my thanks extends. You would have made a fine symbol for the people. Nizu smiles. Oh, what could have been? Horizon chuckles, and beneath his visor, he smiles. It really was incredible, for the short while it lasted. Thank you for that. I learned a lot from you. I learned a lot from you, too. Well, I was your favorite student. I don't play favorites, he lies as Horizon warps away. He appears in his untouched UA dorm room, sitting on his couch one final time. But not a moment later, a greasy and grimy Mayhatsum is warped into his lap, wrench in hand and still making a tightening motion. Interrupting something. She snaps out of her stupor and turns in his lap, looking at his broken visor. Do you know how hard it was to make this? She lunges forward, grabbing his visor to inspect it, pushing him back onto the bed and straddling him in the process. Ouch, he whines as she rips away the visor, revealing his mask beneath. Glad to see you missed me. Why do you always break my babies? Like Sunder, I loved that sword. Speaking of, Juzo has the replacement, she says. I see. And are you coming with me? She ignores his hands that are slowly moving across her body as she inspects the damage to his body glove. After I graduate. Unlike you hero course students, us support course people need our certifications. AHH, that makes sense. Did anyone bother you, since you were publicly my equipment lady? Nah, but I don't really leave campus either way, so they never had the chance. MHM. Did feel a bit left out though. You warped Mina away, but not me. Her and I had a more public-foe relationship. She was at greater risk. Foe? Really? She shoots him an exasperated look. I don't know what you're implying. You know exactly what I'm implying, but I don't really care. She leans forward, pressing her chest against him before giving him a deep kiss, then reeling back and spitting on the floor. Ugh, what was that? Sorry, should have warned you about the mercury taste. Yeah, think. She hops off him and starts scraping her tongue clean. See, this is why you're only good for stress relief and being a billboard for my babies. Ugh, it tastes nasty. Alright, get back to work. I'll come see you if I need gear. He warps her to the cafeteria so she can get a drink. And that just leaves one. He expands his room, sensing most of Japan, and finding the person he's looking for on the far side of the main island. Shambles? He appears on the rooftop of a warehouse on the other side of Japan, beside Pinky, who is too focused on observing the villains below with her new mask. Being able to zoom in is nice, but tunnel vision is dangerous. Hearing a voice, she stiffens for a moment, then relaxes when she turns to see it's just Horizon standing there. You're back. She jumps into his arms, and he awkwardly catches her as she hugs him. You just scared away your prey. Dang it. Matt, Ajui, and the others are waiting by their getaway car anyway. Are you gonna say hi to them too? Not really. He sets her down, still holding onto her hips. Just coming to let you know I'm leaving, or at least I will be. I'll come back to tie up some loose ends, then I'm done with Japan. Wow, really? Why? It's complicated, but you'll hear about it soon enough. Want to come with me? Juzo already said he couldn't justify my addition to the UN response team. Pretty sure I outrank him. You outrank everyone. But I do have some things I'd like to finish learning from UA. Plus, I can't just ditch my friends. At least not until after graduation. Well, just do me a favor and avoid All for One. All for One? He got out too. You'll see it on the news soon enough. Stay safe, Pinky. Since when do you like it safe? Horizon rolls his eyes before warping away, leaving her to chase her villains. Be more gentle. Ryuko whines as Monoma holds her bloody and fractured hand, pouring panacea over it. You'd think for a former pro hero you'd know how to punch properly. I do. Her face is just harder than I expected. Moments later Horizon warps into Matani Tower, New York, to see Ryuko sitting at the kitchen island with Monoma still treating her hand. What happened to you? Ryuko's gaze focuses on Horizon. She pulls her hand away from Monoma and marches over to him. Shit, was all he could think before she slams her hand into his chest. Clearly seeing the anger and hurt on her face, he doesn't move, but instead releases his healing energy on his chest to catch her hand, taking her hit and healing her in the same instant. He wraps his arms around her and pulls her to his chest, holding her as she tries to wriggle out of his grasp. Feeling better now? Let go of me? I don't want to talk to you right now, she says while hugging him tightly. Horizon keeps holding her as she silently cries on his chest, then looks to Monoma who's leaning against the island. What happened to her hand? Mamana smiles. You should see Panta's face. She almost rearranged it. I knew there was a reason I love you. Horizon squeezes her a bit tighter before letting go, allowing her to wipe her face. Sorry about how things turned out. Really didn't expect to get kicked in the face that hard, or have to fight the world. A with diuresis Thailand bot S. I didn't expect you to lose, she says. You left me, for months. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I was connected to tubes and had hot poisonous metal flowing through my veins. Ryuko and Monoma recoil at the thought, then she hugs him again. How in the hell is that supposed to make me feel better? We wondered how they kept you sealed up. Juzo assumed it was some kind of mental inhibition tech. Monoma says, honestly, we were getting impatient. Expected you to be out in a week. Otherwise, as soon as we got an idea of the layout, we'd just come get you. And break the terms of your contract by doing so. Monoma shrugs. For a friend, yeah. Last time we didn't. Our friend got locked up for 4 months. Never again. How have things been since I left? As Monoma starts talking, Ryuko reaches up and removes Horizon's mask, since he's already left his visor with Mei. She feels relieved, finally seeing his face, then wastes no time tiptoeing up and kissing him. Her mouth is flooded with the taste of iron and mercury, but she keeps kissing him for a few seconds before pulling away. You taste gross. Mercury, I should have warned you. I'll be fine, she says before Monoma does a loud fake cough, pulling their attention back to him. The basic rundown is simple. Both mystery class players got knocked off the board. Villains rampaged around the world non-stop. Japan blamed America for it all, said Star and Stripe invaded Japan and provoked the conflict, which led to a mental breakdown in both of you, like the Gigantomachy. After that, they took the USA to the international court and won. Now they've been getting billions in reparations since then. Oh, and your company pulled out of Japan after the Tokyo Chasm happened and you got imprisoned. There was a lot of panic about that and Japan's economy, so Panta raised the panacea price to compensate. It was originally free and suddenly became super expensive, but she shifted the blame to Star and Stripe for everything and the world felt sorry for Japan. But we've also been super busy over here, too. Deku and Bakugo especially. Bakugo's pretty famous now, and Deku got the last hit in on you, so people really like him, like, a lot. Yuriko was still in Japan. Yeah, things got a bit complicated with them for a while. But they're good now and she'll be moving here after graduation. Mei too, and Mina. Yeah, they mentioned that before I left Japan. Horizon feels a jab to the side of his ribs from Ryuko, then looks down to see her glaring at him. You went to see them before me. Monoma wisely stays out of this and reaches for his earpiece. Horizon tries to respond, but is thankfully saved when a purple warp gate is opened beside Monoma. Yes, Mr. Secretary, I understand, Juzo says while walking out of the warp gate, holding a phone to his ear. Yes, the security threat is absolutely my only focus at the moment. Horizon nods toward him, as if asking, what's going on? In response, Juzo raises a finger, telling him to wait, and everyone is silent as the conversation continues and Midoriya walks out of the warp gate before it closes. Juzo then turns to Horizon and responds to the Secretary of Defense. Do I believe Horizon poses any risk to the United States as an act of retaliation for what Star and Stripe did? Horizon shakes his head. No sir, Juzo says. If Horizon so much as enters the United States, I'll call you immediately. A few seconds later Juzo ends the call, looking more exhausted than ever. Stressful few months. Trust me when I say stressful doesn't even begin to cover it. Juzo walks over to one of the couches and drops into the seat. Please either tell me you're here to join us and stop this rampant global crime spree, or just kill me, so I don't have to deal with it anymore. Nope. To which one? Both. I'm retired. Just a fancy panacea factory now. So you aren't mad? Midoriya asks, pulling Horizon's attention onto him, and earning a glare from Ryuko. Well, you kicked me in the face, really damn hard too. Sorry. Midoriya asks meekly. Nah, it's what we signed up for. Horizon moves to sit on the couch opposite Juzo, and Ryuko happily reclaims the seat she's missed so much, right on his lap. So, what's the situation in the Pentagon? Everyone is stressed. You've been out for less than 10 minutes, but the entire world is scared you'll retaliate for what happened. I'm not in the mood for that, just going to handle the source. They'll be happy to hear that, won't completely believe it though. That's not my problem. Also, what's with the lady who appeared in my apartment? Juzo asks. Tokage really wasn't fond of that? Lady Nagant, former pro hero. It's complicated, but she's a good operator for you and has some intel I want. Right? And, about us. Ryuko frowns and leans back against his chest, and Horizon wraps his arms around her, feeling the tension in her body. He knows she'd never understand or agree with it, but to him, you were just doing your job, as I said. Nothing to hold a grudge about. Besides, Star and Stripe. Killing her was the first time I ever felt anything, at least while killing someone. Because she was my friend, truly. I'd like to never feel that again, even if it's not by my hands. I'd rather not see my friends die in such a way. You say that, but the Pentagon won't believe so easily. Then I'll just go talk to President Skyline. Is he at the White House? No, he's at some secret NORAD facility. Only the Secret Service knows, even I don't have that clearance. MHM. Horizon gives him an unamused look. Juzo sighs. Fine, I'll get the address for you. Thanks. I'd rather not have to search the entire country. Juzo grumbles as he begins making a few calls. While he does that, Midoriya awkwardly stands around, not sure of what to say. And much to his horror, Horizon speaks to him. How is Floaty? Floaty? Oh, Okako, she's great. Busy, but great. Won't be great for much longer. Get her out of Japan, now. Huh, why's that? All for one escaped. Both Juzo and Midoriya go wide-eyed at that. He actually broke me out. And I'm guessing since he's not an idiot, he knows you have that quirk. Oh, Midoriya falls into deep thought at that. Quirk. Juzo asks. Why would All for One want superpower? Is that not your quirk, Midoriya? It's a bit complicated. Juzo turns to Horizon before his call connects and pulls his attention away, but he knows Horizon wouldn't reveal Midoriya's secrets without permission. All for one will target Floaty. Your relationship isn't very private. Get her out of Japan, now. Midoriya nods and takes out his phone, walking into the other room to speak to his girlfriend. While both Juzo and Midoriya are on their phones, Ryuko gets more comfortable, facing Horizon and draping her arms over his shoulders. That woman you mentioned, Lady Nagant, is that the same pro-hero that had a mental breakdown when I was a rookie? She asks. Yeah, the government broke her mind from all the dirty crap she had to do, and she still wants to be a pro-hero, apparently. But I figured she'd be better with Juzo's team, or as your bodyguard. Sure, my bodyguard, right, she says sarcastically. What? Is that the best excuse you could come up with? I have no idea what you're talking about. I got it, Juzo says, walking back into the room. Shinso says Montana. Doesn't seem like he cares that much about staying safe. Well, not like it would matter. Horizon turns to Ryuko and gives her a long kiss before pulling away. We'll talk more about this later, he says before warping away. Minutes later, sitting in a rocking chair outside his cabin, President Skyline listens to his wife, daughters, and grandchildren play inside as he sips his coffee and stares out at the forest below this mountain. Wearing comfortable clothes and appreciating the scenery, he is completely unbothered. Even when he looks to his right, and sees Horizon in the rocking chair beside him, also enjoying the view. He was already in full hero costume, with his replacement sword, Rend, which was almost identical to Sunder, but with strange grooves in the blade. The blade, which was visible as the scabbard had transparent sides to show off the craftsmanship, so Mei's creation would always be on display. They sit in silence for a minute, taking in the tranquility of it all, and President Skyline soon hears the panic of Secret Service agents buzzing in his ear. He scrunches his face and removes his earpiece, tossing it away before taking another sip of his coffee. Want a drink? President Skyline asks, breaking the silence. Everything tastes like mercury, even though I know I got rid of it all. Well, that's a new one. Permanent. No, I'll get over it. MHM, President Skyline takes another sip. Nice place, right? Shitty place for a last stand, Horizon says. Not bad for a hiding spot, though. Figured hiding wouldn't work from you, and it wouldn't be much of a last stand, either. But you brought your family here, anyway. I'd like to believe you wouldn't let your rage control you, again. Horizon smiles. Yeah, I'm retired and just trying to enjoy it. Can I do that in your country? President Skyline looks over to Horizon. Really? You want to keep the agreement? Once I don't have to play hero anymore but can just make Panacea, sure. We'd like to sell Panacea instead of giving it all away. Not my problem. It's yours to deal with. And we'd like you on emergency reserve. No, normally I wouldn't ask, but we find ourselves lacking a mystery class pro-hero recently. Horizon sighs. For the record, that day was just the worst. And that was before the fight. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to just forget that ever happened. Lord knows I'm not getting elected again. Had to wring the budget just to afford the next round of reparations for Japan. Cancel that payment. I've got one loose end in Japan that will clear up everything. Now that is some good damn news. Panta's brain rattles around her skull. Swollen and aching, each passing second like a dozen white-hot nails being hammered into her skull. Made worse by the bright light of the noonday light as she opens her eyes, spotting drops of blood on the lap of her skirt suit as she slumped forward. She squeezes her eyes shut, lifting a hand to her face, feeling the dried blood under her nose, eyes, and ears. The ringing in her ear finally subsides as she opens her eyes, seeing Horizon sitting across the small table from her. Behind him is the Tokyo Chasm, and looking around, she could see they were on opposite sides of a small wooden table, draped in a white tablecloth. Warped here from a restaurant a few cities away. She could see the battered and cracked ground for a mile all around them, the scorched mountains in the distance, and the edge of the Tokyo Chasm. You brought us to the floating island, in the middle of the chasm, she mutters, reaching for the glass of water before her and taking a sip. Horizon has nothing in front of him but is busy typing on his phone, ignoring her, giving her time to adjust. Panta doesn't see anything or anyone else around them, and isn't surprised to know she isn't restrained in any way. After all, Horizon is here, so what would be the point? Is this the part where I beg for mercy before you kill me? She asks. Horizon chuckles, placing his phone on the table. You aren't the begging type, and you know better than to think I have mercy in me. Then get it over with. Beneath his visor, Horizon smiles. The sky is bright purple, he says. Panta raises a brow at this, glancing up to see the clear noon sky in its usual blue, and it takes a few seconds before she realizes what's wrong. My quirk. How? The most reliable way. He reaches into his jacket pocket and removes a still beating heart, placing it on the table. Now we can have a more honest conversation. Reino Epsilon. Is that what you want? Closure would be good for both of us, don't you agree? Panta glances at his phone on the table, then at his visor. Either he's recording or broadcasting. Anything I say can make Japan's situation worse. Not in the mood to talk, he asks while holding the heart. Just crush it. I'll start with a small squeeze. He squeezes the heart, causing it to struggle against his grip for just a second, then releases. But Panta only feels confused by the lack of pain. Seeing this, Horizon sets it on the table and relaxes into his seat. Right, I forgot to explain. That's not your heart. Shambles? Panta's daughter appears at the table, tied to a chair, gagged, staring wide-eyed at both of them as she panics. Panta's eyes widen, realizing the implication. You kidnapped her. Are we really going to split hairs over that? Come on, just get to talking already. Panta looks away from her daughter, down to the heart on the table, and keeps her mouth shut. The woman panics even more, seeing that her mother was seemingly fine with sacrificing her for the greater good of Japan. And Horizon isn't completely surprised by this. Wow, part of me assumed you'd only care about Japan, but I have to admit, very impressive. He warps her daughter away. The weight of one life can be worth billions, but not hers. All men are not created equal. You know that better than anyone. Then I guess I'll add a few billion to the scale. I will go to all the countries in your little anti-Horizon task force you attacked me with, and put all their cities into a blender. That enough motivation? Starting with Japan, obviously. Horizon was lying. The last thing he wants is more geopolitics interrupting his life. Retirement was his goal, and closing this part of his life was necessary for it, but without her quirk, Panta couldn't possibly know that. Instead, all she could see was the unstoppable being in front of her who she'd hurt so deeply, that his wrath could wash over the world. So she believed him. Fine. What do you want to know? Horizon subtly starts broadcasting to the world. Everything, from the very beginning. Without certain personal details. I understand. Then you should know why I even allowed your existence in the first place. Horizon leans back in his seat, taking in everything. 7 years ago, I was informed of All Might's injury. He had less than 5 years to live, even less to be a pro-hero. Japan was structured in a way that everything leaned on him, so this was unacceptable. Working alongside Nizo and a few others, I created systems and programs to force the pro-heroes to work together more often. This birthed more pro-hero teams, in the hopes that it would be enough to maintain the status quo in Japan after he retired. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. No matter what we did, there wasn't a way to get the same effect as All Might, but he also couldn't be healed by the current technology or quirks. Until you found a miracle. Yes. Nizo set a trap for Arsenal, your mother, and caught her. Along with your father, and you. He contacted me a few hours later to ask my permission to make a deal. A deal that in any other circumstance, I never would have agreed to. The normal procedure would be to lock all 3 of you in Tartarus, but you were our only hope at healing All Might, so he agreed to leave you free if you attended UA. In some misguided hope, to make a pro-hero out of you. In exchange for your work on All Might and graduating UA, we'd release your parents with new identities, but expel them from Japan. That's a deal I did intend to honor. Having All Might was one thing we couldn't refuse, but a pro-hero that could heal anything and warp. That was also a miracle in itself. But things changed soon after. Star and Stripe learned we had Arsenal and the Heart Thief. She wanted Arsenal dead for some reason, but so did damn near every government in the world. Your father, by proxy, would also suffer her fate. We were perfectly willing to lie to the entire world, claiming to have executed them. But she threatened to come to Japan and do it herself if we didn't really do it, and send her proof. She didn't give us any time to come up with an alternate plan, so we were forced to obey. We didn't know you were mystery class at the time, something Nizo hid to protect you from us. A smart move on his part, but this led us to assume we could simply kill you when All Might was fully healed and there would be no repercussions. Obviously, we were very wrong. Your combination of abilities and your upbringing leave only 2 true options for your existence. Either fall in line, or be removed. And all we knew was that you could heal and warp, so the choice was easy, considering you'd never truly join us. They were dead before my first day of school. Yes. And only when you announced yourself as mystery class during the UA Sports Festival did I realize my mistake. And you immediately started planning to kill me or lock me up, right? By working with Dr. Ujiko, of all people, the mind behind the Nomu and the person who builds and clones them for all for one. Panta frowns. He is the second best quirk specialist on the planet, and was the lead designer of the cell that contained you until you broke out. All for one broke me out, he corrects her. I didn't have enough time to adjust yet, so I suppose Ujiko was good enough at his job. But was it worth the chaos of keeping him free? I knew he was working with Shigaraki from the start, but we needed him. And, the League of Villains provided a good smokescreen. Something to keep you busy and keep the country, eventually the world, chaotic. The moment that chaos stopped, you would have asked for your contract to be considered completed, and we needed all the time we could get. I never would have done that. I follow what I agreed to, no matter what. Just as right now, All for One broke me out, and I agreed to simply stay out of his way if he doesn't reach for anything past Japan. After all, I'm retired from the pro-hero business. You've truly forsaken Japan. Can you blame me? No, I can't, she says. But perhaps I should have expected as much. After all, I rigged the case against you after the Gigantomachy, and in your darkest hour, you accepted the blame and loss of your parents because of it. That surprised me, as did your outburst in the courtroom. The judge was supposed to rule against you. I even threatened the others to have them leave if they wouldn't rule against you. And yet, he crumbled under the pressure. That was when I started getting truly desperate. Light shot. That one was annoying. But I did learn a lot from that. Now those kinds of attacks don't work on me. Panta smiles, bitterly. After Tech, I realized the world would never turn against you. The only way to get rid of you was to kill you. But you were already so powerful. I had Lightshot broken out of prison and brought to Japan just for this. I knew light was something you couldn't easily sense, so I ordered a hit on myself, and gave him a bonus for you. Then it was a matter of positioning us, so he'd have to shoot me through you, which he did. And you would have died with me. A risk you took, knowing if it worked, your job would be done, and if it didn't, I'd save you. Plus, at the moment, I never even considered it was your plan, especially not when we found records of him being hired by villains to kill you. I can't help but respect your commitment to the mission. My life or millions, an easy choice, she says. But things got more complicated after that. We had the best simulations on the planet, running every scenario we could against you. All of humanity versus Horizon, and in every one, we lose, badly. The only option was a miraculous situation where you were vastly weakened before the fight began. Flecked turn? Pure dumb luck on our part. Manipulating Star and Stripe was easy enough, with how inconsiderate you were toward her trauma. Yeah, I can see that. Turns out that people take that kind of thing very seriously. It seems you can only understand when it's relevant to you, a remarkably human trait. He rolls his fingers on the table, urging her to continue. During the flecked turn incident, I constantly asked for more and more panacea. The fact that you were modifying it to make people immune to trigger helped greatly. This exhausted you, and the moment flecked turn was captured, we would attack, first by using Star and Stripe to either weaken or distract you. We, Russia, China, the North African nations, and most of Western Europe. Between your blatant disregard for the sovereignty of nations, the lives of their people, and the fact that you'd be joining the United States after graduation, you were a catastrophic problem waiting to happen. So you decided to take me out before that. Creating the task force with special equipment, all the battle plans, then using Star and Stripe to soften me up in my already exhausted state. Quite frankly, we never expected you to be that exhausted. Well, I was a bit busy trying to make enough panacea for 7 billion people, he snaps at her. Not to mention protecting over 20 cities from the gas itself and dealing with 9, and healing all of Las Vegas. But while I was busy protecting and healing the world, all of you were waiting to stab me in the back. It was the best possible opportunity. But we never expected your friends to help us. TCH, unlike you, when they agree to a job, they see it through. That's how everyone should be. Unlike them, I only saw the cruel, brutal, efficient side of you, so that wasn't an option for me. Which is how we got here, he says. And what do you think happens now? You kill me, then go off to the United States, which will cut the reparations they've been paying all the countries that lost pro-heroes because of this incident, and Japan for the Tokyo Chasm. Wow, you people really made them pay that much. No wonder he was so happy when I told him to stop paying. Blaming Star and Stripe for triggering another mental episode was a good call. And you claimed it happened to both of us and is a byproduct of our quirks, that left America with no other choice. I had years to think about this, which is why it worked so well. True, you're very good. But All for One has a few hundred years of experience on you, so you're not the best. That's why he knew the only way to win a game with me, was to not play. He also understands what I want now. Better than you? Better than me, she asks, not sure what he means. That's right, because I'm not going to kill you. Her eyes widen, instantly mortified at the thought of whatever else he has planned. No, but I'm also not sparing your life, certainly never forgiving you. He places a second beating heart on the table. No, I'm keeping you alive. You have to survive, to see what becomes of this country with your own eyes. I'm retired now, so I won't be coming to save it. So, regardless of who rules, I, Horizon, order them to keep you alive to witness everything firsthand. After all, everything that happens now, is all on you. Panta stares at him, and a few silent tears flow down her cheeks. How is it that you can be more cruel than most, even while showing mercy? My mother taught me well. While she's reeling within her mind, Horizon places the first heart that was on the table to his chest, and warps it back into himself. Panta's attention snaps to him, realizing that he'd squeezed his own heart earlier, meaning her daughter was never in any danger. She couldn't even understand why he would operate in this way, only expecting malevolence and cruelty from him. Because she failed to realize that all Horizon wants, is to wash his hands of the hero-villain games. Was I wrong? She asks, in the most frail voice she'd ever had. About the things I did. Was there a better way? Horizon pauses and considers his words very carefully, and comes to one simple conclusion, which brought a smile to her face. No, he says. In your position, with the information you had, I would have done the same thing. With that, he leaves her heart on the table and warps away, ready to start his new life with all of this behind him. I don't think they'll ever recover from this, All for One says as they rewatch Horizon's conversation with President Pantu. He was connected to a dozen tubes, feeding him special medication in preparation for his procedure, and while Dr. Ujiko hastily works around him, Dabby stands behind him. Now showing off his natural white hair and a matching outfit, Dabby looks entirely bored by all the TV theatrics. Should we attack now? Dabby asks. Shigaraki just went under. We can probably. Absolutely not. Ujiko glares at him. Tamura only just began the procedure to prepare his body. Waking him at any point before the 5 months are over will kill him, and the only useful thing about him is his unusual desire to live. This is the best way for him to be of use to Master. Dabby rolls his eyes. It's a miracle you worked with us for so long, considering how much you hate Tamura. Not a miracle, loyalty. TCH, then put me under too. Give me enough to rip my siblings into pieces while my old man watches, then I need to finish him too. Is that all? All for One asks, signaling Ushiko to continue his work. The power to kill a mere pro hero. That's everything. I can easily give you quirks that can help with that, but your body can't handle that much power. Doesn't matter. I just need to live long enough to see the misery on his face as I cremate him. Fine, but you must wait. And if I don't want to wait, then your quirk would be better suited to a Nomu. Why wait? Why give them time to get stronger? Stronger. All for One gets out of his seat, much to the annoyance of Ushiko, and puts on his visor. Why would they get stronger? They'll rally. Horizon just told them you're alive. Yes, and the fact that he abandoned them will only worsen that. Not to mention the new terms he set. We can't act recklessly and have anything happen to Pentu. So we wait. No, we give them time to truly despair what is to come next. All for One walks past Dabi, towering above him at 7 feet 5-222 cm, wearing his formal black suit and visor. Remain here. Help Ushiko prepare for the procedure. It is time we made them aware of what shall happen next. Hero Public Safety Commission Kyoto HQ. Sitting in a conference room, President Panto is wrapped in a straitjacket as a team of government officials question her. For the past few hours they'd been wringing every bit of information they can out of her, ensuring that should anything happen, the delicate infrastructure of the HPSC won't entirely crumble. R.A. Nigerian Naira Beta. The questions fade to the back of her mind while she stares down at the table, barely listening as they cover the same thing over and over. Another country is angry at Japan. They blame her and Japan for everything. They blame her for losing Horizon. They have cut all trade with Japan. Over and over, 100 times, the same story, drilled into her ears. But no matter how many times she tries to fall on the sword, to take all the blame, Japan is inseparable from her guilt. As yet another round of interrogations begins, a blaring alarm echoes through the building. The officials in the room groan, more annoyed than anything else. How the hell do protesters keep getting past the pro-heroes? One of them rushes to the door and steps into the hallway, only to see armed guards rushing through the building. What the hell is going on? One of the guards shoves him back into the room. Stay in here until it's safe. All for One is attacking. That garners a curious look from Pantu, not understanding what this could do for All for One, until she remembers where they are. All of you need to get out of here, now, she says. We aren't taking orders, Fro. Shut up and listen, she snaps back with the authority they'd all been trained to obey. All for One will piss off Horizon if he kills me, so that's good for us. But all of you dying is bad. Japan will be left headless. Go, now. Moments earlier. No symbol, no leader, no Horizon. Sheep with no direction. All for One thinks as he stands on a building a few city blocks away from the Kyoto HPSC building. In front of the reinforced gate and large wall that protects the building is a swarm of protesters, ants huddled together. Scared and confused by all that's happened. Everything he wanted. He smiles and uses a flight quirk to glide over to the crowd. Is this how far you've fallen? His grating voice is amplified so everyone can hear him. All focus, from the people and the news crews nearby, turns to him, paralyzed by an aura of dread and pure evil. The Great Hero Public Safety Commission, he says while descending, coughing, and wheezing every few words. Oh, how far you've fallen. No general, no champions, no trust. Everyone get out of here. Fourth kind commands as All for One stands on the wall between the building and the crowd. The pro-heroes in the courtyard rush forward and form a line as the people haphazardly flee, and All for One seemingly pays them no mind. Instead, he turns to look at the pro-heroes. Fourth kind, a man with 4 arms, excessively redundant. Death Arms, a man with a stupid construction-themed suit and a simple arm-strengthening quirk. A reject that wouldn't even make it into a children's book. Mr. Plastic, a transformation quirk that makes the user into an action figure, could be fun. Mr. Brave, removing and hardening hairs, born to be a B-lister. Backdraft, his water quirk could be useful, but I have enough of those as is. Toy Toy, not bad, but the drawback of her energy beams is annoying. And Sagiri-chan, worthless. All for One opens his palm, revealing the hole in his hand for his air cannon quirk, and all the pro-heroes leap into action. They launch their attacks, only for a force field quirk to project a blue shield in front of him, harmlessly stopping them. He coughs a few times, then lowers his hand, pointing his palm backward at the crowd and releasing a gust of wind. Using wind blades, he slashes the crowd into pieces with the invisible blades, and in the same instant drops his force field. He points at the pro-heroes with the index finger of his right hand and releases a golden laser, piercing Toy Toy through her left hip. Then simply moves his finger to the side, slicing all the pro-heroes in two. A demon lord stooping into the trash to collect such quirks is unseemly. All for One ignores the men firing their weapons at him, allowing his combination of reflect and amplification to send the bullets back with double the force, killing them all. The gunfire eventually stops as he swipes at the side of the building, using a variation of Cementoss's cement quirk to tear away the entire front wall of the structure, allowing him to see inside and find his prey. So annoying, he thinks while stepping onto the 7th floor, seeing a few men in the hallway with guns pointed at him. They all fire at him, only for the bullets to be reflected and shred them, but one of the men survives even this. Interesting, All for One sees the man's body becomes a hardened stone form, with the bullets stuck in his skin. Out of curiosity, he rests a hand on the wall, and uses his cement quirk to launch a piece of it at the man, breaking the stone shell around his body and bruising the flesh beneath. Just another shell-type quirk. All for One uses his life mimicry quirk to shift the hallway, creating a large stone mouth on the floor that swallows up to the man's waist before protruding up. It raises him so that the identical mouth on the ceiling can do the same. Then, with a thought, they bite the man in two. He steps away from the wall, causing the quirk to deactivate and leave the area in that horrific form, no longer able to mimic his body parts without his active contact and concentration. Stepping through the blood and guts, he rounds the corner to see a pro-hero, one he didn't expect to be here. One of the last people he wanted to encounter in this state. Shouldn't you be out unblocking a road? All for One asks, entirely focused on pro-hero 13. 13 raises her hands, pointing all 10 of her fingers at All for One. He takes a step back, understanding the power her black hole quirk commands, not wanting to test the suction force in even one of her fingertips, much less all 10. I don't like fighting, so please just leave now, she says. The last thing I want is to unleash this quirk in here. Then don't. People should always and only do what they want to do. Why must you be any different? Because I'm a hero. Yes, you are? Arg. 13 gasps as sharp pain and heat flow through her chest and limbs. Before she can look down to see the black and red tendrils skewering her, they move and slice off her arms at the shoulders, disabling her quirk. Hero training is why you gave me a chance, and that was the death of you. All for One commands his tendrils to break through the floor, revealing that they burrowed through the ground, into the lower floor, and got behind her. With a thought, they bring her toward him, allowing him to more easily shatter her visor and place a hand on her head, stealing her quirk. Such wasted potential, he says before holding her by the head and throwing her out the 7th-story window. Now, where are you? A few more minutes of slaughter, and he finds his prize, tearing the door away to reveal former President Panto and a group of scared officials. Nobody moves as he considers his next move, then he begins walking over to Panto. Leave, he commands, and they don't waste a moment to flee. He grabs her by the head and takes facade, surprised at how useful it truly was, then drops her onto the floor. She feels a headache for less than a second, then her body is brimming with energy. What did you do to me? A trade. Your quirk, for super regeneration. I'd hate for anything to happen to you. After all, that would go against Horizon's conditions. Are you so scared of him that you've become his puppet? She rises to look at him, letting him push you around. I thought you were supposed to be the demon lord. Since when are you a coward? All for One tilts his head and grabs her, slinging her over his shoulder and walking out into the hallway. Taunting me into killing you won't work. I'm pragmatic, and fighting Horizon is not the choice of a person who wants to live. Moments later, he's outside, standing in the air with Panto on his shoulder, and sees a news van flipped on its side from the fighting earlier. He floats over to it and uses his minor technopathy to control it, while using his telekinesis and electrogeneration quirks to power and focus the camera on himself. The camera floats alongside him as he hovers above the destroyed building, now holding Panto out to the side by her head. People of Japan, you played the hero-villain game well. But the game has been decided, you have lost. You have no symbol, no unity, no trust in your organizations, no hope, and no chance of victory. What you do have, is time. The time it takes me to sleep, to recover, to prepare for my true ascension to the throne. In that time, those of you who cannot survive in my nation should flee. If you cannot, or do not, wish to live in a land where the strong govern all, where you can take anything you have the power to, where you can use your quirks freely and without restriction, where the only thing you have to ask yourself is, who's going to stop me, then flee. Because when I awaken, I will ascend to my one true place as demon lord of this nation. And those who believe their strength can reign supreme, I invite you to this land. Use this time wisely, for when I awake, we will start a new game. And it will be my turn, every turn. All for One drops to the ruined street below, leaving Panto floating in the air alongside the camera that was still focused on him, and places his palm on the ground. With a single command, he unleashes a wave of disintegration, 5 city blocks wide, killing everyone and everything it touches as the chain reaction spreads out, scarring Kyoto and destroying the little infrastructure the HPSC had here. Shigaraki's quirk, Panto says as he floats back up to her. Tamura Shigaraki is no more. Moments later, after All for One's broadcast ended, the high-end Nomu in Dr. Ujiko's lab activates its quirk, creating 2 balls of sludge in the air that expand, warping All for One and Panto to its location. A very limited form of warping, only able to bring people to itself, but still priceless. Panto coughs up some sludge as the Nomu restrains her, and beside her, All for One removes his visor to vomit up blood, his pained coughs filling the room. Master, you must get into the chamber. The procedure has to start now. Lead me, All for One says, following Dr. Ujiko to the back of the lab as the Nomu drags Panto along. Your plan won't work, she says. You can't really believe a country of villains will last. All for One laughs. It doesn't have to. I just need a few generations of the most powerful quirks breeding, then I'll be ready. Ready? For what? He doesn't respond as they continue walking through the lab, and she comes to the only logical conclusion. Horizon, that's your endgame. All of this, so you can be stronger than him. He is king of the world. How can I be the true demon lord of this world while he exists? And unlike All Might, I can't outlast him, so drastic measures are needed. As he speaks, they arrive at a massive glass chamber, filled with glowing blue panacea. And without him, this procedure wouldn't have been possible, Dr. Ujiko says as he walks over to the infusion chamber and prepares a few vials of blood. This, the precious sample we've wanted for decades, and thanks to him, we not only have it, but he also created the panacea. The only thing that could allow me to survive the procedure, All for One says as he removes his clothes, using telekinesis to attach the tubes to himself. Begin the infusion, and no matter what, don't wake me up until I'm ready. December 22nd, 1 month since AFO's last appearance. Is this the official stance of your nation? Juzo asks. This is the stance of every nation, Mudman, the president of Korea says. Japan has once again become an isolationist nation, not because of their perceived superiority like in the past, but because we want no part in what is happening there. Mudman looks around his luxurious private office, seeing the team of officials sitting around, taking notes from behind his camera, all while he speaks to the man on screen. I am truly sorry for what is happening in Japan, but I cannot risk my nation at such a precarious time. We lost Hadori during Lady Panta's scheme, our nation has only just become secure again. We cannot be dragged into another of Japan's disasters, never again, Mudman sighs. But if All for One takes control of Japan, Korea will be next. Besides, we aren't asking you to fight or send citizens, we're asking you to take refugees. His army is tearing apart entire cities. I'm sorry, but we cannot take such a risk. Horizon is on the other side of the world, we cannot risk angering All for One in such a way. Not to mention that South America accepted refugees mere days ago, and a swarm of villains was hidden amongst them. The safety of our borders is my highest priority. Please, do understand this. Mudman nods, I do. And I won't ask you to risk yourself. But do we have permission to use Korea as a launching point for supplies? Food, medicine, the essentials. The man considers it for a tense moment, then nods. Only essential supplies for civilians, no combat gear or hero equipment. We may not be able to take the civilians, but we can at least prevent them from starving. Japan can mostly handle food, water, and power. Medicine is our top priority. I see, and speaking of medicine, I do hope you remember this when Korea begins negotiations for panacea. I'll be sure to mention it to Horizon. Thank you, Mr. President. The call ends and the officials get up, leaving the room while one woman walks over to Mudman. What's going on? Start the next call, he says. That was the last call, but I had a dozen more countries too. Not anymore. During that conversation, there was an attack. Some of the refugees from Japan that England took were undercover villains. They killed hundreds in a chemical attack. All the countries that were on the fence about helping after the same thing happened in Brazil have officially backed out. Damn it. He removes his visor and walks over to his desk, sitting in his comfortable chair and tapping on the desk. A hologram of the most important news shows, and with a few taps, this very story is playing. All for One must have planned this. That seems to be the trend lately. Any news from Simon or Cellophane? No, sir, they reported it 5 minutes ago, following a lead regarding some advanced lab equipment. They were searching, but the route went to Tokyo, which no longer exists. They've since been pursuing another lead in southern Japan, our Nigerian Naira. Remind them to be covered about it, and as soon as they find All for One to have Phantom Thief warp them back here. Yes, sir. And, the riots. When we find All for One, the heroes will take care of him, then the people will feel safe enough to calm down. They discuss plans for a few minutes before the office door opens, and Dynamite walks in. Organize the care packages, Phantom Thief will start sending them to the supply points. Mudman nods to the woman, who takes this as her sign and leaves the room. Dynamite drops into the seat opposite Mudman and removes his mask. I want to go blow up All for One. And I want my girlfriend in my lap, but Tokage wants to stay in Japan and play hero. See the problem? Bakugo rolls his eyes as Juzo starts sorting data. Can you clear me for combat in Japan? You don't need my permission to defend your home country. Your contract states that as a citizen of Japan, you can go be a pro-hero there freely. You just won't be ranked. I know what it says. But this isn't a normal situation. Will there be any fallout from me getting involved? Juzo stops working and leans back in his chair, allowing the hologram to keep playing. Bakugo, if you or any member of this division get involved, the villains could assume we're all going to get involved. The clause that you can always go defend your home exists as a formality so nations don't feel like they're completely losing a pro-hero. But actually doing that, well, people will assume the entire team will get involved. Which you know won't happen. Between All for One being a monster in his own right and all the fires that are starting around the world because of him, we're both too busy or outright forbidden from entering Japan. Not to mention the fact that Horizon just doesn't seem to care about what's going on. Showing our faces in Japan is a problem. It will cause escalation to an absurd degree. So Zero and Shinso aren't officially there. They're off-grid. No, they are collecting intel for Japan to use. No engagements, no problems. You'll have both of those when we get a location on All for One. Bakugo crosses his arms. No way we won't be getting involved at that point. Except we won't, officially at least. Look, I'm not even supposed to have anyone in Japan right now. Not to mention helping plan the assault on whatever base All for One is using. We can't have you going in there with explosions causing an unstable political environment. Well, a more unstable one. If other countries start getting involved, then Japan will get torn apart by outside forces as well as the villains. They already don't have much of a government or hero commission left, and I'd rather not help start another land war. Do you really think they'd do that while All for One is there? They were stupid enough to turn on Horizon, so I don't put it past them. And every failed assault is another arsenal of quirks for All for One. Taking him down with minimal resources is the key. Yeah, well, I hate to break it to you, but getting involved isn't optional for us. What do you mean? All for One made the one for all quirk, and it got passed down all the way to All Might, then Deku, all for the sake of making it strong enough to beat him. What do you think Deku will do when the assault happens? Shit. Juzo sits back in his chair. Midoriya is the third most powerful being on the planet, assuming All for One has enough time to get fully healed. We can't stop him from joining the fight, legally or physically. And we can't afford to have one for all get taken either. That's why I have to go, as backup. The odds still won't be good. It will only be you and Midoriya from our team. I sure as hell can't risk All for One getting brainwashing or warp gate. And Zero isn't interested in suicide missions. Everyone in Japan can throw at him, plus Deku and I, that's as good a shot as we can get. Unless, nope. He's happily retired. After Panta's confession and dumping all the Hero Public Safety Commission's files online, he's nothing but a panacea factory now. Damn it, Bakugo takes a seat opposite Juzo and leans back. This kind of crap was a lot easier a few months ago. It wouldn't have happened a few months ago, but at least we got your family out fast enough. I heard house arrest at UA isn't a fun tourist experience anymore. That tends to happen when you're in a place for over a month. But at least the family of the students and many higher-ranked pro-heroes will be protected there. I just wish we could have brought more of them over here. The people, or your girlfriend. Don't even remind me about that woman, if Tokage could just. Juzo's desk activates, showing an emergency broadcast on a hologram projected between both heroes. Track it, Juzo commands, and the computer gets to work as they see Dabi on the screen. What a stupid outfit, Bakugo says as they see him walking to sit in front of the camera on a luxurious couch. Wearing a white coat with his burnt chest exposed, matching pants and boots, and his white hair exposed for the world to see. Hello again, world, Dabi says. Tuya Todoroki, Dabi, call me whatever you want. Just so long as you remember that I am the son of Endeavor, Enji Todoroki. Don't ever forget that fact, because it is the reason for all my actions, and it is the reason for what happens next. Which is my invitation. My invitation to those who society calls villains, those who believe they can prosper in a land where strength is everything. Our borders are open to you. Come to Japan, carve out as much of it as you can. Hold it for as long as you can, use your quirk freely, and live as the laws of nature instruct you to. All for One will awaken soon enough, and he will be the new ruler of Japan, and if you wish, you can even challenge him. But for the people who want to live, who understand their place working under him, I have another opportunity. Dabi reaches down and pulls President Boso into view by his hair, the man already sporting burns all over his body, whimpering in pain. Juzo checks the program tracking the signal, and sees it's still failing to pinpoint the location of this as Dabi continues talking. Politicians, judges, police officers, bring them in alive or dead, but I need to be able to identify them. Firefighters and medics are off limits, not that you can't have some fun, but they aren't part of this hunt. Bring them in and get rewarded, and the top 10 get one additional quirk of their choice. You have until All for One wakes up. But that's if you want to compete on volume. The quality prizes are Rei Todoroki, Natsuo Todoroki, Fuyamai Todoroki. Bring them to me dead and you get one quirk for each corpse. Bring them alive, and you get 2. Happy hunting. Dabi cremates President Boso live for the world to see before waving his hand, controlling the fire to move around the room, before rushing the camera. He has a new quirk to control fire, Bakugo mutters while getting up as Juzo is already calling Endeavor. Deku and I are going to UA. People might attack there to get to the Todorokis. No, this is a distraction. Both of you need to be on standby for when I figure out what, understand? Bakugo grinds his teeth. Fine, but at least get them out of Japan. They're all adults who refused that offer, but I'll make it again. January 19th, 2 months since AFO's last appearance. Fuyamai jolts awake, eyes hastily taking in her surroundings, her mind desperately trying to make sense of her surroundings. A warm and comfortable bed, but foreign. Luxurious sheets, wearing a pair of comfortable long pants and a loose top. She feels the soft fabric on her legs and immediately pulls the sheets away, staring down at her legs. What? She mutters, reaching down and touching her left leg. But no. She looks out the floor-to-ceiling windows on the far side of the room, which provides a clear view of Central Park. But, my leg, Natsuo, painful memories rush to the surface, manifesting as tears flowing down her cheeks. But her eyes remain open, the fear of closing them and waking up back in that state, battered and mangled, holding her brother's corpse. It keeps her eyes wide open. Moments later she turns to get out of bed, wincing as her bare feet touch the cold tiles, but appreciating that she had both her legs again. Only to crumple to the floor the moment she pushes off the bed, her newly regenerated limb lacking the intuitive training the rest of her body has. Dad? Shoto, she calls out from the floor, struggling to get back on her feet. Where am I? Is anyone here? Penthouse, 2 floors above. Mr. Matani, the reporter sitting across from Law asks. Law opens his eyes after deactivating his quirk, sensing Fuyamai's movements downstairs and sending her a small message. Is everything all right? It's fine. Now, where were we? Law straightens his casual clothes before taking a sip of his drink. Well, we just got done recounting your past, and I was about to ask about the future of your company and family. You suddenly did a 180-degree shift regarding Japan with diaresis news. As did most of the world. Yes, but you've been upholding them for quite some time. The sudden withdrawal of your support was a particularly crippling blow. I realize that, but unfortunately, we all have our limits. And what were yours, exactly? Most of our infrastructure was destroyed when the Tokyo Chasm was made, which already left a hole in my organization. After that, problems started pouring in, mainly security concerns. The resurgence of villains in Japan. Law nods, playing with the new ring on his left thumb. That posed a major problem for our continued operations, so we moved our main offices to Manhattan. I ever bought this building and made a new Matani tower. We intended to keep supporting Japan as much as possible, but things only got worse after that. After Horizon and All for One escaped, trade collapsed. Supporting our few remaining businesses in Japan became impossible. No country wants anything to do with them. Horizon hasn't forbidden anyone from assisting, but they're simply too scared to take the risk. Especially those who were involved in orchestrating his imprisonment. Without their help, getting enough resources into Japan to keep people alive is already such a task. Much less trying to keep our businesses operational within the chaos. We were forced to shut down any infrastructure we had there. So it was a business decision, purely so. Mostly, Law says. We also lost a great deal of people. Our businesses are prized targets for the villains. Food and material storage in particular, as well as the cargo yards for all our oceanic trade in the Pacific. The pro-heroes were stretched too thin, so I couldn't keep asking people to go work in such places while knowing they'd likely be attacked. I even lost some important people due to the lack of security, and private security is greatly limited thanks to Japan's laws. Shutting down the businesses cost me a fortune. Even my bank account could feel that hit. But accepting the loss and reimbursing all clients for the lost product was the easy choice, compared to calling people out to work when the country is on fire. I couldn't live with their blood on my hands. I see, and your choice to move to the United States was also motivated by the state of Japan. Well, if you're wealthy enough, this is the place to be. Law points out the window to Horizon Tower directly across Central Park from them. Safety has a price, and the closer you are to that tower, the higher the price. There has been a great influx of wealthy individuals to this city since his move was announced. And luckily I had this building before that announcement, otherwise I'm not sure if I could have stomached the inflated price they would have given it. And as for your company, most of your brick-and-mortar businesses were exclusively in Japan, helping subside living costs for the people there. Your other investments are likely fine, but what of your other businesses? Law sighs, running a hand through his hair. Well, aside from venture capital moves, the shipping and logistics wing of my company is by far the largest. That part of the company has seen quite the improvement since we had a panacea contract before this mess started. So I'll be fine. Right, and you've openly spoken against Horizon since your first major public appearance, but now you work with him. How does that work? I don't work with him. I simply have a transport contract for something he makes, at least until the supply I was given a while back runs out. I doubt I'll get another batch since the United States now has somewhat exclusive control of it. And this is exactly what I said he should be doing, from the start. I said wearing silly costumes and fighting people was a waste of time, that change comes from the institutions that make up society. Glorifying ultraviolet people in silly outfits is no way for society to run. But people who have the wisdom and capability to lead society into a brighter future, those are who we should support. The only problem is finding the good ones. The reporter nervously glances at Horizon Tower across the park, then returns his focus to Law Matani. Relax, Law says. If Horizon killed everyone who spoke out against him, 1 billion people would be dead by now. He's popular and useful, but not everyone likes him. The man bites his lip, and a drop of sweat begins forming before he quickly changes the subject. A few minutes later, the reporter, satisfied with his interview, leaves Matani Tower, and Law walks over to the bar and begins refilling his glass. Taking a sip of his drink, he removes the ring from his left thumb, eyes glowing bright blue as it hovers in place in front of him. All loose ends tied up, but wearing this just doesn't feel right, Law mutters before turning to his left, where the couches are. Shambles? Fuyamai appears, standing nervously in front of a couch in mid-step, and hesitates to move. Don't be so nervous. I healed you already, even regrew that leg of yours. Take a seat before you have a heart attack or something. Dealing with that would be annoying. She turns to see him walking over to her, a bottle of water floating beside him, and as he takes a seat opposite her, she carefully steps back. Law Matani. MHM. So Law Matani is. Take your time. She takes the bottle and sits opposite him, trying to process this. How the hell are you, Horizon? Always have been. It was surprisingly easy. But, you said you were done with Japan. Why am I here? Law shrugs, still playing with the ring between his fingers. I'm not sure how much you remember. The villains kept attacking you. We were moved to a secret facility on the other side of Japan, my family. Then they found us and... She squeezes her eyes shut, almost crushing the bottle in her hand. Mom, Natsuo, are they really? Resurrection isn't something I can do, but Endeavor called and asked me to save you, so I brought you here. With a thought, she mutters. Well, it was a bit more than that. You were on the other side of the world. Did you save anyone else while you were there? Did you go find All for One, or Shigaraki, or Ushiko, or Tuya, or anyone? I'm not getting involved in that crap. I only did this because Endeavor has always been good to me. It was a personal favor. He knows his limits. Go stop them. Law raises a brow at her. Go stop them? You can do it, right? You're Horizon? You can do anything? So go stop all the villains? Please. He looks away from her, towards Central Park, ignoring the tears streaming down her face. I'm out of the pro-hero business. But nothing. I'm done. Retired. Besides, this is exactly why I never wanted to be a pro-hero anyway. You sacrificed your family to give the people stuck in Japan some hope. Endeavor told me if you had left, the people would have lost some faith in him, so all of you stayed, against his wishes. Now your mom is dead, your brother is dead. People are still swarming Shoto for his bounty, and the morale is even lower than if you had left in the first place. Not to mention how shitty Endeavor feels about all of this. Heroes sacrificing themselves and their families for people who don't matter. Disgusting. You still believe that, even after all the people you helped. That only reinforces it. Besides, some people come first, always. Law glances toward the elevator across the room, and his eyes abruptly stop glowing. The ring falls into his hand, and he schools his expression to be slightly more relaxed before the elevator doors open. We're back. Eri skips out of the elevator, holding a large shopping bag in each hand, with Ryuko one step behind her. Fuyama's puffy red eyes widen at the sight, and Ryuko notices this, quickly catching up to Eri and turning the girl to face her. Eri, go put this stuff away in your room, and I'll be there in a few minutes to see you try them on. Okay, don't take too long. I won't, Ryuko says as the girl rushes down a hallway. Had fun? Law asks as Ryuko walks over to them. I love spending your money. She sits in his lap and reaches for his drink, which he pulls away, causing her to pout. He then warps a bottle of water to her, activating his quirk once again. A little can't hurt, she says, rolling her eyes and relaxing into his lap. It can. Have you recognized me yet? She asks Fuyama, who is staring at the scene, clearly trying to place the face. Yeah, you're from the Wild Wild Pussycats. You're Mandalay, right? No, that's the one with brown hair. I'm Pixie Bob, the blonde. Right, sorry. You retired, didn't you? From the look of things, at the best possible time, too. I'd hate to be stuck in Japan with those monsters, ugh. Are your friends still there? Yeah, those idiots want to go down fighting. We even offered them a way out. But they refused. That means they're real heroes. Fighting against monsters, no matter the odds. To protect the weak and innocent. It means they're stupid, Ryuko says. Other countries have been stealing pro-heroes and skilled civilians from Japan since the start of this. And since Dabi's announcement about hunting your family, most of the world's villains rushed to Japan to join whatever sad excuse for a country All for One is building. They've already lost. Ryuko takes a sip of her water as Fuyama's heart breaks all over again. You could have said that better, Law whispers to Ryuko. You're rubbing off on me. How can you say that so easily? Fuyama asks. Your friends are going to fight to the death, and you've already resigned yourself to accept it. They had every opportunity to leave, but didn't. Choices, consequences, simple. Fuyama glares at her, taking in how comfortable Ryuko is in Law's lap, the fancy clothes, and expensive jewelry. The lavish penthouse they're in, atop a skyscraper with his name etched into the side of it. While her friends and the people of Japan are fighting and dying every day. You're just a selfish bitch, Fuyama says, coldly. Law smiles and relaxes back into his seat as Ryuko's expression hardens, then relaxes. I'll let that go, because I know you're hurting and dealing with a lot right now. Also, it's true. I have everything I ever wanted, so the last thing I'm doing is going back to Japan. And I'm certainly not asking Law to do that. We barely got any time together while he had to be Horizon, and I quite like having him around most days, all to myself. So you're fine with letting a country die, your friends, and family included, if you get to be his plaything. Plaything. Ryuko feels Law's hands gently hold her waist, keeping her on his lap. She then takes a deep breath and leans back against him again. I'll have you know, this isn't just some casual fling. I'm P. A purple warp gate appears a few feet away from the trio, interrupting their conversation. Shambles? Fuyama disappears into one of the guest rooms, stocked with clothes and other living amenities, along with a luxurious private bathroom. The first person out of the warp gate is Lady Nagant, wearing her new hero costume and UN response team emblem on her shoulder. Ryuko hops out of Law's lap and rushes over to her friend. Wow, you must be really excited to see it. You were making such a big fuss, Lady Nagant says as she follows Ryuko down a hallway, leaving the entertainment area. You'll love it. The moment I saw it, I just knew it was made for you. And there goes my best agent, Mudman says, removing his visor and sitting across from Law. One step behind him is Cellophane, who does the same thing. I thought I was your best. She has more experience, Juzo shrugs, his visor removed, revealing dark bags under his eyes. You look like shit. Really didn't miss your terrible bedside manner. Ciro chuckles. If he was good at that, his prices would have probably doubled. Tempting, but not worth it. I barely have private clients anymore. Law takes a sip of his drink, then leaves it to hover beside him. Any new developments? Aside from a mass exodus of villains from every corner of the world toward Japan, nope. Law sees Juzo relax into the couch and close his eyes, one step from falling asleep. We were tasked with cataloging and recording all of them, which is honestly a lot more work than just arresting them. Really? Zero speaks up. Countries don't want us to stop them, because then the villains would just stay where they are. They're happy to get rid of them, but nations in the Pacific are nervous, so the records are mostly for them. So they know what to expect if All for One outgrows Japan. If he outgrows Japan, I'll just cut him up, then he'll fit right back in. Dust doesn't take much space. Seems like an eventuality, Juzo says. Guessing it's more about the message or something. Law doesn't answer, just taking another sip of his drink. Whatever. Did you finish them? Zero asks. Shambles? A small case, the size of a smartphone, hovers in front of Zero. Juzo sits up, laser-focused, and holds the case. He then opens it to reveal 5 small vials of red liquid. Only 5. You only really need 1, Law says. 1 to deal with All for One, or if you can't manage that, just give it to Deca and destroy that quirk. Because if All for One absorbs 1 for all, he'll mutate into something very annoying. So he'd be a challenge for you. Not even remotely, but he'd be too much for everyone else in the world. How hard is it to make these? Law looks away, a sour expression on his face. The concentration of spinal fluid is a lot. Not to mention other aspects of the procedure. Panacea or not, I'm not subjecting Eri to that again. And I don't even want to imagine what she experienced with Overhaul's method. At least she was asleep and felt nothing for mine. But it does put a strain on her. Then this will be enough, Zero says. 15 minutes later. After their friends leave and Eri is getting cleaned up, Ryuko finds herself back on Law's lap, watching him have a short text conversation with Midoriya. He's so nervous about this, she says, reading the screen. He should be more assertive. Women like that kind of man. You hate being told what to do. Unless it's you telling me what to do. Law sighs. Don't give anyone dating advice. You're kind of sitting in the lap of a mass murderer. Which makes it even more special, because you've done all that, but would never hurt me. Law quickly types just tell her to stay in UA, and hits send, then tosses his phone aside and has it hover beside them. He pulls Ryuko into his chest and holds her with both arms. Do you remember our trip to Italy? Very fun. What about it? My uncle. I thought you said it wouldn't bother you. It doesn't, really. He holds the ring up for her to see it floating above his palm. But Uncle Duffy killed my grandfather for this, sent my mom to kill my dad for it. This is the legacy of that entire part of my family. But, I've never been a Don Quixote, I've always been a Matani. So really, closing that loose end was just for my dad's sake. I don't give a damn about any of those people. So, what are you saying? Wearing it feels wrong, but it should stay in the family. So you should wear it. February 19th, 3 months since AFO's last appearance. Your quirk must be supercharged right now. Redestroy Rakiya Yatsubashi glances back over his shoulder while fixing his suit in the mirror. He sees curious Chitose Kazuki blue-skinned and beautiful, lying naked in his bed, staring at him with love and concern. He finishes fixing his suit and turns around, smiling at her. Stress powers my quirk, but at this rate, it will kill me before I use it. Is the new boss still sleeping? Redestro walks over to her and leans down, cupping her chin and gently kissing her. All for One hasn't shown his face in months, still sleeping in that tank. Then you have time before the real stress begins, if this is still what we want. This was never what I wanted. The Meta Liberation Army was all about taking over the government and removing quirk restricting laws. We wanted freedom, not chaos. To some people, like Shigaraki, like All for One, that's the same thing. He sits beside her on the bed, then she moves to hug him from behind, wrapping her arms around him. I almost miss Horizon. He was the opposite of what we wanted, a walking police state. But that was better than the chaos of All for One. Is there a way for us to get OU? Don't speak like that, he says. So many quirks, we have to be careful with our words. Then what do you want right now? Redestro thinks about it for a moment, then shakes his head. I'd like to go back to how things were. I got what I wanted for a time, and it turns out, as always, Horizon was right. Humans take 1 inch and run a mile. Being extreme with quirk control laws was the only way to keep society safe. RB. She rests her head against his back, small tears flowing down her face. So everything we spent our life on, the dream our friends died for, impossible to achieve, because of the one thing we can't account for. Human nature was always against us. She squeezes him even tighter. The dream may be gone, but I have you, so maybe we can make a world where that will be enough. May. As Redestro speaks, he vomits up brown sludge that quickly envelopes him and his documents, folding in on itself after completely coating him, then warping him away. Chitose stumbles forward on the bed before catching herself, gagging at the rancid scent before it quickly fades away. She feels the surrounding emptiness, All for One once again taking something from her, taking everything from her. Then looks toward her phone. Maybe he was the lesser evil. Elsewhere. Redestro gags and coughs up the sludge as he stumbles forward, appearing in a massive underground laboratory. The entire facility was dimly lit, filled with large glass gestation tubes, housing Nomu of varying size and shapes as they grow. Along the far wall were smaller vials contained floating flesh in similar vials. Each a quirk factor, used for cloning and collecting quirks from corpses and distributing them. Will that ever not feel like drowning? He asks while ensuring his suit and documents are spotless. Quit whining, Dabby says, drawing Redestro's attention to the large wooden conference table in the middle of the room. The table was circular, with Dabi sitting in a chair across from Redistro, wearing an all-white outfit and resting his feet on the table. In another seat was Dr. Gariki Ujiko more focused on his tablet device than either villain. I brought the data we need, Redistro says as he takes a seat opposite Dabi. The influx of villains is impossible to track, but we know the most notorious 30 million that came in from other countries. Good, Ujiko says without looking up. The quirks I requested. They should be meeting up at a facility in Kyoto today. We can collect some samples there. I'll collect that personally, Dabi says, igniting a white flame in his hand and rolling it across his fingers, which heal as they're burning. What about the so-called warlords? Redistro scoffs. An inevitability. Declaring a system of power being the only thing that matters will naturally lead to their rise. Some of the warlords take control of cities or towns, most of rural Japan in untouched, lots of the civilians fled there. Musudafu is also untouched since that's where UA is, and villains are concerned about Horizon returning if they go too close to UA, since Nizu is there. But the warlords act as the law in their section. Some skirmishes happen as they try to expand their territory. But this is good. It will allow us to more easily distribute resources since the warlords each have a base of operations. We send the food, water, and other supplies there, they distribute it to the strongest, and the cycle continues. Assuming All for One really can produce enough food, water, and fuel for the entire nation. We already seized all government facilities that handle those things and they are protected under his name, so even the strongest warlords wouldn't dare touch them. But a starving population will turn on anyone, even their Dark Lord. It is cause for concern. Are you doubting him? Ujiko asks, glaring at Redistro. He gave me this job for the purpose of doubting him. Being surrounded by yes-men is how must rulers fall. Ujiko sets down his device and relaxes. Between the Nomu and All for One's quirks, we can manage and produce everything the country needs. Especially since the population has already decreased so dramatically. I still think we should stop the people who are fleeing, Dabi says. We have the Nomu and quirks for it. That could lead to Horizon coming back. Ujiko feels sweat forming on his brow at the very thought. We are too vulnerable right now. We can make more bold moves when the master is awake. And how much longer will that be? Redistro asks, earning curious looks from both men. The warlords are still fighting over territory. If a clear winner is decided, they'll keep pushing their limits. Having them get confident is good, but too much confidence can lead to problems. Like an army of villains standing against us, Dabi says. Redistro nods. All for One should step in and reassert his dominance as quickly as possible. And he needs to share out some quirks. Those quirks I promised people for winning the headhunt need to be delivered before people start thinking handing out quirks is beyond us. That's a big part of why villains or wannabe villains even came to Japan. Then let them get upset, Ujiko says, clearly annoyed. If they want to rebel or riot, they can, and if they want to leave, they can. I'm sure between Mudman and other governments, they've been keeping a list of everyone that came to Japan. The moment they enter another country, they'll be arrested or killed, for fear of now being a villain with multiple quirks. When All for One is awake, he will handle all of this himself. He will be my masterpiece, so powerful that no one can stand against him. The most powerful being to ever exist in this world. Second most powerful, Dabi says, causing Ujiko to deflate slightly. Right, second most powerful. But, by definition, some things are beyond human comprehension. Can I at least get a timeline for when he wakes up? Redistro asks. If villains start leaving, then governments could spin that as us trying to expand the territory, which breaks the verbal contract. Shit, Dabi mutters. And honesty, I'm getting a bit antsy waiting for him too. My pops should be dead already, but none of those dem warlords want to even try fighting him. It's endeavor, Redistro says, as if his meaning was obvious. On his own, he's the most powerful fire user in history, but he's also the former mentor of Horizon. Yeah, whatever. Follow me. Ujiko hops out of his seat and begins walking away, toward the back of the facility. Redistro and Dabi share a curious glance, then fall into step behind the man. They follow him through the main gestation facility, further underground until they were 2 floors deeper. And behind the largest security door they'd ever seen, is a hidden laboratory with a gestation chamber. This chamber, unlike the others, was filled with gently glowing blue liquid. That's a lot of panacea, Dabi mutters as the door closes behind the trio. Dr. Ujiko goes to the control panel and taps a few buttons, activating special lights inside the tube so they could see the body inside. Wearing an all-black body glove and the now famous mask of All for One, floating in the liquid with tubes attached to his body, keeping him barely alive and sedated. Built like All Might in his prime, and standing at 7.5 feet tall. Even from where he stands, Redistro can feel his throat dry up. Remembering the short and traumatic fight his forces had with All for One. The battle was so quick and brutal against a sickly villain that they were forced to serve. All for One, he mutters. There is one other secret facility not too far away, Dr. Ujiko says. But you will bring the warlords here, to Jakku City, in 2 months. Here they will speak to him in person. That should give him a few days to adjust after waking up. If they have any concerns or ambitions, he can deal with that himself. Some of them want extra quirks, or specific Nomu, Dabi says. I'll make a list. Then they can work to earn it. 2 months, Redistro mutters, aiming to use all the time he has to consider his future, very carefully. March 29th, 4 months since AFO's last appearance. Leaning forward at her vanity table, Yurika carefully applies her lipstick before giving herself a once-over in the mirror. Alright, how do I look? She stands and turns around to see Midoriya in his formal suit, sitting on her bed in the 3A dorms. You look beautiful, he says without looking up from his phone. You aren't even looking at me, and yet I know you look beautiful. She pouts cutely and walks over to him, pushing his phone away and straddling his lap. Pulling up her graduation gown and resting her cap beside him on the bed as she does so, Midoriya rests his phone beside them and holds on to her waist. Even now, he was slightly taller than her, his full height being just a hair above 6 feet 180 cm with a muscular build one step behind All Might. You look beautiful, he says while gazing into her eyes, causing her to blush. But if you don't get off my lap, we'll have to get dressed all over again. Her face goes tomato red as she steps away from him. I'd rather not be late for my graduation ceremony. The others should be ready in a few minutes. It'll be great to see them again. I wish I could stay longer than just a few days at a time. It's a miracle you can even stay that long. She does some final adjustments in the mirror, wearing her cap again. Midoriya smiles, nervously. Yeah, about that. What's wrong? I know you have your reasons for staying, but I'd feel a lot better if you left the country. We've been over this, a lot. I know, but I love you and don't want you getting hurt. Didn't we promise not to let our emotions stop each other from doing our jobs, from saving people? Yes, and I'm absolutely breaking that promise because I don't want you getting hurt. She turns around to glare at him, but her expression softens, seeing the concern on his face. What aren't you telling me? Will you please take a job with Juzo, or at least just let me get you and your parents out of here? Monoma is on standby. We can be gone right after the ceremony with diuresis nu epsilon s. Tell me why you're so worried, and I'll consider it. She moves to sit beside him on the bed, and he fishes in his pocket for a small metal box. Her eyes widen. It's not what you think, he says, quickly. We can get married after all this is over, but this is for what we have planned. He hands her the box, and she opens it to see a small red bullet with a needle point. What is this? A quirk deleter round, the same thing Overhaul was using Eri to make. She drops it back into the box as if it burned her, looking at it with pure disgust. Why do you have that? Where did you even get that? Horizon made 5 for us, but don't worry, Eri didn't get hurt. She didn't even know when he did it. We have some intel that All for One will wake up in about a month. It came in a few hours ago, so we'll be attacking in a couple of days. I have this one to use on myself in case he gets close to stealing one for all. Aizawa-sensei has one for the same reason, as does Monoma. The quirks we definitely can't ever let him get. If you do that while fighting him, I know, but him getting one of those quirks is the absolute worst case scenario. I see, and you don't want me in this raid. Midoriya shakes his head. No, because our relationship is very public, so if All for One gets a hold of you, I don't know if I'll be able to sacrifice you to save the world. But you have no problem sacrificing yourself. That's different and you know it. Putting ourselves at risk is what heroes do, but when it's someone you live, that's a different pain. Yurika hugs him, carefully not resting her face on him, preserving her makeup. I won't go to the raid, but I'm not leaving the country so easily. There are still many people here who need help. Part of the plan is to have emergency medical units at the perimeter of the battle, to bring the injured back to UA. And if things go terrible, Monoma can open warp gates to evacuate UA. Toru and Ajiro agreed to help with that part, so I was hoping. I can definitely help with that. So you won't have to worry. See, you don't have to do it alone like All Might did. You have an entire army of people with you. I know, and I love you for it. Midoriya leans in and kisses her, but a moment later, she comes to her senses and pushes him away. My lipstick. She rushes over to her vanity as he laughs, still enjoying how flustered she gets over little things. 2 hours later, Principal Niza's office. Standing by the enormous glass wall behind Niza's desk, Law looks down at the graduation stage. Seeing all his former classmates and their families cheering, enjoying this small moment of normalcy in the chaotic new world. A bitter smile forms on his lips, and thoughts of another life flow through his mind. How differently things could have gone. Him walking across that stage, being a real hero, having the best of all world, having his parents when it was all done. He frowns at that last thought, looking away from the stage and out to the horizon. UA had changed so much in a short few months. Now the wide open fields and lush forests were gone, making room for the small city that was built hastily but incredibly by their army of robots and cementos. All to house the students, faculty, their relatives, as many pro-heroes as possible, and a host of other civilians who could provide critical assistance. Mainly doctors, engineers, and other specialized or skilled labor. What did you think? Law snaps out of his daydream and turns around to see Niza enter the room. A bit boring for UA. Normally, it is more grand, but I figured everyone could use something normal and boring to keep their minds at ease. He turns back to the view as Niza climbs into his chair and spins around to join him. I'm not surprised you stayed, but I am surprised you stayed this long. Hatsum is still packing, Law says. Once Monoma warps her out of here, I'll leave, or you could stay. Not an option anymore, and you know it. I have something far more important waiting for me back home. Yes, I was very excited when you told me as much. Niza giggles, and Law tries not to think of what is running through his mind. An interesting development that only a handful of people know about. I know better than to spread gossip. But I have some news for you, although I expect you'll be informed when you return home. Law turns to him. A source has revealed All for One's main lab, where Dr. Gariki is staying. I'm definitely not getting involved in that. The source claims Gariki is in Jakku City. Can you at least confirm? Or would that be too much involvement? Law sighs, and for a moment, his eyes glow blue. Yeah, under the hospital. Good, then our plans won't have to change too much. Law turns around and leans against the glass, looking down at Nizu. You don't have to be here for this. In fact, you shouldn't be. Jakku City isn't that far from UA. The fight could get here too quickly. Luckily, UA is where the pro-heroes have been operating out of since the Hero Public Safety Commission was destroyed, along with most of the government. I'll be safe here. I still don't like it. Monoma is also ready to open warp gates. But that will be quite a process, because verifying everyone on both sides telepathically is necessary. Then be first, and start the evacuation before you think you need it. You know I can't be the first to leave. Why do I even bother? Law mutters. And how is Eri? She was a ward of UA, so I'd like to know. She prefers it back home. At least more than having your teachers take shifts babysitting her. Finally, getting some sense of family. Good. So she's adjusted well. Well enough. But it's been a few months, kids adapt fast. They speak for a few more minutes before Nizu's phone beeps, and he asks Law to warp him to his workshop. As Nizu is warped away, Law warps Midoriya into the office as he is making his way back to Eureka from the bathroom. Huh, you're here. Midoriya asks, relaxing as he notices his location. Well, I was supposed to be on the stage. Figured I should at least see it. Hatsum says she's excited to come work with the team. I had to keep my distance or she was going to start measuring me for new gear. Law chuckles as Midoriya stands beside him, both looking out at the campus. Nizu told me about the raid, Jakku City. Yeah, the intel. It's real, Law says. I can sense it from here. Dr. Gariki scurrying around in his lab, all the Nomu tubes, corpses, a horror movie come to life. Figured the most I could do is make sure it's not a trap. Thank you, I'll tell Juzo. And of course, we'll keep your involvement secret. So, how does it feel? Which part? Being the most powerful pro-hero in the world. Law says, actually, aside from myself and Star, you're the most powerful thing, ever. Unless All for One wakes up, Midoriya swallows nervously. But the raid is to stop that. And even if they wake him early, he'll be half-baked and easier to beat. And what if he's not? Are you ready for that? What exactly are you asking me? Law narrows his eyes at him. You know what I'm asking you. Midoriya takes the small case out of his pocket and holds it in his palm. Going back to being quirkless is the best case scenario if you use that. But not the likely one. I know. But this is what heroes do, right? Sacrifice ourselves for others. That's why I was never good at it. You did it before. That was circumstantial. Just consider every possibility before you commit to anything. This isn't just a hero-villain game anymore, it's a war, and people lose friends quickly in war. I see. Midoriya pockets the case and smiles. I'll do my best to come back alive. We both know you don't really mean that. You'd die if it means saving one person, and that's exactly the kind of instinct All for One could prey on. Yeah, I'm scared of that too, Midoriya mutters before correcting himself. Not that I think you're scared, unless, are you? Scared of what? Him taking my quirk. Law chuckles. That would make him stronger than you are now, but he still wouldn't be as strong as Star and Stripe was, and you saw what I did to her. But would All for One know that? Law shrugs. Not my problem. I'm not a pro-hero anymore. Just try not to sacrifice yourself for anyone. He can still take a quirk from a corpse. Fighting my instincts isn't so easy. I know, you're just like All Might, the annoying true hero type. Law warps away, leaving Midoriya alone in the office to consider his future. April 2nd, 6 p.m. Japan time, 5 months since AFO's last appearance. Since the destruction of Tartarus, the breakout of Horizon, and All for One, many changes have happened in the world. Most notably, a shift in global security, quickly making the United States, or more accurately, New York City, the safest place on Earth. With Horizon Tower on Central Park East, much investment has poured into Manhattan. And now, a mere few city blocks away from that building, is a new hospital, designed to be a storage and distribution facility for Panacea in this area. It also doubles as a general hospital with a massive miracle ward. A facility reserved for Horizon to use during surgery or any other rare visit, although he hasn't appeared publicly since his live broadcast with Pantu. Now, in the early hours of the morning, before the sun rises in Manhattan, nurses and doctors are rushing about the emergency room lobby to treat patients. The usual buzz is slower than usual. Many people have been rerouted to other facilities nearby, reserving space here for any high-priority incidents that must be accounted for over the next few hours. And as everyone is going about their business, the absolute worst-case scenario happens, and chaos erupts in the emergency room. A purple warp gate appears just outside the building, in view of the lobby through the automatic glass doors. The first person out the warp gate is Uravite, in full costume, covered in small cuts and bloodstains, face stained with tears beneath her small and transparent visor. We need help. Her voice is fragile and desperate as she almost breaks the doors, barely giving them enough time to open before rushing through. Please? He needs help. The doctors who were on standby in case of something like this look past her, at the man floating behind her out of the warp gate as she drags him toward them. Get an operating room ready. The head doctor pulls a gurney and meets Urivide in the hallway. I'll take him from here. The man pulls Deku away, glancing down at the hero, struggling to survive as the panacea they already poured on him works a miracle. Deku's entire torso was exposed through his destroyed hero costume, his left arm and shoulder missing, along with a fist-sized hole in his gut and one through his left thigh. The doctor could clearly see the gurney through the holes, but the panacea was already working overtime just to keep Deku from dying en route to the operating room. It's the priority 1 patient, the doctor says to a nurse, and she immediately signals a team to prep Deku's blood bags and specialized medicine. Will he be alright? Urivide asks, and the man gives her a nod, only muttering a promise to do his best before rushing off. As the double doors shut in front of her, blocking her from following them to the operating rooms, the entire world feels empty. Her breathing becomes labored, heart rate reaching new highs as her fear of him dying in her arms is replaced with him dying alone on a cold operating table. A with acute B epsilon. Urivide, a hand grabs her left shoulder, and she spins around to see Shoto looking at her, now with a height matching Deku's. Both his eyes are red and puffy, but his face was determined and focused as he gestured back to the entrance. Can you use your quirk and MHA? We need to get everyone here before the shield breaks. We don't have much time left. She rushes past him, back to the warp gate that's flooding the hospital with hundreds of injured individuals, mainly pro-heroes, the ones lucky enough to survive the past few hours at least. This place isn't big enough, she says while touching anyone that passes through, making them weightless so the doctors and nurses can easily move their unconscious bodies. This warp gate is for the highest priority people, quirks, and people we can't afford to lose. After hearing that, over the next 10 minutes of transporting people, Eureka hardly breathes. Each second more terrifying than the last that she'd see one of her friends exit the warp gate. However, for better or worse, none of them exit this warp gate. And only when it closes do Urivide and Shoto take a moment to breathe, letting their shoulders relax as they sit against the wall outside the hospital. The entire lobby, from floor to benches, were filled with injured people, so they opted to sit against the wall on the floor outside, enjoying the cold morning air. It takes a few seconds of bliss where Urivide was in full pro-hero mode, enjoying the lives she saved, before her brain reminds her of Deku's state. Then that knot in her stomach returns, and almost erupts from her mouth along with her lunch at the memory of his broken body. They'll save him, and regenerate his arm, good as new, she tries to convince herself, but only musters a sad smile as the tears begin flowing again. Then she looks up and to the side, barely seeing the top of Horizon Tower over the nearby buildings. A determined expression claims her face, but Shoto snuffs out the flicking idea she had. He's not in the country, he says, pulling her focus onto him. But Deku will be fine. Shinso mentioned that Juzo listed him as the priority 1 for this operation. They have a whole tub of panacea just waiting to dump him into. That much. Better safe than sorry. He pulls his knees to his chest and looks down at the ground. He's the number 1 pro-hero now. Urivide snaps out of her worrying for a moment, realizing what he just said. And for the first time since he got here, she truly looked at Shoto. His hero costume was in a worse state than Deku's, but he grabbed a jacket from someone and tossed it on to keep himself modest. His body was littered with burns and frostbite, blackened flesh that would have to be carved out and regenerated later. But what most concerned her were the tears flowing down his face. Not sure what to do, she moves closer to him and pulls his head to lean against her. After a few minutes, their thoughts settle enough that she feels it's all right to speak, so she does. We lost radio contact after you all said the operation was a success. What happened? It was, Shoto says, voice soft and uncertain. But then it went so wrong. Dad, Bakugo, everyone. The villains, too. The only classmate who was in the fight that I'm sure survived was Tokoyami. He and Vernon are at one of the other hospitals. I haven't seen the others since we went to Jaku City. I hope at least a few of them survived that nightmare. Those damn monsters. We couldn't have been ready for that? A new set of tears begins as Shoto gets a call from Juzo, and gives a verbal report on everything that he can account for, which Urivide hears. And nearly an hour after that, a nurse steps outside to call them both inside. They quickly fall into step behind her as she leads them to one of the upper floors, into a private room where Midoriya is lying in bed. They enter to see him with most of his body bandaged up and his right arm and leg in casts. His left arm and shoulder are in a specialized cast to monitor the newly regenerated material, and he has wires stuck to his chest and gut to monitor where the holes were. But Urivide is so happy to see him alive and awake that she lunges to hug him. Shoto stops her as Midoriya looks up at her from the bed in fear. No hugs, sorry, everything hurts still. Sorry, she reaches out and gently caresses his cheek. What happened when I got knocked out? He asks Shoto. How long was I out? When are we going back to Japan? Shoto looks away and sighs. Midoriya, we evacuated UA and Musudafu. We lost, they have Japan now. What? But, what about? It's over, Shoto says. This is the story of how the villains won, April 2nd, 11 a.m. Japan time, 5 months since AFO's last appearance. This still feels incomplete, Endeavor says, arms folded across his chest while studying the large monitor in front of them. Behind him, Nizo sits at a conference table working on his laptop, while the monitor displays Jaku City, now a fortified stronghold for villains. They are alone in the room, waiting for the other team leaders, carefully studying every detail. Lemillion did as much scouting as he could without getting caught. We at least know Dabi is there, Nizu says. And from the looks of it, All for One, or whatever he is now, is likely there too. Dabi is one of his most trusted men, so that makes sense. What about Muscular? What about him? That last report said he was the warlord of Jakku City, and that All for One gave him 2 additional quirks. Do we know what they are? No, but he never leaves that city, so we're sure he's there. Dabi and Muscular. Strong, but not who I'm most concerned about. What do you think of this Shigaraki All for One nonsense? The data was verified, and unfortunately, it's plausible. Before Nizu can continue, Deku enters the room, followed by Dynamite and Eraserhead. All teams are ready, Deku says as they all take seats around the table. And they're on edge. Eraserhead runs a hand through his messy hair, revealing the small scar on his forehead from his last mission. When can we tell them what we're jumping into? As soon as this final briefing is over, Endeavor says. This mission is 100% voluntary. I can't order anyone to get onto this battlefield if they don't want to, because the risk is just that high. What about Lemillion? Dynamite asks. Did he get out safely? He's at the edge of the city waiting for us to drop in, Endeavor says. Deku's team will consist of Eraserhead, Tsukuyomi, and Mirko. Lemillion will meet them inside the underground lab area. According to our information, delivered by Redistro and Curious, Shigaraki, and All for One are being fused into one being. Huh. Dynamite looks confused and turns to Nizu. What the hell is he talking about? We aren't sure, Nizu says, but the schematics show an incubation chamber that would effectively transfer the will and mind of All for One into Shigaraki, creating some sort of plus ultra Shigaraki, likely the All for One quirk too. Nizu slides his laptop over to them for study. Deku memorizes it and nods. Alright. So he's dead until he receives a signal that will activate his dormant energy dynamo quirk to resuscitate him. So we have to break the machine and pull him out before the signal goes off. Dr. Ujiko is brilliant, unfortunately, Endeavor says. The signal can be sent from a machine remotely, but Redistro uploaded Nizu's virus that will block it, buying us a few minutes. How many minutes? Eraserhead asks. At best, 6, Nizu frowns. The man is annoyingly resourceful. That at least makes our job clear. Deku leads our team into the lab, breaks the pod, and takes out Shigaraki before he's awoken. Then I use my quirk on him if we're too late. With the Kudo. Deku is the strongest pro-hero on the planet, Endeavor says. If the worst-case scenario happens and Shigaraki wakes up, he's our best chance at killing him. What about All for One? Dynamite asks. The transplant was lethal, Endeavor says. That's why the villains are so adamant about not drawing attention to this place. Shigaraki and All for One have effectively become the same person. And the warlord. Endeavor sighs. We still don't know what his other 2 quirks are, but I'm sure you and your team can handle him. Dynamite smiles. The other pro-heroes will be dealing with the army of villains and Nomu in the city. When Deku's team secures Shigaraki, Mirko will bring Eraserhead and Ujiko outside, where he'll assist in taking down the other villains, and Ujiko will be sent back to UA for interrogation. The villains have a strong defensive advantage, Nizu says. However, we expect Dabi to break formation when Endeavor makes himself known. Not to mention the power of Deku's team, nothing should be able to stop them from infiltrating the underground lab. They spend a few more minutes discussing the finer details of the plan, making last-minute adjustments based on Lemillion's live updates from the city. And just as they're about to leave, Eraserhead notices something. These plans don't explain how 2,000 pro-heroes are supposed to get close without them noticing. As if on cue, a purple warp gate appears behind Nizu, and out walks Phantom Thief and Lady Nagant. He flashes his former classmates a cocky smile. Principal Nizu knew you 3A people would be helpless without me, so I'm here to help. Lady Nagant shakes her head. Limited help. The international community doesn't want us involved, so he can get you there, but no more. And I'll try to make the few shots I can take count. Endeavor nods. Alright, go give the final briefings to your team. And remember, in the worst-case scenario, All for One must never get one for all or erasure. 1 hour later, Jakku City Underground Lab. Something is wrong, Dabi says while walking over to Dr. Ujiko. The shorter man was standing in front of Shigaraki's gestation pod, still filled with its purple fluid as the villain floats, evolving before their very eyes. His black body glove and visor were still intact, leaving no skin exposed, releasing a foreboding presence, even to his allies. I'm busy, Dr. Ujiko dismisses Dabi and continues reading the biometric data about Shigaraki. Redistro isn't here. That's impossible. Did you not use the warp Nomu? I did, and it couldn't find him, Dabi says. He's not at the specified location, and neither is Curious. What are you saying? I'm saying it's the first meeting he's ever missed, and now he and the only real leverage we have on him are completely missing. Betraying us is suicide. Dr. Ujiko looks up from his day top-hat, seeing Dabi's disinterested expression. All for One isn't the biggest fish in the world. Dr. Ujiko scoffs. If he cut a deal with Horizon, no, if Horizon ever cared, we would have already been dead. It can't be that bad. I already told Muscular to be ready, just in CA. Alarms begin blaring throughout the lab, signaling both villains to rush to the main workstation. Dr. Ujiko hits a few keys, and the myriad of screens show pro-heroes erupting from within buildings all across the villain-infested city, fighting in the street the moment they see a villain. Wake him up, Dabi says. He needs at least 3 more weeks. We won't have that long if you don't wake him up. Dabby's hair erupts into white flames for a moment before he comes down, the burnt skin on his forehead instantly healing along with his hair. Just do it. Fine. He turns to the console and begins the revival sequence, only for a string of errors to appear on screen. That damn redistro, he installed a virus that blocks the sequence. How long do you need? Dabby asks, already marching toward the stairs. Get me 5 minutes. Dr. Ujiko yells back as he gets to work removing the virus. Rushing up the stairs, Dabby leaves the underground area and enters what was once the hospital above, using his white flames to soar up to the top floor and melt a hole in the roof to exit the building. Under the midday sun, this all-white outfit and flames are blinding, drawing all eyes onto himself before landing on the rooftop beside Muscular and a swarm of villains and Nomu. Kill everything that's not a villain, Dabby says. In fact, kill everything that's not one of us. Don't let anyone get inside this building, and no matter what happens, don't break formation. Got it. Muscular, an 8 feet 240 cm tall blonde man, with more bulging muscles than All Might and extra layers of external muscle flowing across his body, gives Dabby a bloodthirsty smile. High ends. Prioritize ranged attacks, kill them all. All the Nomu with ranged attacks activate their quirks as the melee Nomu rush into the city to fight. Dabby takes a deep breath, focusing his mind on his task. No matter what, so long as I am here, no pro hero will be able to get into this hospital. But that still doesn't explain how they got into the city. They emerged from building, tunnels? No, probably warp gate hidden to prevent an international shitstorm. Dabby glances up at the drones recording everything, then raises a hand, finger pointed at one, but lowers his hand. Stupid little spy drones. Fine, I hope the entire world is watching, that'll just make this all the sweeter. Something is coming, Muscular says, pointing into the heart of the city where a trail of destruction is being carved toward them. Buildings falling, an earthquake every few seconds, villains and Nomu being launched away each second. Get ready. Dabby ignites white flames in both hands, ready to melt everything in front of him to protect the hospital. But in the corner of his eye, a massive pillar of orange flame ascends into the sky at the edge of the city. Endeavor. Dabby screams and rockets away from the hospital, toward his father and brother. Shit. Muscular sees his commander leave as the threat is still approaching, realizing it was all on him now. Focusing on his muscle augmentation and flight quirks, he launches himself toward the incoming threat. As he gets closer, the dust becomes less obstructive, and his blood boils. He sees Deku, who defeated him 2 years ago, rushing forward, crushing everyone and everything in his path. Deku restrains his speed for Mirko, who is carrying Eraserhead and Tsukuyomi, to keep up. In an instant, their eyes meet, and Muscular activates his third quirk. Kinetic Control, a quirk that allows him to store and direct his kinetic energy at will. He puts everything into a punch and launches himself toward Deku, expecting an intense clash. DEKU. Muscular punches forward with all his might. You're in my way. Deku rears back without missing a step and meets Muscular's punch, crumpling his arm from knuckles to shoulder before grabbing the villain and throwing him into the air. Then continues forward, not even losing a second of progress. What the hell? Muscular can barely think as his body is racked with pain, using his flight quirk to stabilize himself as his fourth and final quirk, Super Regeneration, heals his arm. He sees Deku still tearing through the city and prepares to interrupt him again, only for a feral scream to draw his attention. Don't get in his way. Muscular looks to his left to see Pro Hero Dynamite descending toward him with small explosions popping all across his body. I'll kill you first. Muscular ascends with a fist toward Dynamite, but at the last moment, the Pro Hero uses his quirk Awakening, which allows him to release explosions from anywhere on his body, and pivots around the villain. Moab Strike. Moab Strike. Dynamite's manic battle cry is the last thing Muscular and many villains hear. It pulls their attention away from their current goals, mainly rushing toward the army of pro heroes entering the city, and above the middle of the city where their warlord and the pro hero collide. Dabby, while enveloped in brilliant white flames, glances to his left without pausing his flight toward his father. He barely raises a wall of fire in time as the blinding orange light of Dynamite's explosion rocks the entire city. The air pressure from Dabby's flames cushions him, but he still finds himself being rag-dolled through many buildings, making him more thankful than ever for his super regeneration quirk. Across the city, moments before the explosion, Red Riot and Auxiliary were charging at a group of villains when they noticed Dynamite ascend. Bakugo, Red Riot smiles, a mouthful of razor-sharp jagged teeth that scares the villains he's closing in on. He's right on time. Dynamite's battle cry signals the more durable pro heroes to advance. Their goal is simply to survive the ground explosion and assist him with Muscular in the aftermath. However, either they overestimated themselves, or underestimated Dynamite, because the explosion was truly worthy of its namesake. Oh, shit. Red Riot punches away one of the villains and hardens his entire body, using his unbreakable form and tackling Auxiliary. She's startled for just a moment, as are the villains who witness this. Until Red Riot digs his feet ankle deep into the road and shields her with his body. She uses her earphone jacks via hero equipment to project a wall of sound in front of them, and they both watch as a city block's worth of rubble, concrete, iron, and dust washes over them. After just shy of a minute, the dust begins to settle. Some pro heroes pull themselves out of the rubble. Most were still at the edge of the city, as was the plan. RNBS. And as expected, Dynamite's assault punched a massive hole in the villain's forces, as well as Jakku City, leaving almost half a kilometer of rubble and debris inside a shallow crater. And in the middle of it, pro-hero Dynamite stands atop the crumpled corpse of Muscular, surrounded by the horrified cries of villains who lost much of their forces to the same attack. Is that the best you weaklings have? Dynamite screams out, seeing a few villains gather at the edge of the crater, hesitant to fight him after such a display. I came here for a challenge, so who do I get to blow up next? He flashes a primal smile, all while bluffing. My arms are already hurting. I may have overdone it with my awakening, but this guy would have been a problem if we let him fight the regular pro-heroes. I hope these weaklings are too scared to attack right now. That should give me enough time to recover. The villains continue to hesitate, until Dabi flies over to them, standing in the air with white flames at his feet, glaring down at Dynamite. Their gazes meet, glaring at each other. Then Dabi smiles. I know the look of someone who needs to cool down between big attacks. Hell, that used to be me a few months ago. Shit. Dynamite clenches his hands, palms still sore from that last explosion. He's bluffing. He can't do another one of those for a while. Kill him like the rest, Dabi says to the villains as he begins flying away. I have a family reunion to get to. Mandalay, I need backup. Dynamite screams telepathically through their connection. Ouch, no shouting, and you already have backup incoming. I'm more concerned with the normal pro-heroes. People like you can handle these villains no problem. Her telepathy quirk allows her to connect to multiple people. However, she can only communicate with them and have them speak to her. Therefore, she always acts as the middleman during any conversation. Because of this, her quirk is best utilized in collaboration between the leaders of each team. Endeavor, Deku, Dynamite, and the people leading the subjugation of the middling villains. Dynamite sees dozens of villains charging him, willing to test the waters and call his bluff, while others wait on the sidelines. And knowing his quirk still needs a few seconds to recover, he raises his hand and pulls the pin on his left grenadier gauntlet. In a nearby forest, a few miles away from Jakku City, Lady Nagant is leaning against a tree with her right arm transformed into its sniper rifle form. Through her new visor, she's able to see Dynamite unleashing his second gauntlet and charging a group of villains. He fights valiantly until she sees a particularly powerful high-end Nomi descend on him. She aims at it, seeing the danger it poses to her teammate, but stays her hand, not willing to waste her one shot on this. The correct decision, as a moment later, Lemillion launches out of the ground and slams his knee into its face, making it stagger back before Nejire-chan arrives and hits it with an energy wave, grinding it into the mountain of rubble beneath them. What the hell are you doing here, idiot? Dynamite screams at Lemillion. Go help Deku. Lemillion smiles awkwardly and phases through the ground, rushing off to assist Deku's team before Auxiliary, Red Riot, Edge Shot, Ryuko, and a few other top pro heroes arrive. Lady Nagant reverts her arm to its regular form, ending with a massive spiraling bullet held carefully in her palm, the tip of which holds the quirk deleter round, intended for use against Muscular if needed. She sees them engage the villains as other heroes arrive, then shifts her sight to Dabi as he soars to the far edge of the city. With his body cloaked in flames, she could easily spot him. Even at his current speed, the dark spot within the flames would be easy to hit. Too bad those stupid flames would melt my bullet, and the air pressure would alter my shot vector. How annoying. She thinks while surveying the other battles, hoping not to have to get involved. After all, she was now a citizen of the United States, therefore, she technically wasn't even here to help. So she relaxes as Dabi finds his father and brother. Standing in the middle of a large open plaza, Shoto and Endeavor look off in the distance as the sounds of chaotic battle echo through the city. I knew he'd gotten stronger, but that was a bit much, Shoto says as he hears explosions raging in the distance. Your friends are impressive, as always, but we should focus. Endeavor looks back toward the edge of the plaza where Burnin and his sidekicks are, ready to keep everyone else away from this battle. And as he looks forward, his son arrives on the battlefield. Hey, Dad. Missed me? Dabi asks with a Cheshire smile. He descends to the concrete plaza, allowing the white flames to fade away, showing off his burnt flesh rapidly healing. This is a nice family reunion, Dabi smiles at them. Too bad some people are missing. What happened to them? Shoto moves to attack, but Endeavor rests a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. He's just trying to make us emotional, to throw us off balance. Endeavor steps between his sons. TCH, always protecting him, your golden child. He and Fuyamai are the only family I have left, Endeavor says. Oh, so she's alive, huh? I'll have to visit her after this. But I think you forgot one person, right? And who is that? Me? Your son? The one you abandoned and betrayed for that half piece of trash. White flames erupt around Dabi as he prepares to pounce. You're not my son. Bright orange flames erupt on Endeavor while Shoto begins using his ice abilities to cool his own body, preparing to assist his father. You're just a villain now. I've already made peace with that. Just as I've made peace with what I must do to you, to protect this world. Then let's burn together. Dabi rockets forward, as does Endeavor. We'll burn in hell together, old man. We'll start right here. Endeavor screams as his flames become even more intense. As they're a dozen meters apart, they both raise their fists and yell in unison. Flash fire fist, jet burn. Dabi and Endeavor punch forward, releasing white and orange flames, respectively. The emission of fire is so intense that it most closely resembles energy beams, releasing immense heat and air pressure, pushing everyone and everything away as the plaza and buildings around them melt into sludge. Burnin is forced to retreat, even her fire quirk is failing to protect her, and many of the nearby villains aren't so lucky. Their eyes and blood boiled in an instant, flash frying them. Shoto's entire body is releasing water vapor almost too fast for him to replace it, forcing him to commit all of his energy and focus on creating ice on his body. After a few seconds, they both back away. Endeavor sporting some burns on the arm he used, the same as Dabi, except Dabi's burns quickly heal, allowing him to lunge forward with another attack. Endeavor raises his hand to match it, but both he and Shoto know his firepower decreases as his body temperature rises, causing his organs to overheat and shut down. The very problem he sought to solve in Shoto. Endeavor's weaker attack is quickly overwhelmed by Dabi's, but Shoto rushes forward and stands beside his father. He rests his right hand on Endeavor's shoulder, using ice to cool both of them, and from his left hand, wildly unleashes all the firepower he can. His control pales in comparison to his father's, as does his power, but when Endeavor's flames mix with any other, including natural flames, he can control them like his own. Feeling his body cooling, Endeavor can focus, and uses Shoto's fire to match Dabi's attack once more, causing a massive explosion that completely melts all the surrounding buildings, knocking the three of them back. Endeavor grabs Shoto while rolling and flies into the air, away from the scent of limestone and scorched air, seeing the concrete plaza turn to sludge beneath them. We'll lose the endurance battle, Endeavor says, seeing Dabi healing once more, knee-deep in melted concrete. We have to end this in one attack. I'm with you, Shoto says while still cooling his father. He pushes himself until Endeavor is back in top form and frostbite is threatening them both, at which point Endeavor tosses him into the air before rocketing down toward Dabi. Dabi. Endeavor's flames grow hotter by the second while gathering on his chest. Looking up at his father, Dabi smiles. That's right. Let's end it now. The whole family tree burns. No more Todorokis. Dabi mirrors his father, gathering flames on his chest and crossing his arms. The surrounding heat warps the air, creating intense, scorching winds that push the liquid concrete around his feet away. Plus ultra they both scream in unison. Prominence burn. Just beyond arm's reach from each other, they both release massive beams of heat from their chests, instantly pushing their quirks to the limit. The shockwave created by such insane heat instantly evaporating all the moisture in the air explodes like a controlled nuclear blast wave, sending entire 15-story concrete buildings across the city as molten slag and rubble. Many villains suddenly find themselves between the Todoroki battle, which threatens to flash fry them. The army of pro-heroes at the edge of the city, which has done phenomenally at arresting everyone thus far. And the dynamite crater, where villains are falling faster than they can send them. All terrible options, yet they all find themselves moving away from the building heat of this fight, eagerly rushing to fight the army of pro-heroes. As Endeavor and Dabi find themselves in a stalemate, Dabi peers through the flames to see burns forming on Endeavor. His hero costume was now mostly gone on the arms and torso, the equipment made to help him focus his flames and cool himself instantly destroyed when they clashed. And looking at Dabi, Endeavor sees much worse burns on him, except they're healing. Nowhere near as fast as before since he's being continuously burned, but still at a visible rate. Endeavor feels his hope wane at the sight, until a cold hand on his back reminds him why he's fighting. Keep pushing forward, Shoto says while pushing his ice abilities more than ever before, cooling himself and his father. Your Endeavor? The only thing you're good at is never giving up. Isn't that what you told me? Endeavor grits his teeth, feeling his organs cooled enough to push his quirk more, and redoubles his efforts against Dabi. Arg. He releases a feral scream and Dabi finds himself being slowly pushed backward into the melted floor around him. His healing is now slowed to a crawl, and a few seconds later, Endeavor can see him taking damage faster than he can heal it. No. Dabi screams, pushing everything into his quirk, causing himself to burn away even faster for the sake of killing them all. We're supposed to die together. You damn villain. Shoto says. Leave my family alone. Leave my sister alone. Leave my father alone. Endeavor pushes himself even more, forcing his flames to erupt in bright blue hues. Dabi's hands begin burning away instantly, causing him to release desperate screams. Not screams of pain, but screams of anguish at seeing his dream be destroyed. Come on, just a bit more. Shoto says. You can do this, Dad. Urgh. Endeavor damn near unhinges his jaw to release the most primal scream Shoto's ever heard as his flames push past their blue ascendants and become pure blinding white. Visibly similar to Dabi's, and yet, they punch right through him. Endeavor's beam of fire pushes through Dabi's with ease and overwhelms the villain, cremating him to ash in an instant before burrowing through the ground for 100 meters. Seeing this, he instantly deactivates his quirk and blacks out, caught by Shoto, who keeps them in the air with flames on his feet. He reaches the communication device in his ear to send an update, only to realize it melted in the battle. Damn it, I'll have to bother her, he says while flying to a safe place at the edge of the city to treat Endeavor. The man was covered in burns on most of his torso and arms, treatable, but he'd need time to cool off before he can get back into the fight. Mandalay, Dabi is dealt with, that's all. Got it. Move to help the main forces when you can. My dad needs me here to cool him off. We'll update you as we go. Copy. Shoto finds a relatively secluded rooftop at the edge of the city and lays his dad there, working to cool his body down immediately. And not seconds later, he's joined by Burnin. 4 minutes into the raid, and it's already gotten crazy, she says while handing him some specialized ointment to treat burns. Shoto nods. Muscular and dabby and gone. Redistro flipped, so he's also dealt with. Now, just Shigaraki and the doctor. We need to stay on our toes. Getting relaxed in situations like this is what gets pro heroes killed. Yeah, I know. After you cool him down, get back into the fight, I'll stay and apply the medi. Burnin is cut off at an excruciating noise hits everyone in the city. She grabs her communicator and sees it's sparking. What the hell? Shoto reaches into her utility belt and takes out her phone, seeing that it's in the same condition. Shit, that's radio wave. Burnin is about to speak when Shoto raises a hand to silence her, all the while still cooling Endeavor. Mandalay, he says mentally and out loud. Tell Deku to be careful, THA. Mandalay to all points. Her worried voice reaches everyone. Get away from the hospital facility. Grab who you can and fly if you can. Do it now. Shigaraki is awake. Burnin and Shoto feel dread flow through them, and from their position at the edge of the city, they turn to see the hospital atop the hill on the other side of Jakko City. Oh god, Shoto mutters as the wave of destruction spreads through the hospital building and to the surrounding area. Keep up. Deku screams after throwing Muscular into the sky for dynamite. Ignore the villains that will gather at our back. Destroying Shigaraki is the main goal. Getting out is a bonus. He glances back to see Mirko struggling to keep up with his casual pace while carrying Eraserhead and Tsukuyomi. Turn back toward the hospital fortress, he focuses on the army of villains and Nomu ahead of him. The only real issue should be the high-end Nomu with super regeneration. Having Eraserhead makes those easier, but Mirko should be able to handle those with his help. I should crush everything else. He charges forward and wildly punches the air, sending pressure waves that blast away villains and Nomu with ease, while more charge him. Closer to the hospital, he sees a group of villains on the roof launch streams of fire, wind, electricity, and energy beams directly at them. Deku frowns and slams his feet into the ground, cracking the street, shaking the city blocks around them, and digging himself ankle deep into the earth. As the attacks close in, he spreads his arms wide before clapping his hands together, releasing a blast wave that tears up the earth in front of him. It sends the streams of fire back at the hospital, while the massive landslide blasts toward the hospital and blocks the other projectiles. He doesn't bother looking back, hearing Mirko's metal-tipped boots landing behind him, and launches forward once more. Seconds later he's inside the hospital, having broken down the heavily reinforced entrance with ease. He finds himself staring down an army of Nomu and villains. Ahead of him, blocking the entrance, surrounding him on all sides, and on the balconies above, aiming down at him. Having memorized the layout of this building, and more importantly, the route they'd be taking, Deku knows exactly what kind of attacks the structure can handle. Smash! He screams as the Nomu lunge toward him and the villains fire their quirks. He launches an uppercut that blasts off the roof like an air cannon. The backdraft rips most of the Nomu and villains out of the building, launching them hundreds of feet into the sky. Of the few enemies remaining, he sees a high-end Nomu reminiscent of an elephant, and a man with what appears to be diamond skin. The man rushes forward after the airstream ends, closing the distance on Deku with arms outstretched to grapple him. Deku matches his form, but is much faster, grabbing the man's arm and throwing him over his shoulder toward the destroyed entrance. The man exits the hospital like a bullet, smashing through the structure above the entrance and soaring across the city. Diamond skin, I don't have time to deal with that kind of quirk, Deku thinks before turning to the high-end Nomu. He sees its trunk grow and extend, its feet sink into the concrete floor, as whatever it did increased its weight. Go. Eraserhead says from behind Deku, and he doesn't bother looking back before using his immensely superior speed to rush past the Nomu, not even touching it. A Nigerian Naira-o. Deku dashes down the hallway. Eraserhead uses his quirk on the high-end Nomu, disabling its regeneration for Tsukuyomi to kill it, forming dark shadow and tearing it in two as Mirko carries them past it. When they enter the hallway, the building and the entire city rumbles due to Dynamite's attack. But even then, Tsukuyomi simply has dark shadow protect them from any falling rubble, now stronger in the darkness of the hallways as they descend to the underground labs. The warlord Muscular has been defeated. Dynamite needs any assistance we can spare in the crater to the northeast near the hospital, Mandalay announces to everyone. Deku smiles while descending another flight of stairs, having expected no less from his friend. As he enters another massive underground Nomu gestation facility, filled with massive gestation tubes of half-grown Nomu, he moves his head to the side, barely avoiding a laser beam to the face. He sees a Nomu with one large glowing eye across the room as it charges another shot at him. I know that quirk, he thinks, recognizing that familiar pattern on the pupil. Before it can fire, he stumps the ground, shattering it and sending fragments into the air, hundreds of fragments. He then waves his hand, using a blast of wind to launch hundreds of pebbles at the Nomu. Its quirk fires, one small laser at each projectile, hundreds in an instant. A quirk that can split the beam to attack anything the user deems as a target at the moment of firing, but the downsides are severe, namely the toll it takes on the user's mental capacity. All the projectiles are melted in the air, but when the Nomu scans for its target, Deku isn't there. Instead, in the instant before it fired, he used his speed to circle the room along the far wall and close in on the Nomu, tearing its head off in one smooth motion before proceeding deeper into the lab. Endeavor and Shoto have engaged Dabi to the southwest. Those without heat resistance, please maintain a cautious distance, Mandalay announces. I hope they'll be alright, Deku mutters while shoulder-checking a massive vault door into the final floors of the facility. The vault door goes flying across the room, only to be melted by arcing plasma fired at him. Deku sees the purple plasma arc coming at him, and, thanks to the vault door, has enough time to dodge it. He sees a horde of Nomu with 2 high-end Nomu at the back. Every Nomu in this room has a top-tier quirk, each capable of claiming the life of a top 10 pro hero. However, their opponent was no mere top 10 pro hero, but the most powerful pro hero in the world. Glancing around, Deku sees the floor is made of massive interlocking metal plates. More Nomu gestation tubes fill the room, this time with more mature specimens, and the regular Nomu are already charging him. He narrows his gaze at them, crouching and tearing one of the metal sheets from the ground, then hurls it like a knife horizontally at the horde. A dozen Nomu are cut in half before he rushes forward and smashes through most of the others, quickly reaching the 2 high-end Nomu. Moving obscenely fast, so much so that the plasma arcing Nomu can't properly lock onto him. He uses this opening to appear behind that Nomu and launch a direct contact kick at the side of its head, but the other high-end Nomu raises a dull purplish energy barrier to block his attack. The barrier absorbs his attack and becomes stronger, allowing him to push against it and leap onto the ceiling, looking down at the Nomu for a moment. Plasma and a reactive impact shield. They really don't want anyone getting past this. But every quirk has a weakness, and these are no exception. Deku pushes off the ceiling toward the shield Nomu, rearing his right arm back to strike. The plasma Nomu isn't fast enough to lock on, the weakness of its quirk, thus it hides behind the shield with its ally. However, Deku smiles at this, launching his hand forward with an open palm, striking the shield directly. The energy shield trembles, ripples flowing through it to strengthen it many times over, but in the same instant, the floor beneath the Nomu cracks, signaling to Deku that his theory was correct. In the blink of an eye, he kicks the air multiple times without breaking contact with the shield, instantly crushing both Nomu into the metal-plated floor, burying them in the concrete beneath it. He looks up to see the other Nomu charging him and disappears from his position, landing a dozen hits before they can respond, killing most of them in an instant while the 2 high-end Nomu regenerate and pull themselves out of the floor. He looks back to see the rubble burying them slowly moving, but rushes past them into the final chamber, hearing over the radio that his allies are only a few rooms behind. Dabi has been defeated, Mandalay announces as Deku smashes into the final room. He sees Shigaraki floating in a large gestation tube in the middle of the room, filled with the same eerie purple solution as the various Nomu. He takes a second to studying the room. Shigaraki floating in the middle, a body glove, and a mask like all for one. Does he need it to breathe? Those tubes coming out of him keep him sustained? I have to kill him now. Deku's gaze shifts throughout the room, quickly settling on Dr. Ryuko, who is working on a machine at the far side of the room. That's the signal machine, Deku realizes as he rushes across the room. As Deku is moving toward him, Dr. Ryuko smiles, connecting the final wires. You're too late. Deku tackles him away from the control panel, into the wall, breaking many of his bones against it. Ah! As the doctor screams, Deku looks back at Shigaraki and the machine, but nothing happens. Dr. Ryuko looks at the scene in confusion, trying and failing to understand why Shigaraki isn't waking up and killing these pro-heroes. After all, he fixed the programming by bypassing the code and directly triggering the machine. But even now, it's not working. His face turns red with frustration, realizing something must have gone wrong, so he decides to give a verbal command. Whack! Before he can finish the word, Deku reaches back, without looking, and squeezes his jaw, completely breaking it and shattering the teeth in his mouth. He then knocks the man out by flicking his forehead, allowing him to slump to the floor. The room is eerily silent for a few more seconds, until the sound of sparks and a machine breaking reaches him, and looking over his shoulder toward the source, Deku smiles. Heya, underclassman. Lemillion emerges from one of the machines that was now smoking, allowing Deku to relax. I broke all the machines we needed to, so the emergency fail-safes they had prepared won't work. We can pull Shigaraki out without anything weird happening now. Looks like our plan worked. That's a pleasant change, Deku says while dragging Dr. Ryuko behind him, all the way over to Shigaraki. Lemillion falls into step beside him as they approach the suspended villain. Stopping in front of the main control panel, they see a heartbeat monitor, registering a corpse inside the container. So he really is dead, Lemillion says, looking disgusted. What kind of body modification is worth literally dying for? The kind we don't want to see in action firsthand, Deku says as he begins the draining sequence. The purple liquid begins draining from the tank, into tubes leading into nearby storage tanks, allowing the glass and equipment to remain unharmed. We need to get him out of here, Lemillion says. Can it work against him? No. His quirk factor isn't active right now, so the quirk deleter round won't work. Our best bet is to get him to a secure place and keep him buried until Japan is under our control. Interfering with his body could cause him to somehow wake up. The less we interfere with it, the better. Lemillion nods as the last of the liquid is drained and the tubes disconnect, leaving Shigaraki with gaping, bloody holes at his sides. Lemillion and Deku then share an apprehensive look before Deku flicks a finger at the tank, using air pressure to shatter the glass. They both leap back in a fighting stance, but as the broken glass falls, the corpse doesn't move. Is it confirmed? They both get startled as Eraserhead, Mirko, and Tsukuyomi enter the room after dealing with all the Nomu outside. Not yet, Deku says while cautiously approaching the corpse. Then, carefully, he checks for a pulse. He feels the body, skin like titanium, moving the limbs feels like bending bridge cables, and ice cold to the touch. Even the blood was barely moving, so cold it was almost frozen. Deku takes him out of the machine and rests him on the ground, ripping off the mask to reveal Shigaraki with white hair, his eyes open and lifeless for them to see. Eraserhead immediately activates his quirk, but it doesn't connect as no quirk factor is active for it to stop, as well as there not being a mind for it to affect. Mandalay, we've secured Shigaraki, he says, and everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Is it safe to transport him out of here? No, she says to their team. There are way too many Nomu and villains remaining. The last thing we want is for this to become a war over who has his body. Especially with all the electric quirks out here, one stray bolt and his heart could maybe get a jump start. How bad is it out there? Mirko asks. The villains called in reinforcements from nearby cities. We're about to be overwhelmed if we don't figure something out. Eraserhead nods to Mirko. We'll stick to the plan. Deku, Lemillion, and Tsukuyomi will remain here. Mirko will bring Ujiko to extraction after dropping me off with dynamite. We'll deal with the villains outside. Copy. I'll make the announcement. Remember to collapse the tunnels behind you, Lemillion says. We'll still be able to get out, but we don't want any Nomu coming in here. I got it. Mirko gives him a toothy smile while hoisting Dr. Ujiko onto one shoulder and grabbing Eraserhead under her other arm. After they leave, Deku, Lemillion, and Tsukuyomi take Shigaraki's corpse and move it to a dry and safe location, far from any machines or potential hazards. Lemillion stands nearby, glaring down at the corpse, while Tsukuyomi leans against the wall and Deku anxiously paces back and forth. Worrying won't help anyone, Tokoyami says. Mirko is probably close to the evac site by now. Once she hands over Ujiko, Yuriko will take him away from here. They'll both be away from danger. I know, but I don't know. I thought it'd be fun having a pro-hero girlfriend, and it was. But now Deku cuts himself off. Ugh, fighting villains is less complicated than dealing with girls. Both Lemillion and Tsukuyomi give sympathetic nods. Infiltration team, Mandalay's voice reaches them. Ujiko is leaving the city with Uravity's team. Eraserhead is already making a massive difference on the battlefield. Be ready to escort the body out of there within the minute. Deku breathes a sigh of relief at that, finally able to relax for the precious few seconds before hell was unleashed once more. Until this point, the entire operation could only be considered an absolute success. Every team, every objective, every possibility they could have predicted and prepared for was handled. The pro-heroes had won, an overwhelming victory against immense odds. There were absolutely no faults in their plans, or errors in their execution. And with the information they had, even if Horizon's intellect were added to their strategic meetings, absolutely nothing would have changed. However, they are only human. And the wrench in their plans was, by definition, beyond human comprehension. A force of will, a force of nature that warps reality itself to the wishes of the user. So overwhelming that it could be felt from beyond the hospital, beyond Jakku City, beyond the mountain range behind the city. Projected as a burst of electromagnetic signals that only the machine Lemillion destroyed could create, at least, by human understanding. But the transcendent beings of this world are far beyond that. Tsukuyomi pulls out his communicator in the same instant as Deku, both looking at the sparking, malfunctioning devices. What was that? Radio wave. Deku mutters, looking down at it, but is pulled out of his musing as Lemillion's voice reaches them. However, for the first time since they've met, Lemillion's voice was drenched in fear. Mandalay, he mutters, communicator sparking in his ear, but he was too scared to move, eyes glued onto Tomura Shigaraki, who was now sitting upright, looking directly at him. Shigaraki is awake. What? Shigaraki mutters, his mind like murky water, desperately trying to understand the sight before him. Sitting on the floor, he sees Lemillion, Tsukuyomi, and Deku staring back at him. Heroes? What day is it? Shigaraki barely tilts his head, and that is enough to snap them out of their petrified states. Dark shadow expands, enveloping all the walls, rushing toward Shigaraki. Lemillion leaps forward, aiming his fingers at Shigaraki's eyes to make him flinch and block his vision. But Deku takes the most drastic action, unleashing his quirk in a dash toward Shigaraki, wary of the villain's decay, aiming a fist at his head before a finger can be raised. Seeing these attacks coming, Shigaraki's brain works on overdrive as all his instincts demand he survives. Lemillion and Tsukuyomi, annoying at best, he sees Deku's metal boot inches away from his head, and instantly gets annoyed. Shigaraki's body glows bright blue, forcing Dark Shadow to shrink back into Tsukuyomi before an explosion rocks the entire hospital, destabilizing the structure around them. Dark Shadow catches Deku, who was launched back from the detonation quirk, and both heroes are knocked through the far wall of the room. Reacting on instinct, Lemillion activates his quirk and leaps forward through the explosion, allowing everything to phase through him. Shigaraki sees his attack and doesn't react, instead rising to his full height and focusing on his own mind and body. He flexes his fingers and limbs as Lemillion reaches him, casually raising a hand to the incoming fist, forcing Lemillion to become permeable and phase through him, ending up on the other side of the villain. Shigaraki frowns, feeling immense pain in his body. My quirks didn't bind properly. These pests woke me up too early. I need to know what day it is. My procedure was months long, but his was a few weeks shorter. Maybe he's awake already. What's today's date? Shigaraki asks as Lemillion attacks again, and is once again forced to phase through his outstretched hand, returning to his original position in front of the villain. Shigaraki is asking me for the date, Lemillion says to Mandalay telepathically. He must be feeling that his body is incomplete. This is the best chance we'll get to end this. Copy. Why does that matter? Lemillion asks, and behind him, Deku and Tsukuyomi step through the broken wall and back into the room. Shigaraki scoffs, then narrows his eyes onto Deku. Deku, what makes you so special? The thought of one for all rings through the three pro-heroes' minds, but nobody speaks. Pro-heroes Deku, Phantom Thief, and Eraserhead, Shigaraki says. Hand them over and I'll let everyone else go, for today. Deku and the others immediately come to the same conclusion. Shigaraki wants to collect my quirk, along with Erasure and Warp Gate. 3 quirks that would allow him to gain immense power in their eyes. However, Deku smiled at the thought. Because a quirk cannot be stolen if the body is decayed, therefore, he can't use decay on me. Deku thinks to himself before dashing forward. Shigaraki realizes Deku found this slight vulnerability and mentally berates himself for talking too much, but raises a fist to meet Deku's kick. Regardless, dark shadow expands, using the darkness of the underground lab to envelop the hallway once more, quickly spreading across the floor to Shigaraki as they clash. Before their attacks collide, Shigaraki's right hand shimmers yellow. Recoil plus superpower x5 plus power enhancer x12 plus force multiplier x2. Their clash shakes the entire city, forcing Tsukuyomi to extend dark shadow above, holding the ceiling up. Deku feels his attack mirrored at him and added onto Shigaraki's raw power, numbing his leg and destroying the villain's hand in the process. He's sent flying back, caught by dark shadow, and leaps forward again. Damn it! Shigaraki internally rages. If I had all the quirks I requested, this brat would have been split in 2 from that? These bastards woke me up too early. Shigaraki's fist regenerates in the time it takes Deku to close the distance for another clash, using his other leg this time. Shigaraki uses the same combination of quirks to match the attack yet again, but before they make contact, his vision is blocked. Lemillion erupts from the ground, phasing through the floor and dark shadow to obstruct Shigaraki's sight, making him aware that the suite of sensory quirks he requested aren't working. Thus, he lacks the sensory abilities of his master. His eyes widen slightly as Lemillion blocks him, only for his annoyance to become minor concern when dark shadow immediately wraps itself around his body, focusing on his outstretched arm that's currently in Lemillion's stomach. It takes all of Dark Shadow's power to disrupt Shigaraki's strike, pushing his arm just slightly to the side. Shigaraki immediately breaks the hold by using his raw strength, but the damage is already done. In the instant this happened, Deku altered the trajectory of his kick to move past Shigaraki's fist and slam into his elbow, shattering the entire limb. Shigaraki's right arm is broken at the elbow, bone piercing through flesh and leaking blood on the floor as his enhanced recoil quirk sends Deku soaring back to Tsukuyomi. However, while being launched toward his friend, Deku managed to flick a quirk delete around forward. It hit in an instant, passing through Lemillion's cape and back, hitting Shigaraki in the right shoulder before he can react to it. It takes effect instantly, starting to spread through his cells and delete his quirk factor. No. Shigaraki uses detonation once again, just as Lemillion enters the ceiling to appear beside his friends. This explosion is much stronger, knocking them multiple rooms away, and before the shockwave could finish pushing them through the walls, Shigaraki reaches up to his right shoulder and pulls, tearing himself in 2, from right shoulder to left hip, faster than the effect of the bullet could spread, ripping himself and his body glove in half, and dropping to the floor in unimaginable pain. Within seconds, Deku crashes back into the room, ready to end this, but to his horror, he sees a naked Tamura Shigaraki on the floor, beside his own mutilated corpse, which was still wearing the clothes. Shigaraki looks up at Deku while kneeling, hand flat on the ground, as their gazes meet. If you're so important to him, then you should be fine. Shigaraki activates his quirk, and a wave of decay rushes through the hallway. Deku sees the attack coming and considers rushing toward it to knock Shigaraki away from the ground. But pieces of the ceiling had already begun decaying and falling like snowflakes, and touching any of those is lethal. They would disintegrate him before he could ever reach his target. So, he makes the wise choice, turning on his heels and grabbing both his friends, wide-eyed as they are, and leaping with all his might. He jumps diagonally away from Shigaraki, toward the far wall of the room, using 100% of his power to leap face-first into a wall, holding both of them. However, thanks to their training and planning, Dark Shadow knew to wrap them all in a sphere of energy, allowing them to tear through the earth like a cannonball. Moments earlier, Dynamite, go, we'll clean up here, Red Riot says while dealing with some minor villains in the middle of the city. Beside him, Auxiliary and Ms. Midnight were helping to secure the defeated villains while he finished the last pair. Don't bother with that, Dynamite says before immediately crushing the remaining villains, adding them to the impressive pile of unconscious enemies. All of you need to get as far away from the hospital as possible. Shigaraki being awake is a death sentence to anyone who can't fly. He's right, Ms. Midnight says. We can always secure these villains again if they escape. They people who can fly need space to deal with Shigaraki, not liabilities in the way. Red Riot frowns, but gives a stern nod. Running away isn't manly, so kick his ass for me too. TCH, what the hell do you think I was planning, huh? Red Riot and Auxiliary laugh as Dynamite uses his explosions to fly toward the hospital on the northern edge of the city, at the foot of Jakku Mountain. With high-end Nomu getting in his way, his journey is mostly smooth, leading up to the final stretch at the hospital, which is where an energetic rabbit hero arrives at his side. What the hell are you doing? Dynamite asks, flying above the streets while she's leaping across rooftops beside him. Kicking Shigaraki's ass? That's what. You can't fly, dumbass? You'll just be in my way. I'll figure it. Mirko's sentence is cut short by a loud rumbling sound, quickly followed by the sound of rocks shattering and crumbling. As she's in midair between two buildings, the entire Jakku hospital, the hell it once was along with all the villains housed there, explodes. Not in a combustion explosion, but it disintegrates so rapidly that the remaining dust rushes outward. They barely notice a projectile soaring out of the dust cloud and into the distance, disappearing far beyond the limit of their eyesight thanks to Deku's otherworldly leg strength. The building Mirko is about to land on is almost instantly hit with the decay wave, moments before her feet make contact, only for Dynamite to grab her by the waist and rocket into the sky, using one massive explosion from his free hand to get above the city. I told you to run. I wouldn't have been fast enough. She positions herself onto his back, allowing him to steady himself above the city. If you're not fast enough, then. Dynamite feels sick to his stomach. Mandalay, Kirishima, Jiro, everyone, did they get out? I'm getting too much chatter, she says, but he could tell from her tone that there was no good news for him. Just focus on Shigaraki. We'll take a head count after. Shigaraki, Dynamite grinds his teeth, glaring at the epicenter of the attack, peering into the thick dust cloud. He's gotten a lot stronger, Mirko says. Yeah, Bakugo admits. You need to get your ass out of here. If you want to be useful, go get Ryuko to bring Eraserhead here, then you can kick him all you want. Mirko nods, seeing that the decay wave has stopped a few miles away, meaning it was safe to touch. Leaning forward, she kisses Dynamite on the cheek before letting go. Kick his ass for me, she screams while falling to the ground, then races off to the edge of the city. Everyone listen up, we just got some intel from Deku's team. Mandalay then relays every bit of information they learned during the short encounter underground. All while Dynamite hovers above the city, waiting for the dust cloud to clear. As everyone holds their breaths, Lady Nagin scowls. From her position in the mountain overlooking the city, she can't see through the dust cloud, but the intel about Shigaraki's quirks annoys her. A counter-force type quirk. And with speed and strength comparable to All Might, not to mention whatever else he has, can't waste my shot. She transforms her hand into a sniper rifle, loads her custom quirk deleter round, and sets up her tripod, lying flat on her stomach before aiming. It takes minutes for the dust cloud to clear, and when it does, Lady Nagin sees and hears Shigaraki muttering to himself in the middle of the crater. Most of the city was flattened to rubble and dust, and the small mountain the hospital was built upon was completely gone. Now, the underground area where he began the decay wave, was now revealed to the gloomy overcast sky. Heavy rain clouds hang overhead, the result of the Todoroki family conflict, and the wind being slow and warm. Shigaraki breathes a sigh of relief, unaware of all the quirks dedicated to listening in on his words as he enjoys the warm breeze on his skin. Annoying little heroes, he mutters. You all really did a number on me. He flexes his hands, focusing on his quirks, his body, his mind, and glares at his palms. I requested so many quirks, and I can't feel some of them. They woke me up too early. But at least my healing quirks work, as does decay. But I need to be careful not to decay those three. Shigaraki nods to himself, a determined look on his face. I can't disintegrate them. No, he gave me chance after chance. No matter how many times I failed him, I won't mess this up. I need those corpses, those quirks. But, how strong am I? He swings his arm to the side, causing a pressure wave that upturns the ground. Definitely leveled up, a lot, he smiles. Now, if Horizon is level 100 he cuts himself off. No, that thing uses cheats, he says bitterly. If Star and Stripe was level 100, then, I'm level 35. TCH, they really had to ruin my sleep and sabotage me, those cheating bastards. I show. Shigaraki is interrupted by deafening explosions descending toward him. Annoying, he looks up to see Dynamite descending upon him. I just leveled up, and you haven't even installed the game. Get lost. Should have stayed dead. Dynamite screams while spinning, gathering the air around him as minor explosions are released from different parts of his body, increasing his momentum. Little bug, Shigaraki casually turns to face the pro hero, stretching his arms and lowering into a deep crouch. You'll die first. He rockets into the air, the power of his legs pushing off the ground shatters the earth beneath him. In an instant, he's in front of Dynamite, his face inches from a pair of glowing palms as a massive explosion rocks the area. The explosion is heard for miles, drawing the attention of the precious few survivors of the decay wave, launching Shigaraki into the ground and Dynamite into the air. Damn it! Dynamite stabilizes himself in the air, arms trembling from the strain of the attack while staring at the dust cloud below him. Where the hell are you? His eyes widen as Shigaraki leaps out of the cloud at an absurd speed. Shit. Dynamite uses an explosion to push himself aside, watching as Shigaraki ascends hundreds of feet above him. He can't fly, he updates Mandalay, who shares the intel with everyone. But to his horror, Shigaraki punches the air and pivots, moving through the atmosphere in the same manner as Deku and All Might, directly toward Dynamite. Seeing the clear attack vector, Dynamite dodges him once again. Try this. Shigaraki opens his palm toward Dynamite while rushing past him and releases a bolt of lightning directly at the pro-hero. Dynamite avoids the first bolt, but in that time, Shigaraki landed on the ground and leapt toward him again. Gotcha! Shigaraki rears back his fist to decapitate Dynamite, only to be knocked aside by a translucent blue energy ring slamming into him, sending him tumbling across the crater as Dynamite blasts him with an explosion. What the hell took you so long? He turns in midair, speaking to Majestic. Beside him, the pro-hero, Majestic, was standing in the air on a ring of blue energy created by his quirk. Alongside him was Gang Orca on an identical ring. Majestic glares at Shigaraki as Mandalay updates them on everyone's positions. This is the thing that killed Genesis. I'll make him pay for what he did to my sidekick. He grinds his teeth in frustration. Dynamite hears that, and it takes all his self-control not to charge at Shigaraki in a blind rage. We need to keep him off the floor, Dynamite says. I know. My energy rings can handle that. We need to get him in position for Gang Orca to shake him up. I'll conserve my strength until then, Gang Orca says. Then let's start before he gets bored and leaves. Dynamite rushes toward Shigaraki as Majestic struggles to keep up. Of course, ants swarm, Shigaraki mutters before rushing forward, running across the battlefield as Dynamite is now flying low enough to effectively fight on the ground. Fast, Dynamite barely dodges one of Shigaraki's punches, pushed back by the air pressure of his limb moving, and almost blown away. He uses explosions to get around Shigaraki and blast the side of his face, but the villain doesn't even flinch, much less take any visible damage. Shigaraki kicks forward, and Dynamite barely dodges, again. If I weren't training with Deku, that would have killed me, he thinks as Shigaraki frowns. My body is sluggish to respond. Did they wake me up that early? He wonders while quickly overwhelming Dynamite. He moves to launch another kick, but the moment he raises his leg, a blue energy ring appears under his foot. The energy ring explodes, launching him into the air for Dynamite to brace himself against the earth and points both palms up, releasing another massive explosion at Shigaraki point blank. Shigaraki is sent tumbling through the air, and the moment he catches his bearings, an immense heat overwhelms him. A beam of white-hot fire slams into him and pushes him into the earth, melting the ground around him and burning away his skin. The muscle beneath his skin is charred as his eyes boil and explode, only to be healed just as quickly as they're destroyed. It lasts for all of 10 seconds before the heat and bright light subsides, and they turn to Endeavor, who just arrived with Shoto. Seriously? Endeavor asks after landing, Shoto already cooling him off as they all watch Shigaraki get out of the molten pool, spitting up some melted rock and shaking some out of his regenerating white hair. Number 1, you're here already, Shigaraki smiles at them. Now it's a party. He tenses his muscles, ready to charge at Endeavor, but glances to the side, noticing the other top 10 pro heroes approaching the battlefield. This party is a bit too crowded for my taste. Shigaraki drops to one knee and moves to touch the ground with his palms. Never again, Majestic thinks as he creates a blue energy ring below Shigaraki and detonates it, launching him into the air before he can decay anything. Hurry and cool off, Dynamite says to Endeavor before leaping into the air, engaging Shigaraki with explosions in close range. Shigaraki notices their plan and activates some of his mutation quirks, hardening his skin and body with armor and scales quirks, among many others. Dynamite immediately notices this as his explosion can now barely make Shigaraki flinch, but he smiles anyway. Shigaraki reaches out to grab his head, but Dynamite uses an explosion to propel himself downward before spinning and launching an explosion up, sending Shigaraki higher into the air. What? Shigaraki looks up to see Mirko above him, her entire body tensed into a spinning axe kick, dropping her heel directly toward his skull. He raises his palm to touch her leg, ready to decay her. However, the moment they make contact, his powerful body stops her kick, but the decay doesn't happen. Instead, she twists and kicks him with her free leg on the side of his head, continuing to twist her body and launch him toward the ground. Using the recoil of that attack, she backflips and is caught by Ryuko, who has Eraserhead on her back. Now get me out of here, Eraserhead says. I don't need to keep looking at him. Just drop me off within a mile and make sure I don't have to blink. I'll go join the fight. Mirko leaps back off the dragon and nosedives toward the battlefield below. Eraserhead disabled his quirks. Mandalay excitedly announces to everyone on the ground as Shigaraki is sent toward them by Mirko's kick. Endeavor, Shoto, and Gang Orca charge forward. Shigaraki descends hundreds of feet toward the ground and slams into the stone, hard enough to shake the crater as his body bounces a few feet up from the impact. His eyes open, processing the immense pain racking him as his pain nullification quirk is now disabled. But the first thing he sees is a pissed-off Endeavor standing a dozen meters 40 feet away, flames condensed on his chest as Shoto stands beside him. Shoto has one hand creating powerful flames as his other hand rests on Endeavor's side, cooling himself and his father at once. Even with my quirks disabled, my body is so resistant to fire that I can last long enough without super regen. Shigaraki's thoughts are interrupted as his brain is put into a blender. A wave of vibrations washes over him from Gang Orca, who was positioned to sandwich him between the Todorokis and himself. The sonic attack rattles his brain, the stream of vibrations tearing up the ground and pushing him toward Endeavor and Shoto, who unleash hellfire upon him. The heat they release causes so much air pressure that Shigaraki is sandwiched between a constant onslaught of vibrational shockwaves and their flames, burning him away and shaking him apart all at once. Arg! His screams are cut short by his vocal cords being burned up. He covers his face with his hands, desperate to protect his eyes and nose, the hot air already damaging his lungs and causing him to spit up blood, to drown in his own blood. His minor natural regeneration is working, but not nearly fast enough to counteract their power. They burn and shake him down until the bone under his skin is showing charred black. The side of his skull facing Endeavor and Shoto is revealed, along with much of the bones on the right side of his body, surrounded by charred black flesh. Shigaraki feels his lips burn away next, then the blood he's constantly throwing up boils in his mouth while drowning him, causing his mind to get hazy. Focus, he chants to himself, struggling to think of anything at the moment. He takes one step forward, scaring everyone, but they keep the pressure on him. Don't move, Best Jeanist says, controlling the DNA fabric of Shigaraki's pants to anchor him to the ground and restrict his legs. Based on his DNA and connected to his quirks, they're just as durable as he is at the moment. Fire, too much fire, Shigaraki thinks as he fades in and out of consciousness. Need to decay, need to breathe. He feels his lungs almost full of blood before it all evaporates and expands, doing absurd damage to his internal organs. He pivots in that moment, overcome by the absolute desire to survive above all else. Acting purely on instinct, he moves to stop the vibrational attack, lunging at Gang Orca. Gang Orca keeps his composure as Shigaraki rushes toward him, amplifying his attack even more as the villain reaches out to grab his face. Shigaraki's right hand breaks apart and burns away as he gets closer, the vibrations becoming more effective with each inch he closes. But even with a stump below his elbow, he shoves it through Gang Orca's head before anyone can react. With speed and strength comparable to All Might in his prime, they could barely even see what happened before he tore the whaleman in half. Majestic reacts quickly, forming an exploding energy ring below Shigaraki and launching him into the air. However, at that same instant, Shigaraki threw Gang Orca's corpse at him, crushing him. The pro-heroes acknowledge this, but don't lose a step as two of their friends are killed. MT Lady rushes forward and raises an enlarged steel beam like a bat, knocking Shigaraki into the air for dynamite to chase him, giving Endeavor and Shoto time to cool off. Shigaraki flips in the air and kicks upward, completely halting his moment just above the battlefield as his eyes regenerate, much slower than super regeneration, but still a concerning speed for the pro-heroes. His one good eye locks onto Endeavor, and he kicks his feet against the air, launching himself at the man. Dynamite notices his path and tries to intercept, but is too slow, barely recognizing a blur as Shigaraki rushes past him. Endeavor sees the villain coming and raises his hand to release a streak of flames, much weaker since his body is almost overheated. Shoto uses his ice to generate a wall in front of them, trying to buy any second he can. However, none of them are fast enough to mount even a measly defense against a rabid Shigaraki. The thin ice wall forms, and before Shigaraki can even reach it, boom, it explodes into nothing, as they're all nearly torn off the ground by an immense shockwave and draft. Best Jeanist desperately uses his quirk to anchor them as multiple sonic booms rock the battlefield. What the hell was that? Mirko asks. Even her incredible eyes didn't see what happened. She turns in the direction Shigaraki went and sees a massive trench carved out for hundreds of feet, hearing deafening explosions from the far end of it. At the end of the trench, after moving at inhuman speeds and drop-kicking Shigaraki across the battlefield, Deku is straddling his chest, unleashing a barrage of punches that hit like a stream of earthquakes. His arms move like a blur as each strike connects with Shigaraki's skull, cracking it and trying to crush his brain into dust with each one. Just die already. Deku screams as he keeps punching with everything he has, shaking apart what remains of the city, causing massive cracks through the region as hundreds of punches connect, nearly flattening Shigaraki's skull and brain. Beneath him, Shigaraki is entirely unconscious, slowly dying as his brain collapses in on itself. Smash! Deku screams as he delivers the final blow to Shigaraki, shattering his skull and smashing his fist through the brain, punching a hole through him and embedding his gloved fist into the earth beneath the villain. Deku pants frantically, not bothered by what he'd just done, only seeing it as justified. But catching his breath after that much exertion. Update. Mandalay asks as the city stops shaking. I think he's dead, Deku says. But don't let Aizawa-sensei blink yet, not while he's still in one pie. Deku's thoughts are cut off as another burst of what they believe to be a radio wave quirk washes over the battlefield. And directly below him, Shigaraki's body jerks upward and glows bright orange, a dormant detonation quirk activating. Deku retreats hundreds of feet back to his allies in an instant, avoiding the blast, which causes a crater the size of a football field. Mandalay. Deku asks. Eraserhead still hasn't blinked. It must be something else. Across the battlefield from them, Shigaraki is on his knees as his body slowly regenerates. He looks up to see all the top 10 pro-heroes, along with Bakugo, Shoto, Burnin, and Tsukuyomi, descending upon him, led by Deku, who clearly has murder in his eyes. Tamura, All for One's voice speaks in his mind. Master? Was that you? But, how? I am still learning the limitations of what I am, or more accurately, the lack of limitations, All for One says. That boy, I want his quirk, Tamura. Deku. Yes, Deku. You have failed me thrice before. Do your best not to fail me again, Tomura. I won't fail you, Master. Never again. Tomura Shigaraki rushes forward as his body slowly repairs itself, ready for another round against the greatest pro heroes of Japan. What the hell is going on back there? Eraserhead asks, gritting his teeth as his eyes sting. Beside him, Rocklock uses his quirk to lock his eyelids open while Manuel uses his water quirk to keep his eyeballs moisturized. Huddled behind a collapsed building, they brace themselves, the constant shockwaves from the fight threatening to split the earth between their feet at any moment. Manuel peeks his head out from behind cover and can only see a kaleidoscope of destruction in the distance. Bright orange flames erupting alongside explosions, MT Lady swinging an enlarged metal pipe around, and both Ryuko and Nejire-chan rapidly flying through the air to help everyone reposition. Eraserhead, did you blink? Mandalay asks through her telepathic connection. No, my quirk is still fully active. What's going on? Shigaraki used a detonation quirk to gain distance and got a second wind. They confirmed his other quirks aren't working, but this still doesn't make sense. It must be his body. They likely planned for it and gave him a body that is powerful without active quirks. Not surprising since Gigantomachia was the blueprint for their Nomu. The detonation quirk still doesn't add up though, even knowing all of that. Can you get closer to activate your quirk again, maybe shut off more of his quirks? That's not how it works. Eraserhead braces himself as an enormous shockwave shakes the battlefield. Even a mile away, they could barely stand as it washes over them. Manuel looks over their cover to see a giant-sized dark shadow, empowered under the gloomy overcast sky as it forms a gargantuan fist, larger than MT Lady, and pummels Shigaraki repeatedly into the ground. More shockwaves erupt and Rocklock crouches, using his quirk on the ground and locking it in place, stabilizing their footing as the earth around them cracks. Mandalay, they'll just have to figure it out, as is. If I blink, all the damage Shigaraki's taken so far will be instantly healed, not to mention the threat of decay. Have them stick to their current plan, damage him enough for our one shot to count. A scant few hellish minutes later, every pro hero in the battle against Shigaraki is hurting. Broken bones, missing limbs in very few cases, and bodies on the verge of expiring due to excessive quirk use. And yet, they endure, because that's what heroes do. Tomura Shigaraki is in even worse shape, relatively speaking. Severely hurt, bones showing, burns slowly healing all across his body. His mind so shaken in his skull that it's almost been rattled into mush as they juggle him between attacks. All to line him up for the final hits, aimed to weaken him enough that he can't see their precious shot being used, or use recoil to reject it. Tsukuyomi begins their final assault, using his gargantuan dark shadow and condensing it into a fist the size of a car, slamming Shigaraki into the air, directly toward Mirko, who's awake purely on adrenaline as she kicks upward. Arnu. Shigaraki counters with a sloppy backhand, connecting with her shin and shattering it before he's launched above her. Beside Mirko, MT Lady readies her makeshift weapon and swings for a home run, slamming it directly into Shigaraki's head and sending him higher into the air. He frantically flails his arms, hard enough to destroy her arm and shoulder, sending her stumbling back as she falls over, screaming in pain. Most of the pro heroes are already half awake on the ground, having spent every drop of energy they had just to whittle him down this much, all for him to be launched up toward Ryuko and Nejire-chan. Ryuko uses her wind to counter Shigaraki's attempt at dodging, producing a gust that cancels his wild swing against the atmosphere for Nejire-chan to hit him with the full might of her quirk. Her spiral energy attack connects, grinding against Shigaraki and tearing into the exposed muscle. However, it was not enough. The pain racking his body was already so overwhelming that his mind was numb to it, allowing him to lock his gaze onto Nejire-chan. You're slow, he says before kicking off the air directly toward her, pushing through her attack. Ryuko rushes between them to smack him away, but he's too fast, rushing past her shoulder and tearing through her left wing. He leaves her behind to fall to the ground before reaching Nejire-chan, and at his immense speed, the woman is effectively frozen in the air. Just inches away, he stretches his battered hand out and reaches her face, spreading his fingers to tear her head off, and closes his hand on her head. Shigaraki's hand phases through her face, just before his entire body harmlessly passes through her and her hero costume. After rushing past her he spins around, looking back to see that Lemillion had just barely made it in time to touch her leg. Spurred into action by seeing his dear friend almost die, he moved faster than he thought possible and launched himself out of the ground. Eventually reaching her high in the air and touching her, and for the first time, he made someone else permeable. Lemillion's quirk had fully awakened. Shigaraki understood this and waved his hand at them, sending a gust of wind at both the exhausted pro-heroes, crashing them into each other and knocking them out. Tsukuyomi catches them with dark shadow before flying back into the air, however, before he's able to engage Shigaraki again. Both Deku and Dynamite descend with a relentless onslaught of attack, constantly dancing around Shigaraki with their superior aerial mobility while battering him from all sides. Strong, Shigaraki thinks as each of Deku's hits shatters his bones. Dynamite's explosion clouds his senses, but with each blast, they grow weaker, and the man slows down. You're the weak link. Shigaraki smiles as he spins, surprising them with his sudden speed, and lunges toward Dynamite. Dynamite smiles, using energy Shigaraki didn't know he still had and instantly avoiding the attack, surprising the villain. They tricked me? That means the person I should have attacked is. Shigaraki turns back around to see Deku rearing back his right hand, electricity cracking all around him as he punches toward Shigaraki. My master should be fine with a corpse. Shigaraki punches toward Deku, putting everything he has into this strike, knowing that if he survives it, the heroes won't have anyone who can stand against him. Their fists meet, and to Shigaraki's surprise, Deku's fist crashes through him, breaking his hand, wrist, and forearm, barely thrown off course enough to stop it from punching through his head yet again as it crashes into his chest. Ugh. Shigaraki gargles blood up as Deku's forearm is buried into his chest, his hand comfortably through the villain's back as he rears back his left hand for another strike. Shigaraki's eyes widen. Panicking, he kicks Deku with all his might in the thigh, breaking his leg, and in the instant he punches forward at Deku's chest. The punch is too powerful for Deku to survive, but luckily, Dark Shadow and Tsukuyomi were already nearby, intercepting the blow and forming a barrier around Deku. The force is still so immense that it reaches through the shield and taps Deku's chest, breaking his sternum and ribcage before throwing him back, removing his arm from Shigaraki's chest in the process. Shigaraki grits his teeth, and with a hole in his chest that people could see through, he kicks off the air and lunges forward to finish the job as both unconscious pro-heroes fall to the earth. Back off. Dynamite yells as he hits Shigaraki with an explosion, desperately trying to protect his friend, annoying the villain. Shigaraki tries to ignore him, focusing on his target and kicking off the air once more. Closing in on them, he hears explosions from his left side, and smiles. He pivots in an instant and dashes toward Dynamite as the man uses an explosion to race toward him, and before anyone can process what just happened, his arm, all the way to the biceps, is punching through Dynamite's stomach. You're nothing special, Shigaraki says to Dynamite, watching the determination in his eyes become fear and rage. But you are annoying. Dynamite coughs up some blood, desperately clasping at Shigaraki's wrist, trying to free himself, but the villain reaches out with his other hand and punches through his torso as well, slowly separating his arms to pull the hero apart. I've wanted to do this since you ruined USJ, Shigaraki smiles viciously. Any last words, hero? Dynamite vomits up a mouthful of blood as his consciousness and life leaves him, but in a moment of defiance against death itself, his eyes widen and a defiant, pissed-off expression dominates his face. He reaches forward and places both hands beside Shigaraki's head, palms open and facing his ears. Plus ultra. Shigaraki pulls his arms apart to kill Dynamite, but before he can do so, the hero's entire body sparks and glows with orange light. He uses the full awakening of explosion to make himself and Shigaraki ground zero for an explosion that knocks out all the pro-heroes below who were barely conscious, while the few in better condition barely brace themselves in time. The entire city and nearby mountains shake for almost 10 seconds, leaving a cloud of smoke in the air. And the moment that smoke cleared enough, Shigaraki could be seen kicking the air to hover in place, most of his body torn apart to reveal his internal organs in certain places as the entire left side of his skull was broken and missing, slowly but visibly healing itself. Shigaraki hears crackling flames below, feeling immense heat approaching, but can barely think at the moment, so his response is late, too late. He looks down to see Endeavor rocketing toward him, and is oblivious to the bullet fired from miles away the moment he becomes visible through the smoke. Lady Nagin's quirk deleter round hits him in the side of his head, the one place they were sure he couldn't simply tear his body apart to avoid the effect. Shigaraki's body tenses as his quirks are entirely deleted, allowing him to only retain the traits of his evolved body, but without some of the base quirk factors, his strength had decreased yet again. Not to mention all of his active quirks were not entirely gone. And as the crushing realization dawned on him, Endeavor grapples onto him, wrapping his arms and legs around the villain and unleashing hellfire on the battlefield one more time. Shigaraki screams for less than a second before the sound of raging hot air and crackling flames overtakes it. The pro-heroes on the ground who were unconscious feel Endeavor's power and wake up, amazed once more by their number one pro-hero, proud to have followed him into battle. And within a precious few seconds, both Endeavor and Shigaraki fall to the earth below. Endeavor has third-degree burns on his arms and legs, while Shigaraki looks entirely well done. His pale skin is now pitch black and charred, with his eyes burned shut. He falls to the ground, punctuated by his fried skin cracking upon impact as Endeavor falls nearby, and Shoto rushes over to them. Shoto reaches his dad and immediately begins cooling him off with his ice abilities, but Endeavor protests. No, forget me. Go cremate the body. I can't. Shoto glances to his left side, which has deep burns and bones protruding through his arm. My body is already overheated, not to mention the injuries. I can't make much of a fire. Besides, your flames are the strongest. Endeavor closes his eyes and focuses on his quirk, trying to control the heat around him and push it away to help Shoto cool him off. A minute later, Shoto almost collapses, frostbite on his right side as Endeavor is now cool enough to sit up and catch his breath. Even now, he can feel his life fading, many of his internal organs being pushed far beyond their limits in this battle. Shoto helps him stand, only for Endeavor to drop to his knees before taking a single step. Dad, I'll be fine, he lies. Go help Deku, get him to the evacuation point. Burnin will help Tsukuyomi, you kids are more important than us. But, that was an order, Endeavor says, forcing himself to stand, looking at the severely injured top 10 pro heroes around them. Go take care of your friends, son. Shoto nods. All right. While Shoto grabs Deku and Endeavor cools off enough to use his quirk, Mandalay contacts him telepathically. Eraserhead hasn't blinked yet, but you need to hurry. Endeavor grits his teeth and limps over to Shigaraki on mangled legs. Behind him, Vernon and Tsukuyomi are far in the distance and Shoto and Deku are already evacuated thanks to Uravite. Endeavor focuses his mind, expending the last of his life to create his final flame, struggling as it barely flickers to life in his palm. The heat slowly builds as he stands above Shigaraki, the villain still charred, but his mouth moving, muttering something too softly for anyone to hear. Endeavor narrows his eyes at him while gathering the flame. I'm so sorry. Shigaraki's voice barely reaches him. Sorry. Endeavor raises his hand, enveloping his right arm in bright white flames. I'm sorry, Master, Shigaraki says as Endeavor's fist descends, already burning away his body and the surrounding ground while moving toward the villain. Tamura, a beam of red and black energy slices off Endeavor's entire right arm as a bored voice terrifies all the barely conscious pro-heroes to their cores. Master, Shigaraki mutters as Endeavor stumbles back, holding and cauterizing his stump as the pain stuns him. He drops to his knees, desperately looking up as All for One stands in the air, only a dozen feet off the ground. Wearing a black three-piece suit, his head fully healed, free of his visor, showing off his short white hair and gray eyes, all atop a 7.5 feet tall body with a muscular build in no way inferior to All Might in his prime. All for One. Edge Shot asks, unable to get up, so he turns his head to look at the Demon Lord. You aren't fused. Oh, is that the plan Redistro brought you? All for One asks jokingly while landing beside Shigaraki. Endeavor forces himself to leap away, taking a knee and not looking away from the villain. That plan was true, before the panacea. But now, it's outdated. But we never updated our files, and for good reason, it seems. But still, you heroes really did do a number on my plans, deleting these unique quirks from Tamura, so annoying. I don't have any copies of most of them, including Decay. I'm sorry, Tamura, you'll have to make do without it. Master, you're keeping me? Shigaraki asks. All for One looks over the battlefield with his dozens of sensory quirks, and doesn't find Deku anywhere. You have failed me yet again, Tamura. I'm SOR. No need, Tamura, All for One says as he gestures toward Shigaraki, causing him to levitate up to him and placing a hand on his head. This super regeneration will keep you alive until we can get you back into a laboratory to finish healing. Another chance. Yes, always, All for One says. Because, Tamura, it doesn't matter how many times you fail, how many times you are beaten or fall. You will always have another chance, for one simple reason. I am here. What the hell? Endeavor mutters, every cell in his body desperately trying to cool off while he stares up at All for One. Rest, Tamura. When I'm done here, I shall deliver you to another facility. Your body needs a few more days to adjust. All for One uses a quirk to put Shigaraki into a coma before turning back to Endeavor. Mandalay, Endeavor communicates telepathically. All for One is here. Begin full evacuation, now. All for One? Alright, Tsukachi and I will start the process now. Get back to UA if you can. We can't. Just get Deku out of here. We need one for all as far away as possible. He's already being prepped for the warp gates. All for One frowns. So he told you the truth about his quirk. His voice appears in Endeavor and Mandalay's mind, hijacking their connection. She instantly breaks the connection, slightly annoying him. One for all being out of reach is annoying, but there are still useful little things in Japan. All for One turns away from Endeavor, gazing into the destroyed city. What are you doing? Endeavor grits his teeth and forces his legs to move, standing with his stump cauterized and flaring up his flames. I'm still here. Endeavor releases a small stream of flames at the villain, but the man ignores it. The flames harmlessly dissipate before they could even reach his fine suit. We're all still here. Mirko screams, causing All for One to glance back and see that the top 10 pro heroes were all on their feet, ready to do whatever they could to stall him. You barely beat Tamura, with much more firepower than you boast now. Even if you were healthy and willing, I am beyond human limits, and all of you are just filler characters. The heroes leap at him, ready to give their lives for the precious few seconds they could buy, but All for One turns to the destroyed city and rockets into the air. He quickly leaves them in the dust, with only Mirko and Endeavor being able to somewhat keep pace through the destroyed battlefield. Mandalay, Endeavor reaches out to her as All for One pulls away from them. I'll call the quirks as he uses them. Be ready. We'll all be doing that. We'll give you as much intel as we can before this is over. Far ahead of them, All for One flies through a collapsed building and erupts from the other side, his suit pristine and hair untouched, a bored look on his face as he glances down while hovering in the air. Reino yes. After all these years, I finally have you, Erasure. Below him, Eraserhead, Rocklock, and Manuel stare up at the Demon Lord. Eraserhead activates his quirk, and All for One raises an amused brow in response. My quirk doesn't work on him, Eraserhead announces to Mandalay. I have to. All for One points a finger at Manuel, firing a black and red energy beam through his chest, punching a basketball-sized hole through him. Rocklock moves to throw a knife at the villain only for All for One to appear on the ground in front of them and rest a hand on his head. From his palm, a blast of pressurized air decapitates Rocklock before the same hand reaches out and grabs Eraserhead by the face, lifting him off the ground. Eraserhead draws the tanto from behind his waist and thrusts it toward All for One's eyes, only for a magnetism quirk to pull the blade out of his hand and have it hover beside him. Not wasting another moment, All for One uses his quirk on Eraserhead, and a perplexed expression forms on his face. What did you do? He asks, a tinge of annoyance in his voice as his grip tightens. Eraserhead glares down at the villain and brings his other hand up from his side in front of his face, showing his fist tightly clenched. Then, to All for One's horror, he opens his hand and drops an empty quirk deleter round onto the villain's forehead. All for One is so stunned, so appalled by the idea of willingly choosing a life without a quirk, that the empty casing gently taps his forehead, unbothered by his usual defense quirks. His face twitches as the casing clatters on the ground, staring up at Eraserhead's defiant eye. After almost 20 years of plotting, after coming so close to having this quirk, and you, All for One grits his teeth, hearing Endeavor's flames approaching. You took it from me. He lifts Eraserhead before slamming his skull into the ground, painting the ground with his blood and brain matter. Blood splashes all around as his head explodes, and through droplets of gore launched into the air, All for One lifts his head, locking his furious gaze onto Endeavor and the other pro-heroes as they descend upon him. You don't belong in my world. All for One disappears in a blur, speed that would have reminded them of All Might and Deca, if they could process it. No, even Mirko and Endeavor couldn't track his movements. 10. All for One appears in front of Ryuko's dragon form, placing a hand on her chest and using his rivet spikes quirk. One metallic spike enters his body, piercing her heart before expanding into many more, skewering her in 100 places from the inside out, as if she swallowed a puffer fish. They all pivot, changing their course to attack him, but he disappears again. 9. He appears beside Best Jeanist, palming his right shoulder and activating 13's black hole quirk. His fingers and hand become an all-consuming void that tears Best Jeanist's shoulder and torso apart and absorbs it as dust, only being deactivated when just a head and legs remain. Mirko is close enough to launch a kick at All for One's face, close enough to see the mix of anger and boredom in his grey eyes before he disappears, causing her attack to miss. 8. He appears behind the distraught Nejire-chan in the air, simply grabbing her shoulder from behind and pulling them away from her body. Her bones shatter and muscles tear. Within a fraction of a second, her body goes into shock and her mind collapses. All before he can finish pulling her in two. Dropping her corpse, he glances down to see Lemillion just a few feet away from her in the air, having rushed to his friend, aiming to make her permeable and save her. Wait your turn. All for One casually flicks a finger upward, reversing gravity around Lemillion and tossing him 100 feet above before turning to the others. Endeavor's flames wash over him, bathing him in heat that even hurt Shigaraki, yet this creature is completely unbothered, raising a finger to point at his next victim. 7. He fires a red energy beam out of his finger, through the flames he's ignoring and directly at Kamui Woods. The beam hits beside the hero, and All for One casually flicks his finger, moving the beam to cut off the man's legs. Ah! Kamui Woods screams, feeling immense pain as he falls to the ground, but is then silenced by a single shot of the same beam hitting him in the head, piercing his brain. All for One waves his hand, using just his immense strength to swat away Endeavor's flames and send the hero tumbling to the ground, then looks upward. 6. Lemillion sees the villain's gaze locked onto his falling form, hand outstretched. Lemillion looks past the villain, at the battlefield below, taking one look and memorizing it before activating his quirk. His quirk, permeation, allows everything to pass through him. This includes light and air, making him both blind and deaf, as well as unable to breathe. This forces him to memorize everything and track his movements inside objects, all in one instant, and with one breath. 5 seconds to the ground, 19 seconds to the right, then up. He arrives in front of All for One, and immediately feels a hand around his throat as his quirk deactivates. Lemillion's throat is crushed, making his scared words erupt as gargles, drowning him in his own blood as All for One holds him above his head. All the other quirks here are boring. Well, most of them, but yours is fun at least. Lemillion coughs up some blood, making All for One smile as the other pro-heroes launch attacks. You really want to know? All for One brings Lemillion closer, forcefully cutting his connection to Mandalay and whispering into his ear. Mirko tries to listen in with her rabbit ears but hears nothing, the pressure zone around them providing precious privacy. But they can all see the fear and hopelessness in Lemillion's face for the split second before All for One tightened his grip, crushing the hero's neck enough for his head and body to separate, falling to the ground below. 5. Before they could process this death, he appears in front of Mirko on the ground. She spins and lands a kick on his shoulder, which doesn't even make him flinch. In response, he grabs her by the waist with both hands and quickly pulls her torso and legs apart, scattering her guts on the floor before turning to his next victim. He doesn't have to search to see her, charging at him with an enlarged metal pipe, her giant form shaking the ground with each step. 4. He raises his left hand, palm facing her. She skids to a stop and raises her arms to defend, expecting an air cannon blast as usual. But a second later, she's overwhelmed and washed away by clean water. Her eyes widen in surprise, looking around to see that she's being held aloft in a giant water bubble, desperately trying to reach the edge, imprisoned by a current that constantly pulls her to the middle. She kicks as hard as she can, but the water won't let her go, and as she's about to start drowning, the water heats up, bubbling around her, boiling her as she drowns, scorching her throat and lungs as she succumbs to the demon lord. While she was being drowned, All for One was approached by his next target. 3. He rushes forward in a blur and thrusts a hand through Edge Shot's chest, piercing his right lung and using an ice quirk to instantly freeze him. All for One leaves the hero as a blackened frostbite figure, which crumbles as he removes his hand. 2. The spy. He then turns toward Hawks, who, alongside Endeavor and the others, had been trying to annoy All for One as much as they could to gain knowledge of his quirks this entire time. Not my fault your student is so dumb, Hawks says as he and Endeavor stand on opposite sides of All for One. Tomura was always more of a blunt instrument, not the big picture type. Nearby, they hear water crashing into the ground and a giant corpse falling with it. However, you, in particular, have put one too many wrenches in my plan. All for One appears in front of Hawks and grabs his face, immediately taking his Fierce Wings quirk. The villain blasts Endeavor with cold air, sending him tumbling backward before slamming Hawks into the ground. Hawks' body shatters, and slowly begins healing as his new minor regeneration quirk takes effect, leaving him stuck in the ground, crushed into a hole. What? Ho! All for One stomps on his face, breaking his jaw and hammering him into the hole a bit more. Enough of your clever words. This is for the delays you've caused to my plans, among other things. Hawks tries to move, but the ground is compressed around him, as if the concrete was cast after he'd been half buried. Then, to his horror, the ground heats up, quickly glowing molten red and liquefying enough to run onto his body, directly onto his face, and into his mouth. His screaming is short-lived, and All for One doesn't savor it, instead focusing on the final combatant. The new #1, he smiles at Endeavor. Endeavor pants, barely conscious as he stares down this monster. Sorry to disappoint. Disappoint? All for One asks, his tone sounding almost insulted. You are among the most impressive specimens ever to walk my earth. Take more pride in your accomplishments. Pride? In what? Endeavor looks around at the destroyed city, and up at the drones, both recording and broadcasting everything. All of this happened with me as the number one, and now, this is my legacy. You did as good as could have been done, for someone following the rules, All for One says. All Might cheated. His power was far from natural. Tomura was the same. Horizon, Star, and I are transcendent beings, incomparable to mortals. Although, I am the weakest of us three, but you, Endeavor, are as incredible as a mortal can naturally be. You were simply number one at the turn of the age. When mortals learn things like Horizon, Star, and I exist. Endeavor's expression softens, looking up at the overcast sky. Shoto called me his dad. He's proud to have me as his father. Everything you said is nice, but nothing will compare to that. Enji Todoroki, Endeavor, in another life, you would have been the star of this show. Endeavor's flames ignite as he rushes the villain, preparing to immolate himself to do as much damage as possible. And All for One frowns, wishing that he could have someone as talented and hardworking fighting at his side. But I am here, so you're just a side character. A bolt of lightning splits the sky and strikes Endeavor, shattering his body, boiling in blonde and frying him all in an instant before he could even reach All for One. All for One quickly collects the quirks of the top 10 pro heroes, as well as Shigaraki, before leaving the corpse of Jako City. Her while marching down the halls of UA. Get to the warp gate. Don't bother with healing anyone right now. The frowns, wiping the sweat from her brow as Vernon shoves open the door to Nisa's control room and leaves her behind. Nisa glances her way, seeing her enter with her right arm in a sling and bandages on her legs, the flames on her head gone, spent to rush them back to UA. I ordered you to evacuate. Nisa turns back to the monitors, observing the tens of thousands of civilians rushing into UA toward the warp gate in the training field. Me? You should have evacuated already. She walks over to the monitors, joining him in observing the controlled chaos. How long before everyone is out of here? Nisa frowns. I don't know if we can get everyone out. Between Mandalay and Tsukachi, we can verify hundreds at a time, but we have to keep weeding out the villains hiding in the crowd. Mandalay focuses on one monitor, seeing Musudafu being swarmed with villains as pro-heroes desperately fight to hold the line. We're about to be overwhelmed, Nisa says, just as another alarm blares in the room. He taps a few buttons and a screen shifts to show a map of Japan, and a red dot quickly racing across it toward them. All for One, he mutters. Vernon, how did you survive him? Tsukuyomi and I were injured, and he said he wanted Dark Shadow. But, he didn't want to directly hurt a former member of Team Horizon. That's not a luxury we all share. Nisa turns to Mandalay. Announce to everyone that we have minutes to leave. Tell the pro-heroes to fight while retreating. But that will leave thousands of civilians exposed to the villains. This is simply the best we can do. Meanwhile, outside, flying above the battlefield, cloaked in powerful winds, Whirlwind Ineza Yoarashi Dash controls his quirk to suppress dozens of villains at once. His broken right arm and shoulder ache and remain limp as he waves his left hand around, controlling the wind like an orchestra of pressure and force. Rao Thailand body. You're not getting past me, he screams while pushing his quirk to its limit, creating a powerful gale that tears up the city of Musudafu, shattering concrete buildings and roads to pelt the villains and Nomu with debris. Behind him, civilians and fellow pro-heroes retreat, desperate to get away from the army of villains and Nomu. Whirlwind, we need to go, his friend screams from the ground below, using his vibration quirk to amplify his voice through the winds. Then go? I'm the only one with the range and area of effect to keep these guys from getting to UA. I'll catch up. You're a bad liar. Whirlwind feels his body losing energy, weakening his winds, exhaustion creeping up on him. Yeah, I know, Whirlwind thinks, seeing a giant Nomu charging toward him at full speed. Glancing back, He sees the retreating crowd, and his friend standing his ground as a second layer of defense. You're not getting to them. He pushes beyond his limit, adrenaline surging once more as he condenses his wind stream toward the giant Nomu. You're not getting past me. The wind hits like a horizontal tornado, tearing apart everything in its path and nearby, picking up Nomu and villains, dragging them into a vacuum to suffocate them while bombarding them with debris from the city. Damn it! Whirlwind frowns, seeing the giant Nomu pushing through his winds, anchoring itself with enormous claws on its feet while steadily taking steps toward him. He glances left and right, seeing that his area of effect has decreased, allowing villains to get past him and leaving everyone behind him vulnerable. You won't hurt them. Whirlwind screams, desperately trying to expand the tornado to protect everyone. The entire battlefield in front of him erupts in an explosion of wind, shaking the entire city and UA's campus. The shockwave is so great that it sends him tumbling back, breaking his focus and forcing him to land beside his friend. Holy crap, since when could you do that? His friend asks, peering up at the tornado reaching past the overcast sky and ripping the villains and giant Nomu away from the earth in one go. That wasn't me, Whirlwind says as the adrenaline fades, but his friend supports him as he stumbles forward. Before anyone could guess what happened, a deep and cheerful laugh echoed through the battlefield. And with it, a sense of relief washes over the civilians, while a bone-chilling dread paralyzes the villains. Sorry I'm late, young pro-heroes. All Might waves his hand, clearing the dust cloud and pushing back more villains. Everyone is staring at him, unsure of what's about to happen. They see his hero costume, clinging to his body with the left sleeve removed because of the missing limb. And yet, while everyone knew what this was, a hero using the last drop of life to save just a few more lives, admiration, fear, and amazement froze them. A mix of emotions that only All Might could inspire. All Might glances back at Whirlwind and his friend, giving them a thumbs up and his famous smile. Get as many people as you can to the warp gate. Don't worry about this swarm of villains. They won't bother you anymore, because I am here. Those 3 words usher in a sense of security through the pro-heroes and civilians, while the villains and even many high-end Nomu instinctively take a step back. Whirlwind nods and uses his quirk to lift himself and his friend into the air, not wasting a moment to retreat. Not wanting to get in All Might's way. Now, how about I teach you what happens to bullies? All Might turns to the villains and Nomu, his expression shifting into one of fury as he punches forward. His punch hits like a nuclear shockwave, cutting a swath through the city from him to the very edge. 4 city blocks wide, every building is shattered into dust and pushed out of the city within seconds, along with the streets and roads from many meters deep underground, leaving a trench stretching from the base of UA's perch to the edge of Musudafu. The other villains and Nomu respond quickly, charging him, but they're no match for his speed or power. He moves so fast they can't even notice a blue, crushing everyone and everything in his path. All around the city, winds rage and the weather distorts as every movement creates a new pressure zone. A cacophony of blows so immense that the battlefield was worse than being inside any blender, that had they now known better, they thought the world was ending and Earth was being terraformed. Immense heat spread around the battlefield while winds raged and rain fell, power so absurd that nature itself was unsure of how to respond. Just a few more minutes, All Might thinks as he crushes hundreds of opponents each minute, desperately trying to make an impact before his life fully fades away. For just a few minutes, by using everything left of One for All within him, he was able to access the power he once held in his youth, all to make a difference. One last time. And that is exactly what he does. The evacuation is almost done, Mandalay says to him a few minutes later. You can return. The telepathic connection breaks as an amused voice pulls All Might's attention upward, away from the devastated landscape around him. That woman is so convenient that it's annoying, All for One says, standing in the air. You're not what I expected to see here, All Might. But now I understand why UA still isn't under my control. After all, you are the final and greatest bastion for it. All Might watches him descend and stand on the battlefield, a few dozen meters away from him. He scowls at the sight of the man. You looked better in that life support headgear, All Might says. Want me to put you back into one? All for One chuckles, running a hand over his reformed face. Ah, yes, that was a valuable lesson you taught me. I learned I could be beaten, and I grew much stronger because of that lesson. This time it'll be a final lesson. All Might raises a fist, ready to charge forward. But All for One only smiles, tilting his head and looking past All Might, toward UA, stalling a few more seconds to protect them, very heroic. But UA doesn't interest me anymore. All the useful people are gone. Now, it's only you? All Might narrows his eyes at the man. I know what you're doing too, trying to get Warp Gate, right? All for One frowns. Yeah, we figured as much. Phantom Thief won't open any of those around you, not even to save me. You can't be saved, he playfully points at All Might. I can see the lack of power in you. Within a minute, your body will become an empty husk. You've used more power than you had left. It's almost impressive in some ways. That's only possible because I understand the true essence of being a hero. Oh, and what's that? The power of friendship. All for One chuckles, glancing about at the drones recording above, giving them a show. The essence of a hero is to sacrifice yourself for others. All Might rushes forward, appearing in front of All for One with his fist reared back. That's why you'll never win. All for One knows the cameras are on him and takes this moment to make a statement to the world. to say and show that he surpasses anything they have, surpassing all but 2 beings ever to exist in this world. New order. The rest of his command is mental, leaving everyone watching very confused. But he uses his one order to compress everything in the space ahead of him into a marble, ripping away the city, ground, corpses, and all might, crushing them into a marble and having it hover over his palm. A 100m-330-foot gaping chasm is left in the battlefield with him standing at the edge, admiring his work. The marble hovers between his fingers, moving about his hand like a toy. So much power in one sentence, and yet, she had 3, all for one smiles so wide it threatens to split his face. You two are gods, or in her case, was a god. Now, it's about time there was a devil to balance it out. He holds the super dense marble and positions it between his fingers, lining up his shot with UA and the hill it rests upon. He flicks his finger, using a combination of quirks and new order to launch the marble like a tactical nuke. Elsewhere, sitting at his desk while working on a new variation of the panacea, Law's gaze is stuck on his second monitor, watching UA and its forlorn perch be shatters and blasted away. He sees some civilians who didn't get evacuated become red mist within the attack and looks away. You shouldn't watch that. Law is startled as Ryuko places her arms around his shoulders, resting her head atop his while hugging him from behind. You surprised me. Because that's how distracted you were, she says. Watching them get hurt will only make the regret worse. There is no regret, only what I agreed to. Besides, they knew the risks and had every chance to leave, like Mina, like Mei, even Ajiro and Toru did. But watching people we care about get hurt still hurts us. I gave my word, he says. Yes, but that didn't include never checking in on them afterward. They're probably in America right now. That's close by. Law leans back and sighs, closing his eyes in a desperate attempt to relax. Fuyamai hates me for not stopping all for one, and that was before all of this happened. Why would they be any different? Maybe they won't be, but there is only one way to find out. She leans over toward his desk and grabs his phone, holding it in front of him. Law nods. Call Juzo, he commands, and his phone obeys. Where are you? Juzo frantically asks. Chilly. Get to Manhattan. Nizu got hurt. Horizon Tower, Manhattan. Seriously. Law asks after he appears in his office to see Nizu sitting at his desk, using his computer. So you weren't hurt? I wasn't sure if you'd come otherwise, Nizu says as an annoyed Law walks over to the desk. Of course I'd come. You just like being dramatic. Law sees Nizu is compiling data from the recent events. Are those the confirmed quirks he has? Quite the list, including New Order. New Order. Law scowls, thinking about it for a moment. When I cut off her arms, they stayed on the battlefield. And Ujiko acquired them afterward. Juzo is handling the interrogation as we speak. They'll tear any useful information out of him in no time. That's good, and how have you been? Nizu stops typing for a moment, then resumes his work. I'm focused on the task at hand. So you're that mad, at me? At everything, Nizu says as his keystrokes become furious. At Pantu, at All for One, at myself, at Star and Stripe, at those filthy politicians, at me. Nizu stops typing and leans forward, resting his elbows on the desk and rubbing his face. You could have stopped him at any time. I've done the math, even with New Order, even if he got All for One now, you still could. Well, it would be annoying, but, yeah. Law walks over to the glass wall and looks down at Central Park, seeing a swarm of people outside his building protesting. And I'm guessing they want me to get involved, too. Would you? I gave my word, and he hasn't left Japan, so no. Did it at least entertain you? What are you talking about? Watching people struggle and die against villains and Nomu. This is your revenge on Pantu, yes? So was it worth it? Or was it like all revenge, layered with regret? Oh yes. I gave my word, Nizu. But, I may have been rash, emotional. You made up the rules, you can change them. Those rules are all I have left of my family. Everything else is gone. I don't think that's true, at least, not anymore. I was there the last time you spoke to them, remember? Yeah, I kind of can't forget it. Law chuckles. Gift and curse. Of that, I am painfully aware. Just as I am aware of them telling you to do whatever you want, no matter what the worlds tell you. And you told them that you'd save them, because that's what you wanted to do, even if they didn't want you to spend your life working towards that. And look what that got me. Well, you may not have them, but you have everything else in the world. Even a new family of your own. You can do anything you want, and be free of it all. All except the shackles of your past. You've come a long way since we met 4 years ago. Not as far as I would have liked, due to external circumstances. But, for a while, I had it. The foundation of a perfect world. For just that one shining moment, it was real, all because of Horizon, the greatest hero this world would have ever known. But we may never have that again. Law chuckles. A nice speech, but I was always resistant to that hero-centric propaganda. It's only propaganda if it's not true, and it was real for a while, not a dream anymore. That time is gone, so go back to dreaming. Law turns and walks away from the glass wall, walking toward the couch. Besides, going back on your word isn't very heroic. True, Nizu says, which surprises Law as he takes his seat. But we threw the most powerful pro-hero in the world at this problem, and were found lacking. So we need something more, something that never fails, never loses. Those words resonate with Law for a moment, stirring up a storm of confused emotions in his chest. Then he scoffs, you dream too big. He warps away, leaving Nizu to his work. 4 days later. Lying awake in bed, Midoriya turns on his side, staring at the sleeping Yuruka for a while, gently touching her hair. Turning around, he glances at the clock, seeing that it was well past midnight, and like always, he can't sleep without those gruesome memories flooding his nightmares. Closing his eyes for a few seconds, he contemplates all his options, then pushes the fear and hesitation down before sitting up. He leans over and kisses Yuruka on the head before getting out of bed, ensuring she's comfortable under the blanket before stepping out of the room. He moves through his apartment in silence, getting dressed in his full hero costume and packing a small backpack for the trip before settling on the couch. He takes out his phone to record a video and send it to her, for her to see in a few hours, but decides against it. Placing his phone on the living room table and leaning back into the couch, he runs a hand through his messy green hair. I can't take my phone or tracker, otherwise they'll probably show up and make things worse. He removes a tracking implant from his shoulder and tosses it down the sink drain before leaving the apartment, abandoning his phone where it rests. Stepping out onto the balcony, he sees the other skyscrapers surrounding them in Manhattan, and with one final glance back at his apartment, he hops over the railing. Minutes later, a shipping container emerges from a purple warp gate in Korea, adding to the inventory of a large shipyard used to store relief materials for the civilians still trapped in Japan. It's stacked atop a spire of identical containers in the busy yard, but the moment things quiet down, the door opens, and Deku steps out. He disappears in an instant, too fast for the cameras and leaping too high for anyone to notice, only feeling a sudden breeze wash over the area before he vanishes beyond the clouds. Arriving above the clouds in the afternoon sky, he orients himself toward Japan and kicks the air, rushing directly toward All for One. One chance, Deku thinks as he reaches to the ocean between both nations. If the quirk deleter round doesn't work, then, hopefully, One for All makes him arrogant enough to challenge Horizon. Then the people of Japan won't have to suffer much longer. In Deku's mind, there was absolutely no downside to this plan, and deep within Japan, All for One smiles. He sits in what was Kyoto, within a fortress built by Nomu and villains, working together. Looking at the monitor, he sees Deku being tracked via radar, and beside him, Panto is trapped in a tube, floating in liquid while restrained, forced to witness it all as the machines constantly keep her awake. Just hold out a little longer, Ujiko, with One for All, I'll be unstoppable. He then uses telepathy to connect with Shigaraki. Tamura, use your new quirks and bring me Deku. He will be here in moments. All for One gets no response, but senses Shigaraki flying away from his fortress seconds later, ready to finally prove his worth. High above Japan, Deku bursts through the clouds as he approaches his target, eating an energy bar from his backpack while kicking the air. The last intel drop we got put him around here. I should start by searching in. A deafening roar rips him out of his thoughts. He looks down just in time to see a beam of white fire rising toward him. He punches the air and dashes to the side, and a second later, a large western dragon flies past him, ascending above. What the hell? Dragon. Deku turns his back to the earth and keeps the dragon in his sight, carefully observing as it circles above. It's definitely Ryuko's quirk, but with white hair. Shigaraki. He analyzes it in a fraction of a second. Ryuko's dragon quirk gives it this form. Hawk's fierce wings quirk to add the red feathers onto the wings. Kamui Wood's quirk, along with a few others, to add to the hardened armored scales. And Endeavor's flames, amplified to be bright white, covered the wings, feathers, and claws, and provided his fire breath. He gave you the top 10 pro heroes quirks. Deku grits his teeth and launches upward to Shigaraki. Shigaraki opens his mouth and dives toward Deku, releasing a beam of white flames and spiraling energy at the hero. Nejire's quirk. Deku punches the air to propel himself to the side, avoiding the attack before rushing Shigaraki from another angle. Shigaraki swipes at Deku, using wood and armor to enhance his claws to an absurd degree, but Deku kicks his hand, shattering the entire appendage with his metal boots. Shigaraki screams, but before he can finish, Deku rockets through his flaming wings and arrives above him in the sky, then spins and kicks the air above, launching himself downward into Shigaraki. The force of Deku's kick clears every cloud from the sky, forming a shockwave that is felt on the ground far below as he tackles the dragon down to the city below. They shatter the sound barrier 10 times over before hitting the ground like a tactical nuke, blasting shockwaves out for hundreds of meters and forming a crater. And at the epicenter, Pro Hero, the strongest pro hero in the world, Deku, surrounded by the blood and guts of what once was Tamura Shigaraki. Deku looks around, expecting an army of villains and Nomu to descend upon him, but only sees rubble and destruction in every direction. Until he feels All for One appearing behind him. Deku leaps forward, clearing nearly 200 meters in an instant, avoiding the hand that almost grabbed his head, and pivots to face the villain. I suppose I should be thanking you, All for One says. Tamura failed me so many times, and he'd outlived his usefulness days ago. After all, he being the only suitable host for decay was all he was good for. Deku narrows his eyes at the man, memories from just a few days ago flooding his mind. The death of his friends, of Jaku City, Bakugo, most of his classmates, all his mentors and personal heroes. All Might. He grits his teeth and takes a fighting stance at the memory of All Might being crushed into a marble and fired at UA. So, tell me, hero, what do you? All for One can't even finish his taunt before Deku is in front of him, launching a punch directly at his face. He doesn't react, simply remaining still and activating permeation, allowing Deku to pass through him and emerge from the other side. Deku skids to a stop and looks back, all for one already having turned to face him. Young people are so rude. You all for one stops talking, feeling something hit the back of his neck. He frowns and reaches back, removing the quirk deleter round from his skin and holding the now empty casing in front of him. AHH, you threw it then outran it to distract me. Very clever, he says while making the casing float above his palm. But I can't be affected by external things such as this. You gambled, and lost. That doesn't mean I'll give up. Deku rushes in and puts all his strength into a kick. Only for all for one to backhand his metal boot, shattering his ankle and shin in the process. The hero is sent tumbling across the ground before he catches himself into a roll and rushes in with his one good leg. Ignoring the pain, Deku punches from a distance, sending a horizontal tornado at the villain, protecting himself from quirks like recoil. But from the dust cloud he kicked up, all for one reaches out with his hand. Deku suddenly finds his vision blocked by all for one's massive palm as it's less than an inch from his head. Internally, all for one smiles, the culmination of centuries of work finally at hand. This is the story, where the villain Deku suddenly disappears, swapped with Horizon in his new hero costume, sword already brimming with energy, and in full swing toward all for one. All for one's senses are overwhelmed, from hearing, sight, and his sensation of pain. Every cell in his body feels like it's bathing in the sun as his quirk desperately works to heal him, ignoring the sensation of being pushed through hundreds of meters of rock and dirt as he's knocked back. Moments later, with his brain still rattling around his skull, he rises to his feet, finding himself in the throne room of his fortress beside Panta's pod. All his plans had been undone in less than a second, and looking down he could see the massive slash in his body was deep, but not deep enough to reach the glowing orange light where his heart should be. He knew about it. He was careful. All for one's mind works like a supercomputer to analyze everything. Every piece of information, every quirk, every variable, every unexpected possibility. And yet, it could come to only one conclusion. The conclusion that, 4 years ago, no one would have believed. For not even Horizon himself would have expected that in 4 short years, he'd break one of his sacred contracts to save his friend, Izuku Midoriya. It seems we were both wrong, all for one says as he gets up, fully healed, mind flickering through his massive inventory of quirks. He looks back at Panto in her prison tube, then focuses his attention on the massive chasm in front of him, leading hundreds of meters into the core of the city, where he can sense Deku and Horizon. Gritting his teeth, all for one merges hundreds of quirks, pushing his body to the limit and compiling them, pumping them full of energy to trigger fusions and mutations, giving him his best chance at combating Horizon. Golden lightning crackles all around his body as his muscles flex and tense, shaking the surrounding ground to dust before he hovers above it, relieving the structure of the constant earthquakes of his muscles twitching. Hovering forward, he stands between Horizon and Panto, and the woman's eyes saddened, knowing that no matter what she did, monsters will be monsters. All for nothing, was her only thought before the villain begins charging energy in his glowing arms, almost blinding her with their immense golden light show. All for one uses his enhanced eyesight to see Horizon holding Deku aloft using tact, speaking to the hero rather casually, ignoring him. I suppose it was inevitable, all for one mutters, believing he has to reach Deku if he wants a path to victory. All for one raises his hand to launch his attack, the culmination of hundreds of quirks specifically engineered for this eventuality. But a second later, his eyes widen as Horizon flicks his blade in his direction. What? All for one's vision is blocked by a gargantuan bluish-white energy slash that appears a few dozen meters ahead of him. He instantly shifts strategies, converting the energy from his planned attack into a circular barrier 10 feet wide and many meters thick in front of him. Focusing his entire being on defending against this attack, he puts forth more effort than the previous culmination of his centuries of combat, only for it to easily shatter before his very eyes. He dashes to the side as Horizon's attack catches his right arm and leg, instantly severing them, even through all his quirks. He abandons the limbs and crashes through the building, flying above it to get outside. All for one dares to relax for a moment, believing he'd have a moment to collect his thoughts after Horizon used such an absurd attack. And for anyone else, he'd be correct. However, Horizon is a truly transcendent existence. So all for one regrets that very thought as he looks out to see dozens of identical slashes closing in on him. He changes his plan yet again, focusing strictly on evading while launching ranged attacks whenever he can, waiting for a chance to reach Deku and gain some hope in this fight. Nigerian Nairo OES. In the fortress, stuck in her tube, Panta sees a blinding light as the attacks close in on her, and after all she's done and suffered through, she doesn't even flinch, knowing what comes next, and is completely, instantly, disintegrated by one of the slashes, putting an end to her story. Horizon senses this, and to his surprise, feels nothing. No joy, no sadness, not even relief. Only, emptiness. What are you doing here? Deku asks while behind held aloft via tact, both former classmates hovering above the ground while all for one dashes through the sky around them. Horizon casually sends a slash every few seconds at the villain, keeping him at bay and intercepting any ranged attack while turning to his friend. Me? You're the one who went rogue. You're lucky Juzo figured out your plan and called me, he says while casually keeping all for one at bay. All while the villain is desperately trying to find any opening and survive this encounter. There was no other way, Deku says. Either I'd delete his quirks, or he'd get cocky enough to fight me. Yeah, we figured that part out, dumbass. I didn't think you'd come, especially not to help me. Horizon turns away from him, focused more on the villain. Yeah, well, I blinked and the next thing I know, I'm here. I see, Deku smiles. I'm glad you're here, at least. Now you can just kill him and end this. I actually can't kill him. What? Deku chokes on his spit. Is he that strong? Horizon chuckles while sensing All for One becoming more frantic, like a rat running with its tail on fire. Nothing is that strong, Horizon says. But he had a fail-safe in Tartarus, one that would destroy the entire facility if he died. Now it's even stronger, and with new order, if those quirks implode, well, they could crater the hemisphere. Everything from Japan to India could potentially be gone, and the planet wouldn't like that either. So you would have to take him away first. New order won't let me. Besides, even if I could, the blast would be too large. I can't avoid it. Deku's heart breaks at that thought, knowing what that means for Horizon. I'm not the true hero type, Horizon says. I'm more practical. All I need is for him to effectively be unresponsive for a fraction of a second. Deku nods. I can make that happen. There is one way to guarantee it. I can't guarantee you'll live. Don't worry about that. Sacrificing yourself for others is what heroes do. Deku gives a brilliant smile, not a single tear forming in his eyes. Horizon shakes his head at the absurdity of it all. You know, Midoriya, if there is one thing I'm sure All Might did right, it's choosing you as his successor. Now let's go put an end to this villain. Seconds later, All for One notices the frequency of Horizon's attacks slowing, and Deku missing from the battlefield. Is he getting tired? All for One thinks aloud. Come find out. Horizon's voice surprises him from above. All for One barely moves his hand to guard as Horizon appears above him, striking down with his glowing blue blade. It makes direct contact with All for One, breaking damn near every bone in his body and launching him down into the crater where Horizon and Deku were previously. He's healed better than ever before, even crashing into the ground, and instantly springs up to avoid another strike, now fighting with feet on the ground against Horizon. All for One frantically backs away, narrowly dodging every strike, growing more terrified by the second. Ever so often, he gets grazed by the blade, and loses immense energy reserves to keep himself conscious and healthy through it. Try this. All for One changes tactics, bombarding Horizon mentally via many telepathy quirks. Horizon flinches for a moment, and All for One takes the chance to strike. Only for Horizon's voice to penetrate his mind. Annoying. Lobotomy? All for One's brain damn near rips itself apart as Horizon copies his brainwaves into him via telepathy for a fraction of a second, forcing him to process everything within this room. Horizon takes this moment to lunge forward, piercing All for One's head with his blade before punching him in the chest. Counter shock? A massive bolt of lightning erupts from his fist, melting a swathe through the city and sending the villain tumbling backward. All for One catches himself while bouncing off the molten earth and hovers to stabilize himself, only to come face to face with Horizon, now wielding his sword in one hand while his left hand is covered in glowing green energy. All for One raises his right arm and shield to defend himself, but to his horror, Horizon's blade easily cleaves through his defenses and lops off his shoulder. Shambles? Horizon appears beside him and pumps the wound with his glowing green hand. Gamma strike? The flesh mutates, healing incorrectly as radiation overwhelms it. All for One dashes backward and ejects the flesh of his shoulder, intent on regrowing the entire limb from scratch. As he does, Horizon extends his hand and snaps his fingers, pointing in All for One's direction. Ultrasound plus pressure? He shakes the air and amplifies the sound of his finger snap, sending a nuclear blast wave at the villain, tearing his body up and truly testing his healing abilities. All for One is ragdolled through the dust that once was this region of Kyoto. Then, as he's still healing, he senses it, his opportunity. He turns around in time to see Deku come flying in with a kick aimed at the back of his skull, and reaches out with his hand. All for One accepts the kick with his left arm, allowing it to tear apart his limb and shoulder, sparing his head. And in the same moment reaches out and grabs Deku's head with his right arm that was still lacking the layer of skin, not quite done regenerating from Horizon's last attack. And with his bloody and battered form, he connects to Deku, and begins transferring one for all. The process takes 1/10 of a second, rewriting the genetic data of both people and absorbing the stockpiled energy. He encounters some resistance during this time, due to the properties of one for all and the absurd willpower of this hero. But with his full focus and all his quirks diverted to this task, he's left open for 0.05 seconds. Tea room, stop. For just the few feet around Deku and All for One, everything stops. Within this temporary room, Horizon freezes time itself, halting them in this instance, with energy crackling around them both. While their minds are connected, they are unmoving statues. Even the dust and wind around them is frozen in time, all in a visually distinct translucent blue bubble that's as wide as All for One is tall. Horizon appears outside the tea room, behind Deku, and sighs. Sacrificing yourself for others, that is what heroes do. He nods, looking at Deku's back. But, I'm Horizon, I don't give up anything. He coats his arm in dense blue energy, using a tea room on himself, and reaches into the frozen pocket of time, pushing more and more energy to the barrier protecting his arm each second as he grabs Deku, extending the energy to fully coat his body in order to move him. Horizon feels his energy reserves take a massive hit for the first time in months, and hastens his process, pulling Deku out of All for One's frozen grasp and moving him toward the edge of the time zone. Each second feels like what a regular person would endure while swimming through wet concrete. His arm and quirk push to their limits as the energy begins diminishing, and his cells are affected by the time zone. The sleeve of his hero costume begins tearing apart as some pieces are frozen in time while others keep moving, but nearly a minute later, he rips Deku free of the time zone, tossing him to the ground behind him. Gah! Deku snaps out of his confusion, feeling a headache like no other, as he immediately tries to stand. He drops back to his knees before rising to his full height, then decides to sit on the ground and catch his breath. Horizon also takes a moment to catch his breath, but doesn't waste much time before extending his right hand, palm facing down, and fingers apart. "Our room," he says, forming a translucent blue sphere beneath his palm. Deku looks over at him, for the first time hearing him vocalize this command and give a name to this aspect of Hand of God. Horizon holds the sphere forward and extends it in front of them, making a concentric bubble around All for One's time zone prison before using his second hand to keep it stable. The process of instilling his second command within this remote room takes minutes, as he's never used it on this scale before. And in that time, Deku gets up and stands behind him, watching curiously as his friend works. Horizon then places both hands on the room and begins closing them as if clapping his hands, slowly, like he's wading through syrup. "Our room, cease." He claps his hands together, and the entire sphere, along with the smaller time zone sphere within and All for One, disappears. Deku stumbles forward as the atmosphere and space rush in to close the gap in existence, and Horizon catches him before he falls into the newly formed crater, too exhausted to save himself at the moment. "Wow, he's really gone," Deku says, staring at the crater. Eraser too quickly for his self-destruct to take effect, the only sure way. "That's good. At least this is over." Now to check one last thing, Horizon taps Deku's forehead, doing a full body scan in that instant. "Well, how bad is it?" "The best we could hope for. You still have one for all, and didn't lose any energy reserved." "That's good, but..." Horizon sighs. "But, interrupting the transfer damaged it. You won't get any stronger than you are now, and you can't transfer it anymore. Those components are damaged." "That's alright, it means I can still make a difference today." Horizon chuckles. "Well, have fun with that, Mr. Hero. I'll be back home watching on the news. Or, you could stay and help, just a little while. Cleaning up Japan would be a lot easier with you." Horizon looks at Deku for a moment, then expands his room to encompass all of Japan, Korea, and some parts of China, sensing every villain within it, then simply tosses Deku a communicator. Tens of millions of villains flooded Japan to work under All for One, not to mention the army of Nomu he has here. Horizon takes his sword and slashes the air, opening a rift to Horizon Tower in Manhattan, where Deku can see visibly pregnant Ryuko preparing dinner while some quiet music plays. "I'm not needed for something like that. Plus, I've just got better things to do," Horizon says while walking toward the rift, back facing Deku. "Besides, you are here, and that will always be enough." He steps through the rift and closes it behind him, leaving Deku to his work, amid a nation of villains. Deku looks around at the destroyed city, and even at this sight, he smiles. Because he knows this will be this bad, ever again. Because their generation is in charge now, and they have something beyond any hero or villain as their last line of defense. He pops the communicator into his ear, and it instantly connects to Juzo. "Mudman," Deku says. "Send everyone to Japan, it's time to get to work."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.